Advertisement. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. If you like someone, you have to be brave enough to say it, otherwise you may not have a chance in the future. After getting along for so many years, I believe you still have a good chance of success. Namikaze Minato, that's right. Teacher Jiraiya, if you like someone, of course you want to fight for her. Hesitating means losing? Uzumaki Kushina, yes. Teacher Jiraiya? If you really like him, you can say it boldly. We will support you behind the scenes and help you make suggestions. Uzumaki Naruto, hey, does Pervy Sage still have someone he likes? Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem. Jiraiya, if you like it, act boldly. If you don't act, maybe you will regret it when you reach my age. Tsunade? Orochimaru, old man, Minato. Who Jiraiya likes? It seems like you all know. Why didn't he tell me? Jiraiya, you guys, just want to watch a good show, right? How about it? Has my recent strength become stronger than before? Did you live up to your teaching in vain? Uzumaki Mito stood in front of Senju Hashirama with a proud face and said. At the same time, her eyes also showed unabashed admiration for Senju Hashirama. Now she knows why Senju Hashirama is so strong, in addition to benefiting from Senju Hashirama's own talent. What shocked Uzumaki Mito the most was how hard Senju Hashirama was trying. It turns out that Senju Hashirama had already given up on sleep. Use the method of cultivation instead. So he eats and drinks 24 hours a day to practice cultivation. Never give up 1 minute 1 second to stop moving forward. This made Uzumaki Mito, who thought he was still practicing very hard, feel very ashamed. Advertisement. Yes, not bad. It seems that your comprehension is stronger than I imagined. Maybe if you continue to practice like this, you will be able to surpass your father Uzumaki Ashina in a short time. Even in the Senju clan, I'm afraid there are not many people who are your opponents. Nodding, looking at the panting Uzumaki Mito opposite, Senju Hashirama gave her an appreciative look. To know the intensity of his cultivation, even Senju Tobirama couldn't hold on. But who would have thought of a woman like Uzumaki Mito, actually barely kept up with his practice intensity in these few days. Hearing Senju Hashirama's recognition of himself, Uzumaki Mito also had a flash of joy in his eyes. It was really not easy to hear his praise for himself from this guy. Senju Tobirama thought about Uzumaki Mito's experience in the Senju clan during this time. Can't help but feel a burst of surprise. He thought that Uzumaki Mito would go back automatically after staying in the Senju clan for a long time, but it never occurred to him. Uzumaki Mito actually chose to practice with Senju Hashirama in order to get close to Senju Hashirama? What shocked him the most was that Uzumaki Mito had caught up with Senju Hashirama's level of practice. This is something even he can't do. By the way, are the Uchiha clan coming over these days? You make the clansmen get ready. Madara and I take this meeting very seriously. This is the first step towards a better future for our Senju and Uchiha clans. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama turned his head, instructed Senju Tobirama, who was standing by and watching him and Uzumaki Mito furtively. He didn't think of it either. Senju Tobirama is such an 8 trigrams guy, and he always pays attention to the progress of him and Uzumaki Mito. For Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama doesn't dislike her. In the short time we spent together these few days, he has a little affection for this girl with strong perseverance and no pretensions. That guy Uchiha Madara has already brought his people here. If you are fast, today. If you are slow, it should be here tomorrow. Although I don't like Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha family behind him, but Senju Tobirama is also a man of priorities. He knew that the alliance at this meeting was very important for the Senju clan. On the one hand, this could end the centuries-old feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans. On the other hand, this also plays a pivotal role in Senju Hashirama's future plans. It's that nasty guy Uchiha Madara again. I don't know what kind of stinky fart that guy has a day. Keep a hedgehog head, don't shave all day long, and always put on the appearance of Laozi's #1 in the world. If it wasn't for me not being able to beat him, I would have beaten him to the ground by now. Thinking of the Uchiha Madara with a yanked face, Uzumaki Mito felt a burst of unknown fire. She only met Uchiha class once, but don't know why. Uchiha Madara always has a vague hostility towards her. Advertisement. It was as if he had snatched something extremely important from him. Hearing the words of Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama smiled. In the attitude towards Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama are very similar. Fourth Raikage, something is wrong? Something is wrong? I always feel that there is a weird feeling between First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. This brotherhood is a bit too much, right? Terumime, my intuition between women tells me that something is not quite right. Uzumaki Naruto, what's wrong with this? Isn't that how brothers should be? Helping each other to live together. You have me in your heart, and you in my heart. This is normal, just like me and Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, you idiot, talk as you say, don't involve me, it's really embarrassing. With the arrival of the Uchiha clan, the meeting of the two families was officially held. This also announced that the two families have moved from being hostile to each other to cooperation. The centuries-old dispute between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan has finally come to an end. When the news spread to the outside world, it caused a shock in the entire ninja world. The two most powerful families in the world have actually turned from an antagonistic relationship to a joint relationship. The hidden meaning behind this, it makes people dare not even think about it, and even feels cold in their hearts. Once the two families join forces, then who else in this ninja world will be their family's opponent? Thinking of possible future changes in the ninja world, some far-sighted families have gradually started their own planning, looking for a way out. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Advertisement. 52 The highest respect from the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama. Unexpectedly, the union of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan in this world is so much earlier than ours. Senju Hashirama. No way, the hatred between our Senju clan and Uchiha clan is too deep. If there is no accident, it is too difficult to form an alliance. Uchiha Madara, our two families have been fighting for so many years. If it wasn't for the fact that I was defeated by Hashirama in the end, I am afraid that the hatred between these two families will continue. Orochimaru, it's a pity. I can't see the Senju and Uchiha clans at their peak. In our era, the two families have long since disappeared. Senju Tobirama, impossible. The eldest brother is Hokage, and the Senju family, as a Hokage family, even if it declines, it is impossible to disappear completely. What is going on? Senju Hashirama, Tobirama. Shut up, don't ask any more questions, knowing too much about the future will not do us any good in this time and space. If fate calls for the demise of the Senju clan, so be it. Luosha, speaking of which, the existence of this live comparison system, who is it? Not only let us dead people appear in this live broadcast room, but even people from different time and space can have conversations in this live broadcast room. It is really amazing. Fourth Reikage, it's terrible. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara are not only stronger than us here, but also the Senju clan and Uchiha clan didn't fight too much, and the forces of the two clans not only survived intact, and it's so much stronger. Jiraiya, it seems that Shode also asked Mount Mayaboko to teach the Senju clan to learn the art of immortality. I don't know how many people have learned it. Even if only a small number of people have learned it, it is very scary. Namikaze Minato, yes, the power of immortal art is really terrifying. It's a pity that my physique and chakra are not enough to support it, and it's a pity to use the speed limit battle for a long time. Hashirama, didn't expect that we would actually have this day. When the Uchiha family and the Senju family are not fighting, the two families can practice together, eat and chat. Looking at the lively scene at the banquet, Uchiha Madara sighed. I've known for a long time that this day will come true. As long as you are willing to work hard in this direction with me, there will naturally be no problems. After drinking the wine from his cup, Senju Hashirama took the flagon and served Uchiha Madara again. Senju Tobirama, who saw this scene, had to admit at the moment, even if his impression of the Uchiha clan is still not very good. Advertisement. But the two strongest families can unite together. Just thinking about the future is exciting enough. Uchiha and Senju at the banquet. Although there is still some hostility in their eyes occasionally, but it's obviously not as serious as it was at first. When the atmosphere of the banquet was gradually rising, the relationship between the two families is becoming more and more harmonious. They discover that each other is actually not as annoying as their family records make them out to be. The Senju family found that although the Uchiha family was arrogant, but in fact, the heart is soft and affectionate. And the people of the Uchiha clan found that most of the Senju clan, although the temper is hot, but the words are so straightforward, and there are not too many bad intentions. The people of the Uchiha clan looked at Senju Hashirama, who was in a high position, even more involuntarily cast a respectful look at him, because they know, the patriarch of the Senju clan in front of him. He is the man who defeated their patriarch, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara even publicly admitted. Advertisement. When Senju Hashirama defeated him, I haven't even used my full strength. This makes the Uchiha clan's attitude towards Senju Hashirama even more fanatical. Because the Uchiha family are born with fighting madness in their bones, they like to fight. Also thirst for power. For the strong. They have never been stingy with their praise and respect. Uchiha Madara is already the most powerful ninja they have ever seen. And Senju Hashirama is stronger than Uchiha Madara. This makes Senju Hashirama's title as the world's #1 person even more solid. He is a living god. Looking at the two Senju Hashirama who are full of smiles and talking enthusiastically, a member of the Uchiha clan in the audience gritted his teeth, still determined to go forward. Master Hashirama, I wonder if the news you said is true or false. I heard from Chief Madara that you have a better way to help us Uchiha clan solve our Sharinon problem. You said that our family's way of opening eyes is a bit wrong, and even the evolutionary route along the way is too extreme. This is not a correct and stable path. Taking advantage of the strength of wine and courage. Advertisement. The Uchiha clansman still asked the question in his heart, and when Uchiha Madara frowned and was about to say something, Senju Hashirama gave him a look and cut him off. That's true. I have also studied the Sharinon of your Uchiha clan. Maybe none of you Uchiha clan members know your Sharinon better than I do. This is a problem I discovered through comparing the common records of the Senju family and the Uchiha family. Our Senju family and your Uchiha family actually come from the same origin. Our ancestors and your ancestors are brothers. As Senju Hashirama continues to reveal the secret, the expressions on the faces of everyone in the field became more and more shocked. None of them thought the two families that are hostile to each other and have been fighting each other for so many years are actually brothers. The eye-opening method of the Uchiha clan is very extreme. This is not a correct and stable path. Two dark and extreme methods will only make you more irreversible through this way. Actually, there is a more secure method that can help you open your eyes and evolve. You just need to strengthen the cultivation of your spiritual power, so that you can continuously improve your pupil power. Over time, you will naturally be able to open Sharinon and evolve to a higher level. It's just that this method is slower, but he is indeed more stable and has a higher growth rate. Perhaps, the method I mentioned is the real method to open your eyes. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Advertisement. 53 Senju Hashirama's Eternal Mangekyo. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama said these words later, only he himself heard. The rest of the Uchiha clan paid no attention to his words. They only noticed that Senju Hashirama had admitted, he really has a way to solve the Uchiha family Sharinon problem. That's enough to make them happy. This is just a general direction, and Madara and I have confirmed it. This approach really minimizes the risk of eye-opening and the risk of continued evolution. As for the specific method, we need to discuss it slowly. When you hear this, excited expressions appeared on the faces of the Uchiha clan. It is a good thing to have hope, and now it is not just hope. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have already determined the general direction of the future. All that remains is for them to push forward step by step. It's just a matter of time. After all, not every member of the Uchiha clan can activate Sharinon, and the process of opening the eyes was too painful. Even if Sharinon is turned on, and can evolve from 1 Hook Jade to 3 Jade, even evolve to the level of Mangekyo Sharinon. But the hidden dangers of Sharinon have always existed. Advertisement. The higher the evolution level of Sharinon, the Uchiha people, their mental state is also more unstable, because when Sharinon is turned on, it requires the people of the Uchiha clan to suffer greatly. Sharinon can be activated only after suffering a great mental stimulation, and a small number of higher level Uchiha people know. Even if one evolves to Mangekyo Sharinon, it is not a once and for all thing. They also face the more frequent use of Mangekyo Sharinon, the more likely the status quo of blindness. After drinking and eating, the bustling people of the two families left the banquet, and at this moment, Senju Hashirama gave Uchiha Madara a look. The two of them disappeared around a corner. Madara, remember what I told you earlier. Our blood comes from the same ancestor. So maybe I have the blood of the Sharingan in my body, and you have the blood of the wood style in your body. I can heal your Mangekyo Sharingan with wood style, allowing you to avoid the risk of blindness, and even potentially make your Mangekyo Sharingan go one step further and evolve into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As the laboratory lights continued to come on, Uchiha Madara was also shocked by the scene in front of her eyes. There are various experimental equipment in the laboratory, on a grand scale. Even he was amazed. Now is the time to fulfill my promise to you. Let your Mangekyo Sharingan follow. Advertisement. Heard that. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and grabbed Senju Hashirama's shoulder tightly. What? Hashirama? You really did your experiment. You didn't lie to me. Although I know that Senju Hashirama is not a person who speaks freely, but Uchiha Madara still wants to hear the exact answer from his mouth. Since facing the risk of blindness at any time in Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara has always been very disturbed in her heart. For although he has a solution, but he didn't want to use this method. He didn't want to sacrifice Izuna. I don't want to sacrifice the eyes of other relatives to save my own eyes. And this is for a person who is very eager, really eager to become stronger. It was more uncomfortable than killing him? Of course. Madara, since the first day you met me, when have you ever seen me joke around? If I didn't complete my experiment 100%, how could I tell you? Senju Hashirama raised his head, staring seriously at Uchiha Madara in front of him. But at the moment Uchiha Madara was not thinking about what he said. How is this possible? Hashirama, you actually awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the more complex and mysterious red patterns in the pupils of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara couldn't help shouting loudly. Advertisement. This is outrageous. I'm afraid any outsider will have this idea when seeing this scene. Senju Hashirama, the patriarch of the Senju clan, actually awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Those of the Uchiha clan have not awakened these eyes? Looking at the shock in Uchiha Madara's eyes, Senju Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. It can make Madara with facial paralysis show this expression. It shows that this incident caused a lot of movement in his heart. Fourth Raikage, damn it. Luosha, damn it. Jiraiya, FK. Senju Hashirama, damn. Orochimaru, is it true that you are the first Hokage-sama? This idea was actually completed. The blood of the Senju clan plus the Uchiha clan, wood style plus the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just thinking about it makes people feel terrible. Senju Hashirama, people from the Senju clan can really awaken the Sharingan. I thought the other me was just joking, just talking about it. Senju Tobirama, well, mainly because of poor information, this idea is too crazy. But it is actually very reasonable. If I know that the Senju family and the Uchiha family have a common ancestor, maybe I will have this idea. Uchiha Madara, so, doesn't it mean that I can also have the power of wood style? Sarutobi Hiruzen, those researchers in the village are really a bunch of waste. After studying wood style for so many years, they have not researched anything. It is actually not as good as the research technology of another world decades ago in the live broadcast. Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen, you are wrong to say that, and it is not completely fruitless. Among so many experimental subjects, one person survived and was able to successfully use wood style. Yamato, Mr. Danzo, I'll forget it. Compared with Shodei's wood style, my wood style can only be used when planting trees in Konoha. Tsunade, it would be great if the live broadcast system could further broadcast the details of these events, so that maybe I can get some inspiration from it. Maybe I can activate the cells in my body and make wood style reappear in the world? Namikaze Minato, just Shodei with wood style can no longer find any opponents in the entire ninja world, plus a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is impossible to imagine where his strength has reached. Perhaps only the legendary The Resurrection of Sage of Six Paths is his opponent? Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Advertisement. 54 Has the history of Uchiha been touched? Advertisement. Even Senju Hashirama himself didn't think of it. This research can be completed so quickly. It seems that the plan is going more smoothly than he imagined. What a monster. After thinking about it for a long time, Uchiha Madara can only complain about Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was already strong when he used wood style. Now with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan added, what step has his strength reached now? Uchiha Madara can't even think about it. Just staring at the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the pupil of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara himself felt very depressed. He knows. This is Senju Hashirama eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's suppression of his pupil power. Although Senju Hashirama also told him the news before, but Uchiha Madara himself didn't care too much. Or, he didn't think so simply that Senju Hashirama would be able to complete this research soon. Just listen to what Senju Hashirama said. Uchiha Madara can imagine how difficult this research is to complete, but he never thought of it. Senju Hashirama actually made this research so quickly. Speaking of which, if it's not so easy for me to complete this research, the reason why this research can be completed so quickly, Tobirama has helped a lot. After finishing speaking, Senju Tobirama came out from another corner with a displeased expression on his face, thinking of my own research to help Uchiha Madara treat his eyes. Senju Tobirama's mood is not so beautiful. Oh, I didn't expect that you are much more useful than I imagined. Advertisement. It seems that you still have some merits in being Hashirama's brother. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and said, and to hear him say, Senju Tobirama clenched his fist. The whole person almost couldn't help coming up to fight with him. You bastard. Don't use my research results later. Just let your Sharingan go blind. Don't beg me. He never thought of it. This guy Uchiha Madara talks so irritatingly. This made Senju Tobirama, who was already unhappy, feeling even more upset now. What is your research result? This is obviously something that Hashirama invented. You just helped out. How did it become your research results from your mouth? Even if people are shameless, there must be a limit, right? You are too embarrassing for your Senju family. Namikaze Minato, I have to say, Senior Madara's words are really annoying. I can feel my blood pressure go up through the screen. I can't imagine how Master Second Hokage felt when he heard these words. Senju Hashirama, sure enough, even if it is Tobirama and Madara in another world, the relationship between the two of them is still so bad. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara in any world looks so annoying. Uchiha Madara, hehe. Even if you are dissatisfied with me, so what? You still honestly come to help me treat Sharingan? Senju Tobirama, but this big brother thinks too differently. He will take the initiative to support me in these research. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, it's not that I don't support your research, but your research is too deviant. You need to strictly abide by the boundary between the living and the dead. Orochimaru, from this point of view, Nidame also has a lot of research on human experiments. It's a pity that we can't communicate in depth in a different era. Terumime, these Konoha guys are really scary. All of them are mad scientists. Uchiha Sasuke, damn it, when will I have eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Even a normal Mangekyo Sharingan is fine, so I can kill that man for revenge. Shimura Danzo, it turns out that above Mangekyo Sharingan, there is actually a higher level. If I can master such power, then the position of Hokage. Hey take Kakashi, ordinary Sharingan has already caused such a heavy burden on my body. If eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is also installed on my body, I can't imagine how huge chakra and endurance it would take. Okay, you two guys stop arguing. As long as the two of you are together, I really can't make me peaceful for a moment. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama rubbed his temples and said helplessly. He doesn't know why. As long as Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara meet, there will be a violent quarrel. These two are like natural enemies. They can't understand each other. The two heard the words. Each snorted coldly. Turn your head away from looking at each other. Senju Hashirama saw this scene. He even sighed. He knows. It is impossible to expect Senju Tobirama to tell Uchiha Madara about the process behind. It is estimated that only he himself will tell Uchiha Madara himself. Madara, it is believed that the Uchiha clan put the power of ninjutsu first. But I know that's not the case. No family loves deeper than Uchiha. So Uchiha sealed it up, and once the Uchiha people understand love, the feelings they have been bound all along will be released. But too strong love hides the possibility of running amok. Once the Uchiha people who know love lose that strong love, the love will be replaced by stronger hatred. You must have seen it countless times with your own eyes. And in such a change, when the Uchiha people lose their important love, or feel pain for their disappointment, a special chakra will spring up in the brain to act on the optic nerve, causing changes in the eyes. Sharingan is synchronized with psychic power and can make people stronger quickly. Accompanied by the power of hatred in their hearts, most of the Uchiha people have delicate thoughts, and those who have awakened strong emotions are almost swallowed by the darkness and fall into evil ways. The deeper the darkness, the stronger the pupil power. Hearing Senju Hashirama's explanation, Uchiha Madara did not expect. As Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan, his understanding of Sharingan is actually deeper than his own. The reason why I have such an understanding, it is also because I have become more and more mature in my mind in recent years. So we can figure this out? But Uchiha Madara never expected. Senju Hashirama sees this very clearly. Advertisement. Hashirama, I didn't expect that as an outsider, your understanding of Sharingan surpassed many people from the Uchiha clan. I discovered it a few years ago. The power of Sharingan is more like a tragic power. The more you use these eyes, the stronger the power becomes, and the people of the Uchiha clan will go farther and farther on the dark road. When it comes to this, Uchiha also had a trace of fear in his heart. He was even afraid. As I use these eyes more and more, I might lose everything I value most. But this is not the result Uchiha Madara wants. However, Madara, you can also rest assured that everything you worry about will not happen. The history of the Uchiha clan may be rewritten from today. Hearing Hashirama's comfort, a small smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Immediately afterwards, he didn't know what to remember. A trace of deep killing intent appeared on his face. If you let me know who rewrote the history of the Uchiha clan, I will definitely make him pay. This black hand behind the scenes has caused the tragedy of our Uchiha family for so many years. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Uchiha Madara's heart can hardly be restrained. Through what Senju Hashirama told him earlier, he went back and read many records in the family. He just found out. There are indeed huge problems with many things. There are even many conflicts before and after. This let Uchiha Madara know. History in their family. It was indeed tampered with. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Advertisement. 55 at the end of the Sharingan is the legendary Rinnegan. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. He had a premonition. I'm afraid that my life on the other side will not be easier. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama realized something was wrong so quickly, and Uchiha Obito, who saw this scene at the moment, also noticed this message. What's the situation? The history of the Uchiha clan is questionable? Doesn't that mean that the information I knew before is also problematic? Most of the information I know comes from Uchiha Madara. Isn't there something wrong with what Uchiha Madara knows? See Uchiha Obito here. His whole body also started to become very messy. This scene also made him not know what was going on. If so, 573. Is it still necessary to implement my next project Tsuki no Mi? Uchiha Madara, this is impossible. How could the records of the Uchiha clan have been tampered with? False? All these are false. Senju Hashirama, being able to manipulate the records of the Uchiha clan. It seems that things are more complicated than imagined. Senju Tobirama, the records in their family have a lot of problems, but they themselves have never really reflected on it. The people of the Uchiha family are too easy to go to extremes. Orochimaru, perhaps, this is the meaning of life. Things can always turn around unexpectedly. Interesting. Madara, I'll ask Tobirama to help me. I'm afraid I can't complete the operation on you alone. If you add Tobirama and me, the chances of success will be much higher. Senju Hashirama gave Uchiha Madara a reassuring smile. Advertisement. Hearing this, the displeasure on Senju Tobirama's face became even more serious. He really doesn't want to operate on this guy Uchiha class. But this is his elder brother Senju Hashirama's request. Senju Tobirama has no way to refuse. And he knows that once Uchiha Madara completes this operation, his fighting power will go up to another level. This will also be of great help to their follow-up plans. But thinking that Uchiha Madara is stronger than before, doesn't that mean that the gap between himself and him will continue to widen? So Senju Tobirama is also very conflicted at this time. On the one hand, he wants to make Yaboban stronger than before. On the other hand, he doesn't want Uchiha Madara's strength to become more convincing than before. Madara, this cell transplantation, maybe it will cause some changes in your follow-up that you didn't even expect. Feeling my growing pupil power. According to Senju Hashirama, Once Uchiha Madara has transplanted Senju family and own cells, Uchiha Madara's body may undergo the same changes as her own, but it's all just based on Senju Hashirama's intuition. He himself does not know whether Uchiha Madara will have more obvious changes after transplanting his own cells. The operation went much smoother than Senju Hashirama and the others had imagined. After a while, Uchiha Madara completed the cell transplant, and there was not the slightest rejection in it. This is what surprised Senju Tobirama the most. Seems like Uchiha Madara's body was born to accommodate Senju Hashirama's cells just fine. Even Senju Tobirama himself doesn't think he can accommodate Senju Hashirama's body cells well. But Uchiha Madara, who is a member of the Uchiha clan, actually did this. Advertisement. This confuses Senju Tobirama. Sure enough, the pupil power is several times stronger than before. If you use Susanoo now, it shouldn't be possible to become as weak as before. I have a hunch now. Turn on Susanoo at full power. I should be able to last for 10 days and 10 nights, or even longer. Feeling the continuous power from your body, Uchiha Madara said excitedly. Nothing would make him happier than being stronger than he was before. Especially this time it solved his blindness. Let his strength rise to a new level. At the same time, after adding Senju Hashirama's cells, he might be able to awaken wood style. Uchiha Madara secretly used some wood style ninjutsu given to him by Senju Hashirama, but found that I can't seem to use wood style. This made him feel a little depressed. And Uchiha Madara's little trick was also noticed by Senju Hashirama. He could understand Uchiha Madara's mood at the moment. Madara, don't be too impatient, you just finished the operation. The most important thing these days is to take a good rest and let your body adapt to the new changes. Before the cells are fully fused with your body, I suggest you not to practice intensively. This will not do your body any good. If it causes any serious sequelae, it will be troublesome. Senju Hashirama's words immediately interrupted Uchiha Madara's thoughts. If Senju Hashirama had not warned him, I'm afraid that Uchiha Madara will find a place to test the new power he has obtained secretly at the first time. Advertisement. But Senju Hashirama actually said that Uchiha Madara had to cancel his idea. Madara, I will secretly tell you another news. The Eternal Mangekyo Shurinan may not be the end yet. There is an even more terrifying pupil technique above it. Wonder if you've heard of Rinnegan from the Sage of Six Paths. I suspect that if we continue to develop further, Eternal Mangekyo Shurinan may evolve into Rinnegan. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Senju Hashirama 3.0 threw him another bombshell. This is what Senju Hashirama discovered after countless verifications. These years, he didn't just study the Uchiha clan. For other families, he more or less did the research too, because he is very curious about the origin of chakra. So, this is also the source of his motivation to keep going. He was very curious. What is the origin of chakra? After multiple comparisons and verifications, he came to such a shocking conclusion. Eternal Mangekyo Shurinan may not be the real end yet. On top of the Eternal Mangekyo Shurinan, there is also the possibility of evolution like Rinnegan. Advertisement. 56 Flying Thunder God can't keep up with his elder brother. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, what? Shurinan can also evolve into Rinnegan? There is such an operation? Senju Tobirama, terrible, this is simply a genius idea. Can think of this step? Orochimaru, Shurinan can actually evolve into Rinnegan? It seems that I haven't done enough research on all this, and I didn't think of it. Fourth Raikage, fortunately, the first Hokage in our world died earlier, otherwise, Terumi Mei, if first Hokage is still alive, there are no other ninja villages. Luoshat, the world is so unfair. Konoha already has first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but there is still such an existence as Uchiha Madara. If our Sand Shinobi village can have so many strong people, alright. After hearing first Hokage's conjecture, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked again. They never imagined Shurinan can be connected with the legendary Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths. Hashirama, you've reached this height before you know it. It seems that even though I have worked hard these years, there is still a big gap between me and you. You actually know so many things that I don't. Just some information revealed from Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara can tell. Senju Hashirama has reached his unimaginable heights. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many hidden secrets in the ninja world. Madara, this is just what I discovered by accident. I see the Hyuga clan, the Hui Yoryuki clan, seem to have exactly the same structure as our body cells. Perhaps, all blood successors in ninja world come from the same source. Talking and talking, Senju Hashirama himself is a little carried away. And his words, it is like throwing a boulder in the heart of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara never expected. There are so many things he doesn't know in the ninja world, and Senju Tobirama, who was standing aside, just watched all this in silence. When he heard the news that Senju Hashirama told him, his heart is also extremely shocked. He never thought of these things either. Sometimes he also has to admire Senju Hashirama's associative power. Just from some clues, many novel things can be deduced. The key is, as time continues to verify, these things deduced by Senju Hashirama are actually true. Many years ago, Senju Hashirama infers from the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Do other families in the ninja world have the same blood relationship with them? But back then it was just Senju Hashirama's guesswork. But now Senju Tobirama has concluded, even if not from the same blood source, the relationship between them is definitely not shallow. During these years of fighting with the Hyuga clan and even the Hui Yoryuki clan, Senju Hashirama also secretly collected the blood of many other families. Through this series of comparative studies, Senju Tobirama is also more and more convinced of what his elder brother said. Maybe it is true. Unfortunately, I can't move my body well during this time. Uchiha Madara glanced at her body that had just undergone surgery, and said regretfully, for him, possess a new and more powerful power, but cannot use it immediately. This is simply too uncomfortable. It's actually not as serious as you think. As long as you don't overuse your eyes, it should be fine for a short time. After thinking for a while, Senju Hashirama told Uchiha Madara about the situation. Advertisement. The reason why I said that is that I am afraid that you will start to use your eyes intensively just after the operation. But if you really want to know what you are capable of now, a little bit of movement shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Uchiha Madara's downcast expression disappeared. It's a pity, it's not interesting for me to practice alone. But in my current situation, I am definitely not your opponent. He stared at Senju Hashirama beside him and said regretfully, Heck, even if you activate Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, you can't be the opponent of Big Brother. If you are Ichi, then I can be your opponent. I would like to see, after you open these eyes, is it really much stronger than before? Senju Hashirama stood aside with his arms folded and said coldly. Hear him say that. Uchiha Madara was taken aback for a moment. Then he understood why Senju Tobirama did this. I saw him sneering. Okay, although I'm no match for Hashirama, but it doesn't mean that any cat or dog can challenge me. Even if I'm not fully recovered now, it's more than enough to clean you up. Senju Tobirama. He knows. Senju Tobirama has already had the idea of doing it by himself. It's just that I have been suffering from not having the right opportunity, now while I'm hurting myself. Senju Tobirama will definitely not be able to resist the idea of making a move anymore, especially now that I have transplanted wood-style cells myself. After awakening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, Senju Tobirama must be more anxious. Was not my opponent. Now that I am stronger, the gap between the two of them is getting bigger. Namikaze Minato, Senior Tobirama challenged Senior Madara. It feels like it might be a battle between dragons and tigers. The next battle may be exciting. I don't know about my Flying Thunder God and Tobirama. How much is the difference compared to the predecessors? Uchiha Madara, heck, I have a hunch. The other one I will definitely deal with Senju Tobirama severely. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and General Mangekyo Sharinon are not at the same level of strength at all. Orochimaru, the world only knows the strength of first Hokage, but in fact, the power of second Hokage is not weak, but the gems are in front, and the light of first Hokage blocks his existence. Hashtag. Sarutobi Hiruzen, many forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are developed by Mr. Tobirama. Mr. Tobirama's time reserve is far beyond our imagination. Until now, I have not yet digested this knowledge. Shimura Danzo, although I really believe in the power of Tobirama, but without wood style, even with Flying Thunder God technique, he is unlikely to be Uchiha Madara's opponent. As the eldest brother of Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama naturally knew what his younger brother was thinking, but he also wondered what the battle between Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara was like. Although the two have been hostile to each other for so many years, but in fact, I have never fought in person. But Senju Hashirama can probably guess it too. Senju Tobirama is an unlikely match for Uchiha Madara. Before Uchiha Madara awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, even Senju Tobirama is unlikely to have any chance of winning. Not to mention the awakening of Uchiha Madara Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. In this way, Senju Tobirama's odds are even slimmer, even among the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara is an extremely pure fighting maniac. Senju Hashirama admits. Uchiha Madara seems to be born to fight, and Senju Tobirama's talent is not in fighting. Most of his talents are on display. You two, fight out. Advertisement. Don't do anything in this laboratory. In such a place, I can't stand the two of you fighting. After finishing speaking, Senju Hashirama asked the two to compete in the practice field. Uzumaki Mito, hope another Tobirama can take care of Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama, although I also hope he can do this, but I feel that the chances are not high. Has another Madara awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon several years in advance, and he also has a Senju clan myself, and the other me, doesn't seem to have changed much. Namikaze Minato, I don't know how strong the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is, but facing the top powerhouses, the Flying Thunder God technique is not so good. It focuses on speed, instead of power. Uchiha Sasuke, I hope that the power of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon will not disappoint. We, the Uchiha clan, will definitely not be inferior to anyone. Haruno Sakura, speaking of which, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are both so powerful. How did they disappear in Konoha? Hyaga Niji, seeing the power of Mangekyo Sharinon, I can't imagine how the Hyaga family and the Uchiha family are called the two major pupil art families. This is not an existence of the same dimension at all. Not to mention that Mangekyo Sharinon has a stronger pupil technique. Luckily, even though the power of these blood successors is very powerful, I believe that as long as I work hard, I will be able to bridge these gaps. I will never forget what teacher Guy taught me. Hey Tate Kakashi, it seems that without the blood of the Uchiha clan, even with Mangekyo Sharinon, it is difficult to fully display his power. I have not fully developed the eye that was left for me come out. In the practice field, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama are both staring at each other viciously. The two of them have not liked each other for a long time, only because of Senju Hashirama, so never touched. And this time, rare opportunity like this, they both want to clean up each other properly. Just let you see the success of my hard work for so many years. Uchiha Madara, try to feel what it's like for you to lose at my hands. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards his body disappeared in place. This is the Flying Thunder God technique for which he is famous. With continuous use over the years, the Flying Thunder God technique has even been carved into his bones. Seeing Senju Hashirama here, I couldn't help showing a hint of admiration in his eyes. Flying Thunder God technique seems to fit perfectly with Senju Tobirama. He has used the Flying Thunder God technique to the point of perfection. At first Senju Tobirama also needed to mark the coordinates, to move in space, but with his continuous Grandmaster of Spacetime Ninjutsu over the years, he is no longer able to teleport short distances without imprints. If an ordinary ninja faces a god like Senju Tobirama, haunted speed, I'm afraid there is no chance of any reaction at all. But unfortunately, he's up against Uchiha Madara, who is so gifted in combat. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't tell where Senju Tobirama went in the first place, but he is still able to react to Senju Tobirama's actions. A sound of breaking through the air came from behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't even think about it. I dodged this attack on one side of my body. Seeing this scene, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but his pupils trembled. At the beginning of the attack, he can clearly judge that Uchiha Madara has not found him. Even when Senju Tobirama's Kunao was about to meet Uchiha Madara, he can clearly perceive. Uchiha Madara didn't know he was behind him, but when he was about to hit Uchiha Madara's body dodged his attack from an incredible angle. This is what surprised Senju Tobirama even more. This shows that Uchiha Madara doesn't know where he is either, just relying on the instinct of his body to avoid his attack. Is this man's fighting talent so terrifying? Advertisement. Even his big brother, Senju Hashirama, would never have had this terrifying talent. Ha 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 ha. Tobirama, what's wrong? Is that all you have? With your turtle-like speed, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to hit me. I didn't expect that as Hashirama's younger brother, you are so powerful. Use your best, don't let me down. I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. I can't wait to see the painful expression on your face when you were defeated by me. After Uchiha Madara saw Senju Tobirama disappear again, he immediately made a wave of ridicule towards the empty air. He also had to admit, Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Although the attack power is not strong, but it is really troublesome. If he wants to hide, then I really have nothing to do with him. If you can use your own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara still has some confidence in her heart. Maybe you can catch Senju Tobirama with your own eyes, but you can't use your own Sharingan. Okay, got good. Nami Madara is completely helpless with Senju Tobirama. At this moment, he can only stand still and be beaten passively. But he is also amazed by the wood-style cells in his body. He can clearly feel, my body is more sensitive than before. Dodging Senju Tobirama's attack with only the instinct of the body. That was something he couldn't do before. This guy, Senju Tobirama, who is constantly moving his body, looking for an opportunity to attack. There was also a burst of anger in my heart. He has been unable to find a suitable opportunity to make a shot. For even he did not think, Uchiha Madara's Taijutsu is so strong. He, like the outsiders, only thought of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. But it ignores that he also has powerful physical skills. This is the moment. See Uchiha Madara, an empty door wide open. Senju Tobirama stared. Finally he took a chance. But at this moment, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth evoked a strange smile. Looking at Senju Hashirama's rushing body, Uchiha Madara twisted her body slightly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Senju Tobirama's wrist hard. You got fooled. Uchiha Madara's right hand gripped Senju Tobirama hard like a pair of iron pincers. Only then did Senju Tobirama understand. He has been tricked by Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara bowed her right leg slightly. Shua. Hit Senju Tobirama in the stomach like a cannonball? Senju Tobirama also felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart at this moment. Facing Uchiha Madara at this time, he even feels like facing his big brother Senju Tobirama. Even using the Flying Thunder God technique can't keep up with him. Senju Tobirama has yet to make a defensive stance. I saw Uchiha Madara turned into an afterimage in front of his eyes and disappeared in place. Advertisement. 57 I wonder if you are interested in the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan? Advertisement. Orochimaru, it seems that this battle is similar to what we all expected. Although second Hokage's strength is not bad, but facing Uchiha Madara, it is still more than a step behind. Uchiha Madara, the entire Senju clan, and only Hashirama can be my opponent. Senju Tobirama, he nang dare to provoke me. Senju Tobirama, I specialize in surgery, and my strength is not fighting. No matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as a big brother? Sarutobi Hiruzen, power is nothing but a foreign object. What really matters is a person's faith. Power may not be recognized by everyone, but it can be done with enough faith. This is exactly what the will of fire tells our stuff. Orochimaru, old man, are you even starting to deceive yourself now? The will of fire. It's ridiculous. Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen, this is the power of the Senju and Uchiha clans. I have said long ago that we should continue to increase their research and development. Uzumaki Naruto, it turns out that people from the Uchiha clan still have such strong ninjas, but why is Sasuke not so strong? Uchiha Sasuke, you nasty guy. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Uzumaki Kushina, I didn't expect the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke to seem unexpectedly good. Uzumaki Naruto, I have a bad relationship with him. Uchiha Sasuke, I have a bad relationship with him. With Uchiha Madara ramping up his offense, Senju Tobirama also appeared and couldn't hold it anymore. After struggling to dodge another kick from Uchiha Madara, the action also began to become more and more sluggish. It never occurred to him. Uchiha Madara's Taijutsu is so strong. In previous battles, Uchiha Madara has always used his Sharingan to deal with enemies, or just used the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. He rarely uses his physical skills to fight. This also led Senju Tobirama to think that Uchiha Madara's Taijutsu might not be very strong. Uchiha Madara? You mean bastard? In the stormy assault of Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama said with an unwilling face, in such a fast and intensive physical attack, he can't even use his Flying Thunder God technique anymore. After dodging Uchiha Madara's attack just now, his next attack immediately hits his face for output. Didn't give Senju Tobirama the slightest chance to react. Only then did Senju Tobirama react. Before he knew it, he was fooled by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara did everything just to irritate herself. Force yourself to fight him at close quarters 883. If you use the Flying Thunder God technique yourself, then Uchiha Madara has nothing to do with herself. If Sharingan is used, maybe he'll be able to catch himself using the Flying Thunder God technique too, but without the Sharingan, Uchiha Madara has no idea where she will appear from. Senju Tobirama understands. I have fallen into Uchiha Madara's trap. Now if I want to use the Flying Thunder God technique again, there is no chance. Madara this guy, Senju Hashirama, who was standing aside, couldn't help shaking his head and smiling when he saw the battle between the two. Everyone may have a certain degree of misunderstanding about Uchiha Madara, think he is a brash who only knows how to use brute force to solve all battles, but only Senju Hashirama himself knows. Uchiha Madara has never been a no-brainer when it comes to fighting, just because the enemies he usually encounters are too weak. So Uchiha Madara disdained to use any tactics to solve the opponent. He just needs to use his powerful strength to push it over. This is the easiest and most convenient way, but Senju Hashirama knows that this is just Uchiha Madara himself in disguise. His sense of smell in combat is extremely keen. In terms of fighting alone, even I can't compare to Uchiha Madara. Okay, Madara, Tobirama, this is the end of the battle between you two. Advertisement. If the fight continues, I'm afraid the clan land of the Senju clan will be demolished by the two of you. Looking at the pitted ground in the battlefield, Senju Hashirama was thankful that the two of them didn't have to use any massive ninjutsu, just using physical skills to fight with fists and feet. It produced such a strong destructive force. If two people fight with all their might, I'm afraid I have to find a new place as the clan of the Senju clan. Since Hashirama has said so, I will temporarily let you go today. If you have any dissatisfaction, you are welcome to come to the Uchiha clan to find me, and I will accompany you at any time. Looking at the panting Senju Tobirama opposite, Uchiha Madara had an arrogant smile on his face. He is very satisfied with today's battle. Finally let him seize a chance. Seriously clean up Senju Tobirama? If it wasn't for the elder brother to stop me, today, I will let you experience the feeling of being defeated by me. Senju Tobirama secretly hid his trembling right hand behind his back. He took a deep breath. If Senju Hashirama hadn't stopped the two of them from continuing to fight, his hand is probably going to be useless. Uchiha Madara is this guy whose bones are made of iron. Does he feel no pain? After two people fought continuously for so long, Senju Tobirama only feels every bone in his body. Even every muscle of my own has reached a critical point. His body now only gives him one word, pain. He has never had such a high-intensity physical combat with a human being. In previous battles, if he didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to directly kill the enemy, or after he encounters an enemy he can't deal with, use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Take this enemy to Senju Hashirama. Such long-term continuous high-intensity battles already exceeded all his combat experience, and Uchiha Madara felt the pain from his own body. There was a happy and painful smile on his face. Senju Tobirama guessed wrong. Uchiha Madara is not impervious to physical pain. It's that he's used to the pain. This kind of pain did not make Uchiha Madara feel uncomfortable, but made him feel very happy. For the fight tonight, Uchiha Madara is already very satisfied. Although Senju Tobirama's taijutsu is not as good as him, it surpasses most people. Even the Uchiha clan couldn't find a few stronger than Senju Tobirama. All in all, Uchiha Madara is very satisfied with Senju Tobirama's performance today. Uchiha Madara, you wait for me. I will definitely be back. As long as Senju Tobirama thinks about the battle just now, his heart burst into flames for no reason, so after much deliberation, he could only utter such a cruel word. Watching the departing figure of Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama smiled helplessly. Tobirama, he actually has no ill intentions towards you and the Uchiha clan. Okay, you don't need to say anything. I can't be mad at a child. Besides, he played well tonight. I haven't found such a punchable sandbag for a long time. Waving his hand, Uchiha Madara said nonchalantly. To him. Advertisement. What others think of him, what others think of him. It doesn't matter at all. He doesn't worry about other things except getting stronger and fighting. How can we tolerate many distracting thoughts on the way to the top? Now there is Senju Hashirama waiting for him to climb. Before surpassing Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara dare not relax at all, because he also knows how hard Senju Hashirama works. He practiced harder than himself. Hashirama, if it was before, I really can't imagine that the two of us can have a good drink and talk together like today, and sit together and talk about life ideals. Looking at the stars in the sky and Senju Hashirama standing beside me, Uchiha Madara said with a faint smile. Madara, I have already said so. As long as you join forces with me, nothing is impossible. Senju Hashirama's words revealed a strong confidence. Hear the words. Uchiha Madara grinned dumbly. He doesn't know why. From the time he first met Senju Hashirama years ago, he seemed to know that Senju Hashirama must be a bead person who can change everything. As for why you feel this way, Uchiha Madara can't explain it herself. It's like he doesn't know why he believes Senju Hashirama's words so much. As if the man had a magical power in his words. Makes me want to believe him, even through the screen. Everyone can feel the strong charisma of another first Hokage. Powerful and powerful. But at the same time, his methods will not make you feel disgusted. Madara, I don't know if you've heard of the White Eyes of the Hyuga clan. Senju Hashirama suddenly brought up such a sentence. Uchiha Madara frowned. Senju Hashirama never mentions a thing for no reason. Since he brought up the eyes of the Hyuga clan, that means he has discovered something new. A look of disbelief appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Hashirama, you don't tell me. Can the eyes of the Hyuga clan be compared to the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? This joke is too big. Randomly found a piece of open space. Uchiha Madara gave a thoughtful expression. He thought for a long time. Only then did I remember what the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan were. The Hyuga clan in the Land of Fire, I seem to have a little impression of them. Someone even compared their eyes to the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. This is so ridiculous. For this reason, I personally visited the Hyuga clan. It turned out to be a huge disappointment to me. They rely too much on their supercilious eyes. Their clan is better at the legendary ninjutsu. But all ninjutsu depends on their white eyes to use it smoothly. The most ridiculous thing is the system in their family. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who still use the original system of the main family and the branch house. Uchiha Madara remembered the Hyuga clan he had seen. The mocking expression on his face became more and more obvious. Watching Uchiha Madara sit down, Senju Hashirama also found a clean space to sit beside him. Advertisement. He nodded. Endorsed Uchiha Madara's point of view. The Hyuga clan is really too dependent on their white eyes, and the most incomprehensible thing is their family system. This bloodline-only system is not even as good as the power-only system. It is indeed a miracle that they survived from the ancient times to the present day. Hyuga Hayashi in the live broadcast room saw the two commenting on the Hyuga family. He couldn't help but blush. If someone else said so, he can even have a debate in the live broadcast room. That's why people from the Hyuga clan are Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The strength and status of these two people, among those present, compared to few people occupy higher than them, so seeing their reviews. Hyuga Hayashi can't even fart. Orochimaru, hehe, weakness is sometimes a kind of happiness. At least you can survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, excessive power will only go to extremes. Just like the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo, yes. Although the Hyuga clan is not very strong, at least they won't make trouble in Konoha. As long as they are obedient, it is easier to talk. Fourth Raikage, it's a pity, with the pupil technique of white eyes, but the strength of the Hyuga clan is just that. Tsunade, I think it's a pity that the white eyes of the Hyuga clan are used for fighting. If they can learn medical ninjutsu, it will definitely have a better future than fighting ninjas. Jiraiya, there are pros and cons. Although the system of the Hyuga family is very outdated, but at least they survived, and they have survived till now. 1. Namikaze Minato, it can continue from the ancient times to the present. Even if we don't want to admit it, we have to admit it. There must be some of them. Z. Blind eyes are not as simple as we imagined. Its origin is more complicated than we thought. If Bien is developed to ultimate and evolved to ultimate, maybe. Bien is no worse than the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Senju Hashirama sees Uchiha Madara's disdain. He thought of his discoveries in recent years. I also understand why Uchiha Madara has such an expression. Thinking back to when I first saw Bien, I also think that the Hyuga clan is not very good. But after conducting research on the Hyuga family. Only then did I break my previous fixed impression of the Hyuga family. Ever since. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, Madara, in fact, not only our Senju clan and your Uchiha clan have the same origin. The same goes for the Hyuga clan. According to the ancient records, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan is the younger brother of the legendary sage of six paths. His eyes are not much weaker than Rinnegan's. Senju Hashirama stares firmly at the moon in the sky, as if there were people on the moon. You mean, they developed the eyes of the Hyuga clan, and it is very likely that they are really no weaker than the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. The expression on Uchiha Madara's face was also a little serious at this time. News from Senju Hashirama. Every time it can make him very shocked. Break his cognition? As if. There is nothing in this world that Senju Hashirama doesn't know, for your own Sharingan. Senju Hashirama actually knows him better than himself, a member of the Uchiha clan, if not knowing the identity of Senju Hashirama. Sometimes, even Uchiha Madara doubts, is he an exposed member of the Uchiha clan? And at this moment, Senju Hashirama actually said, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, they actually have the potential to be comparable to their Uchiha family Sharingan. Advertisement. 58 The favor of the Hyuga clan. Adopt a beauty trick. Advertisement. Although Uchiha Madara can have the same potential as the Sharingan of their Uchiha clan, this is very questionable. But since this is what Senju Hashirama said, then Uchiha Madara can't help but not believe in this matter, because from the first day they met, Senju Hashirama said a lot of things that made him feel unbelievable come true. Hyuga Hayashi, are our Hyuga clan so powerful? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hayashi, you should discuss it with the elders of your family to see if you missed something. Since Shode has said so, he will not be aimless. Shimura Danzo, rolling eyes, can he be compared with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Madara, just looking blankly, even the three Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not necessarily an opponent, let alone the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that is above the Mangekyo Sharingan. Namikaze Minato, I also remember, in the history of the Hyuga clan, there seems to be no particularly famous strong Jiraiya, but since Shode said that, then there is a reason for saying that. Maybe he found something different in another world. Orochimaru, it seems that there are still too many things I don't know in this world. I thought I knew enough. Speaking of, that old guy from the Hyuga clan invited me to be a guest of the Hyuga clan a while ago. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Sky Burial, invited Senju Hashirama to visit their Hyuga clan a few days ago. That old guy, is he weaker now than he was a few years ago? I'm afraid he is one of the few people who, after becoming the patriarch of the family, has not advanced but retreated. Speaking of the Hyuga Sky Burial, Uchiha Madara's sneering look became more apparent. Seeing the expression on his face, Senju Hashirama raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, looking at you, it seems that you have dealt with him before. Uchiha Madara shrugged and offered his pertinent comment on Hyuga's celestial burial. I've seen this old guy before I became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. In the ninja world, there are always people who compare the eyes of their Hyuga clan with the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Out of my own curiosity, I just want to know how amazing their white eyes are. It turned out that after they came to the Hyuga clan, I was very disappointed. Although the strength of the Hyuga family is not weak, there are no real top experts in their family. Especially the old guy in Hyuga Sky Burial who is good at calculating. The whole person has a taste of a politician that people don't like. Even if Uchiha Madara became the patriarch of the Uchiha family, but he still doesn't like these political struggles. Although I don't like it. But it doesn't mean that Uchiha Madara doesn't understand these things. Just compared to the fake political struggle, Aka seeks his own strength. In his eyes, the power brought by these political struggle pursuits is nothing but castles in the air. It is far inferior to his own cultivation, and it makes him feel satisfied to keep becoming stronger. Namikaze Minato, as expected of Senior Madara, I will never give up every minute and every second of making myself stronger. Fourth Reikage, this is what Ninja Shura should look like. Strength is the basis of everything. It seems that I have been a little neglected in training these years. Oniki, luckily not everyone is Uchiha Madara, otherwise it would be troublesome. Third Hokage looks good now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hehe, Oniki, you don't need to imply me. Don't you yourself be exactly the same as me now? After getting older, everyone will be the same. Orochimaru, it seems that the way of immortality I am pursuing is the right way. Mr. Sarutobi, even if you are a Hokage, once you reach old age, you are no different from ordinary people. It's so ironic. What, do you want to visit the Hyuga family with me? In this way, it may be able to open up more situations for you Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama extended an invitation to Uchiha Madara who was sitting nearby. I won't go, the Hyuga clan has already been there once. I'm not particularly curious about them. Besides, didn't I just transplant your cells? For the new power, I want to be familiar. I don't want to be left behind too much by you in the future. Uchiha Madara held out his palm. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama did not force Uchiha Madara to go with him. He knows, Uchiha Madara is such a character. For this boring family fight, he's not very interested in it. Advertisement. If it weren't for being the head of the Uchiha clan, he can realize his dream. Uchiha Madara may not even be the head of the Uchiha clan. For him, after becoming patriarch, there's really no particular benefit to it. Even more harm is produced. There are too many miscellaneous things for the patriarchs to deal with. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't practice properly, so he simply threw all the big and small family matters to his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Become a shopkeeper by yourself? Ha 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 ha. Welcome welcome. Finally meeting Chief Hashirama. I didn't expect the Hashirama patriarch to be more personable than I imagined. At the gate of the Hyuga clan's clan site, a middle-aged man with half-white hair said to Senju Hashirama with a smile. Looking at the fake smile on Hyuga's celestial burial face, Senju Hashirama finally understood why Uchiha Madara didn't want to come with him. The smile on Hyuga's celestial burial face. Even Senju Hashirama is feeling sick. Not so much that Hyuga Sky Burial looks like a ninja. Not to mention, Hyuga Sky Burial looks like a politician. It is precisely the kind of person that Uchiha Madara hates the most, bar none. Hyuga Patriarch is too polite. I've long wanted to visit the Hyuga family, but there has never been a suitable time. I am thinking about when I will have the opportunity to come to my door. I didn't expect the Hyuga Patriarch to give me this opportunity. When Hyuga Sky Burial gets close to Senju Hashirama, He just found out. The man in front of me. The legendary #1 ninja. It was even scarier than I imagined. Just stand there. Hyaga Celestial Burial felt the chakra like the sea rushing towards his face. Is this really the amount of chakra a human can have? Hyaga Celestial Burial has some doubts about life. I'm afraid. Even the legendary tail beast. It is impossible to have such a huge amount of chakra, suppressing the incomparable shock in my heart. Hold back the discomfort in your heart. Hyaga Celestial Burial welcomes Senjo Hashirama in person, and the surrounding Hyaga clan. When seeing Senjo Hashirama, I couldn't help but bursts of surprise in my eyes. They never thought. The legendary #1 ninja, the patriarch of the Senjo clan. They actually look younger than they imagined, and the momentum brought by his gestures, it made them even more frightened. In the lobby of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Sky Burial and Senjo Hashirama had a great chat. Even Hyaga Sky Burial didn't think of it. Senjo Hashirama looks young. Advertisement. But he has a lot of insight into the overall situation of the Fire Nation and the future direction of the ninja world. Hyaga Sky Burial didn't feel like he was talking to a junior. He felt instead that he was talking to a peer, Senjo Hashirama's father Senjo Butsuma. Hyaga Sky Burial also communicated with him, but in the eyes of Hyaga Sky Burial, Senjo Butsuma is far less sure about the direction of the future than Senjo Hashirama. This complicates Hyaga Sky Burial's look at him. Unimaginable. A ninja with such strength and good brains. In terms of politics, they will also have their own opinions. After a few years, who else in the entire ninja world is Senjo Hashirama's opponent? Your Excellency, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has always praised the Hashirama Patriarch. He said Hashirama Patriarch is the most outstanding genius ninja he has seen in recent years, not one of them. At first I thought it was His Excellency Daimyo exaggerating, but I didn't expect that the Hashirama Patriarch is even better than I imagined when I saw him today. Touching the slightly growing beard on his chin, Hyaga said with a smile. After hearing his praise, Senjo Hashirama just smiled without saying anything. He didn't hide what happened some time ago, so if you are interested, just ask a little bit. You will be able to know what happened in the Daimyo mansion. And Hyaga Celestial Burial has been known for a long time. Under the leadership of Senjo Hashirama, the Senjo family has become stronger and stronger, and the daimyo has long been quite critical of the Senjo clan. It's only a matter of time before the conflict breaks out between the two of them, although I don't know the specifics of what happened in the Daiming mansion that day, but as can be seen from the safe and sound Senjo Hashirama, this war is won by the Senjo clan. There is no way for the daimyo to take the Senjo clan, and the facts also verified Hyaga's Sky Burial speculation. The Senjo family, since then, has also expanded their size infinitely. The situation in major countries will change sooner or later, it is only a matter of time. Hundreds of clans are fighting each other. This kind of situation is not a good thing for any country. It will only consume the country's heritage endlessly. Seeking flowers, 0. From above, it is not a good thing for the development of the country. From below, he has not allowed ordinary people to live a better and happy life. Senjo Hashirama spoke out about his future development without reservation. They have the meaning of hiding their thoughts. With his level of strength, he no longer thinks that anyone can pose a threat to him. It's just time to complete your goals and plans. Sooner or later, after listening to Senjo Hashirama's insights, Hyaga's Celestial Burial also fell into deep thought regarding some of Senjo Hashirama's seemingly deviant ideas. Hyaga Sky Burial thinks there is some truth. Don't talk about the war between the nation of fire and other countries. Even inside the Fire Kingdom, these ninja families also work independently. Conflicts often break out. Since the division of ninja sect, each ninja clan grows more and more arrogant, also more and more self-centered. But, even if what you said makes sense, these families are united and united again. Then there must be someone with a higher status to give orders. I'm afraid it's not realistic to find such a person. Your Excellency Daiming, although he has a high status in the Land of Fire, he can give us tasks and issue some orders. But he's just an ordinary guy with no power, and he's not a ninja. If he is allowed to play this role, I am afraid that everyone will not agree. Advertisement. Shaking his head, although Hyaga Sky Burial thinks Senjo Hashirama's statement is very attractive. But he thinks this is too difficult to achieve. Hyaga Patriarch, sometimes you scare yourself. A lot of things are not as difficult as you think. Since I came up with this idea, I will naturally implement it and make it a reality. It's not my Senjo Hashirama style to just wait and do nothing. I'd rather be wrong than do nothing. If future generations have any opinion on my actions, let me, Senjo Hashirama, bear the infamy alone. Speaking of which, Senjo Hashirama has made no secret of his ambitions and ideas. Did Hyaga Sky Burial show the slightest surprise expression on his face? When contacting Senjo Hashirama, he already knew that the young Senjo clan patriarch in front of him, his ambitions are bigger than anyone imagined. In the future, this man will definitely become the most dazzling existence in this era. Since this is the case, then if the Hashirama clan is useful to the Hyaga clan in the future, just ask. The Hyaga clan is willing to accompany the Hashirama clan to fight for this era in your mouth. Although I didn't speak clearly, but Hyaga knew that Senjo Hashirama must have understood what he meant. Status to their level. A lot of things don't even need to be said. It only takes some subtle movements to understand each other's attitude. Hyaga Celestial Burial seems to have seen a wider. It is also a more complex era. It seems to be coming. And the people who can lead this era in the future must be Senjo Hashirama. Hyaga Patriarch, don't worry. Our Senjo family still respects the contribution the Hyaga family has made to the Land of Fire over the years. No matter what the future of the Fire Nation will be, there will definitely be a place for the Hyaga clan. Senjo Hashirama took a sip of the tea in his hand, said slowly. Hear him say that. Hyaga breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, he couldn't help but express his attitude. Stand in line. One Senjo clan is scary enough, not to mention adding another Uchiha clan. Thinking of the man named Uchiha Madara a few years ago, Hyaga Sky Burial felt his heart beat a little faster. The entire Hyaga clan can't find an opponent who is the enemy of this man. They gentle fist of the Hyaga clan. In front of that man's huge armored warrior, he is simply vulnerable. Up to now, Hyaga Sky Burial did not forget the eyes of Uchiha Madara that day. What a disappointment that was. And what arrogance. Hyaga Sky Burial feels like an ant. His life is not in his own hands. Also from that day on, Hyaga Sky Burial only found out. Times may have changed. A truly powerful ninja may be able to suppress an era by himself, although I am very envious of the powerful strength of this ninja, but Hyuga Sky Burial knows. He can't do it himself. And they, the Hyuga clan, don't have the ninja power to do this. Advertisement. 59 Caged Bird, when will you fly high? Advertisement. Fourth Raikage, I have to say, this old guy is quite good at taking sides. Luo She, hee. As the head of a clan, even if his strength is not strong, he must have enough discerning eyes. Jiraiya, no wonder the Hyuga family has been able to live in peace until now. It seems that it is not unreasonable. Senju Tobirama, I don't know what the trend of this era will look like. The strength of the big brother in this era has improved too fast, and many things are completely different from what I know. Senju Hashirama, I also remember that the head of the Hyuga clan never took the initiative to say these words to me. In Pure Land. See it all happen on screen. The look on Sage of Six Paths' face also became cloudy and uncertain. Although this is just what happened in another world, it has nothing to do with their world. But Sage of Six Paths doesn't know. If people in this world know what happened in another world, will it affect them? Another world Ashira's reincarnation Senju Hashirama. He knew there were too many things, even far beyond his imagination. With only a few clues, he can discover. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan come from the same bloodline source. They are brothers? What surprised Sage of Six Paths the most was that Senju Hashirama's thoughts and actions are not like the reincarnation of Ashira. More like a reincarnation of Indra. He is actually more extreme and domineering than this generation of Indra reincarnation Uchiha Madara. He remembers his son Ashira is obviously not a careerist. Why would there be such a big change in another world? Sage of Six Paths is puzzling, although the Sage of Six Paths has been dead for many years. But he still exists in this world in the form of chakra, not as strong an influence as before. 693 But for most things that happen in this world, Sage of Six Paths can be the first to know. He also knows that the rewards Orochimaru and Danzo got before are real. This makes Sage of Six Paths even more amazing with this live comparison system, although he also has these bloodlines in his body, but he couldn't give these things to descendants who are not his direct blood. But the live comparison system can do this, I believe. Under the leadership of the Hashirama Patriarch, this era will definitely become better. Under the radiance of Hashirama, the people of this world will surely be saved, and our Hyuga clan will surely gain new faith. Chief Hashirama, you are the god in my heart forever. Senju Hashirama did not expect. Hyuga Sky Burial is such an old guy who can boast so much, talking and talking. The style of painting behind is also gradually becoming weird. Even Senju Hashirama. He even felt that his face was reddened by Hyuga's celestial burial. Ahem. Senior Sky Burial. What you said really made me feel ashamed. The junior should not be able to afford such high praise. Senju Hashirama covered his mouth and coughed a few times. When Hyuga Sky Burial saw this scene, his eyes didn't change at all. Clan Chief Hashirama. If even you, who are so powerful and excellent, can't bear these praises, then who else can bear these praises? If Sage of Six Paths is still alive in this era, I'm afraid he will be ashamed of your light. The dream that he couldn't realize in the past may be realized in your hands. There are some half-truths and half-false meanings in Hyuga's celestial burial. In a conversation with Senju Hashirama just now, advertisement. He does have some admiration for this young man who is much younger than himself. Because although Senju Hashirama is much younger than himself, but many of his insights can give Hyuga a fresh feeling of celestial burial, with regard to the cognition of the system of the state and the family. Hyuga Sky Burial doesn't think Senju Hashirama knows any less than himself. I don't know. Is the Hashirama clan married? I heard. Hashirama chief has a marriage contract with that old guy Uzumaki Ashina. However, in this day and age, a marriage contract is not a big deal. Moreover, it is normal for a real strong man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. With a look in his eyes, Hyuga Sky Burial began to get into the theme he wanted. Well, the Senju clan does have a marriage contract with the Uzumaki clan. This is what my father settled with the Uzumaki clan when I was just born. However, I think that this kind of formalism is unnecessary, so I cancelled my engagement with the Uzumaki clan. Of course, our Senju clan and Uzumaki clan are still staunch allies. And when Hyuga Sky Burial heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. In this way, doesn't that mean I still have a chance? Now those who are thinking about sending out their hair, catch up with the Senju family and the big tree of Senju Hashirama, just suffering from no chance. So he himself is doing everything possible to test it now. Since Chief Hashirama has broken off his engagement with the Uzumaki clan, then I'll just say something straight. Hyuga Sky Burial gently clapped his hands to the side. A girl slowly walked out of the passage beside them. The girl looks cold, but the face is extremely beautiful, and the facial features are impeccable, but the expression on his face is like ice. Senju Hashirama also had to admit, the maiden among the women he saw, it is also considered to be extremely beautiful. Hashirama Patriarch, this is my daughter Hyuga Katsuki. I don't know how you feel. Uzumaki Kushina, this old guy is really disgusting. Tsunade, the patriarchs of these families, none of them are human. Anything can be traded. Terumi Mei, from this point of view, it's a good thing my father died early, otherwise my fate might not be much better. Senju Tobirama, this is how it is in this era. Women don't have any right to make their own decisions, just because of the position of the eldest brother Hokage. I don't know how many people in the family want to send their daughters here. Uchiha Madara, the mods of these families don't want to think about how to make themselves stronger. They always like to take such shortcuts. I don't know what it means. Touching chin. Senju Hashirama looked at Hyuga Kagetsu. People are beautiful. Unfortunately, there is no expression. Looks like a facial paralysis. This is Senju Hashirama's evaluation of Hyuga Kagetsu in his heart. Senior Sky Burial, what does this mean? I don't have any plans to marry a wife yet. If Senior Sky Burial also wants to get married, then forget it. Senju Hashirama resolutely speaks out his thoughts first, and Hyuga Celestial Burial heard. Touching the beard on his chin, he laughed. Ha ha ha, of course I know the ambitions of Chief Hashirama. A good man lives in this world, so naturally he should fight for his ideals. Is the love of children the goal of the Hashirama Patriarch? However, when Patriarch Hashirama accomplished his great cause, he definitely didn't have time to take care of too many small things. Then these small things naturally need someone to do it for me. I wonder how Patriarch Hashirama thinks of my daughter. Advertisement. If the Hashirama Patriarch doesn't dislike it, then I will let Kazuki stay by your side and do my best. I don't know if it's the problem of awakening eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Senjo Hashirama feels that his observation ability is much sharper than before. He can clearly see, when Hyuga Sky Burial said these words, in the depths of Hyuga Kageki's eyes, a trace of unknowing disgust flashed through. Just come fast, go fast. Just for a moment, that look disappeared without a trace, and seeing the red sash on Hyuga Katsuki's forehead, Senjo Hashirama's eyes moved slightly, also guessed something, and Hyuga Sky Burial also saw the eyes of Senjo Hashirama, so he didn't have any idea of hiding his intentions. Hwayu is my youngest daughter. She was destined to bear the fate of branch house from birth. Even if she barely stays in the Hyuga clan, her achievements are limited. I think it's better to follow the Hashirama Patriarch's side, so that something can be done. 17. Although her talent is mediocre, she is still much better than most of the Hyuga clan. If Patriarch Hashirama has some inconvenient things to deal with, you can hand them over to Hwayu, and she will not let you down. #7*. Is this going to use a beauty trick on yourself directly? Although I have some general understanding of the cruel system of the Hyuga clan, but Senjo Hashirama never thought. Hyuga Sky Burial can even exchange his own daughter as goods. Senior Sky Burial, Senjo Hashirama hasn't spoken yet. Hyuga Sky Burial interrupted his next speech with a smile. Hashirama Patriarch, don't rush to give me an answer. Let me leave for a while. You and Hwayu are the same age. You two have more topics to talk about. I won't bother you two for now. After speaking, Hyuga Sky Burial turned around and left here. Looking at Hyuga Kageki, who still looks indifferent in front of me, Senjo Hashirama didn't make any moves. He just sat in his seat and stared at Hyuga Kageki unscrupulously. Well, you have a nice face. It's just that this figure is a little short. If you give me children, I don't know if you can have 10 or 8. Wen Yan. Blooming blushes appeared on Hyuga Kageki's originally frosty face, but her eyes are still so numb and dead silent. She can't figure it out. Why was I just born a little later than my sister? My older sister is the head of the Hyuga clan, and I became the branch house of the Hyuga clan. The fate of the two people is also very different. In terms of appearance, she is better than my sister. In terms of talent, she is the number one among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan. But even so, she still can't change her destiny. Pushed out by my father Hyuga Sky Burial as cargo? Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. The words just now were just joking with you. You don't have to worry. Advertisement. Looking at Hyuga Kagetsu, who stands dumbly like a log in front of me, Senjo Hashirama didn't have anything extra to tease her either. Hyuga Kageki looked up at Senjo Hashirama's calm look. She knew that the man in front of her really had no extra interest in her. This made Hyuga Kagetsu feel a little strange feeling in his heart. Ever since she was a child, she knew how many men's attention her appearance attracted. Even in the Hyuga clan, many people proposed to marry Hyuga Kagetsu as their wives. Thinking of the eyes of these people, Hyuga Kageki felt sick. And it is precisely because of this that Hyuga Sky Burial can push the sun and flowers to the front of Senjo Hashirama, even without any title. Jiraiya, damn it. This uncle is one of the majestic Sunin, the merry immortal of Mount Mayaboku. Why no one introduces me to someone? Tsunade, this old guy from the Hyuga clan is really disgusting. Even his own daughter can be used as a political victim for marriage? Terumi Mei. However, this Hyuga Kageki's face is really not bad. Speaking of it, people from the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan seem to have good looks. Hyuga Niji, this is the fate of the branch house. The branch house of the Hyuga family can never escape their own destiny. All of this is predestined. D. Hyuga Hinata, brother Niji. Fourth Reikage, are you people in Konoha so talkative? Like to use fate to explain everything? Luosha, from this point of view, the Konoha people seem to like to say some useless things. Shimura Danzo, if you want to achieve a career, you must make some sacrifices. This is an unavoidable thing. Without the backdrop of darkness, how can there be greatness in light? It looks as if you are quite reconciled to your own fate. You are very dissatisfied with your current situation, and also very dissatisfied with why you are here. Once a bird in a cage sees the outside world, it will naturally not be willing to stay in the cage. Senjo Hashirama stared at Hyuga Kagetsu in front of him, and said calmly. And Hyuga Kageki heard what Senjo Hashirama seemed to mean. She bit her lip unwillingly, and snorted coldly. What on earth do you mean? If you want to kill, scratch or do other things to me, it's up to you. Anyway, I don't have the right to choose. But I don't need anyone's sympathy. You don't have to make such a pity for me at 3.8. Hyuga Kageki clenched her fists. Caged bird, when will you fly? I like the look in your eyes. This kind of new life, full of struggle and willingness to move forward, is much better than those rotten old guys. The windmill of the new era is turning. The boats I build don't need the old guys of the old era. The ships of the new era have no place to carry them, and the things of the old era should stay in the old era. If someone is willing to help Caged Bird open the cage and let it fly carefree, what a wonderful scene you say. Hearing this, Hyuga Kageki couldn't help being shocked. She looked at Senjo Hashirama in surprise, said in an uncertain tone, You mean you can help me unseal Caged Bird? Why are you doing this? Before she could finish speaking, Senjo Hashirama waved his hand and smiled dumbly. Don't get me wrong, I'm not helping you without any conditions. When you need to pay a price, I will naturally tell you what price you need to pay. At present, I just want to know, what kind of new scenes can it create by helping the Caged Bird open its cage? This corrupted Hyuga clan is not the Hyuga clan I want. I don't think it qualifies for a new era. When it comes to this, the smile on Senjo Hashirama's face also disappeared completely, leaving only indifference. Only then did Hyuga Kageki understand. The ambition of this man in front of me is beyond everyone's imagination. Own father Hyuga Sky Burial. Actually trying to cooperate with a tiger? But how can a weak herbivore become a partner with a ferocious carnivore? Advertisement. 60 treat you as a friend, but you want to sleep with me? Advertisement. Orochimaru: Can the first generation project achieve this level? Orochimaru: I have done many researches on the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, but in the end it was nothing. The seal of caged bird is really troublesome. 1. Senju Tobirama: If it was my big brother, I would definitely think he was lying. But the big brother over there, I don't know. Hyuga Niji: There is really someone who can unlock caged bird, someone who can change the fate of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Madara: Hehe, a weak family really has a reason for being weak. I didn't want to develop my own strength, but I actually planted restrictions on my own clan. 4th Reikage: Speaking of it, the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan is really troublesome, otherwise we would have already got the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi: Cloud Shinobi Village? Are you guys trying to start a war again? Even if we have forgiven you for what happened before, I never thought you would dare to bring it up again. Senju Hashirama: Several villages, are there still wars among each other? After I established Konoha village, all this has not changed. Uchiha Obito: Hehe. I didn't expect it. It seems that our ninja god is more innocent than everyone imagined. Hyuga Hayashi saw the contents of the screen. His face became even more ashen. Senju Hashirama's approach in the black frame. For their Hyuga clan, it can be regarded as bad news. He could never have imagined. Senju Hashirama actually has a way to undo the caged bird seal. If only it was a fake news. To Senju Hashirama can really do this step. And the specific process of his doing this step is displayed from the screen. What an impact that would have on their Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi can't imagine it at all. The reason why the head of the Hyuga family can firmly occupy the high position, to step down the branch house of the Hyuga family, rely on the caged bird seal, it can be said. Only by caged bird. They are invincible with the increase of the Hyuga clan. You can manipulate the life and death of any branch house person at will, without the caged bird seal. Staring at the screen, Hayashi High 14 couldn't help shivering. He knew how much the branch house hated the Zong family. Just the difference in time of birth. This resulted in completely different fates for the main family and the branch house. I don't know if it's his illusion. With the continuous display of the content of the screen in the black, the eyes of many people in the Hyuga clan began to look strange. A very strange atmosphere is beginning to spread. Listening to the words of Senju Hashirama, Hyuga Kagetsu's chest kept rising and falling. She had already accepted her fate. I don't think I can have another chance to come back. But Senju Hashirama just revealed the news. Chunin couldn't help raising a glimmer of hope in her heart again. At this moment, she is like a person in a desperate situation. Hold fast to a spider's thread. Also try hard to climb up. At the same time, a strong fear appeared in her heart. She is also afraid that this is just the news that Senju Hashirama said casually, just to amuse her. For a person who is already in despair, what he fears most is not being in despair all the time. But clearly there is hope. But found this hope. Nothing but a false hope. However, she herself knows who Senju Hashirama is. Even his own father Hyuga Celestial Burial respected him so much. Trying hard to win over Senju Hashirama. One can imagine. Senju Hashirama's strength must be more terrifying than she imagined. And, when you come again, she already knew the status of Senju Hashirama. She knows. Senju Hashirama has been hailed as a walking god by the outside world. Advertisement. The closest thing to Sage of Six Paths exists, and after meeting Senju Hashirama in person, she is more able to understand. This man who looks about the same age as himself. How strong is she? Just stand there. Hyuga Kagetsu feels scalp tingling. This also made her feel extremely scared. As long as you can help me, I'm willing to pay any price. Took a deep breath. Hyuga Kageki said firmly. Anyway, in her eyes, she has nothing left to lose, so she doesn't care what the danger is. As long as there is anything that can save her, she will hold it firmly in her hands. Never lose it. It seems that I am not mistaken. You have the potential to be worth it. Senju Hashirama came over. Staring closely at Hyuga Hatsuki's pupils, he said. From the pupils of Hyuga Kazuki, Senju Hashirama saw many different things. Most of all he appreciates the ambition in Hyuga Kageki's eyes. However, as for the caged bird seal, I'm still not completely sure how to crack it. I can lift some of your restrictions first, so that you don't feel so uncomfortable. Finished speaking, Senju Hashirama raised his right hand, gently tapped Hyuga Kagetsu's forehead. Hyuga Kagetsu felt a cool feeling coming from Senju Hashirama's hand. This is, as the best young generation in the branch house of the Hyuga clan. With Hyuga Kagetsu getting stronger and stronger, the more things she can feel. She clearly felt. My white eyes seem to have some flaws. The so-called 360-degree white eyes without dead ends. It seems to be 1 degree less. One more blind spot. And this blind spot is a fatal flaw. But this defect is only possessed by the people in their branch house. People from the Zong family have no such flaws. Hyuga Niji, no wonder. No wonder why I always feel that there is something strange about my white eyes. So it is like this. Hyuga Hayashi, Niji. I hope you don't think too much. This is what the Hyuga family must do. Only in this way can the Hyuga family prevent their family's supercilious eyes from being used by those who want to. 4th Reikage, the struggle inside Konoha is so exciting no matter how many times you watch it. Orochimaru, hehe, this is the will of fire inherited from the first generation. Uchiha Madara, boring stuff. The branch house system still exists after so many years, no wonder the 10 middle clans can never surpass our Uchiha clan. And now, Hyuga Katsuki, she felt that the only blind spot in her place did not exist anymore. Although she can still clearly feel, the head of the Hyuga family controls themselves. But the defect of the white eye does not exist. You can actually do this. Hyuga Kageki looked at Senju Hashirama with a look of surprise. In her dreams, she wants to break free from the control of the Zong family, but no matter how hard Hyuga Kageki tries, she can't even imagine how she can get rid of the Zong family. My own life and death are all controlled by the clan. As long as you have a thought, the Zong family can immediately plunge themselves into a place of eternal doom, although it can't completely help you get rid of caged bird's control. But this little thing, I should still be able to do it. Senju Hashirama looked at Hyuga Kageki with a shocked expression on his face. Advertisement. I feel a little silly. Then, when leaving the lobby, he still couldn't help pinching Hyuga Kageki's face lightly. And at this moment Hyuga Kagetsu, she also didn't notice Senju Hashirama's movements at all. Didn't even notice Senju Hashirama's departure. All her thoughts are on the matter that her seal seems to be untied. After a while, there seems to be no movement in the eyes. Hayagawa Sky Burial walked in from the outside with a puzzled look on his face. Regarding the appearance of his daughter, he himself knows very well. From small to large, there are countless people who want to marry with their Hayagawa clan. The purpose is to marry his daughter Hayagawa Kagetsu. But all this was rejected by Hayagawa Sky Burial. He wants to sell his daughter for a better price. Maximize the value of Hayagawa Kagetsu. When he came in and saw Hayagawa Kagetsu was still fully dressed, Hayagawa Sky Burial's face immediately became extremely gloomy. Doesn't that mean that nothing happened to Senjo Hashirama and Hayagawa Kagetsu? He has already prepared enough space for the two of them. But neither Senjo Hashirama took any action against Hayagawa Kagetsu. Could it be that Senjo Hashirama is not interested in his daughter? Hayagawa Sky Burial, who has always been very confident in Hayagawa Kageki's beauty, also became extremely puzzled. At this moment, Hayagawa Kagetsu is still immersed in the shock of the Lucille of Caged Bird. He didn't even notice the gloomy look on his father's face. Waste. Even such a small thing can't be done well. I should have kicked you out of the Hayagawa clan in the first place, and let you fend for yourself. Fortunately, I have prepared so much for you. I've worked so hard to raise you up. You can't even do such a small thing for me. Hayagawa Sky Burial walked aside and said coldly, if it wasn't for worrying that doing it yourself might hurt Hayagawa Katsuki's face, he might even slap his own daughter right now. I originally thought that this time I could take the big tree of Senjo Hashirama. I didn't expect Hayagawa Kagetsu to be so disappointing. I'm telling you, it's your honor to have sex with Senjo Hashirama. If it weren't for the fact that you are my daughter, the Hayagawa clan would have no chance for you. This man will definitely lead the whole era in the future. If you can be with him, it will be good not only for the Hayagawa clan, but also for yourself. The fate of continuing to stay in the branch house of the Hayagawa family. I think you know it very well. Talking and talking, the expression on Hayagawa Sky Burial's face also became colder and colder. Daughter knows, my lord father. If so, I will definitely take it to heart. Tonight I'm going to have a good talk with Chief Hashirama. Gritting her teeth, Hayagawa Kageki said. And after Hayagawa Sky Burial heard what Hayagawa Kageki said, the expression on his face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. He came over, tried to force a smile, and patted Hayagawa Katsuki on the head. Hey, Hwayu, as long as you understand. Actually, my father doesn't want to do this. But you know the rules of the Hayagawa clan, even if I'm the head of the clan. I can't change many things. If you can hook up with Senjo Hashirama and become his woman, maybe many of your problems will be solved. At that time, even if the Hayagawa clan wants to use the Caged Bird seal to control you, they also need to consider the feelings of the Senjo clan. Hayagawa Kagetsu just sneered a few times when she heard this. But she still had a cute look on her face. Come in. Heard a knock at the door. Senjo Hashirama shouted towards the door. Originally, Hayagawa Celestial Burial specially arranged for him several maids to serve him. Advertisement. But both were rejected by Senjo Hashirama. Master Hashirama, tonight, let me dress you tonight. Finished speaking, Hayagawa Kagetsu didn't wait for Senjo Hashirama to react. She rushed quickly into Senjo Hashirama's arms. Feel the softness in your hands. Senjo Hashirama also did not expect. The girl is more magnificent than he imagined. After a while, Senjo Hashirama looked at the girl beside the pillow. Actually, you don't have to do this step. Hayagawa Kagetsu shook her head. No, it's not just the Hayagawa clan's idea. That's what I thought too. 003. I don't know of any real capital to give of my worth other than my body. Jiraiya, what the hell? At the most urgent and important moment, you actually skipped it for me? You are like this. How can I absorb enough nutrients for the heaven of intimacy? Material? My book fans, what should they do? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, I have to say, this live broadcast system is indeed a bit inhumane. The most exciting part, he didn't show it, to discount the viewers in the live broadcast room. Everyone is very dissatisfied. Konoha's ninjas can't properly pass on the will of fire. Ebisu, I think both Jiraiya-sama and Third Hokage-sama are right. It's really a bit of a failure that the most exciting and important part is not shown. How does this make everyone watch the live broadcast well? Fourth Raikage, you Konoha, are all such lustful people. Luo Shep, I heard that Konoha's Third Hokage often uses crystal balls for various voyeuristic activities. I don't know if it's true or not. Hey take Kakashi, it's really disappointing that it affected Jiraiya-sama's most important intimacy paradise. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto, you must stay away from these guys. Don't be led by the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen and the pervert Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto, these guys are old perverts. I used the seduction technique casually and put them all in. Senju Hashirama himself did not expect. You actually fell asleep. I regard you as a friend, but you want to sleep with me? This is what Senju Hashirama really feels inside. He really didn't think about what happened with Hayagawa Kagetsu. The behavior towards Hayagawa Kagetsu was just unintentional at the beginning, and now, he never thought. I was actually slept by Hayagawa Kageki? Certainly. Senju Hashirama didn't refuse either. Although he doesn't have much idea about Hayagawa Kagetsu, but I am not a monk myself. The other party threw themselves into their arms. If he doesn't respond, that's not normal, have to admit. Hayagawa Kageki's appearance, in the women he sees, it can also be regarded as extremely outstanding. It's just that Senju Hashirama didn't expect. How could Hayagawa Kagetsu be so proactive? Outside the door I saw Hayagawa Sky Burial where Hayagawa Kagetsu went in and never came out again. There was a satisfied smile on his face. He managed to hook up with Senju Hashirama. And this way, it was the easiest way he could think of. For my own daughter, Hayagawa Sky Burial has no emotion at all. In his opinion, born in the branch house of the Hayagawa clan, that means there will always be a gap between this daughter and him. Zanjia and branch house are destined to exist in 2 dimensions. For the purity of the blood of the Hayagawa clan, to the honor of the Hayagawa clan, he had to make such a choice. Advertisement. 61 standing and fighting, we can't break his defense. Advertisement. Hayagawa Celestial Burial looked at the gradually extinguished lights in the room. He just nodded in satisfaction. Maybe so. He felt that his daughter Hayagawa Kagetsu brought out his best value. It makes him think that he didn't waste his care of Hayagawa Kagetsu all these years. Once you can get in touch with Senju Hashirama, that for their entire Hayagawa clan, it's all very beneficial. If Hayagawa Katsuki can go further with Senju Hashirama, it is even possible to conceive a child of Senju Hashirama. That is naturally better. So, the Hayagawa clan may even have a powerful ninjutsu like wood style, by the time, maybe, their entire Hayagawa clan can take it to the next level, for the strength of the Senju family wood style. Hayaga's sky burial has already had a very clear understanding. So, his heart is also longing for the wood style of the Senju family. If the Hayaga clan gets wood style, doesn't that mean they have no one in the Hayaga clan to stop them anymore? Thinking of the beautiful scenes that may happen in the future, Hayaga sky burial, don't look forward to it yourself? As for Hayaga Kagetsu's thoughts, in the eyes of Hayaga sky burial is not important at all, even if it is my own daughter. But Hayaga Kagetsu is just a member of the branch house. Only the head of the Hayaga clan is the core of the real Hayaga clan. When I woke up the next morning, Senju Hashirama just found out. Hayaga Kagetsu beside him has disappeared. Shook his head. Senju Hashirama himself accepted the news. I actually fell asleep, just washed up. The first time he walked out of the room, immediately, I saw Hayaga walking over with a smile on his face. And this smile is completely different from before. There are some ambiguous things in it. Head Hashirama, how did you rest last night? We will be our own people from now on. Finished speaking, Hayaga touched his chin, showed a smile and Senju Hashirama who saw this scene. He was even more speechless. You old guy, even his own daughter is willing to sacrifice, or deliver it to your door yourself? Senju Hashirama himself didn't know what he should say at this moment. I don't know if Chief Hashirama has extra time these days. For your wood style, have been known for a long time, but never had the chance to see it in person. I don't know if the Hashirama patriarch is willing to help me and let me see for myself. With the opening of Hayaga's celestial burial, the rest of the Hayaga clan also cast curious eyes. They also know about Senju Hashirama's fame. Even a few years ago, Senju Hashirama already has the title of the number 1 ninja. So, they are very curious about the strength of this recognized number 1 person in the ninja world. After Senju Hashirama swept around the Hayaga clan, I sighed softly in my heart. These people of the Hayaga clan, the spirit and appearance are really bad, although they look pretty good on the outside. But Senju Hashirama saw their inner malaise through their outer appearance. These Hayaga people, there was a strong sense of fear and weakness in their eyes. Advertisement. This is much worse than the people of the Uchiha clan. If everyone in the Uchiha clan is like a tiger, those of the Hayaga clan, in the eyes of Senju Hashirama, just like a soft white sheep, it looks very powerful on the outside, but it doesn't have the slightest fighting spirit. If the Hayaga clan and the Uchiha clan fight, Senju Hashirama can assert, the entire Hayaga clan can't last long in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Because he knows, after Uchiha Madara became the head of the Uchiha clan, the actual combat ability of the Uchiha clan has become stronger than before. Uchiha Madara himself is a person who pursues power very much, not to mention his subordinates. A leader's mental outlook can indeed affect those under him and those around him. And Hayaga sky burial, according to Senju Hashirama, he's not so much a ninja as a politician. Seeing the hesitant look on Senju Hashirama's face, Hayaga sky burial's expression moved slightly. I don't know if the Hashirama patriarch has any concerns. Looking at the look on Hayaga's sky burial face, Senju Hashirama still spoke out his inner thoughts. Isn't there any concern? It's just that I'm too strong now. It would be bad if I didn't stop and beat someone to death. Senju Hashirama really sees Hayaga's celestial burial and those of the Hayaga clan behind him in this way. After all, elephants have to step on ants when they walk, but not to death. This strength is difficult to control. In the eyes of Senju Hashirama, he is an elephant. Hayaga sky burial, they are a group of ants. His own strength is no longer in the same dimension as regular ninjas. Hayaga sky burial and the Hayaga clan standing around. The look on my face has changed. These words are too arrogant. They are the eyes of the Hayaga clan, but it is as famous as the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan. In the country of fire, it is the top wealthy family. Only others have ever been afraid of them. Hayaga clan. There was no time when the Hayaga clan was afraid of them. Chief Hashirama, just rest assured, if you accidentally kill any of the Hayaga clan, you can only blame them for their lack of strength. It's nobody's fault. But just in case, let me be your opponent this time. As for your wood style, I have long wanted to experience it myself. Although I am no longer as good as I was when I was at my peak a few years ago, I should still be at the top of the entire Hayaga clan. I hope Patriarch Hashirama can let me say the power known as the pinnacle of existence. Hayaga sky burial lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Even at this moment, he has some anger. Although he admitted that he was no match for Senju Hashirama, their entire Hayaga clan can't find anyone who is a match for Senju Hashirama. But Senju Hashirama's words, it really made him angry. Uchiha Madara, I don't know what it means. How dare you provoke the power of wood style? An ant actually wants to fight Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, this big brother is much stronger than he is now. Poor Hayaga sky burial, I don't know how many tricks he can hold against his big brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen, White Eyes. If White Eyes has a higher level of evolution, there may be a slight possibility of fighting Hashirama-sama, but for ordinary White Eyes, the upper limit is indeed there. Shimura Danzo, the power of White Eyes is too weak. It may be useful against ordinary ninjas. Against first Hokage Sword style, it's not bad to be able to protect yourself. Namikaze Minato, although the supercilious eyes of the Hayaga clan can be regarded as a very good blood succession boundary, but the patriarch of the Hayaga clan really overestimated his own strength. Origimura, Hayaga sky burial's body is similar to the old man's now, and it can be regarded as a ninja in the worst state, so he still wants to challenge the ninja god who is at his peak. Tsunade : Speaking of it, there's a particularly bad thing about this live broadcast room is that you can't open bets. It would be great if there was a bet function, so it looks more too interesting. Senju Hashirama, well, what Katsuna said still makes sense, it's really a pity. Thought about it. Senju Hashirama surveyed the people around him, looking at the angry look on their faces. Senju Hashirama mused. How about this? If I make a move, it will be really difficult to master the strength. I'll use my wood clone to fight with you. Wood clone is only about 1% of my strength. Advertisement. This way, I don't have to worry about hurting you. Heavenly Burial Patriarch, you don't need to be alone, you can let powerful people from your Hayaga clan go together. As soon as the words came out, the expressions on the faces of Hayaga sky burial also seemed to become more gloomy. Good. Since the Hashirama Patriarch has said so, the old man is naturally disrespectful. I want to see if the rumored wood style is really that powerful. When saying these few words, The back molars of Hyaga Sky Burial are about to be crushed. Seeing the angry look on their faces, Senju Hashirama didn't care at all. Now they're angry at how they treat them, but when they really fight with themselves, they will naturally understand the difference. Senju Hashirama does not consider himself to belittle them. I just stated a fact. According to Senju Hashirama, now in the whole ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can fight against themselves. But among these few people, definitely not including anyone from the Hyaga clan. If the Hyaga clan can open their eyes to a new level, then maybe Senju Hashirama might still have a modicum of interest. Far away, Hyaga Kagetsu stared at them from afar. For the dialogue between Hyaga Sky Burial and Senju Hashirama, Hyaga Kageki also heard clearly. She also wants to know, how strong is Senju Hashirama? When she heard that Senju Hashirama just wanted to fight using wood clone with 1% of his strength, she also felt something unbelievable in her heart. She can't imagine. Can Senju Hashirama's strength reach this level? Although she admires Senju Hashirama's bottomless strength, but with only one avatar. I just want to defeat these people in front of me. Hyaga Kageki thinks this is impossible, because she knows, just how powerful are these people? Uchiha Madara, a boring battle, it is estimated that it will end soon. Orochimaru, the Hyaga clan in the Sengoku era seems to be inferior to the Hyaga clan in our era. Uzumaki, Naruto, it can't be so miserable. I see the eyes of Hinata and his family, it doesn't seem to be weak. Hyaga Hinata, Naruto-kun, our family's eyes can't compare to Shodei's wood style. Jiraiya, if it is the Mangekyo Sharinon of the Uchiha family, I guess I can take a look at it a little bit. The ordinary white eyes are really not as good as wood style. Uchiha Sasuke, how can you be as powerful as the Sharinon of our Uchiha clan? There is no comparison between the two. Hyaga Hayashi, the orphan of Uchiha, your family is so powerful. How did you kill it? Hyaga Niji, if I have 1% of Shodei's strength, can I change my destiny? Wood style, wood clone. After white smoke flickers, another Senju Hashirama appeared before Hyaga's celestial burial. Feel the great pressure from wood clone. One heart in Hyaga Sky Burial even completely sank to the bottom. He never thought. It's just a wood clone. He puts so much pressure on himself. Gudong. Hyaga tribe behind Hyaga Sky Burial. They also heard the sound of swallowing saliva. In their perception, at this moment, wood clone is like a mountain that blocks the sky and the sun. They who opened their eyes, some of the eyes seem to be unable to open. Densely packed, like a torrent of chakra, flowing through wood clone's body. Just took a look. They feel their scalps go numb. Such a huge amount of chakra. Is it really something that humans can have? Wood clone is still like this. Advertisement. What about Senju Hashirama himself? Nodded. Senju Hashirama left the place. Give this battlefield to wood clone and Hyaga to bury them in the sky. 8 trigrams mountain breaking. First timing. Hyaga Sky Burial launched an attack, and directly used the strongest attack method of the Hyaga family, arms waving. At this moment, Hyaga's celestial burial rushed towards wood clone like a lion. There were bursts of explosions in the air around him. 8 trigrams air wall palm. Gentle fist Lao 8 trigrams 64 palms. Seeing that his patriarchs have launched an attack, the clansmen behind him no longer hold back their hands. Follow the Hyaga Sky Burial and start attacking. A large number of chakra burst out in the palm of Hyaga Sky Burial. A blue beam of light similar to a laser shockwave directly pierced through everything in front of it. Countless dust filled the air. There is a tearing sound in the air. The blue beam of light hit wood clone's body. There was a tearing sound. At this moment, Hyaga Sky Burial saw this scene. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that, although I have neglected to cultivate these years, but it hasn't regressed too much. Chien Lihao, seeing that Hyaga's celestial burial palm hit wood clone without hindrance. Behind the Hyaga people, there were reassuring smiles on their faces. Hit by the Patriarch's mountain-breaking attack. I'm afraid he won't have another chance to fight. That's right, the Patriarch's mountain-breaking strike has been cultivated to the point of perfection. I once saw the Patriarch's mountain-breaking attack, which can directly level the entire mountain in one breath. Even the legendary tailed beast might not dare to face the head of the Patriarch head-on. After the smoke gradually dissipated, Hyaga Sky Burial also saw the scene in front of him clearly. His pupils froze and shrank sharply. How can this be? He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Senju Hashirama wood clone in front of you. Not only is he fine, not even a shred of skin was broken. And Hyaga Kagetsu in the distance. When seeing this scene clearly, I couldn't help but cover my mouth. The shock in her eyes, not less than my own father Hyaga's Sky Burial. Breaking mountain strike can be regarded as the most difficult martial arts practiced by the Hyaga clan. There is no one. Hyaga Kagetsu also tried to train in the past, but now, she can't get in. This gymnastics. It takes a huge amount of chakra and a deep understanding of white eyes to do this. Hyaga Sky Burial is one of the few people in the entire Hyaga family who has successfully practiced. This is impossible. Hyaga Sky Burial roared angrily, although he doesn't really pursue extreme strength, but for its own strength. Hyaga Sky Burial still has a lot of confidence. He never thought, I make the strongest blow J. Didn't even break through the defense of Senju Hashirama clone. For Hyaga Sky Burial was quite a hit. He can admit that there is a gap between himself and Senju Hashirama, but he can't admit the gap between myself and Senju Hashirama is so big. Advertisement. 62 with one hand, suppress the entire Hyaga clan. Advertisement. People around see this scene. It was completely silent. They could never have imagined. As a member of the Hyaga clan of the Fire Nation, the head of the clan, Hyaga Sky Burial, used the most powerful attack of the Hyaga clan. But even Senju Hashirama's defense can't be broken. This is impossible. Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? The people behind Hyaga raised their arms and rubbed their eyes. The Patriarch, the attack of the Patriarch has no effect at all. It's impossible. In the whole country of fire, it is impossible for anyone to resist the attack of the Patriarch. Seeing that Hyaga's celestial burial attack didn't work, these Hyaga people, they even forgot what they were supposed to do at the moment. They never imagined this scenario. Although Senju Hashirama is respected by the outside world as the #1 person in the genin world, but they never thought the gap between each other will reach this level. To know, Hyaga Sky Burial is also the #1 powerhouse in the entire Fire Land. In the eyes of these ordinary people, Hyaga Sky Burial is their spiritual pillar. It is Hyaga Sky Burial. By his own strength, he changed the Hyaga family from a mere second-rate family made it to where it is today, because of his schemes. The Hyuga clan is what they are today. Only the Hyuga clan can be as famous as the Uchiha clan. Even many people. They were all taught by Hyuga sky burial hand in hand, but in their hearts, like a god. The patriarch who is like the sun. This. Am I really old? Hyuga sky burial looked at the unscathed wood clone in front of him. For the first time, he had such strong doubts about himself. If you don't keep your eyes open. Standing opposite is Senju Hashirama. He even wondered if he was under the illusion of the Uchiha clan. I don't know if it's the illusion of the people around me. At this moment they feel that Hyuga sky burial is more than 10 times old in an instant. Senju Hashirama stands opposite. From beginning to end, there was no change in the look on his face. At the first moment of fighting, he already knew the outcome of the battle. Only by Hyuga's celestial burial and the people of Hyuga's clan behind him. To hurt him, that's basically impossible, even if Senju Hashirama stands still. Feel free to let Hyuga sky burial attack. Hyuga sky burial is estimated to be his opponent, wood clone used by Senju Hashirama himself. In some respects, his defense is even much higher than that of the main body. The only thing that 797 lacks is chakra volume and flexibility. If it is against Uchiha Madara, then naturally there is no possibility of defeating him. But only Hyuga sky burial. There is basically no difficulty at all. Hyuga sky burial standing in place. He stared blankly at his hands. Advertisement. Once he, just relying on my own bare hands, defeated all enemies with one punch, led the Hyuga clan to where it is today. He is also known as the first person of the younger generation in the land of fire. Even Senju Hashirama's father, Senju Butsuma, was crushed by him. But now, is there such a big gap between me and Senju Butsuma's son? Hyuga Kagetsu see this. The mind is also shocked. She herself has infinitely raised the strength of Senju Hashirama in her heart, but she never thought of it. I still far underestimated the strength of Senju Hashirama, the man in front of me. He might even be able to rely on his own strength. Completely crush the entire Hyuga clan. Seeing Senju Hashirama's indifferent appearance, Hyuga Kagetsu couldn't even bear the deep longing in her heart. She also wishes she had the power of Senju Hashirama. If you have such strength, so what is a caged bird? How dare the whole Hyuga clan do anything to her? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama's strength. This Hashirama's strength, I'm afraid no one can really check and balance him. Senju Hashirama, why this me? His growth rate can be so fast, even if he does not eat, drink or rest for 24 hours, it is impossible to improve so fast. 1. Senju Tobirama, in addition to the time aspect, the personality may also account for a lot of factors. This big brother gives me a very different feeling. I even feel that I don't know without him, and I can't do without him things that can't be reached. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hey, wood style. Wood style. I don't know if Konoha can reproduce the power of wood style. Let the will of fire fly again. Orochimera, hee. Sarutobi teacher, I'm afraid wood style will appear again. You don't want him to fly, right? The will of fire. Is it your will of fire or Konoha's fire? The will. Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen. Even if wood style appears, it should be in my hands. You are too weak, soft-hearted. You will only let Konoha go downhill. If wood style is in my hands, it is completely it's different. Jiraiya, when I find the prophesied son of the great Toad Sage, then, Beth, everything in this world will change. 4th Reikage, you Konoha, why do you look like an MLM organization? Luoshep, I feel like these guys haven't lived a normal life. Crazy scientist, MLM old man, and magic stick. At this moment, there is a strange atmosphere in the field. The Hyuga clan stopped their attacks, and Senju Hashirama did not take the initiative to attack. Only Hyuga sky burial himself still stood there with a dazed look. The scene just now is still lingering in his mind, and when Hyuga sky burial looked up at Senju Hashirama would clone again. His whole body couldn't help but tremble all over. The golden sun shines on Senju Hashirama, like the armor of the gods. And at this moment with Senju Hashirama's indifferent eyes, it makes him look like a god. This made Hyuga sky burial lose the courage to attack Senju Hashirama again, and the clansmen around Hyuga's celestial burial. Now they also saw something wrong with Hyuga's celestial burial. Their patriarch. Are you scared? Hyuga sky burial looked at his trembling hands. An unbelievable thought arose in his own heart. Are you actually scared right now? This made Hyuga sky burial incomprehensible. He took a deep breath, but he discovered a fact that made him extremely unacceptable. I don't have the courage to sell to Senju Hashirama anymore. Just looked up Senju Hashirama. He felt like his soul was going to be frozen, as if being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence, and Senju Hashirama Hyuga sky burial actually stopped. He also felt very speechless. What's the situation? You are the patriarch of the majestic Hyuga clan? You actually made a move. Advertisement. Just don't have the courage to act. Even if Senju Hashirama infinitely underestimated the courage and strength of Hyuga sky burial and the Hyuga clan behind him, but he could never have imagined. These Hyuga people are so timid. 4th Reikage, the Hyuga clan is as cowardly as a mouse. That's how it was at the beginning. They handed over their clansmen directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Your Excellency Reikage, do you want to start a war with us Konoha? We wanted to avoid unwarranted wars, but this does not mean that Konoha is weak. Oniki, it seems that the one who was exchanged as a sacrifice is the younger brother of the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi, Your Excellency Onoji, do you want to start a war with our Hyuga clan too? Orochimaru, look, Master 1st Hokage, Master 2nd Hokage, this is your will of fire. See how thoroughly my teacher 3rd Hokage has implemented it? 1. In the training ground of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, Hyuga Niji clenched his fists tightly, and the palms even flowed out crimson blood. He was very angry. I just feel like there is a flame burning. If it wasn't for the conversation in the live broadcast room, he himself didn't know that there were so many inside stories about his father's death. He only knows that his father died because of the clan. But I didn't expect to be sacrificed. Thinking of his father's eyes was gouged out alive. Hyuga Niji felt extremely sad in his heart. Also very angry. This is the tragedy of their Hyuga clan branch house. From the moment of birth, their fate is already sealed. Nothing can be changed. Damn it. Damn 4th Reikage. Damn Oniki. Hyuga Hayashi cursed with a gloomy face. The conversation between the two of them in the live broadcast room. It's like stepping on the face of their Hyuga clan. Everyone in the ninja world can see the content of the live broadcast room. This embarrasses them Hyuga clan, especially thinking of Hyuga Niji seeing these. Hyuga Hayashi felt that the situation was a bit out of control. This son of his own brother, talent can indeed, much stronger than his own daughter. So Hyuga Hayashi has been thinking about how to use Hyuga Niji. Let him willingly work his life for the clan. In his hand, there is even Hyuga Hisashi's suicide note. This suicide note, actually also to protect Hyuga Niji. I hope he doesn't do anything drastic, but now Hyuga Hayashi himself doesn't know. Is the suicide note still useful? Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flashed coldly. Then we can only blame Hyuga Niji for courting death? Okay, Sky Burial Patriarch, let's stop here for the exchange. If you continue, I'm afraid it will hurt your peace, and it will be bad for everyone. Depressed glance at Hyuga Sky Burial. Senju Hashirama unlocked his own wood clone. For him, he still looks forward to seeing the ninjutsu used by Hyuga Sky Burial. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Sky Burial is so cowardly. The people of the Hyuga clan behind him are also so cowardly. After making a shot once, he didn't have the courage to continue shooting at him. This makes Senju Hashirama feel very helpless. Seems to feel the gaze of Senju Hashirama. Hyuga couldn't help but blush. I saw him coughing softly. Ahem. Chief Hashirama. This time it's a joke. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, your wood style is stronger than rumored. It doesn't make sense for us to continue like this. A battle with too much difference in strength is not called a battle. A deep wry smile appeared on Hyuga Sky Burial's face. But the words are not finished yet. Then a curious look appeared on his face. However, Chief Hashirama, I don't know, would you like to let us see your real strength? I also want the clansmen behind me to know how big the gap is between them and the real top powerhouses. The clansmen behind Hyuga Sky Burial. There was a trace of sadness on their faces. Lord Patriarch, you yourself are curious about the other party's strength. Just feel it yourself. Why do you have to drag us? Thinking of the feeling just uploaded by Senju Hashirama wood clone. These Hyuga people have goosebumps all over their bodies. This feeling that life and death are not in my hands. It makes the Hyuga clan feel very helpless. Since you ask so, then let me let you feel a little bit. Senju Hashirama nodded. Wood style? Wooden golem jutsu. After the white smoke dissipated, a wooden Buddha standing upright and covering the sky and the sun appeared in front of everyone. Hyuga Sky Burial's eyeballs are about to pop out. What is this? Seeing that the body in front of me accounts for more than half of the Hyuga clan. The wooden Buddha whose body has pierced through the sky. Hyuga Sky Burial opened his mouth. I still don't know what words to use to express my thoughts. And the people of the Hyuga clan behind him. It doesn't get any better than him. Seeing the big Buddha in front of me. Their hearts are completely broken. Is this ninjutsu? This is so bizarre. Some of them even stood still and slapped themselves hard. Use this to confirm whether you have been hit by some inexplicable illusion. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop it at all. Looking at the big Buddha's 5-fingered hands on top of their heads. Hyuga Sky Burial screamed crazily in his heart. He just felt it. I feel like my scalp is tingling. Such a terrifying Buddha. The amount of chakra just to maintain it is unimaginable. And then sneaked a look at Senju Hashirama, who was not flushed and out of breath. Hyuga's celestial burial is even more frightening. Explain the existence of such. Senju Hashirama can also summon more than one. The man in front of me using wood style. Is he really human? Senju Hashirama breaks all perceptions of Hyuga Sky Burial. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, is the wooden golem you summoned now 1/3 the size of the one in front of you. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you think highly of me. Such a big wooden golem jutsu. The tailed beast is no different from a cat in front of him. Give me 10 years, I can't reach this level. Senju Tobirama, brother, is it possible that it is because of the magic? I don't seem to see any signs of chakra on him. It seems more natural. Jiraiya, Nidame, this is impossible. If such a huge wooden golem is maintained by natural energy, I am afraid that even the great Toad Sage cannot do this. This amount is too exaggerated. Orochimaru, it seems. I have far underestimated the power of natural energy, and natural energy seems to be much stronger than I imagined. I will continue to study and research Curse Seal. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, I told you a long time ago that you have gone astray. If you hadn't reincarnated like crazy, your soul wouldn't be so weak. You have learned the magic of Ryokai Cave a long time ago. Namikaze Minato, I can only maintain sage mode for 1 minute by using natural energy by myself, and this Shode can actually use natural energy to create such a huge wooden golem. I really can't imagine how to do this. Shimura Danzo, this is the power of wood style. If you have such a powerful power, I am confident that Konoha can reach a new level, and he will definitely enter an unprecedented level era. Fourth Reikage, I can't understand now, the shadows of the other villages, how did they build the village safely? Advertisement. 63 Fear of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? Advertisement. Despite overestimating Senju Hashirama's abilities as much as possible, but when we actually fight, only after Hyuga's celestial burial did they realize how terrifying the man in front of them was, especially Hyuga Sky Burial. At a young age, he is also known as the future of the Fire Nation. In his life, I don't know how many geniuses and how many strong people I have seen, but one like Senju Hashirama also no. Never even heard of it. If I have this kind of strength, then who in the entire Hyuga clan would dare to think that I am a member of the branch house and look down on me? Maybe even the seal of caged bird. This man has the real potential to get me out of this. Hyuga Kagetsu clenched her fist. She also believes in the future that Senju Hashirama said at the moment. I also think that Senju Hashirama must be the man who can save me. The existence of this strength. Even the records of the Hyuga clan never appear. Looking around in silence. Plus Hyuga Sky Burial their sluggish look. Senju Hashirama knew that must be the case. The reason for using wood clone is to let them at least have the courage to take action. And once you personally use wood style, Senju Hashirama knows. It is impossible for them to have any courage to act anymore. Okay, Chief Hashirama, we throw in the towel. We now know that the truth is much scarier than the rumors. Your strength has surpassed all of us. Honestly, I've never seen in my life you such a horrible existence. Senju Butsuma had a wonderful son. Hyuga Sky Burial smiled wryly. Seeing the wooden Buddha in front of me, He didn't know what method he could use to defeat this terrifying existence. Even taking a look at him already lost the courage to make a move. Even he is like this. Not to mention the people behind him who are not as powerful as him. See Senju Hashirama's youthful face. Hayagawa Sky Burial even felt a little dreamy. When I was at his age, my strength was far inferior to him. And Senju Hashirama certainly hasn't reached the peak of his strength at this age. That means he may become stronger in the future. Thinking of the future of the Hayagawa clan, Hayagawa Sky Burial felt dull for a while. None of the current younger generation of the Hayagawa clan can handle it. Now I am still sitting in the position of patriarch, to be able to lead this Hayagawa clan as it is. But if one day I'm gone, or as you get older, the entire Hayagawa clan, who can carry this beam? Jiraiya, in fact, Hayagawa Sky Burial is pretty good, actually has the courage to fight against First Hokage. Tsunade, this grandpa's strength is really too strong. If I want to have 1/10 of his strength, maybe the original Noeke won't. Senju Hashirama, Kojuna, maybe this is fate. Don't think too much, you've done well enough, Noeke's matter, let him go. Senju Tobirama, big brother, since this live broadcast room can be connected to Zayazuna and the others in the future, maybe we can get some information from this live broadcast room, and avoid many things that will happen in the future. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, shut up, don't talk about this matter again. We don't need to know too much about the future. This will definitely change the original development track of the entire time and space. It's not a good thing. Let everything go smoothly, naturally. Namikaze Minato, I also think what Shode said makes sense. Once you know what will happen in the future and you make changes at the current time node, no one can predict what kind of changes will happen. Master Second Hokage, you must be well aware of how dangerous spacetime is. Advertisement. The Hashirama Patriarch is so strong, I am afraid that many people will not be able to sleep in the future. Especially in the scene just now, many people from the major families of the Fire Nation should have noticed. I'm afraid the Sarutobi and Shimura clan are the ones I'm most afraid of right now. Regarding what happened in Damingfu that day, although Hayagawa Sky Burial didn't know the details of the incident, he also knew the outcome of the incident. Especially after things happen. The Sarutobi family and the Shimura family did not make any statement. Instead, he hid himself in fear. This is what makes Hayagawa Celestial Burial dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the two families were frightened by Senju Hashirama. I don't know how to connect it. It seems that the situation in the Land of Fire is about to change soon. We have to choose as soon as possible. There is not much time left for us. This situation cannot last for long. Senju Hashirama, this is a man who can change the whole situation with his personal strength. Under this strength, I can't think of any strategy to defeat this man. Nara Early G with ball head, said seriously to Akamike Takakaze and Yamanaka Mai behind him. Their Ino, Shika, Cho three families have concluded a loyal covenant for an unknown number of years. More like a family. And the three of them have been from childhood to today. Even more like relatives. There is nothing between them that they cannot share together. And as early as when Senju Hashirama went to the Hayagawa clan, they already knew the news the first time. The patriarchs of the three major families are not fools. Especially Nara Early Age. It can be called the top think tank of the three major families. Under his plan, the three major families no longer know how many risks they have avoided. Together, step by step, we have become the top wealthy family in the Land of Fire. Nara stood on the eaves in the early age, thinking of the big Buddha that just appeared in the distance. He felt his head start to hurt. For her own wisdom, Nara was very confident in her early years, but like the terrifying opponent who was obviously beyond the range of manpower just now, he doesn't know what method can be used to restrain the other party. This is the first time in so many years that he feels helpless about one thing. Well, I'm afraid no one would have thought of it. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who have been fighting each other for hundreds of years or more can form an alliance. The fact that these two families are separated from each other is extremely terrifying, and they can be regarded as one of the two most powerful families in the Kingdom of Fire. They are now one, just thinking about it makes people feel horrified. Especially the two patriarchs of their family, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Mai Yamanaka glanced at the frowning Nara Asaki. He already knew that his companion was in a very anxious state. Over the years they have known each other. The number of times Nara appeared like this in the early days is extremely rare. Senju Hashirama. I can feel the blazing Karahuan like the sun from such a distance. I can't imagine what kind of existence this is. Last time at the border of the Fire Nation, I saw Uchiha Madara. I can't forget the huge warrior he summoned with Sharinon. This kind of power is invincible. Even if we use crowd tactics, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Not to mention Senju Hashirama who is above him. Akamike's chubby face also rarely appears extremely serious. On weekdays, it seems that he doesn't care about anything. He only knows how to eat. Advertisement. But he knew it was because his two partners, Nara Asaki and Yamanaka Mai, were conspiring. So he doesn't need to worry too much. But now it's time for the life and death of the three major families. It is also impossible for him to let his two partners keep making suggestions while he does nothing. As the patriarch of the Akamike clan, he should also stand up at this time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't have imagined that human power could reach this level. It's a good thing we didn't participate in the matter of Daiming Mansion. Otherwise I'm afraid we'll be the same as the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Thinking of what happened in the Daimyo mansion that day, Nara felt scared for a while at an early age. The Fire Nation Daimyo invites many families to deal with Senju Hashirama, but only the chiefs of Shimura clan and Sarutobi clan agreed. Now, the ashes of the two patriarchs did not know where they went. Uzumaki Kushina, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family and the Akamike family, have these three families never changed their costumes since the Sengoku era. Uzumaki Naruto, the bald head in the picture, I feel that there is no difference between Shikamaru and Shikamaru. I guess I can't tell who is who when they appear. Narashishu, faced with this situation, any strategy is really useless. There may be ways to deal with conventional ninjas, but a ninja like Mr. First Hokage. Orochimaru, it seems that the three Ino, Shika, Cho families have been able to survive from the Sengoku era to today. Jiraiya, however, seeing what the Sarutobi and Shimura families have done in another time and space, I am a little worried now. The old man and Danzo will not appear in the future, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya. What nonsense are you talking about? The Sarutobi family is loyal to Master First Hokage, but they are a little confused now, and they will definitely appear later. Shimura Danzo, the seniors of these families are really a bunch of pigheads. They can't even tell the difference in strength between themselves and their opponents. Will do such a stupid thing. Fourth Raikage, it's a pity that these people are too weak. I remember that First Hokage also transplanted the blood of the Uchiha clan and opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. I'm more curious. Wood style plus Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon Jinyu, what kind of effect? In the dark cave, looking at the sapling in my hand, Uchiha Obito is somewhat suspicious of life. Is wood style so powerful? But why is the wood style transplanted in my body so weak? After being transplanted with Senju Hashirama's cells by Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito also has the ability to use wood style. But a few years ago, he found that the wood style he used was no different from the 5 ordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, wood style consumes too much chakra, which is difficult to maintain. So he gave up and continued to study wood style. Set your mind on the Mangekyo Sharinon. So it doesn't look like wood style is too weak. It's that he didn't develop the power of wood style at all. Black Zetsu standing behind him saw Uchiha Obito's appearance. Just know what he's thinking. Black Zetsu couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura. In addition, he was born with the physique of the Senju clan. So his amount of chakra is amazing. Uchiha Obito is just a pawn. Actually delusional to compare with the reincarnation of Satsuki Hagoromo's son Ashura. Within the organization, Kakuzu already felt that other members were looking at him, even if they don't say anything. Kakuzu also knew what was going on in their hearts. Taking a look at Kakuzu, they set their sights on their leader Tiandeo Pain again. Ending the Sengoku era, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas. Possessing the legendary immortal eye, Rinnegan Celestial Pain. I don't know these two gods. Who is more powerful? The screen turns. People from the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan appear on the screen. Advertisement. It's over, it's over, it's over. Will there still be a foothold for our Sarutobi clan in the entire Fire Nation? Could it be that we really have to leave the land of fire? An elder of the Sarutobi clan. He leaned on his crutch tremblingly and said, their Sarutobi clan has spent countless years of painstaking efforts. Lay your foundations in the nation of fire. If you leave the land of fire now, then everything I did before was in vain. Deserve it? Really, really not. Let's pay a visit in person to apologize. As long as we can spare our Shimura clan, we are willing to be vassals and become vassals of the Senju clan. Shimura gritted his teeth wholeheartedly, and said with a grim expression, after the death of the previous head of the Shimura clan, he was immediately elected. Be the new patriarch? And after hearing his words, the rest of the Shimura clan was even more taken aback. Master Patriarch? At worst, we will fight him. It's nothing more than a life. We are not afraid of death. We are willing to give our own lives to defend the honor of the Shimura clan. The words are not finished yet. Shimura turned away wholeheartedly. A big wave of his hand stopped them from speaking next. How do you fight him? Didn't you all see the wooden Buddha just now? Among you, who is confident that he can defeat one finger of that wooden Buddha? What you should do is to survive and wait for the time. Besides, it's not a shame to be able to help Senju Hashirama's strong man and become a vassal of the Senju clan. Shimura stabilized the restless crowd with a few words. And the elder of the Sarutobi clan who spoke just now, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but glanced at Shimura in surprise. Did not expect. The new patriarch who has just been elected to power. The prestige of their Shimura clan is not low, being able to stabilize the tribe in a few words. Well, I also think that's the right thing to do. I took refuge in the daimyo and helped the daimyo deal with Senju Hashirama. Isn't it because of the promise the daimyo gave us? According to the current trend, Yinming may not be able to hold his position for too long. Senju Hashirama, I'm afraid there will be only one voice in the fire country from now on. Although none of you have personally fought against Senju Hashirama, you have all personally participated in the operation to capture One-Tail Shizuru. As for the strength of One-Tail Shaohe, you should be very clear. Hearing the name Shikaku, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. They will never forget that bloody and dark day. Too many people sacrificed their lives to finally seal that monster. The two patriarchs brought Shaohe with them. But now according to the information I know, Shaojiro is currently guarding the gate of the Senju clan. The elders of the Sarutobi clan uttered this fact that shocked everyone. When he first heard the news, thought it was someone else playing a joke on him. When he secretly came to the door and saw this scene in the distance of the Senju clan, he just knew it was a fact. After listening to his words, the people who were still discussing at the scene immediately fell silent. Advertisement. 64 Visit Ryokai Cave? The group of snakes shook. Advertisement. After Shimura circled around with one heart, only then did I find out, whether it is a person of the Shimura clan, or a member of the Sarutobi clan. There was a strong look of fear on their faces. It seems that there is a strong anxiety about the future. It is this uneasiness. It makes them wonder which direction they should go in the future. Just do as you say. During this time, let's visit the Senju family. There is no way to escape like this. Hearing this, the other people around him breathed a sigh of relief. When facing life and death, of course they ordinary people don't have any real ideas. They need a backbone to help them make decisions. Fourth Raikage, this is the importance of a strong man to a family. If one of the two big families had a real strong man, maybe things would not have turned into what they are now. Oniki, in addition to strength, the role of a truly strong person also includes vision, decision-making ability, leadership. These are all very important things. Uchiha Madara, such a weak family, I guess Hashirama has forgotten them, only they think they are important. Uzumaki Kushina, hee. Anyway, I don't like the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Namikaze Minato, 3rd generation. You promised me to take good care of Naruto. Luoshat, this place of Konoha is really hypocritical and ironic. The dignified son of Hokage, no one knows his identity? Orikimura, Mr. Sarutobi has been the Hokage for so many years. He is definitely the most powerful Hokage. Senju clan and Uchiha clan disappeared in Konoha? If you need me in the future, Patriarch Hashirama, just ask. The Hyuga clan looked at Senju Hashirama in front of them. I am even more grateful for his own decision. Senju column 220 is so powerful. The main Hyuga clan has a good relationship with him. That future age. There must be a place for the Hyuga clan? Senju Hashirama nodded. Turn around and leave here. He has more important things to do, even with the strength of Senju Hashirama. In the entire ninja world, it is basically in a state of no opponent. But Senju Hashirama is still not satisfied. During his years of experience, he found a lot of ninja history has some problems, many directions are not quite right. It's like there is an invisible black hand manipulating everything behind. Although Senju Hashirama considers himself in this day and age, already stood at the top, but looking at the entire ninja history, Senju Hashirama doesn't consider himself the strongest ninja. There must be a ninja stronger than him. But these ninjas failed to end the era of chaos. There is something wrong with this. No matter in which era, it seems that there is always an invisible force disrupting this trend of unification. This makes Senju Hashirama a little wary. The water of this world, probably deeper than I imagined, and the purpose of his departure this time is Ryokai Cave. He is going to visit the White Snake Immortal, practice the fairy art of the White Snake Immortal too. After passing Mount Mayaboku, only then did Senju Hashirama know. It turns out that in this world, the Great Toad Sage isn't the only one that's special. There are two other creatures like him who have mastered fairy art, and the place where these two great creatures are located is known as Ryokai Cave and Wetbone Forest. The place where Senju Hashirama went this time is Ryokai Cave. He hopes to find the White Snake Immortal in Ryokai Cave to practice celestial arts, so as to perfect his celestial arts. Jiraiya, hey, this first Hokage, in addition to practicing Mount Mayaboku's fairy arts, he actually wants to practice the fairy arts of the other two holy places? This is too scary. Senju Tobirama, this big brother seems to have a strong sense of crisis, and he seems to have found some clues in the history of ninja development that are not quite right, perhaps because of this advertisement. Is he constantly trying to become stronger? Namikaze Minato, maybe such a first Hokage-sama can really create a different era in another time and space, and he might be able to end the real troubled times. Senju Hashirama, am I doing something wrong? I thought I founded Konoha, stopped the troubled times and brought peace to everyone. Orochimaru, Shode, after you died, 3 ninja wars broke out in a row, and the casualties caused by the 3 ninja wars were more serious than you imagined. Uchiha Madara saw the content of the conversation in the live broadcast room and the astonished expression of Senju Hashirama on the other side. He is even more determined in his mind. Only the news I got from the family steel can change all this. Save it all, but thinking of another person who found that the content of the steel seems to have been modified. Uchiha Madara is not sure again. Is what I insist on right? Who actually created the Infinite Tsukuyomi project? Although Uchiha Madara is extremely confident in his own strength, but throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, there must be something similar to myself. Even clansmen who are stronger than themselves? So why didn't they carry out the Eye of the Moon project? He couldn't believe that he was the first to discover and think of this plan. Now calm down, Uchiha Madara. That's when I discovered a lot of things that were wrong. Outside Ryokai Cave, Senju Hashirama felt the large and small, extremely fishy life energy areas inside. He also had to sigh. It is worthy of the same name as Mount Mayaboku. There are many beings in it. It is extremely powerful in the ninja world, but such an existence. There are quite a few Ryokai Caves. There is no easy place to see the 3 holy places, and there is a majestic energy like the sun. Senju Hashirama can clearly perceive it. This should be the legendary White Snake Immortal. Tianxin Shenji, Ichikishima Haim, Satsuim. The guest is here. The 3 of you go to greet the guest. Immortal White Snake opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. The first time Senju Hashirama appeared, he already knew. Both he and Senju Hashirama can feel each other's presence. In the perception of the White Snake Immortal, Senju Hashirama is like a bottomless black hole. The energy is extremely huge, but it is bottomless. This feeling, not even the stinky toad on Mount Mayaboku that he hates the most? Yes, Immortal White Snake. The 3 god-tier girls looked at each other, gritting their teeth. They all showed helpless expressions. They can all feel the fear of the person coming, especially those who have practiced fairy art. Perception is sharper. They are like a small boat in the sea, and the other side is the bottomless sea, but the White Snake Immortal has already said so. The 3 of them naturally cannot refuse. Senju Hashirama stood where he was. He didn't deliberately hide his breath. He knows. Immortal White Snake must be able to perceive his own existence, so he will definitely send someone out to meet him. Really? Not long after, 3 girls with beautiful faces and enchanting figures appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. Dear guest, I don't know why you went to Ryokai Cave. After 3 god-tier girls get up close and personal with Senju Hashirama, I feel my scalp is numb and my heart is jumping. Advertisement. They could never have imagined. How did this human being cultivate? Senju Hashirama felt even more terrifying to them than the White Snake Immortal in the cave. Just stand here and talk. All 3 of them felt that there was tremendous pressure, although the 3 appeared in human form. But Senju Hashirama still saw their bodies at a glance. Nothing, just heard from Mount Mayaboku that the magic of Ryokai Cave is not under them. So I went to Ryokai Cave this time, just to ask the White Snake Immortal about the magic of Ryokai Cave. Now it seems that those toads at Mount Mayaboku really didn't lie to me. The immortal art practiced by Ryokai Cave does have its own merits. Listen to Senju Hashirama's casual tone. A trace of displeasure appeared in the 3 god-tier G's heart. Human beings who have always gone to their Ryokai Cave to ask for immortality. Which one is not respectful? When did a random human like Senju Hashirama appear? As if it was their Ryokai Cave's blessing that he came to Ryokai Cave to practice immortality. In addition, the aura of Senju Hashirama also carries the aura of Mount Mayaboku. This makes the 3 god-tier girls even more annoying. The relationship between them and Mount Mayaboku. It has been very poor since ancient times. The relationship between the 3 holy places is hostile to their 2 holy places. This guest, please go back. Our Ryokai Cave is different from the stinky toads at Mount Mayaboku. Our fairy art has never been spread. If you came here this time to practice the magic of Ryokai Cave, then I'm afraid you will only be disappointed. Tianxian Shenji with long green hair said coldly. She directly ordered Senju Hashirama to evict. And the attitudes of the other 2 god-tier girls are not much better. There is a feeling that if there is a disagreement, you have to do it immediately. Seeing the attitude of the 3, Senju Hashirama just smiled and said lightly, do you think I'm asking you when I say this? When did you have this illusion? After Senju Hashirama uttered these words, the 3 god-tier G felt that she was being targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. An extremely strong killing intent firmly locked the 3 of them. The 3 of them even felt that they could not breathe. Lost even the ability to speak. He widened his eyes in horror. Only then did they remember how terrifying the man on the opposite side was. He might be the same existence as the White Snake Immortal, and the three of them thought they were backed by Ryokai Cave. How dare you challenge him face to face? The three gradually began to become dizzy. Even the consciousness is blurred. We'll die? This man can really do it? We will literally die here. The three of them shouted frantically in their hearts. At the same time, deep regret arose in my heart. Regret why I said bad words to Senju Hashirama. Forgetting the difference in strength between each other. Think of him as a human being who came here to study. Just when the three thought they might die, a voice appeared in their minds. Broke the silent atmosphere. Dear guest, this time is our faux pas. What did Tian Xi and Shenji and the others do wrong? I am here to apologize to you. If the guest wants to practice the fairy art of Ryokai Cave, then I will be very happy. Please come with the three of you to Ryokai Cave to see for yourself. Opening your mouth wide, panting heavily, the three God Tier G looked at Senju Hashirama in horror. Just at that moment, they really thought they were going to die, and they really have no doubt that Senju Hashirama really wants to kill them. Then since this is the case, there are three leading the way. Senju Hashirama smiled softly, as if what just happened was just an illusion. 3 God Tier G is indeed right. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama just now has killing intent. The purpose of his trip to Ryokai Cave this time is to practice immortality. It would be great if we can negotiate peacefully. If peace cannot be negotiated, then Senju Hashirama is ready to grab it himself. Even if the White Snake Immortal is unwilling to tell him the secret of Ryokai Cave's magic, he believed that he killed the White Snake Immortal. Do some research on your own. You can also research the secrets of Ryokai Cave's magic. It just takes longer. The former takes a short time, but it is a bit troublesome. The latter takes a long time, but is straightforward. It doesn't matter to Senju Hashirama, as long as it can achieve the goal. Senju Hashirama walked along the road. The snakes of Ryokai Cave straightened up one after another, hissing tongue out. This human being in front of me is really terrifying. Just stand there. It caused a strong crisis in the hearts of all the snakes in Ryokai Cave. This is the biological instinct in their body in the early warning. Looking at all the snakes around, they looked like they were facing a big enemy. Senju Hashirama himself doesn't think much of it. Looks like the guys at Mount Mayaboku are still not telling the truth. They said that your celestial practice is still much worse than theirs, and the strength of Ryokai Cave is not as strong as Mount Mayaboku. It doesn't look like that now. You're even better than them in some ways. He spoke his mind frankly, and hearing the words Mount Mayaboku, the 3 God Tier G all snorted coldly. Humph. What do those toads at Mount Mayaboku know? They don't do anything for a day except help their great toad sage find the son of prophecy. It's too hypocritical to talk about such things as prophecy in 1.5 days. Who doesn't know that many things are deliberately done by them at Mount Mayaboku, and they have to pretend that everything is going with the flow. Not long after walking, the 3 God Tier G stopped her footsteps. White Snake Immortal, the guests have already arrived. Looking at the kind old grandma in front of me, Senju Hashirama could instantly feel the immense natural energy in his body. This energy is comparable to the great toad sage. Amazing. I didn't expect the reincarnation of this generation of Ashira to practice natural energy to such a level. The previous reincarnation body here is much stronger. Looking at the young Senju Hashirama who is a bit too much, Immortal White Snake was even more shocked. He and the Great Toad Sage are contemporary existences. Naturally, everyone knows about the bad things in the Sage of Six Paths family. Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Hagoromo's son. Ashira and Indra have been feuding for countless years. And the Toad Balls of Mount Mayaboku. Each will choose Ashira's reincarnation as their ally on Mount Mayaboku. Keep saying it's for this world. But Immortal White Snake naturally knew. That's just Hamawan's rhetoric. He just wants to profit from it. Several reincarnations of Ashira. Although Immortal White Snake has never had close contact with it, he has also understood it. But a special existence like Senju Hashirama. It's the first time I've seen him, before Senju Hashirama. Don't say that compared with Ashira's other reincarnations. Even Ashira herself. At his age, I'm afraid he is too far behind him. What surprised the White Snake Immortal the most was that the reincarnation of Ashira in front of him gave him the feeling. Not at all like Ashira. Even like the reincarnation of Indra, and even more domineering than Indra himself. Advertisement. 65 Immortal White Snake. His level of practice in immortal arts is far above mine. Advertisement. If you do not clearly perceive the depths of Senju Hashirama's soul, I'm afraid the White Snake Immortal would not say such a thing. Deep in the soul of Senju Hashirama, Immortal White Snake felt a very familiar smell. He knows. This is the soul of Ashira. Just the reincarnation of this Ashira. But let the White Snake Immortal express that he can't understand it. He couldn't understand. Why this Ashira? His natural energy can actually cultivate to this level? His strength is too strong? Possibly even to the extent of Ashira herself? Fourth Reikage. Unexpectedly, there are so many things I don't know about in the ninja world. Mount Mayaboku, Ryokai Cave, 3 holy lands. These beasts who practice fairy arts, what is the purpose of getting so close to humans? Jiraiya, I don't know the situation of the other 2 holy lands, but I can vouch for the immortals of Mount Mayaboku. They are all fighting for the peace of this world. As long as you find the son of prophecy in the mouth of the great toad sage, then all these problems can be solved. Luoshe, ha 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 ha, Konoha's people are too ridiculous. Jiraiya, a disciple of 3rd Hokage and one of the Sunin, would actually believe in prophecy and put Kugui's future on an illusory thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, instead of believing in things like the son of prophecy, I think you can become Konoha's 5th Hokage. You have the ability. Uzumaki Naruto, speaking of which, the snakes in Ryokai Cave look so fierce, and none of the toads in Mount Mayaboku look kind. Why do you feel that they are very hostile to humans? Orochimaru, I wonder how the strength of these 3 immortals compares with the strength of the 9-tailed beasts. Nara Shikamaru, judging from Ryokai Cave's attitude towards Lord 1st Hokage, he should have felt how powerful 1st Hokage is, so he has such a good attitude. Harano Sakura, I don't know if it's my illusion. Why do I feel that this fairy seems to know Master 1st Hokage? In the Pure Land space, Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Hagoromo looked sullenly at what was playing on the screen. He never thought of the reincarnation of his son Ashira. Would you take the initiative to go to Ryokai Cave to practice immortality? For the White Snake Immortal of Ryokai Cave, Sage of Six Paths didn't feel very good about him. When I sealed my mother, Kagayaji, the 14 woods of Itsutsu, only Hamamaru of Mount Mayaboku is willing to help himself, and the other 2 holy places rejected their request for help. Ryokai Cave's attitude was particularly bad. After so many years, Sage of Six Paths still remembers it clearly. He never thought. The Senju Hashirama of another world is completely different from the previous Ashura reincarnation. Young man, your mastery of natural energy has reached such a level. I have nothing left to guide you in the cultivation of immortal arts. Since you have learned the magic of Mount Mayaboko, why do you come to our Ryokai Cave to practice magic? The golden vertical pupils of the white snake immortal, staring closely at Senju Hashirama standing in front of him. I don't know if it's the illusion of the three god-tier girls. Although the body of the white snake immortal is bigger than Senju Hashirama, I do not know how many times. But the feeling for the three of them was completely opposite. As if at this moment Senju Hashirama's body is infinitely huge, and the white snake immortal is just like a tiny human being. From the slightly serious expression on the face of the white snake immortal, three god-tier G can tell that he attaches great importance to the human being in front of him. And from white snake immortal's constantly wagging tail, the three came to a result that they couldn't believe. The white snake immortal is afraid of this human being in front of him. No, this is impossible. Three god-tier G immediately denied this conclusion. They can't believe it. As the leader of Ryokai Cave, in their eyes, the white snake fairy is like a god. Advertisement. To be afraid of a mere human being. In the eyes of the three god-tier girls, humans are nothing but food in their mouths. The magic of Mount Mayaboko really gave me a lot of inspiration and help. But I think, as Ryokai Cave is one of the holy places with the same reputation as Mount Mayaboko, your celestial arts naturally have your own uniqueness. I have practiced Mount Mayaboko's immortality, and I have practiced Mount Mayaboko's immortality to ultimate. If you want to go one step higher, I'm afraid you need the magic of Ryokai Cave and the Wetbone Forest. Immortal White Snake, you have lived for so many years, so you naturally have your own opinions on the cultivation of immortal arts. I can definitely learn from your experience to perfect my own fairy art. After listening to Senju Hashirama, the three god-tier G glanced at the white snake immortal nervously. They just found out. The expression on the face of immortal white snake, who has always been known for his violent temper, did not change at all. The three god-tier G secretly lowered their heads, looked at each other. You can see the disbelief in their eyes. Okay, since you said so, I also want to know, what would it be like to combine Mount Mayaboku's senjutsu with Ryokai Cave's senjutsu? I have reached the end of myself in the use of natural energy, and I am afraid I will not be able to go any further. Young man, I can give you the magic of Ryokai Cave, but I need you to agree to one request. Long silence. The white snake immortal agreed to Senju Hashirama's request, and hearing what he said, the three god-tier G couldn't help but feel the monstrous waves rising in her heart. It never occurred to them. The white snake immortal is actually willing to hand over Ryokai Cave's magic to Senju Hashirama. This has never happened in the entire history of Ryokai Cave. In the past, humans who practiced immortality in Ryokai Cave, which one didn't get the incomplete version of Ryokai Cave's fairy art after going through various tests, and the Senju Hashirama in front of him didn't pay any price. It is easy to get Ryokai Cave immortal art, and this human being and their number one enemy in Ryokai Cave, Mount Mayaboku, is still very close. Before Senju Hashirama can speak, immortal white snake let out a long sigh. A look of deep regret appeared on his face. As early as hundreds of years ago, I already felt that I was in natural energy. I came to the end of the road of immortality. In the past few hundred years, I can say that there has been no progress, or even standing still. Although I don't want to admit that this is my own limit, it's a fact. So, young people, I hope that after you get the magic of Ryokai Cave, if one day you step into a new realm, I want to know what the scenery above the summit looks like. This is not in vain for the fairy art I have practiced for so many years. I'm afraid that you are the only one in the whole world who can reach this step. After all, your level of cultivation in immortal arts is far above mine, and has already surpassed me and Hamawan. Jiraiya, it's incredible. The white snake immortal of Ryokai Cave actually admits that he is not as good as Master First Hokage in the practice of immortal arts. Master First Hokage of another world, where has he come to? Fourth Raikage, are the natural energy and sage mode you talk about really that powerful? Luoshe, in the history of Sand Shinobi Village, I have seen records in this regard, but there are not many. Terumi Mei, is natural energy really so difficult to master? Why, except for a few people in Konoha, it seems that I have never heard of anyone using this energy. Namikaze Minato, if you can master the natural energy, the combination of him and chakra will not only result in 1 + 1 greater than 2. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to master. Even if you master it, it is impossible to maintain it for a long time. This state of sage mode. Senju Tobirama, only the eldest brother has the physique of the Senju clan, coupled with wood style. Can he easily enter the sage mode state and maintain it for a long time? 1. Senju Hashirama, I just observed me in this world. I found that his mastery of natural energy has reached an incredible level. I can't understand how he did it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, then this may be a good thing for another world. The stronger first Hokage-sama is, the stronger Konoha will be. Maybe even Uchiha Madara has no ability to resist. Nara Shikamaru, I feel, the other world Uchiha Madara can't be the opponent of Lord First Hokage at all. I don't see any possibility of defeating Lord First Hokage in him. Hey, take Kakashi, don't forget, another Shode besides wood style. He also has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and he has never used this ability until now. White Snake Immortal. Are you joking? You said, the human being in front of you, he has surpassed you in the practice of immortality. Advertisement. Tian Xi and Shenji swallowed her saliva. Open your mouth wide. He looked at Senju Hashirama in disbelief and said, if you are not in Ryokai Cave at this moment. She even wondered if she had been under an illusion. The white snake immortal would actually admit that a human has surpassed him in the cultivation of immortal arts? How can this be? And Ichikishima Haim and Satsuim no longer knew what to say. For her question, immortal white snake just remained silent. The third god Tirji is naturally not as good as him in the practice of immortal arts, and because of this, throughout Ryokai Cave, only he can perceive the huge natural energy contained in Senju Hashirama. If you don't see it with your own eyes, immortal white snake couldn't believe it himself. Is there really a human being who can do this? Natural energy surrounds Senju Hashirama, set him off like a king. The white snake immortal who sensed this already knew. Senju Hashirama has surpassed himself in mastery of natural energy. Senju Hashirama stood before him. Immortal white snake felt that he was facing the whole world. He is nature itself. This is even the goal that immortal white snake has worked so hard to cultivate for so many years. But he never got there. He himself knows how far away this step is. It seems like a small step. There is a gap between heaven and earth in the middle. The White Snake Immortal had a premonition. As long as I can take this step, then you will definitely usher in a qualitative change. But no matter how hard he tried to practice fairy art, he still can't understand how to overcome this point. Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. At this moment, he was staring at the scene on the screen with a serious face. At this time where is the usual drowsy look? There was no cloudiness in his eyes. It looked clear. Ashira, Senju Hashirama, Immortal Art. Great Toad Sage muttered to himself. As the first batch of creatures in this world to master natural energy, of course he knows how hard to master this energy, even if they have practiced in the 3 holy places for countless years. I dare not say 100%. They have fully mastered the mysteries of this energy. They also used a lot of tricks to practice fairy arts, in order to be able to use natural energy indirectly, channel natural energy into the body, then enter Sage mode, and Senju Hashirama on the screen. Great Toad Sage can be 100% sure. He didn't use any tricky patterns, advertisement, and instead of forcing natural energy into his body, instead, natural energy actively surrounds him. Warm up to him? Great Toad Sage read it for a long time but didn't understand it. How Senju Hashirama did it. He even envies himself in the screen now, having been in contact with Senju Hashirama for so many years. Even if you don't know how to be in this state, that should also inspire them to practice fairy arts. Senju 493 Hashirama, can I ask you a question? Why do you pursue power so persistently? Judging from your current strength, I am afraid that there is no one in the whole world who is your opponent. Even if you get the fairy art from our Ryokai cave, the improvement in your strength is probably very small, and there cannot be any qualitative change. A look of deep doubt appeared in the eyes of Immortal White Snake. This Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashira, has become so powerful, but he still felt that there was something extremely terrifying behind him chasing him. Force the Senju Hashirama in front of me to keep moving forward. The White Snake Immortal can clearly feel. There was a deep sense of crisis in Senju Hashirama's heart. Although in this world, I can't seem to find any opponents. But Immortal White Snake, you have lived long enough. You should know that in this world, there are still many existences beyond common sense. I searched the entire history of the ninja world, and found that there are many unknown things hidden behind the history of the ninja world. The entire ninja world seems to have an invisible big hand manipulating everything behind it. 03308214 Fei 1603000340. It's like me, Immortal White Snake. Although this is our first meeting, you seem to be very familiar with me. The word Ashira, if I remember correctly, it is the ancestor of our Senju clan, but you and the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku have mentioned this name in my face more than once, as if I were his reincarnation. Having said that, Senju Hashirama took a deep look at the White Snake Immortal in front of him. The White Snake Immortal also did not expect Senju Hashirama to be so keen. So much can be deduced from just a few clues, even at such a height. Immortal White Snake thought of the battles that took place in this world thousands of years ago. He still felt a burst of shock. Those aliens are so powerful. If it wasn't for the help of the woman's own son, I'm afraid this world has already become her playground, turned into food in her mouth. And as far as the White Snake Immortal knows, that terrible woman, she is not alone. She first came to this world with other clansmen. It's just that those clansmen don't know where they went. Even if the power of the entire ninja world is gathered, her son combined with the Tomamaru of Mount Myaboku could not be killed by that woman. Just sealed her up? According to the observation of the White Snake Immortal, at present, there is an invisible force in the entire ninja world that is about to move. His purpose seems to be to save the woman who was sealed on the moon. But the White Snake Immortal, I have never wanted to participate in it since ancient times. He clearly understands the people of that race. How strong are they? And the most frightening thing is not only this. From that woman's mouth, they know, in the distant starry sky, there are many, many other Atsatsuki like her. Advertisement. 66 Orikimura who doubts life, the magic of Ryokai Cave is so simple. Advertisement. Taking a deep look at Senju Hashirama in front of me, the White Snake Immortal discovered this reincarnation of Ashira before me. He's probably more terrifying than he imagined. The strength surpassed the previous Ashira. Even the heart and mind have surpassed the previous Ashira. He's more like a combination of Ashira and Indra. It perfectly combines the advantages of two people together, with the patience of Ashira. Also has the decisiveness of Indra. Immortal White Snake has a premonition. I am afraid in the hands of Senju Hashirama, the world is about to undergo a big change, and this change will affect the whole world. No one can avoid. Its level even exceeds the change that Sage of Six Paths sealed his mother thousands of years ago. Figured this out. Immortal White Snake suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He did not consider it a shame that he entrusted the magic of Ryokai Cave to Senju Hashirama. The opposite of. He thinks maybe through this incident, he can also perform a platoon. May stand by this Ashira reincarnation. Witness this transformation firsthand. The White Snake Immortal believes that. I'm afraid he can't escape this change this time. If it were to be the same as before, then Ryokai Cave may not be able to continue to exist like before. Fourth Reikage, why do I feel that I can't understand the conversation between Immortal White Snake and First Hokage? Luoshe, listening to what the White Snake Immortal said, First Hokage seems to have an unusual relationship with Ashira. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Terumi Mei, even First Hokage, who is so strong, is afraid. Is there really such a terrible black hand in the ninja world, who is always behind the scenes and manipulating everything? Orikimura, I am very interested in a lot of history in the ninja world. Many things in this world are indeed different from what we think. There are many important places in history that have been artificially modified. It seems that someone wants to hide everything, don't want us to know something. Senju Tobirama, I didn't notice too many things wrong in the history of the Senju family, but this big brother said so. I think I have to go back and read the family history carefully if I have the opportunity. Senju Hashirama, to tell the truth, although this screen is about me from another world, I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't know anything. J. Namikaze Minato, well, the Shodei from another world, although they are also from the Senju clan and have wood style, but they have completely different personalities from the Shodei from our world. The ideas are also quite different. Jiraiya, unexpectedly, in addition to collecting the fairy arts of Ryokai Cave, First Hokage also seems to have a lot of interest in the fairy arts of the Shikbon forest. There are really people in this world who can learn the fairy arts of the 3 holy places at the same time. Surgery. Great Toad Sage, Little Jiraiya, want to learn the magic of the 3 holy places at the same time. Natural energy, powerful itself, but it represents 3 different branches. If you want to learn these 3 kinds of fairy arts at the same time, that means you need to surpass the 3 holy places in the control of natural energy. Great Toad Sage, but maybe Senju Hashirama from another world can do it. Country of Grass, in Orochimaru's experimental base. Right now, he is staring intently at Senju Hashirama on the screen. Many years ago, he has already tried to go to Ryokai Cave to practice the magic of the White Snake Immortal. As his partner, Jiraiya, who is also one of the Sunin, can go to Mount Myoboko to learn magic from the giant toad. Not to mention that he was far more talented than Jiraiya at the time. But Orochimaru was denied by the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal thought that he had no talent for practicing immortal arts. After many soul reincarnations, Orochimaru's soul is getting weaker and weaker. His mental strength is also getting worse. This also caused him to be unable to appreciate the natural energy no matter what. Cannot enter sage mode with natural energy, and Kongyu under him is the legendary immortal body, born with a strong fit with natural energy. Advertisement. Orochimaru studied Shigego's body for a long time, but in the end, only the curse seal was developed. Only he himself knows. This is just a broken version of sage mode, not even the mutilated version. It can never be compared to using natural energy to enter the state of sage mode. Use the spell. It is nothing more than forcibly introducing natural energy into the body. At the same time, it will cause the user's mental state to be extremely unstable. If the situation is serious, the user may even injure his own body and die from exhaustion. Have not practiced the sage mode of Ryokai Cave. This is Orochimaru's regret for so many years. It is also a thorn in his heart. At that time, Orochimaru was proud, although the White Snake Immortal denied him. But he thinks that he can still complete the practice of sage mode through his own efforts, but the fact slapped him hard in the face. No matter how hard he studies, he couldn't even get past that step. And now Senju Hashirama wants to learn the magic of Lonely Cave. Doesn't this mean that I can learn from his way of learning fairy art? If things go well, maybe I can use his progress to master how to enter sage mode. Well, Mount Myoboko's sage mode greatly increases its perception ability, and at the same time, it can use the nearby natural forces to attack the enemy, and can use the fairy art chakra to release ninjutsu, making the power of ninjutsu entering the level of Zainjutsu will increase the destructive power of ninjutsu several times. The sage mode master of Wetbone Forest can quickly recover from his wounds in battle, and can improve his strength. He can heal his injuries while fighting. It is a very life-saving sage mode. Ryokai Cave sage mode, extremely sensitive and able to manipulate natural forces at will. This is the difference between our 3 Holy Land models. You must have had a general understanding before coming here. Immortal White Snake put down the pod in his hand, and slowly exhaled the smoke ring. For the young Senju Hashirama in front of me, he is also looking forward to where the other party can go. If it is someone else, even the leaders of the other 2 holy places said that they want to learn the magic of the 3 holy places at the same time. The White Snake Immortal will only think that the other party is crazy, but the Senju Hashirama in front of me, Immortal White Snake believes that he can accomplish this goal 100%. I have given you the key points of Ryokai Cave's immortal art practice. Generally, the human beings who come to visit do not have more than 10 years of kung fu, and they can't even touch the threshold of fairy arts. However, according to your mastery of natural energy, plus you have practiced the immortal art of Mount Myoboko, I estimate that within a year or as short as half a year, you should be able to master the magic of Ryokai Cave to a high degree. Although your level of cultivation in immortal arts is very deep, you must also remember not to rush for quick success and quick gains. Steady and steady is the correct way to practice immortal arts. One bite won't make you fat, so just take your time. Damn it, you. Looking at Senju Hashirama's golden vertical pupils, the Great Toad Sage's eyeballs were about to pop out, and the 3 God Tier G beside him no longer knew what expression to show. They are naturally very clear about the state of Senju Hashirama in front of them. The moment this man got the magic of Ryokai Cave, I learned the magic of Ryokai Cave. Am I really dreaming? Or was it hit by some enemy's illusion? Fake? It's all fake. Tian Xi and Shenji muttered with blank eyes. Senju Hashirama not only completed the practice of Ryokai Cave Senjutsu, even higher than the 3 of them in terms of immortality practice, if only by breath perception. They even think that the Senju Hashirama in front of them is the White Snake Immortal. And Senju Hashirama looked at the tentacles that appeared on his forehead and the scales on his skin. He frowned dissatisfied. Advertisement. This look, a bit ugly. If someone else said something like this, Immortal White Snake and the 3 God Tier concubines in front of him had already beheaded him on the spot. But at the moment they are still immersed in shock. Can't hear what Senju Hashirama is saying at all. Even Immortal White Snake's mind was blank. I was still explaining the characteristics of Ryokai Cave's fairy art practice just now. The person in front of me has directly practiced successfully. If the White Snake Immortal is allowed to practice the magic of Ryokai Cave from the beginning to the end, he can't guarantee it himself. I was able to practice successfully in such a short time. Immortal White Snake estimated that, even if he is the founder of Ryokai Cave Immortal Art, he wants to practice from scratch to entry. It will take at least a month. And Senju Hashirama in front of me, not only from 0 practice to entry, he directly practiced from 0 to a level higher than himself. And it only took a breath or so. With that, it's easy to handle. I almost forgot that this happened when I practiced the magic of Mount Myoboko. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath. The tentacles on his forehead disappeared bit by bit. The scales on the skin have also completely receded. In an instant, he returned to his original appearance. But the sage mode status of Ryokai Cave is still maintained. Seeing this scene, Immortal White Snake felt his scalp go numb. Now he can even be 100% sure. In front of Senju Hashirama's mastery of the magic of Ryokai Cave, even far above me, in order to eliminate the characteristic of serpentine, he spent countless years failing to do this. The people from the other 2 holy places also did not eliminate this characteristic of their holy land's fairy art. But the Senju Hashirama in front of him did it easily. How deep is the understanding of fairy art required to be able to achieve this level? It seems that the fairy art in Ryokai Cave is indeed more difficult than I imagined. I thought there wouldn't be such a change in physical characteristics. I didn't expect to be affected. It seems that my grasp of natural energy is still lacking. Senju Hashirama frowned thinking about the scene just now. Wen Yan. White Snake Immortal and 3. God Tier G took a breath. If not for the strength of Senju Hashirama, I'm afraid all 4 of them will have to find Senju Hashirama desperately. Is this human speaking? Even Immortal White Snake doubted himself for the first time. Could it be that I am too stupid? Otherwise, there has been no progress in the study of immortal arts for so many years? Jiraiya, hey, Orochimaru. I remember, you guys seem to have practiced Ryokai Cave's fairy art, but I have never seen you use the Dragon Land for so many years. Cave magic. Jiraiya asked the question in her heart. This was also something he was wondering about. The original Orochimaru. He has always been a genius since he was a child. I signed a contract with the toad on Mount Myaboku, learned the magic of Mount Myaboku. That Orochimaru also signed a contract with the summoning beast of Ryokai Cave. Advertisement. Naturally, it is impossible to let the magic of Ryokai Cave not learn. But for so many years, Jiraiya has never seen Orochimaru use the magic of Ryokai Cave. This made Jiraiya very curious. In Jiraiya's impression, Yin Snake is still the partner whose talent is far above her own. So he never doubted that Orochimaru would not know the magic of Ryokai Cave. It is because he did not practice successfully. Orochimaru, Jiraiya? No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. If Jiraiya doesn't talk about this matter, Orochimaru himself doesn't think much of it yet. But after Jiraiya talked about this matter, Orochimaru felt a little out of balance. For the magic of the 3 holy places. Of course he is very hungry. If you can continue to practice the magic of Ryokai Cave, he thinks that now his strength can go up a few steps. He also doesn't have to pursue the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But I have lost this qualification. I have practiced the Ryokai Cave celestial art for so many years without success. In the hands of the black screen Senju Hashirama, one breath has already reached the peak level of practice. Ryokai Cave's magic is so simple. For the first time, Orochimaru had doubts about his reputation as a genius. Compared with the talent of this first Hokage, my talent is not even as good as garbage. Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect that even first Hokage was so keen on the fairy art of the 3 holy places. If I can practice the fairy art of the 3 holy places, wouldn't it mean that my body can the district rise to a higher level? Tsunade, grandpa from another world. I guess the next step is to go to the Wetbone Forest to find Immortal Katsuyu. Good, to learn fairy arts. I hope he will not conflict with Immortal Katsuyu. Senju Hashirama, although I don't know what the other me will do, but the Katsuyu Immortal in the Shikone Forest should not change. I think he should not reject the other me. Practicing immortality. After all, the immortals in the 3 holy places have the best temper. It took a long time for the White Snake Fairy to calm down. He took a strong puff of the pod in front of him. After seeing you, I feel that I have lived in the belly of a dog for thousands of years. I didn't expect. Your talent is more terrifying than I imagined. It doesn't matter what the future holds. I hope Ryokai Cave will always be your most loyal ally. Immortal White Snake can clearly see what an amazing ambition beneath Senju Hashirama's gentle exterior. He has a premonition that there will be turmoil in the future world. And those who dare to oppose Senju Hashirama and stand in front of him, I will definitely be crushed by him without hesitation. This reincarnation of Ashira is completely different from the previous Ashira. First generation Ashira, including the reincarnation behind Ashira. Even in the face of the enemy, they are also very gentle. As far as possible, non-violent means will be adopted to solve the opponent. And Senju Hashirama in front of me, Immortal White Snake has a deep premonition. If the other party makes him feel dissatisfied, he will even use a more domineering way than Indra to destroy the opponent, and he will not show any mercy. Immortal White Snake even felt that his heart, which had been silent for a long time, began to get a little excited. In a long life, his only real pursuit is the further advancement of immortal arts. But so many years, he found himself expending more energy. The level of fairy art practice is too slow. The rest is just repeating anything, without any change. But the appearance of Senju Hashirama made him feel that the world might be able to produce different changes in his hands. Advertisement. 67 Immortal Katsuyu, why don't you be the leader of the Wetbone Forest? Advertisement. I didn't expect that one day there would be a human being who surpassed me in the practice of immortality. The White Snake Immortal stared at Senju Hashirama in front of him, puzzled. But, lived for so many years. His thoughts are naturally very transparent. Made his own choice. Then he naturally doesn't regret it. I have achieved my goal this time. I won't bother Immortal White Snake anymore. Next, I have to go to Wetbone Forest. Staring at Senju Hashirama's leaving back, Immortal White Snake and the 3 God Tier G remained silent for a long time. Immortal White Snake, is it necessary to be so polite to him? You know, we're not those toads from Mount Myaboku. Our Ryokai Cave has always adhered to the principle of not getting too involved in the human world. This man, one look at him is destined not to be peaceful. Tian Xi and Shenji said anxiously. Although there are also humans who come to practice fairy arts, but they always draw the boundary between Ryokai Cave and the human world very clearly. This has never been the case. It might have been like this before, but it's no longer possible to do what we did at Ryokai Cave. If you still stick to the rules, this time, we, Ryokai Cave, may not be able to escape unscathed. The man just now, it may bring about an unprecedented change. Speaking of which, the White Snake Immortal paused. He smiled wryly. And, do you think what I just said was an exaggeration? This man, his practice of immortality has indeed surpassed me. I don't know where he went. If it really makes him unhappy, he will do it to us at Ryokai Cave. Except for me, I'm afraid none of you will survive. Even I, can guarantee that I can save my life from him. 3 God Tier G finished listening. I feel even more scared after a while. Even the White Snake Immortal is so afraid of Senju Hashirama. He even rates Senju Hashirama so highly. A few people were making things difficult for him at the gate of Ryokai Cave just now, so it seems, can survive by itself. What a blessing, seeing how many people were dripping with sweat. Immortal White Snake said in a deep voice. Remember from now on, when you see Senju Hashirama, it's like seeing you. Just take him as the leader of Ryokai Cave. Otherwise, if he wants to do something to you next time, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you either. Fourth Raikage, I'm curious now, what step has the strength of first Hokage reached? Just looking at it like this, I can't tell. 953, even the White Snake Immortal in Ryokai Cave is scared. Uchiha Madara, these old guys have lived for so long one by one. They have all the strength, but they don't have the heart of a strong man. They didn't even dare to make a move, so they just chose to admit defeat. It's really disappointing. Might Guy, what a pity. I thought I could see Shodei's wonderful battle. I didn't expect the battle to be over before it even started. Shimura Danzo, take a step back. The sea and the sky are bright, and the momentary courage is meaningless. The real winner is the one who can survive to the end. Tsunade, right now, I can only hope that Grandpa will be gentler when he goes to the Wetbone Forest. Katsuyu Immortal is still very gentle. I hope they will not have conflicts. After Senjo Hashirama digested what the White Snake Sage said, he nodded with satisfaction. I think my guess is right. Advertisement. The senjutsu of Ryokai Cave is as good as that of Mount Myaboku, but Ryokai Cave's fairy art has another, more unique way of thinking. This is for him in the study of natural energy. There is no small help. The successor of Hamawan, or the descendant of the White Snake. Katsuyorishi opened his huge eyes in deep sleep. A look of deep doubt appeared on his face. In his perception, there is a huge natural energy. We are rapidly approaching the Wetbone Forest, and on this natural energy, he felt the breath of Mount Myaboku. Also feel the breath of Ryokai Cave. This made him feel even more incredible, because in his impression, as long as these two breaths exist at the same time, that must be a hostile relationship. It is impossible to get along so well. The relationship between Ryokai Cave and Mount Myaboku is like fire and water. It is impossible to go together. This breath of natural energy made him feel very familiar. But there is another kind of strangeness. When this natural energy gets closer and closer, only then did Katsuyu Sage understand what was going on. There are human beings who can practice the magic of the two holy places at the same time. How can this be? Hamamaru and that old guy at Ryokai Cave agreed to that. The remaining drowsiness of immortal Katsuyo was washed away by this strong breath. He couldn't understand how it was done. At the same time, the two holy lands have successfully practiced immortal arts. This is already an incredible thing. Not to mention that he couldn't imagine how people from the two holy places agreed. It seems that this is well prepared. I have learned the magic of Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave, and I have come to the Wetbone Forest. I'm afraid this is for my fairy art here. To be able to survive in the ninja world for such a long time, the wisdom of immortal Katsuyo is naturally no worse than that of the leaders of the other two holy places. Haven't officially met with Senjo Hashirama yet. He had already guessed Senjo Hashirama's intention. He also recognized the identity of Senjo Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashura, son of the Sage of Six Paths. It's just that he has doubts in his heart no less than the White Snake Immortal in Ryokai Cave. He couldn't figure it out either. Why is Ashura's reincarnation so strange this time? Not only has the breath of Ashura, even has an Indra vibe, the most important thing is that he is too strong. This breath even catches up to the level of first generation Ashura? Could it be that those two guys shook hands and made peace, and are ready to join forces? Are they going to raise this generation of Ashura's reincarnation together? But that doesn't seem right either. This Ashura's reincarnation, how do I feel that he has surpassed those two guys in the practice of immortality? The research direction of Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave, those two guys can't do this level. Immortal Katsuyo is also a little restless at the moment. He also lost the indifferent expression on his face. Advertisement. In previous history, it's not like he hasn't seen Ashura's reincarnation before, but as strange as this time, it was indeed the first time seeing him. He thinks things are a bit beyond his understanding. Let him have something he can't grasp, especially Sage Body on Senjo Hashirama. Katsuyorishi can feel how powerful life energy is contained in it. Even he who has lived for thousands of years is somewhat inferior. Shijuling's fairy art focuses on the practice of life energy. If anything else then, Katsuyorishi himself does not think that he is stronger than the other two holy places, but in terms of survival ability, Katsuyu Immortal thinks that their two holy places can't keep up with him, but in front of Senjo Hashirama, he himself has clearly reached this point in this respect. Why did he still come to the Wetbone Forest to practice fairy art? Katsuyorishi even believes that, if Senjo Hashirama is not human, the leader of this Wetbone Forest can let him do it. Fourth Raikage, it seems that the immortals of the three holy places are not as difficult to talk to as I imagined. Facing First Hokage, I feel that they are no different from us. Luoshe, it's not that hard to talk, but it depends on who they talk to. You go up and talk to them. I'm sure it's not like this attitude. Oniki, I feel now that after First Hokage slipped around in the three holy lands, all the three holy lands will participate in the process of change this time. Tsunade, the celestial art of the Shibone Forest is indeed very compatible with the physique of our Senjo family, but the help is really not great. It cannot produce qualitative changes. He has a very strong physique, and his recovery ability is much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto, in this way, it's a good thing I learned the magic of Mount Myaboku. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be even uglier if I learned the magic of Shishibone Forest. Namikaze Minato, Naruto, have you reached the stage of practicing fairy arts? It seems that teacher Jiraiya still took care of you. I believe that your practice of fairy arts will be more useful than the sky. Jiraiya: well, Minato, Biba, among the few of us, I am afraid that Naruto is the most suitable person for practicing fairy arts. He is even more suitable for practicing fairy arts than me, and he is the only one that can perfectly fit the physique of practicing fairy art. Uzumaki Kushina, speaking of which, besides the Senju clan, only our Uzumaki clan has such a strong physique. Uchiha Sasuke, if Naruto practiced senjutsu again, wouldn't the gap between me and him be even bigger? Uchiha Sasuke lying on the hospital bed. He clenched his fists hard. He never regarded Uzumaki Naruto as his opponent. When I was at ninja school, I am an honor student. There are no disadvantages. And Uzumaki Naruto is nothing more than a crane tail. Can't even complete the most basic three-body technique. During the secondary examination, he has already discovered Uzumaki Naruto's secret is no smaller than himself. Even Sasuke thinks that if Naruto fights with himself with all his strength, I may not be Naruto's opponent. And now there is such a thing as fairy art. Once Uzumaki Naruto practiced senjutsu. So what is the gap between the two of them? Uchiha Sasuke said he could not accept the result. Continue like this. Then when will he be able to kill that man? Recover the blood debt of the Uchiha clan from Uchiha attack it? Sasuke, who was still hesitant, immediately firm up my mind. He must leave Konoha as soon as possible. Go to Orochimaru to improve your strength. Katsuyu densely packed with wet bones. At this moment, they all twisted their bodies in the mud anxiously. Advertisement. They can all feel. One about as powerful as Katsuyu Rishi. Beings even more powerful than the Katsuyu sages are fast approaching the wet-bone forest. This powerful aura made them very uneasy. This is their body's instinct is warning. It looks like. Wet-bone forest is quite similar to our Senju clan. This huge and exuberant vitality is indeed much stronger than the other two holy places. If the people of the Senju family practice the fairy art of the wet-bone forest, their life-saving ability will be improved several times at least. Senju Hashirama stroked his chin, looking at these Katsuyus in the wet-bone forest. Although he has initially reached an agreement with Mount Mayaboku, let the people of Mount Mayaboku help him train the Senju clan to practice immortality. But not every member of the Senju clan can successfully complete the Senjutsu practice of Mount Mayaboku. Many people can't master the natural energy no matter how hard they try, but Senju Hashirama argues that those who cannot master Mount Mayaboku Senjutsu, it doesn't mean that he can't practice the fairy art of the wet-bone forest. The Senju family practice the magic of the wet-bone forest. There are many advantages inherent in. It's just that their own physique is already extremely strong. Continue to practice the fairy art of the wet-bone forest. Have a limited effect. Not as strong as Mount Mayaboku and Ryokai Cave. Dear guest, you are welcome. If you need my help with anything, you can come in and negotiate with me. These little guys at the door are relatively fragile. Your aura is really too strong. If we continue to stay, I'm afraid that these little guys won't last long, and they will return to the embrace of nature. A gentle voice sounded in Senju Hashirama's mind. He knew that it was the voice of Katsuyu Rishi, the leader of Shikbon Forest. The following is the question and answer time. Please answer the audience in the live broadcast room. Among the following 4 options, those who answer correctly can get random rewards. May I ask what will Senju Hashirama do with the wet-bone forest? A. Senju Hashirama's conversation was fruitless, so he grabbed the immortal technique himself and destroyed the wet-bone forest. B. Immortal Katsuyu personally presented the Senjutsu, thinking that Senju Hashirama is a rare genius in 1,000 years, and his strength is unstoppable, and he is willing to surrender. C. Senju Hashirama talked with him, and the two hit it off immediately. Katsuyu Immortal Kazang gave him Senjutsu. D. Immortal Katsuyu was moved by the peace and great love that Senju Hashirama said, and thought it could change this era, so he handed over Senju Hashirama. When everyone in the live broadcast room sees the options appear, there was a burst of fire in my heart. Finally waited until the option appeared. The rewards of the previous few options have already made them very jealous. Some people even regret that they gave up the obvious correct answer at the beginning, without thinking carefully, so miss out on those coveted rewards. As long as you get one of the rewards, wouldn't these ordinary ninjas like me immediately have the blood succession limit, become the most pinnacle existence in the ninja world? But when they calm down, they look at these 4 options. Some were in a daze. The answers to these 4 options seem too close. I feel that any answer may be something that this Senju Hashirama has done. Uchiha Madara, if it is the Hashirama I know, maybe I will choose several other answers, but I think the Hashirama on the screen will definitely choose A. To deal with this weak existence, there is no need to talk too much nonsense. Senju Tobirama, I think that although the eldest brother has made some changes, he will definitely not be a lunatic like Uchiha Madara. He will not abuse his power, and there is no benefit in destroying the wet-bone forest. He must if you want to use the power of the wet-bone forest to unify the ninja world for him. I think the choice of B is the most reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, although this Shode is not the first Hokage-sama we know, but I believe he must still have the will of fire. I think it is the most likely option. Shimura Danzo, with such ambition and means, this is the most perfect Hokage in my heart. How could such a first Hokage not think? I also think that choosing B is the most reasonable. Tsunade, although Grandpa has changed a bit, I don't think he will be an ambitious man, and Katsuyu Immortal has a very gentle temper. The two of them will definitely not have any conflicts. The choice of C is the most reasonable. Advertisement. 68 The reward of the movie viewing system, the right to resurrect. Advertisement. Friendly reminder from the system, this selection reward can randomly designate a dead soul to be resurrected. Punishment for failing to answer, randomly reduce lifespan by 1 to 10 years. The audience in the live broadcast room can also choose not to answer, so there is no reward or punishment. When everyone in the broadcast room who was originally very enthusiastic saw the punishment for failing to answer, immediately the enthusiasm subsided. This failure penalty is too severe. Randomly reduces lifespan by 1 to 10 years. Not bad for a young ninja. For some older ninjas, they don't know that they can live for a few more years. See the penalty for failing to answer this. The expressions of Shimura Danzo and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen both darkened. According to their current age, when I was young, I already had many dark wounds on my body. If the life expectancy is directly reduced by another 10 years, neither of them can guarantee whether they will die suddenly and die on the spot. But the rewards given by the system before made them very envious, especially Shimura Danzo. He has already got the blood of the Uchiha clan once. It is even more clear how amazing this system is. If you can get wood-style cell rewards again, not only can he return to his peak state when he was young, and the strength can be further improved. Wood Style by Senju Hashirama plus Sherinon by Uchiha Madara. If you can master the two at the same time, then in the entire ninja world, is there anyone else who will be his opponent? Shimura Danzo who thought of this scene, as if he had seen how powerful Konoha would be under his rule in the future. Konoha has wiped out the other 4 villages, became the number 1 ninja village, and I have become Konoha's strongest and greatest Hokage. Others have the same idea as Shimura Danzo. They also hope that the system can give stronger rewards. Let them change everything. Akatsuki's internal organization. The skinny and already extremely weak Uzumaki Nagato saw the rewards given by the system. I couldn't help breathing quickly. This temptation is too great for him. And Konan with a cold face beside him. I can't help but feel excited when I say this award. If they get this reward, does that mean they can bring Yahiko back from the world of the dead? While Uzumaki Nagato has Rinnegan from Sage of 6 Paths. But if you want to resurrect the dead, someone must sacrifice. He uses the Rine Tensei technique. you can pay with your own life. Bring Yahiko back to life. It's not that Nagito is unwilling to sacrifice his life. It's just that he thinks that even if he resurrects Yahiko at the cost of his own life, Yahiko could not lead Akatsuki to realize their dream. Make this world a more peaceful place. Because Yahiko is an idealist through and through. His ways don't work in this world. Many years ago, after their conversation with Hanzo failed, Nagito has clearly realized this. Advertisement. And they paid a heavy price. FFLX. If he dies here, that means they know the dream of the organization. This life is also doomed to be impossible to complete. But if you just use the rewards given by the live room system, they can bring Yahiko back from the world of the dead without paying any other price. The temptation is really great. Nagito, let me do it this time. Your body can't afford to fail. Even if I fail with the wrong answer, even if I lose 10 years of life, it doesn't have much impact on me. Let me stand in front of you and Yahiko this time, and protect you from the wind and rain. Konan stepped forward, and Nagito said firmly with his hand. Uchiha Obito with a Uzumaki mask. He was also very restless at this time. The right to resurrect the dead is placed in front of him. I just need to answer a little bit. You can save Lin, whom you have longed for day and night, from the world of the dead. And you don't need to pay any price. Orikimura, it's a pity, although the rewards this time are very attractive, the penalty for wrong answers is not small. To me, resurrecting the dead is nothing to be happy about. I give up this right to answer. Tsunade : I believe in my judgment of Grandpa. The answer must be C. As long as the answer is correct, Noeka can come back to my side. Shimura Danzo: I also give up my right this time. I don't have anyone who I want to revive in particular. Sarutobi Hiruzen: it's a pity. The penalty for failure is too severe, and I also choose to give up. Jiraiya: when will the system reward me with a peerless beauty? This is more realistic. Hey, take Kakashi, Lin. I must save you this time. You wait for me? Uchiha Obito: shut up. Kakashi, you are not qualified to mention Lin's name. Even if you save Lin, I must save Lin. You coward, get out of here. Uzumaki Naruto: violence can't solve everything. I believe that although Uncle First Generation has made some changes, he is definitely still a good person. I choose D. Uchiha Sasuke: I choose C. Although I can't save everyone, I hope I can revive my father or mother, and I want to see them again. Uzumaki Naruto: I choose D. Uchiha Sasuke: I choose C. Tsunade: I choose C. Uchiha Madara: I choose A. Senju Tobirama: I choose B. Fourth Raikage: I choose B. Luoshe: I choose B. I didn't expect. Mount Myaboku's celestial arts and Ryokai Cave's celestial arts can be combined so perfectly, and it still exists in a human being. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined this scene. Immortal Katsuyu stared at Senju Hashirama in amazement. When Senju Hashirama stood in front of him at close range, only then did he feel the amazing natural energy in Senju Hashirama. I didn't expect that. It has always been inconspicuous. The most unobtrusive leader of the Wetbone Forest. Katsuyu Immortal is the most powerful of the three immortals. You have already surpassed the leaders of the other two holy places in the mastery of natural energy and in the cultivation of immortal arts. Senju Hashirama didn't even think of it himself. Seems most invincible. The weakest Katsuyu Immortal is the strongest of the three Holy Land chiefs. The immortals of the other two holy places still don't know this. They all think that each other is the most likely to break through the extreme existence first. Watching the energy of nature cheering around the Katsuyu Rishi, Senju Hashirama knows. He has completely surpassed the two great immortals, stepping into a new level. The immortals of the two holy places are still struggling to find out how to master natural energy. Let the natural energy serve you better. And Katsuyu Immortal has been able to let the natural energy be used for him willingly. There is no rejection. For this alone, he has surpassed the two immortals too much. Advertisement. This step seems not far away, but the two immortals have been stagnant in this place for many years. They may not even be able to take this step in their lifetime. Hihi, both of them are more talented than me. I was able to get to where I am today because of my persistence bit by bit. It is a heaven-defying move to start from ordinary beasts and gradually master natural energy. Different from the two of them, I didn't put too much energy on the human world from the beginning, and I have been concentrating on practicing immortal arts. The two of them are contaminated with too many worldly things, and it is these things that have been hindering them from going further. Listening to Senju Hashirama's praise, there was also a gentle smile on Katsuyu Immortal's face. Although he knew the purpose of Senju Hashirama's coming to the Shibun Forest, but he doesn't think there's too much malice in Senju Hashirama. He can clearly feel the human in front of him just wants to learn the magic of the Wetbone Forest. Want to make your fairy art go a step further. He only wants to become stronger. Sitting cross-legged, Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement with Katsuyu Rishi's statement. Although Katsuyu Immortal is not as strong as him, but to be able to practice natural energy to this extent, it can also be regarded as the pinnacle existence in this world, bar none. He thinks that even Uchiha Madara may not be the opponent of Katsuyu Rishi. Of all the living beings seen, Katsuyu Immortal is the most powerful being he has ever seen. Uchiha Madara, impossible? Is there something wrong with Hashirama's judgment of my strength? I am not the opponent of this snail. This is a little underestimating. Senju Tobirama, I have never practiced celestial arts, so I don't know how they judge the level of strength, but this big brother has such a high vision. If he says so, it should be true. Senju Hashirama, the other thing I said should be true. I met Katsuyu Immortal a few years ago. His understanding of natural energy really surpassed many people. At that time, I felt that his strength was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was actually stronger than the leaders of the other two holy places. Jiraiya, unexpectedly, among the three of us, the force behind Tsunade is the strongest. I agree with you, Katsuyu Rishi. Although the two of them have always insisted on continuing to develop fairy arts and insist on exploring natural energy, but they've been disturbed by a lot of things in the human world. So after so many years, they are still standing still, without any growth. Senju Hashirama also saw the problems of the other two sages early on, but he didn't tell the two immortals, because he knows, even if you say it yourself, the two immortals definitely don't believe it either. Yet, as early as many years ago, asking for flowers, Hatomawan and White Snake are not like this yet. The relationship between the two is not even as bad as it is now. I just don't know why. When the contact between the two holy places behind them and the human world became more and more frequent, the relationship between the two guys became worse and worse. They kept talking about the two great saints. It is completely independent from the human world, and does not mix with the affairs of the human world. But now it seems that they are inseparable from the human world. This has long gone against the original intention of practicing fairy art. Katsuyu Immortal shook the tentacles on his forehead. A look of deep nostalgia appeared in his eyes. When they were not the leaders of the three holy lands, can also sit together, exchange experiences of practicing natural energy with each other. But as their strength becomes stronger and stronger, such a beautiful scene has never happened again. It seems, Katsuyu Immortal, you have a long relationship with the other two immortals. Otherwise you wouldn't know the two of them so well. Senju Hashirama has long since discovered the magic of the three holy places. Although there are three different directions of practice, but there are shadows of other holy places between each other, and the leaders of the three bodies are all spirit beasts of Grandmaster Immortal Art. To say that they have never communicated and do not know each other for so many years. Advertisement. That is impossible. It's just why the relationship between the three holy places has evolved into what it is now. That's not something Senju Hashirama knows. Hey, it's all in the past. I haven't seen the two of them for many years. Shaking his head, Katsuyu Rishi said. Zero. Don't worry, Immortal Katsuyo, there will definitely be no chance to meet in the future. In the future changes, none of the three holy places will be absent. You will all be involved, I can assure you of that. After the three holy lands, the situation of being independent from human society will no longer exist. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. There was undisguised desire and ambition in his eyes. Sure enough, I already knew. You have practiced senjutsu at Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave, and you want to come to me to continue practicing senjutsu. I knew that you are not a person who is willing to be ordinary and ordinary. Perhaps this is the reason why Hamawan and White Snake were able to hand over the immortal art to you. There was no surprise on Katsuyu Rishi's face. Senju Hashirama can have this level of strength, but still want to go further. This shows just how big his ambition is. Maybe Katsuyu Rishi, you think I'm just a simple careerist. But in fact, I just want to end this troubled world. I'm already tired of this endless war. Also, just being an ambitious person is meaningless. History has no shortage of ambitious people who used violence to unify the entire world, but they did not bring any change to the world. After their death, the world is still so boring. Rotation. So, I hope that you, the three holy lands, can help me to change the world together. Ninjas are so powerful, but they are only used to kill, plunder, and destroy. Isn't this a kind of irony? When the ninja sect was founded, their purpose should be to create a peaceful world, so they spread their powerful power. But in today's world, people have great power, but wars are becoming more and more frequent. The lives of ordinary people are not as good as in ancient times. I think this era needs a strong force. Volume correction. When the new era comes, there may be no famine or war in this world, and the relationship between humans and summoning beasts will not be so tense. Listening to Senju Hashirama talking, Katsuyu Rishi doesn't know why. He seemed to be touched deep inside. Obviously just simple words, but it gave him a different feeling. The man in front of me. Maybe he can really end this troubled world. Create an unprecedented era? Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for getting it right. Uzumaki Naruto gets the right to resurrect the dead. The rest of the people who answered incorrectly will deduct 5 years of life. Seen on the live screen. Senju Hashirama's action speech. Those who answered these questions had a bad feeling in their hearts. This Senju Hashirama. More like first Hokage Senju Hashirama as they know it. Gentle personality, kind-hearted, cannot use force without using force. J.A. Didn't the Senju Hashirama in the screen change a bit? No one expected. The seemingly least reliable answer turned out to be the correct answer. The only person who answered correctly was the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Naruto himself was dumbfounded. When he chooses the answer, without thinking too much, it's just an option based on your own intuition. Unexpectedly, I got the right answer. Soil. Advertisement. 69 The resurrection of Namikaze Minato, father and son reunion. Advertisement. When this answer appears, the people in the live broadcast room were even more amazed. They never thought it was Uzumaki Naruto who got the answer right. At the same time, they think this answer is also very outrageous. It's more like the system is playing tricks on them. This is clearly not something that another first Hokage can do. Another first Hokage. He is more like Uchiha Madara. How could he do such a thing? Everyone is baffled. Uchiha Sasuke glanced enviously at Naruto in the live broadcast room. If he can answer the correct answer, now he can have the right to resurrect the dead. At least I can see my father Uchiha Fugaku or my mother Uchiha Mikato. Uchiha Sasuke even wanted to ask Uzumaki Naruto to give this right to himself. But he also knew it was impossible. Before Namikaze Minato and they appeared, Uchiha Sasuke thought Uzumaki Naruto was just an orphan, but now he also knows Naruto's true identity. He is the son of the 4th Hokage, not an orphan. He also has his own parents. And Uchiha Sasuke, who also lost his parents, naturally knows what Naruto has been longing for in his heart. So he also knows what choice Naruto will make. He is not qualified to ask Naruto to give this right to himself. Within the organization, Uzumaki Nagato and Konan clenched their hands tightly. Damn, just a little bit. Nagato stared at the screen unwillingly. There was also deep regret in Konan's eyes. If she gets it right, she is the one who has the right to resurrect. She can bring Yahiko back to life. In addition to 403 who wanted to revive Yahiko, what Konan hopes most is that Yahiko can stop Nagato at this moment. Since Yahiko died, Nagato's character is getting more and more paranoid. Konan doesn't know how to save Nagato like this. Konan doesn't know where their future will lead, but she doesn't want Nagato to continue here. Uzumaki Nagato of overused Rinnegan. His body at this moment is like an old man in his 50s or 60s. Konan has lost Yahiko. She doesn't want to lose even Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the screen. Hashtag. I got it right. He rubbed his eyes. Can't believe it's all true. From small to large, he had no luck once. There are even very few people around him who don't transmit ill will towards him. He is used to the ups and downs of fate. Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, congratulations to you too. It seems that at least one of you can return to this world, so that Naruto will no longer be so lonely and miserable. Hey take Kakashi, sensei. I have let you down on my teaching. After you left, I didn't take good care of Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato. I really envy you. It seems that you have the opportunity to meet our child. I hope you can accompany him well and make up for his missing childhood. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato, Kushina, even if you are resurrected, the person who will be resurrected should be you, not me. Compared with father, I think the role of mother is more important, and Naruto still has 9 tails in his body now, so too it takes you who is a Jinchuriki to be taught how to use this power star. Uzumaki Kushina, no. Minato, what Naruto needs most at this moment is you. Your appearance can tell everyone that our child is not a monster. He is the son of Konoha 4th Hokage. He is the child of a hero, not of the monster that came to disaster. Please Uzumaki Naruto make a choice. You have the right to resurrect once, and you can only resurrect one person at a time. May I ask who you choose to revive? Uzumaki Naruto struggled for a long time looking at the screen. For a while, I didn't know what choice I should make. Choose resurrection Namikaze Minato. Then he can't revive his mother Uzumaki Kushina. Chosen to resurrect Uzumaki Kushina. Then he can't revive his father Namikaze Minato. And these two people are the most important in his life. It is also the person most eager to see. Naruto, resurrect Mr. Minato. He can help you more, and you need his presence at this juncture. And isn't there a question and answer system in the live broadcast room later? Maybe you can win the right to be resurrected again. Boom. White smoke flickers. Heitake Kakashi, wearing a black mask, appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. He knows his disciple. So he also knew that his disciple must be in great pain now, even a little tangled. Seeing the appearance of Heitake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath. Calmly made his own choice. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose to revive Namikaze Minato. 4th Raikage, interesting. It seems that man is about to reappear in the ninja world again, the golden flash of the past. I don't know if your speed has slowed down after so many years. I am no longer what I used to be, the one I got. Luoshe, headache, a Hokage who is at the peak. This is much more difficult to deal with than that old man in 3rd Hokage, pity us and Shinobi village. Hey, Oniki, hee. You don't have to worry too much about it. A village can only have one shadow. Now that 4th Hokage is revived, who is going to have the final say in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man. I think you are also very concerned. Clear. Orochimaru, Minato, I am really looking forward to your resurrection. I wonder if you can forgive this village and my respected teacher 3rd Hokage when you understand your son's experience in Konoha these years. Jiraiya, hey, old man, there are indeed some problems with what you have done these years. After Minato comes back this time, you should explain it to him properly. Shimura Danzo, what can I explain? I said at the beginning that I am the most suitable person to succeed Hokage. No one of you can match my love for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I believe Minato can understand my original difficulties. All of my actions are for the inheritance of the will of fire. Senju Hashirama, has Konoha turned into this? The majestic son of Hokage will be regarded as a monster? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, I have said long ago that the path you are taking will not work at all. You in another world, maybe he can walk a completely different path from you. Tsunade, Grandpa, if you can live forever, maybe the will of fire in your mouth can be carried out, but after you passed away, everything changed. After a flash of white light, Kakashi, long time no see. A tall man with light blue eyes appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes, looking at the man in front of him, whose hair color and pupil color are very similar to his own. For a while, I didn't know what to say to express my feelings. You are. Tears filled Uzumaki Naruto's pupils. He trembled violently. I'm sorry. Naruto, you have been wrong too much in the past few years. Everything is my fault. Namikaze Minato hugged his son tightly. His face was full of guilt. Even he himself didn't think of it. After his own death, his own son Uzumaki Naruto suffered such a painful thing in Konoha. Imposing son of Hokage. Not even as happy as an orphan in an orphanage. Why did you give birth to me? Why am I the son of the 4th Hokage? Why has no one ever told me about this? Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on with all this? Advertisement. Uzumaki Naruto hugs his father tightly Namikaze Minato. He was afraid that if he let go, then it's all just a dream. I became the orphan again without parents. Again alone and ridiculed by everyone? Ms. Minato, sorry. After hearing Uzumaki Naruto's angry questioning, Heitake Kakashi also bowed his head in guilt. He also thought countless times to change the life of Uzumaki Naruto, but it was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It's okay, Kakashi, none of this is your fault. I know who the real person who caused this is. Namikaze Minato still had that gentle smile on his face, but the coldness in his eyes made Kakashi couldn't help but tremble. He knows what his teacher's expression means. Means he is really angry? The world only knows Golden Flash Namikaze Minato as a gentle Hokage, but Kakashi knows. Before Namikaze Minato became Hokage, it is the prestige paved with the countless heads of the 3rd Ninja World War. His name was forged with countless blood and corpses. Namikaze Minato, thank you for taking care of my son all these years. Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is dead. Now only a father is alive. The son has been wronged. Of course the father will help him get justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Raikage, ha 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 ha. Interesting. Namikaze Minato, if you need my help, remember to come to Cloud Shinobi Village to find me. I will try my best to help. Oniki, Iwegakur also means the same. As long as you say a word, we can help too. Terumi Mei, hee. We at Mist Ninja Village are also willing to help you with this. Luoshet, as long as you say it, Sand Shinobi Village must be your most loyal ally. Inside the Hokage office. Crack sound. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen crushed the teacup in his hand. He never thought that after Namikaze Minato was revived. How dare you say that publicly? This is to make it clear that I have to settle old scores with myself. Put yourself on the opposite side of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he and Namikaze Minato still had a warm relationship, although reluctant to give up the rights in hand. But Sarutobi Hiruzen himself knows. He is getting older now. The body is also getting worse day by day. Instead, better to get a good name. Let go of the power in your hand. So, Namikaze Minato is back and can continue to do his 4th Hokage. And I can also retire from the position of 3rd Hokage. This is a happy situation. You can see what Namikaze Minato looks like now. He has no intention of coming back as 4th Hokage? Minato, don't force me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a grim expression. At this moment, where does he still have the kind appearance in front of people in the past? But at the same time, a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. If it was 10 years ago, not even the man 5 years ago would have felt that way. But now half of his foot has stepped into the grave. Advertisement. He is more and more able to feel. Every year, his own strength declines more and more seriously. If Namikaze Minato is really doing it yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not sure that he could defend against his Flying Thunder God technique. Not sure about saving my own life? Hey, if it doesn't work, I can only ask Jiraiya for help. If it's Jiraiya, he shouldn't just stand by. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Thinking of my 3 powerful disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how to express his feelings either. He taught 3 such excellent disciples by himself. But none of these 3 disciples obeyed his arrangement. No one stays with him now. At this moment, he felt even more betrayed by the whole world. Could it be that I did something wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head fiercely, whispered to himself. Impossible, impossible. How could I be wrong? They must be wrong. I am the right one. I'm Hokage. How could Hokage do something wrong? I do all this to carry out the will of fire, and I do everything for Konoha. Only a selfish person like Danzo does these things for his own selfish desires. I am different from him. 17. Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted that only he is right, and everyone else is wrong. Orochimaru, I'm a little curious now. When the old man knew you were resurrected, Minato, what was his expression like? Orochimaru, it seems that this live broadcast room is indeed more terrifying than I imagined. Even you who were captured by Shinigami can be resurrected. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, although the old man's actions are a bit excessive, there must be his good intentions. Don't provoke the relationship between Minato and the old man. Uzumaki Kushina, Teacher Jiraiya, do you still want to speak for Sarutobi Hiruzen 4.8 now? You should know better than anyone what he did after he became Hokage. Do you still lie to yourself? Nara, no matter what, there is only one Hokage in my heart, and that is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Yamanaka Hai, what Luju said is what I want to say. Akamai Kichoza, our Ino, Shika, Cho tribes are always one, only the 4th Hokage is our Hokage. Valley of the End. Looking at the content of the discussion in the live broadcast room, Uchiha Madara held his forehead and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. See, Hashirama, Konoha you created. The son of the dignified Hokage will be regarded as a monster by the people in the village. 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage will evolve into an enemy relationship. Even the village you created yourself has become like this, not to mention the places outside Konoha. I want to know where is the peace in your mouth? Where is the mutual understanding between people? Looking at Senju Hashirama's increasingly depressed expression, Uchiha Madara feels comfortable physically and mentally, compared to defeating Senju Hashirama with strength. He felt that winning on this spiritual path, it makes him feel more happy. This fully proves that he is right. And Senju Hashirama is wrong? Could it be? Am I really wrong? This. Looking down at his hands, Senju Hashirama murmured. Did not deliberately obtain information about the future, but only from part of the conversation in the live broadcast room. He can also clearly deduce the whole process of things. This makes me deeply believe in the future. Believe deeply in your own Senju Hashirama. For the first time, I felt an unparalleled sense of frustration. He didn't know whether it was necessary to implement the plans in his mind. Advertisement. 70 The leaders of the 3 holy places meet again. The oppression of Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. When the other 4 villages saw Namikaze Minato's speech in the live broadcast room, they all had schadenfreude expressions regarding the 9 Tails rebellion that occurred in Konoha back then. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died in battle. They are very clear. But Uzumaki Naruto, the son of 4th Hokage, had such a miserable life in Konoha. They sure didn't expect that. This is probably the worst Jinchuriki ever. And now with only a few words from 4th Hokage, they saw the contradiction between 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a great thing for them. Colleagues are also very happy in their hearts. If Konoha hadn't become like this internally, they don't know how long it will take to catch up with Konoha. There are too many geniuses in Konoha. Katsuyorishi stares at Senju Hashirama in front of him. He can clearly feel the sincerity in Senju Hashirama's words. Senju Hashirama also has no reason to deceive himself, because his strength has surpassed his own. A man stronger than himself. There is really no need to lie to yourself. I have to say, I was really moved by the future world you mentioned. From ancient times to the present, countless people have tried to realize this dream, but without exception, they have all failed. But from you, I see a possibility of realization. Perhaps, you can really create an unprecedented era, even if it is the mind of Katsuyu Immortal who has practiced for so many years. At this moment, he also has to be deeply attracted by the future that Senju Hashirama said. In the eyes of the Katsuyu sage, humans are such a wonderful species. Sometimes they have a feeling that can make the summoning beast trust. Sometimes it makes people feel that they are too greedy. So, Katsuyorishi's attitude towards humans is also very contradictory. The former Katsuyu Immortal was also willing to believe in humans, willing to help their human companions. But thousands of years of repeated history made Katsuyorishi deeply tired. Their actions fail again and again, caught in a strange cycle. And among them, most of the reasons are caused by human greed. I believe I can accomplish what the predecessors could not accomplish. The era that they can't achieve, I can definitely achieve it. 14 Because I'm destined to be stronger than any of them. As long as my strength surpasses everything, all difficulties will naturally not be real difficulties. Senju Hashirama's tone is unmatched confidence. He deeply believes, I will become beyond all others, become the strongest existence. And Katsuyu Immortal was also infected by his aura. Yes, the reason why those predecessors failed, not being strong enough is indeed one of the reasons. But in front of Senju Hashirama, his current strength has surpassed all human beings that Katsuyorishi has seen. As for where Senju Hashirama can go in the future, Katsuyorishi with deep anticipation. Maybe he can surpass the old sage of 6 paths. 4th Raikage, well said. This is the first Hokage in my heart. As long as the strength is strong enough, then all difficulties can be solved naturally. If you can't solve it, it only means that your strength is not strong enough. Uchiha Madara, is this Hashirama talking so crazy? But, I like it. This kind of Hashirama is more suitable to be my real opponent. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama, I think the words he said are a bit too extreme. Can strength alone solve everything? There should be an equal relationship between people. Senju Tobirama, big brother, your idea is too ideal. Countless years of human history, could it be that you haven't let you understand these true principles? Jiraiya, I think such a first Hokage-sama, he may have gone astray. Force cannot solve any problem, it will only bring more hatred and incomprehension. Orochimaru, mutual understanding between people. Then, Shode, what do you think about fourth Hokage? Hokage's son was treated as a monster in Konoha? This is the Konoha you built. Shimura Danzo, it seems that everything I insist on is correct. What I implement is the real will of fire. As long as you have enough power to lead Konoha to wipe out all enemies, this is what a Hokage should do. However, are you so convinced that I will help you? If you deny your ideals and think that the world you speak of is unrealistic, then what should you do next? Senju Katsuyu looked curiously at Senju Hashirama in front of him. Wen Yan. Senju Hashirama grinned, showing off his white teeth. I actually don't have the confidence to believe that Katsuyorishi, you will accept what I say. But there are some things I know very well. If you can't be friends, you must be enemies. Facing the enemy, the most direct way is to destroy them completely. Looking at the bright smile on Senju Hashirama's face, Katsuyorishi couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Such a strong killing intent? He could clearly feel that Senju Hashirama was not joking with himself. If you just rejected and denied what Senju Hashirama said, that would be putting Wetbone Forest against him. And Senju Hashirama may choose to destroy the whole Wetbone Forest? This Ashura is really different from the previous Ashura. He is so extreme. This is more like Indra's approach. What is not available is destroyed. Immortal Katsuyu silently made an estimate in his heart. He is estimating how big the difference in strength is between himself and Senju Hashirama. In the end, he came to a desperate fact. If Senju Hashirama wants to do something to himself and Shikarin, the whole Wetbone Forest, even I may not be able to escape from his hands. His odds against Senju Hashirama are 0. The probability of surviving is basically 0. What kind of monster is this Ashura in front of me? It's a good thing he didn't show hostility. Immortal Katsuyu can still see a bit of Ashura in him. Once he showed extreme hostility, Katsuyorishi can only feel the incomparable darkness and blood from his body. Jiraiya, is it really the 3 holy places that I know well? Even the Katsuyu Immortal has been persuaded. Luoshe, this looks normal. Facing this kind of first Hokage, no one cannot be afraid. Fourth Raikage, the gap in strength is too great, and this first Hokage's killing intent is heavier than Uchiha Madara. The 3 holy places have no choice but to surrender. Tsunade, It's good that Katsuyu Immortal didn't choose to conflict with Grandpa. Young man, you are really honest. I didn't even have the slightest intention to hide my thoughts. Katsuyu Immortal said with a wry smile. He didn't expect Senju Hashirama to be so straightforward. Once you are unwilling to hand over the fairy art, Wetbone Forest is unwilling to approve his idea. He is going to destroy the Wetbone Forest directly, and Katsuyorishi believed that Senju Hashirama could do the same. Seeing the helpless look of Katsuyu Immortal, Senju Hashirama wasn't surprised at all. For the 3 old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years in the 3 holy lands, the one who can truly conquer them is naturally one's own strength. Because their own strength is strong enough, so they feel scared. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the future world I describe in my mouth, it is impossible for the 3 of them to recognize their own ideas. It seems that my idea is indeed correct. Big Fist is the truth. Listening to Senju Hashirama's muttering. Advertisement. Katsuyu Immortal feels scalp tingling even more. Fortunately, I express myself quickly. Otherwise, the reincarnation of Ashura in front of me. You might be ready to start a war with Wetbone Forest? I don't know Immortal Katsuyu. Are you interested in meeting the leaders of the other 2 holy places? It seems that you used to have a good relationship, but I don't know why it became like this. If you want to meet and chat with them, I think I can help you with that. His nostalgia has been heard in the mouth of Katsuyu Immortal. So, according to Senju Hashirama, the friendship between the 3 of them must not be shallow, just for some unknown reason. That's why the 3 holy places have evolved into what they are now. Toadball and White Snake. The 3 of us haven't seen each other for many years. How are you going to let the 3 of us meet? Katsuyorishi asked curiously. To their status, every move they make represents the forces behind them. Naturally, it is impossible to be as unscrupulous as before. Feel free to move around. While the relationship between Mount Mayaboko and Ryokai Cave is tense, if Hamoan and White Snake Immortal know each other's existence, they certainly don't appear at the same time. Even if they appear at the same time, that will naturally start the fight directly. No negotiation whatsoever. As long as you, Katsuyorishi, have the will. Methods, there must be many. I'll arrange for you to meet. Senju Hashirama gave a mysterious smile. Jiraiya, the relationship between Mount Mayaboko and Ryokai Cave is so bad. If the Great Toad Sage meets with the White Snake Immortal, I can't imagine what kind of scene it would be. I'm afraid the 4th Ninja World War is nothing more than that. Tsunade, I often hear the names of the 2 of them from the mouth of Katsuyu Immortal. I didn't expect there to be such a relationship. Orochimaru, if there is no first Hokage, the situation will be very bad, but with first Hokage, the situation will definitely be different. Fourth Raikage, it would be great if we could fight. I haven't seen the leaders of these 3 holy places make a move yet. It's just a good time to see how strong they are. Oniki, I don't know how the strength of the leaders of the 3 holy places compares with the tailed beast. They seem to have a much better temper than the tailed beast, if they can become Jinchuriki. Senju Hashirama one-handed Midra. Press against the mossy ground. Summoning technique. Boom and boom twice. After the white smoke flashed, 2 gigantic figures appeared in the Wetbone Forest. This made the already very spacious Wetbone Forest instantly become extremely crowded. Looking at the giant snake and toad in front of me, Katsuyu Immortal stared blankly. Senju Hashirama sent the 2 of them directly to summoning? Who dare to disturb this fairy's sleep? If there is nothing important, I will eat you alive in one bite. Immortal White Snake said in a grumpy tone. He slowly opened his pupils, with a murderous look on his face. Shima, Fukazaku, is it time for dinner again? Didn't I already tell you that I don't need to eat so much now? Great Toad Sage opened his cloudy eyes. His mind is still dizzy. I haven't woken up from the dream just now. Toad Pill, White Snake. A familiar voice came to their ears. This is. Memories deep in my mind began to slowly emerge. Katsuyu. Advertisement. Is this Wetbone Forest? The 2 immortals said in unison. At the same time, they also saw each other for the first time. Hamawan? How dare you appear in front of me? Are you really not afraid that I will kill you, you stinky toad? The white snake immortal straightened up. Grow your own mouth to reveal the sharp fangs inside. Hihi, white snake, do you think I'm afraid that you won't succeed? It just so happens that I've long wanted to make a pot of snake soup to replenish my body. It's great that you're here. Great Toad Sage narrowed his eyes, looking at each other full of murderous intent. In his eyes at this moment, where is the muddy look just now? Jiraiya, is this still the Great Toad Sage 127 I know? It's the first time I saw him sober. I always thought Great Toad Sage was old and dim. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, are you an idiot? The leaders of the three holy places have practiced immortal arts for so many years, how could they lose their minds? Tsunade, I'm afraid that among the three of us, only Jiraiya, an idiot, thinks that the leaders of the three holy lands are like that. Fourth Raikage, are the leaders of the three great holy lands so scary? This looks much stronger than Eight Tails Jaiki. Oniki, although the tailed beast is very powerful and has survived long enough, but the three guys from the three great sacred lands, they can always practice, they have been practicing fairy arts. 1. Nine Tails, these three guys, are much stronger than they were back then. I'm afraid the strength of the three of them has already surpassed me. 8 Tails, 9 Tails, this is impossible. Don't talk nonsense, these three guys. Can their strength match yours? You are the most powerful existence among us. 3 Tails, yes, these three guys were a little bit stronger than Shizuru back then, but now you say they are stronger than you? Is this impossible? Shaohi, you guys, can you not use me as an example? Hatomawan, White Snake, it's been so many years, haven't you let go? It's all in the past. Old friends meet, do you really want to fight? Katsuyorishi saw the anger between the two of them, immediately began to play the role of peacemaker. What friend? I haven't heard of it. We Ryokai Cave don't have anything to do with stinky toads. Smoking a pipe, the white snake immortal glared at Great Toad Sage. The evil snakes of Ryokai Cave. How could we, Mount Mayaboku, be friends with them? Great Toad Sage is not to be outdone, said with a cold face. I said, too, we've met each other, can't we just sit down and have a chat calmly? From now on, I will be my own. It's hurtful to fight and kill. Just when the two great immortals seemed to be fighting, a gentle voice appeared. Let the hearts of the two immortals tighten. A strong oppression. They had to stop what they were doing. Neither of them could even speak. Looking at Senju Hashirama aside, Great Toad Sage's eyes were about to pop out. This guy got stronger again. And he actually learned the magic of Ryokai Cave? If it wasn't for seeing Senju Hashirama's appearance, only by the breath from Senju Hashirama, the Great Toad Sage even believed that a second white snake immortal had appeared. ARJ, the reincarnation of Ashira. The speed at which his strength improved was somewhat unbelievable, even when Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hago Romo was alive. At his age, absolutely no Senju Hashirama strong, not even 1/10 of Senju Hashirama's strength. Advertisement. 71 The three immortal techniques in one. Fully master the natural energy. Advertisement. Feel the amazing oppression of Senju Hashirama. Great Toad Sage actually forgot what he was supposed to say. When Senju Hashirama was practicing senjutsu at Mount Mayaboku, I have already proposed to him the idea of practicing Ryokai Cave immortal art. The Great Toad Sage at the time thought he was just joking. Human energy is limited. It's impossible to be every Grand Master. Moreover, the immortal arts between their three holy places represent three different directions. There is nothing to learn from each other. So he doesn't think Senju Hashirama can complete the senjutsu practice at Ryokai Cave. It is to let the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Immortal practicing the magic of the two holy places with each other. None of them can be done. But Senju Hashirama managed to do just that. And in a short time, he is on the practice of Ryokai Cave immortal art. Already surpassed the White Snake Immortal. As for the practice of Mount Mayaboku Senjutsu, Great Toad Sage said that he can no longer see what step Senju Hashirama has reached. And the White Snake Immortal is not much better than the Great Toad Sage. He clearly remembers. Senju Hashirama just went to Ryokai Cave to ask himself for Senjutsu. How long has it been? He has improved since leaving Ryokai Cave. How could such a person exist? The further the strength goes, the slower it will improve. If you have just practiced fairy art, Senju Hashirama has such a speed of ascension. Immortal White Snake can still understand. Senju Hashirama's senjutsu practice. Already outdone myself while at Ryokai Cave. And in this short period of time, he actually took another step up. Could it be that the speed at which this guy's strength increases is endless? The White Snake Immortal felt that all his cognition was broken by the Senju Hashirama in front of him. It seems. I still underestimated you too much. I thought it would be terrible to practice Ryokai Cave immortal art in an instant, and surpass me. I didn't expect you to rise to another level in such a short period of time. My premonition was right. If someone can fully grasp the natural energy and truly reach the end of the fairy art, that person is not me, not Hamamaru, nor Katsuyo, that person can only be you. The White Snake Immortal sighed. He is more and more sure of the guess in his heart, and the Great Toad Sage and Katsuyo who were standing aside heard the words of the White Snake Immortal. They exclaimed in shock. What did you say? You said that he completed the practice of Ryokai Cave immortal art in just one breath, and even surpassed you. Immortal White Snake saw the expressions of the two former partners. I also felt a burst of laughter in my heart, and there is a hint of coolness. When he saw this scene, the shock in his heart was bigger than theirs. Do you two think I have to lie to you? When I was teaching this kid Ryokai Cave the art of immortality, I thought it would take him a few months at the earliest to get started. It will take at least 3 years to practice the immortal art of Ryokai Cave to the level of Mahayana. I didn't expect him to complete the practice of Ryokai Cave's fairy art the moment he listened to my explanation, and the level of practice has surpassed me. Jiraiya, I didn't expect that the immortals of the three great holy lands would show such an expression one day, especially the Great Toad Sage. From the time I knew him to now, I never knew he had such a face. Orochimaru, the immortals of the three holy places are not real gods. They just live long enough and are stronger than us. Once they encounter existence beyond their cognition, they are no better than us. Tsunade, hey, sometimes I even wonder if I am my grandfather's granddaughter. Why don't I even have 1/10 of his talent? Otherwise, the Senju clan would not be in my hands. If you fall, Noeke won't either. Advertisement. Orochimaru, Tsunade, don't lie to yourself anymore. Although the problem you mentioned has some reasons of your own, why did the Senju clan decline? You should ask our teacher, Lord Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru. Don't look at me with your twisted and depraved thoughts. You are already Konoha's traitor. You don't need to point fingers at Konoha's affairs. Shimura Danzo, monkey. I said it a long time ago, you will regret it. Hey, do Senjo Hashirama face today. I won't fight you here in Wetbone Forest. Slowly retracting his snake tail, Immortal White Snake sat down. If Senjo Hashirama wasn't here, do you think you can return to Ryokai Cave safe and sound today? Great Toad Sage also withdrew his serious expression just now. He went back to the way he hadn't woken up before, seeing that the two of them are not going to fight here. Katsuyorishi breathed a sigh of relief. If the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Immortal fight here, his Wetbone Forest might not be able to keep it. The strength of the two immortals is no worse than him. He didn't have the ability to stop two people from fighting at the same time. But Senjo Hashirama summoned the sages of the two holy places at the same time, still beyond Katsuyorishi's expectations. This means that the relationship between the two holy places and Senjo Hashirama is closer. It's even possible that the two old friends of mine have already reached some kind of agreement with Senjo Hashirama. Otherwise, they could not be summoned through the contract of this summoning beast. Thinking of this, Katsuyorishi took another deep look at Senjo Hashirama. Hamawan, White Snake, it's been a long time. We haven't seen each other for too many years. Katsuyorishi shakes the tentacles on his forehead. He smiled and said to the other two, hear him say that. Great Toad Sage and Immortal White Snake also had a complex look on their faces. Yeah, I didn't expect the three of us to have the opportunity to sit together like this. Immortal White Snake lowered his eyes, said in a low tone, maybe fate brought us together again. Who can explain all these wonders clearly? There was also a hint of nostalgia in Great Toad Sage's cloudy eyes. All three of them have extremely wonderful feelings in their hearts. Hundreds of years ago they thought they would never see each other again. We will never sit together and talk like we do now. But this Ashura reincarnation actually let the three of them get together again. 3. Don't worry. This certainly won't be the first time you've sat here like this, and it won't be the last. The situation where the three holy places operate independently may be coming to an end. In the future, you and I will be comrades in arms fighting together. Jiraiya: I originally thought that Master First Hokage summoned the sages of the two worlds as summoning beasts, which was surprising enough. It seems that the Katsuyu sages of the Wetbone Forest will be in the future be his summoning beast too. Senju Tobirama, 3 holy lands, only needing the help of one of the forces is enough to become the overlord of the ninja world. With the joint help of the three parties, I don't think there is anything that can stop the other big brother pace of Senju Hashirama. It's too scary. Each of the three sages is a more terrifying existence than Nine Tails. Immortal art is much more troublesome than chakra, and the other I can suppress 3 sages at the same time. Uchiha Madara, I really want to see what another Hashirama's Sharingan is like. If I can fight him once, I will die without regret. Hey, take Kakashi, could it be that the will of fire we have inherited is wrong? There is a problem with the development of this world. Nara, well, although Master First Hokage pacified the troubled times and ended the Sengoku era, after his death, the war broke out again, and it was more serious than before. That's already see some problems. Gaara, if First Hokage hadn't given the one-tail Shikuru to Sand Shinobi village, how could I have become a Jinchuriki? How could I have become a monster hated by people? It's all his fault. Jiraiya stared at the 3 sages on the screen. I have a strange feeling in my heart. The relationship between the 3 sages is like the relationship between them Sunin. Himself and Orochimaru symbolize the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Immortal who are hostile to each other, and Tsunade is the neutral Katsuyu Immortal. Advertisement. But what gave Jiraiya the most headache was the live comparison system. Its appearance broke all the cognition of Jiraiya, and also disrupted all his plans. He is now very questioning whether his decision is right or wrong. Does the son of prophecy in Mount Myaboku Great Toad Sage really exist? Could it be that I have done useless work for so many years? And what scares Jiraiya the most is the resurrection of his disciple 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. He knows the conflict between Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen. A man is a teacher whom he regards as a father, and the other is the disciple whom he regards as his son. Jiraiya, caught between the two, didn't know what to do. Hey, this is really a headache. I told the old man Konoha's problems a long time ago. He still chose to follow Danzo's advice and go his own way. Otherwise things wouldn't have evolved to where they are today. Jiraiya rubbed the space between her aching brows. Not so much a problem with Konoha. Rather, it was his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. At the same time, there is also a trace of longing and envy in his heart. If you have the strength of Senjo Hashirama in the black screen, wouldn't that be the thing that could change everything? He can make everyone obey his orders on his own. But as soon as the idea came to his mind, immediately interrupted by him. No, this kind of thinking is wrong. Only power theory. This is what Shimura Danzo did. To dissolve all hatred, it can only be achieved by mutual understanding between people. Just when the 3 immortals missed each other, Senjo Hashirama's words interrupted their thoughts. Okay, 3 immortals. Getting you together today is not just about reminiscing about the old days. I'm just here to fulfill my promise. I once promised you that if I were one step ahead of you, I would practice immortality to a new level. Then I will definitely show you the new scenery. Now is the time for me to deliver on my promise. The fairy art of the Wetbone Forest helped me complete the last step of transformation. Hear the words. A puzzled look appeared on Katsuyorishi's face. I didn't tell you how to practice the Wetbone Forest fairy art? Jiraiya, I already have a guess in my mind. Orochimaru, I think we think the same. Tsunade, although I admit that another grandpa's talent has reached an astonishing level, he shouldn't be so pervert. All the viewers in the live broadcast room had a guess in their hearts, but none of them wanted to believe the guess in their minds. How big is the difference between people? And the careful observation of the White Snake Immortal. At this moment, he also noticed the doubt on Katsuyu's face. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Katsuyu, don't tell me, you haven't told him how to practice Shibone Forest Immortal art. Katsuyorishi shook his huge head. I just met him, and I haven't had time to tell him these things. Great Toad Sage swallowed his own saliva. Try to calm yourself down. Could it be? He just glanced at you. Let's learn the fairy art of your Wetbone Forest. Advertisement. Across the screen, everyone in the live broadcast room could feel the vibration in Great Toad Sage's heart. It's impossible. Immortal practice, how could it be so fast? And I didn't tell him anything about the practice of Shishalin Forest Immortal art from the beginning to the end. Even if I am myself, it will take a month to start practicing the fairy art of the Wetbone Forest from scratch. What you said, how could this be true? Speaking of back, Katsuyorishi's voice is also getting quieter. He couldn't believe the Great Toad Sage either, but before the words of the Great Toad Sage uttered, he already had some guesses in his mind. It's just that he avoided this fact in his heart, because he couldn't believe it. There are people in this world who can do this. And Immortal White Snake was completely speechless. He stood beside him with a gloomy face, silent for a long time. It's so shocking. For the first time, he questioned himself strongly. I have lived so long. They all lived in the dog's stomach. When the hearts of the three great immortals were shaking, Senjuju, Mamajo, has also completed the sage training in the Shibone Forest. Looking at the strange and slender patterns on his forehead and around his eyes, the tentacles on Katsuyorishi's forehead stopped shaking for an instant. FTE. He actually learned the magic of the Wetbone Forest. How could there be such a monster? Katsuyorishi shouted in his heart, as the pioneer of the Wetbone Forest fairy art. Of course he couldn't admit his mistake. The state of Senju Hashirama at the moment. This is clearly what it looks like to have cultivated the Shijulin immortal technique to the Mahayana state. And what shocked him the most was that the aura on Senju Hashirama's body was growing stronger every minute. In just a few seconds, he has completed the stage between entry to Mahayana, and this breath is approaching him infinitely. Katsuyorishi has no doubts. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can surpass himself. And the White Snake Immortal at the side, seeing Katsuyorishi's shocked expression. In my heart, I can't help but want to go to heaven. I couldn't be the only one surprised by Senju Hashirama's performance. However, Senju Hashirama's performance this time still frightened the White Snake Immortal. Unexpectedly, this time I just glanced at Katsuyorishi. He learned the fairy art of the Wetbone Forest, explained that in just a few days, he has indeed gone one step further in mastering natural energy. Before the three great immortals had time to digest the emotions in their hearts, they found another change in Senju Hashirama. In addition to the fairy breath of the Wetbone Forest, immediately after Senju Hashirama's body appeared the magic breath of Mount Myaboku and Ryokai Cave, and these three breaths blend together very harmoniously. No conflict at all. Three sages from Senju Hashirama. I even felt a sense of oppression from the depths of my soul. Unbelievable emotions arose in the hearts of the three of them at the same time. He is already going to combine the three great immortal arts into one. Advertisement. 72 Hara Hashirama's regret. It's all because I'm too weak. Advertisement. Jiraiya, after watching this first Hokage's journey of practicing immortality, I feel more and more that I am a fool. Tsunade, compared with such a grandpa, don't mention you, I am afraid that everyone thinks he is a fool. Orochimaru, I think I spent a lot of time trying to practice the fairy art of Longji Cave, but in the end I only completed a broken version of the curse seal. Great Toad Sage, you don't need to be too inferior. The existence of this Senju Hashirama is too outrageous. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a similar to him in the entire history of the ninja world. White Snake Immortal, pity the other me, I've already lived to that age, and I'm going to be shocked. Katsuyu Immortal, the other you are alright, at least much better than me. I didn't even teach him the magic of the Wetbone Forest. He learned it just by looking at it, and even surpassed me. Senju Hashirama, it seems that my view of Senjutsu is too one-sided. I thought I was already very strong. I didn't expect it was just my own self-righteousness. At this moment, the color of the screen changes. Faded black border. A white border begins to appear. Uzumaki Naruto, I suddenly don't want to see the things inside the white border. Haruno Sakura, me too. There is another, better first Hokage-sama, and I am suddenly not very interested in this first Hokage. Rock Lee, I have the same idea as you guys. The original first Hokage was too Buddhist, and I didn't feel any passion at all. Is it another first Hokage who looks more youthful, which makes my blood boil? Nara Shikamaru, it's not just about attitude. The other first Hokage-sama also feels better in terms of brain. Yamanaka Ino, and there is one more important question. Have you noticed that although the two first Hokage adults look the same, I just think that the first Hokage master in the black border screen is special? Not even Suzuki can compare. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you should still take a good look at the first Hokage-sama in the white border screen. This is the real will of fire. The other first Hokage-sama may have lost his way. Fourth Raikage, I understand why Konoha has so much rebellion. The old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen is the will of fire. The key point is that he has never obeyed this thing. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have broken up, but he believed, myself and my friends, one day they will settle down and shake hands to make peace. As long as you keep working hard, one day I can reach my ideal 470 countries. The day when people understand each other will not be too far away. With good vision for the future, Senju Hashirama lives like this day by day, with the physique of his Senju clan, coupled with his unique wood style. Even if you don't practice much, Senju Hashirama is also getting stronger all the time. Only 2 or 3 years later, his strength has surpassed his father Senju Butsuma, became the strongest of the Senju clan. Only in these few years, more and more Uchiha people died at his hands, and Uchiha Madara also killed too many people of the Senju clan. The hatred between the two races is getting deeper and deeper, and the contradictions are getting more and more serious. Senju Hashirama feels the distance between him and Uchiha Madara. It seems that we can never see each other again. As he becomes stronger, Uchiha Madara's strength is also rapidly becoming stronger. On the battlefield, the two of them also fought more than once. Although Senju Hashirama's own strength is stronger than Uchiha class, but not too strong. It is even difficult for two people to tell the winner in a short period of time. His wood style is getting stronger and stronger. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan Eye has also changed from 1 hook jade to 2 hook jade. Advertisement. Then evolved to the 3 hook jade. Finally, Uchiha Madara, in order to overcome his wood style, he and his younger brother Uchiha Izuna chose to kill those who are important to them. Opened the Mangekyo Sharingan with intense sorrow and hatred. His Sharingan has finally reached a new level. Senju Hashirama has never been able to understand why he and Uchiha Madara have come to this point. The two clearly harbored the same dream, can understand each other. We all know they are fighting for the same goal. But why did Uchiha Madara still choose to stand on the opposite side of him? The fight between the two of them makes no sense at all. Senju Hashirama thinks that the Uchiha clan and even Uchiha Madara are too paranoid. They value things like power too much. As long as people can understand each other, with the best kindness, then these disputes will not happen. But Uchiha Madara always felt that what she said was too ridiculous. Do not recognize yourself. Fourth Raikage, I feel that if it wasn't for the power of wood style, first Hokage would have died long ago. In the Sengoku era there are still such ridiculous people. Beef. Onoki, hehe. If I hadn't seen this scene, I wouldn't have believed it. The rumored god of ninjas, first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, was actually such a ridiculous idealist. Luosha, but it is precisely because of this that we should thank him. Otherwise, where are the other 4 villages now? Terumi-me, there is nothing wrong with the 2 first Hokages separately, but when compared together, the gap is huge. Senjo Hashirama, don't you agree with my idea? There will be a day when people understand each other. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, don't ask people in other villages what they think. First ask how many people in the Konoha you founded agree with your ideas. Senju Tobirama, brother, although I don't want to say this, I hope you can be more sensible in the position of Hokage, and stop always having 2 idealistic ideas like before. Uzumaki Naruto, this uncle first generation is too weak. Another uncle first generation only took a while to become the strongest of the Senju clan, and it took him 2 or 3 years to become the strongest at this level. It is even slightly inferior. Nara Shikamaru, the conditions of the 2 first Hokage adults are the same, but their ideas are different, which also leads to completely different actions of the 2 of them. First Hokage in the black screen, his desire to become stronger is too scary, so he never let down and stopped his footsteps. Rock Lee, I also like Mr. First Hokage in the black screen more. From him, I can see what is called real hard work. Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara looked at Senjo Hashirama opposite. A disdainful smile appeared. He knew that his partner had extremely naive thoughts in his heart, but after seeing the screen played by the system, he just realized that Senjo Hashirama is more ridiculous than he imagined. It turned out that he always thought that, as long as we have the idea that people can understand each other, then I will stand by his side one day, thinking that I was actually moved by his idea before. Uchiha Madara even thought she was ridiculous. And now, the content discussed in the live room and what will happen in the future. It made Senjo Hashirama deeply suspicious. He was strongly shaken by what he did, and Uchiha Madara is very curious about where the future self went. Now that he already knew the contents of the steel, it is naturally impossible not to implement the above plan. Could it be that you have failed? What happened anyway? Uchiha Madara is eager to know if her future self is successful. I appreciate the kindness of Mount Mayaboku. Advertisement. I'm not thinking of further studying fairy art. With my current strength, it should be enough to deal with most situations. Strength isn't everything. Too much pursuit of power will only lead to hatred and chaos. Shook his head. Senjo Hashirama rejected Fukazaku Senjin's offer. Okay, now that you've said that, I won't force you. I'll pass your thoughts on to the Great Toad Sage. But no matter what, Mount Mayaboku must be your most loyal friend, and you can trust that. Senjo Fukazaku took a deep look at Senjo Hashirama. This is the first time he found such a strange human being. To be able to resist the temptation to practice Mount Mayaboku, to practice the magic of their Mount Mayaboku, there are countless human beings. Would rather sacrifice my life to go to Mount Mayaboku to practice, but he was still very sorry. Sensei Fukazaku can clearly feel what a huge life force in Senjo Hashirama's body. What shocked him the most was that although Senjo Hashirama did not practice senjutsu, but he seems to have been able to initially grasp some natural energy. Such a good seedling. If you are willing to come to Mount Mayaboku to study the art of immortality, I'm afraid it won't be long before he and Immortal's Haima will be able to surpass him. Became the celestial practitioner of Mount Mayaboku after the Great Toad Sage, but Senjo Hashirama said this. Naturally, it is impossible for him to force Senjo Hashirama to go to Mount Mayaboku to practice. Watching it turn into white smoke, Fukazaku Senjin who disappeared before my eyes, Senjo Hashirama couldn't help sighing. There are so many wonderful places in the ninja world, a group of toads who have mastered natural energy and can practice fairy arts, and there are 2 other places like this. But this has nothing to do with him. He is still very troubled by the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. What bothers him the most is the current attitude of the Fire Nation daimyo towards the Senju clan. The Fire Nation daimyo seems to be extremely afraid of the Senju clan, targeting their Senju clan in every way. This left Senjo Hashirama wondering what to do. Although the daimyo of the Land of Fire has a bad attitude towards the Senju clan, but Senjo Hashirama still respects the Fire Nation daimyo very much. He believes that the Fire Nation has the prosperity it has today. They are inseparable from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire can be without anyone, but the name of the Land of Fire cannot be lacking. Otherwise, all etiquette and order will collapse. Time passed day by day like this. Senju Hashirama's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the Senju clan is getting more and more famous. Senju Butsuma even intends to pass on the patriarch of the Senju clan to Senju Hashirama. All Senju people know, Senju Hashirama is currently the strongest in the family. Advertisement. And precisely because of his existence, only the Senju family can get to where they are today. Far beyond the original, without the presence of Senju Hashirama, they may have been wiped out by the Uchiha clan now, because the Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan is not inferior to their young head Senju Hashirama, the entire Senju clan. In addition to Senju Hashirama, no one is a match for Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, from today you are the head of the Senju clan. I hope you can lead the Senju clan to create a new future. I have this hunch that under your leadership, the Senju clan will definitely become stronger than any previous era. Senju Butsuma looked proudly at Senju Hashirama who was already taller than him. Yes, father, don't worry. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will treat every clansman well and become a qualified patriarch. Although Senju Hashirama smiled very happily, but everyone in the live broadcast room could see the tiredness hidden deep in his eyes. Senju Hashirama is indeed feeling more and more tired. His strength is many times stronger than when he was young. He has even surpassed his own father, Senju Butsuma. But many problems have not changed in any way. The world is still in chaos, and more people died at his hands. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is also getting tense. This made Senju Hashirama wonder why, but he has come step by step to today. Naturally, it is impossible to turn back and give up here. He could only bite the bullet and go on. tragedy finally happened. The battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is getting fiercer, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara met more and more frequently on the battlefield. In a battle, Senju Tobirama took advantage of Uchiha Izuna's inattention, stabbed him through the back. Uchiha Izuna died of serious injuries not long after returning. When Senju Hashirama heard the news, he knew that he and Uchiha Madara had no chance of reconciliation. Uchiha Izuna is the most important and only brother of Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Izuna left this world, Uchiha Madara has completely lost her weakness. The war between the two families is in full swing. More and more Uchiha clan and Senju clan are dying on the battlefield. Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect the original first Hokage to be so indecisive and sentimental. Oniki, the two first Hokages have the same starting point, but they make different decisions just because of their different personalities, which leads to completely different developments in the two worlds. Luosha, it seems that if you want to change everything, you still need real power. If the original Senju Hashirama has the strength of Senju Hashirama in the black screen, many problems may not be problems. Orochimaru, if he had the strength to crush Uchiha Madara like another first Hokage, he and Uchiha Madara would not have had so many disputes, and the Uchiha clan would not have fought the Senju clan for so many years. Terumime, in the final analysis, all these tragedies stem from the fact that first Hokage is too idealistic. With such a strong talent, he didn't practice well. Another first Hokage would never say this childish words. Jiraiya, it seems so. Although the other Lord First Hokage has an extremely domineering personality, but not too many tragedies happened in his hands. He walked with great confidence in every step, as if everything was under his control. Minister Senju Tobirama, brother. Although I don't want to say it, but if you have another person with the same power as you can indeed change a lot of things. Senju Hashirama, I have never thought about this problem. I always think that power is not the root of the problem, which will only make people fall into unwarranted arrogance. 1. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. If your strength can really crush me, maybe the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan will not have been fighting for so many years. The Uchiha clan is only about strength, they never deny. Advertisement. 73 Sage of Six Paths is still hidden. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama is played on the white screen. It made everyone feel embarrassed. It never occurred to them. God of Ninjas far superior to them first Hokage Senju Hashirama. There are still so many troubles. There are so many things he can't do. No, all this can only be attributed to the fact that this first Hokage is not strong enough. In other words, his strength is limited. If he can really surpass everyone, to be above all beings, then all these tragedies will not happen. The white screen starts to gradually turn off and the black screen gradually turns on. The audience in the live broadcast room also cheered up at this time, because they know, another more powerful Senju Hashirama. His legendary story will continue to begin. The three sages stared at the increasingly powerful Senju Hashirama in front of them. They all swallowed. Just a few minutes later, Senju Hashirama's aura is more than 10 times stronger than before. Now just stand by Senju Hashirama's side. All three of them are a bit stressed. The three immortals can even clearly see how rich the natural energy around Senju Hashirama is. Even the center of the three holy places can never compare with the natural energy around him. And what shocked them most was the natural energy surrounding Senju Hashirama. As if Senju Hashirama is their king, he is like a ruler of this world. Slightly, the figures of the three immortals became more and more curved. Their bodies felt a strong pressure, and this pressure made them kneel before Senju Hashirama. The three felt that the natural energy in their bodies was somewhat out of control. The natural energy in their body is also the same as the natural energy surrounding Senju Hashirama. Expressed surrender to Senju Hashirama? This is the instinct from the depths of their bodies. Force them to submit to Senju Hashirama? How is this possible? The old man has lived for so many years and has never been afraid of anything. It's impossible for Laozi to kneel. Immortal White Snake roared with a ferocious expression. He has exhausted all his strength at this moment. Strongly braced himself not to kneel down to Senju Hashirama. And the Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Immortal on the other side are also in the same situation. They are using all their strength to force themselves to stand. If it were really that simple to surrender to the momentum of Senju Hashirama, then they would rather die here. The three immortals lived for countless years. Naturally, they also have arrogance in their hearts. They admit that Senju Hashirama's Senjutsu practice may have gone ahead of them, but if only Senju Hashirama's temperament unintentionally exudes from practicing Zanjutsu will overwhelm them, then they can't forgive themselves for being like this. Crack, crack, crack. The land at the foot of Senju Hashirama, and everything around him, bit by bit it turned into powder. His whole body began to be covered with golden arrogance. The whole person looks like a god. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama in the eyes of the three sages. At this moment, like a dazzling sun, burning everything around him. Not good. If this continues, the entire wetbone forest will be destroyed by him. White Snake? Hamawan? I can't block all his aura by myself. I need you two to help me. Immortal Katsuyu turned his head and shouted at the two anxiously. He did not expect. It's just Senju Hashirama's unconscious momentum. It has become so powerful. If he doesn't suppress these auras, I am afraid that the wetbone forest under his feet will be completely destroyed by Senju Hashirama. Wen Yan, Great Toad Sage and Immortal White Snake looked at each other. They all showed deep wry smiles. How to help you? Both of us can't protect ourselves. Not being overwhelmed by his aura now. It is already the limit of what they can do. Just when the three felt the pressure was increasing, when it is almost unbearable, the vast and majestic aura emanating from Senju Hashirama suddenly all disappeared. Plop 3 times. The bodies of the three immortals all collapsed to the ground. Among them, the White Snake Fairy looks the most emaciated, because he is the proudest of the three immortals. He used all his strength. Didn't let my body bend a little bit. The three immortals looked at each other, and they all had the feeling of surviving after a catastrophe. Survived. I'm sorry, the three immortals. Just now, I studied the fairy art too seriously, and I got a little carried away. I didn't expect that after the addition of the fairy art of the wetbone forest, it would actually produce a qualitative change. It scared the three of you all of a sudden. This is my problem. I didn't expect the gap between us to widen again. Senju Hashirama hurriedly ran to the three sages with an apologetic face. Each sent him a burst of natural energy. The three immortals who were already exhausted heard what he said. He was so angry that he almost fainted, because they know Senju Hashirama is telling the truth. This made them feel even more uncomfortable. When will the three great immortals be regarded as weak existences? When they feel the natural energy sent by Senju Hashirama. I feel even more heartbroken. This energy is too pure and too powerful, and transported three such huge natural energies in one breath. Senju Hashirama didn't even take a breath. There was no trace of fatigue on his face. This made the three great immortals even more secretly startled. How far has Senju Hashirama's senjutsu practice reached at this moment? I'm afraid his mastery of natural energies. It has far exceeded the cognition of their three great immortals. If the Fukazaku sage couple of Mount Mayaboko or the three god-tier princesses of Ryokai Cave receive these three energies, I'm afraid their bodies will be blasted right away. They are completely unable to absorb and digest such a huge amount of natural energy. You monster. The white snake immortal sat paralyzed on the ground, picking up the pouch in his hand, said depressed. He carefully looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him. Helpless discovery. At this point he could no longer see through Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama gives him the feeling that Senju Hashirama is the natural energy itself. If he uses senjutsu to feel Senju Hashirama, you can only feel the natural energy between heaven and earth existing in front of you. There was a hint of joy in Great Toad Sage's eyes. Looks like they got Mount Mayaboko right. The reincarnation of Ashura this time is really extraordinary. He might be able to surpass Ashura himself. Do things that even Sage of Six Paths couldn't do. Only the face of Katsuyu Immortal is the most indifferent. As long as he can ensure that he is stronger than before, he doesn't care if others are stronger than him. It seems that you have indeed completely surpassed us in the cultivation of immortal arts. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to stop thinking about you. Katsuyu Rishi said with a smile. Jiraiya, it's terrible. At that scene just now, I thought first Hokage was going to destroy the Wetbone Forest. Orochimaru, I didn't expect that it was just the aura that was simply revealed by the body, which almost destroyed the entire Wetbone Forest. This kind of strength can no longer be described by human beings. Fourth Raikage, it would be great if I could go to the three great holy lands to practice immortal art. I will first integrate immortal art into my body art. Maybe there will be some different changes in this way. 1. Tsunade, even if you go to practice fairy art, let alone whether you can succeed, even if you complete the practice, you will never reach the level of grandpa in this life. Namikaze Minato, immortal practice requires a calm mind. That kind of impetuous person is not suitable for practicing this. Fourth Raikage, I'm afraid you Cloud Shinobi village is not suitable for practicing immortal arts. The atmosphere of your village is too much impetuous. Shimura Danzo, it would be great if the practice of immortality could be popularized. Every ninja could double the strength. If Konoha's ninjas all if we can learn fairy art, other villages cannot be our opponents. The three sages looked at Senju Hashirama and didn't know what to say for a while. Especially the Great Toad Sage. He and Senju Hashirama knew the earliest time. He watched Senju Hashirama grow step by step to today. Very beginning. Although Senju Hashirama has mastered natural energy without a teacher, this surprised him a little, but not enough to make him feel terrible. But how many years have passed? The potential of Senju Hashirama, like a bottomless pit. There's no end to improving, even if the Great Toad Sage wakes up tomorrow. Senju Hashirama told himself he was stronger than Sage of Six Paths. Great Toad Sage doesn't see any surprises either, staring at the three great immortals who were silent for a while. Senju Hashirama thought for a moment. He raised the question in his heart. Three immortals, you have lived long enough. I want to ask you a question. I don't know, what do you think of my current strength? How much worse is it compared to the strong man you met in ancient times? Toad Sage thought for a while, then spoke slowly. In this era, you have no opponent. But in more ancient times, although there are not many existences like you, there are definitely many. Immortal White Snake threw out other thoughts in his mind. Hamawan is right. Your strength is now stronger than ours. But in ancient times, we were not considered to be at the top. Asking for flowers. However, why are you curious about this? Puzzled looks appeared on the faces of the three immortals. Even if there was an existence stronger than Senju Hashirama in ancient times, but they have little chance of surviving to this day. Although powerful, but life is not long. Like the three of them who have lived from ancient times to the present, there should be only three of them. The three immortals can think about it. An existence stronger than you. Their words and deeds can destroy the world, and one sentence can determine the life and death of countless people. Advertisement. With such an existence, could they be willing to die just like that? I don't know if the three immortals feel that in this world, there always seems to be some unknown power hidden behind, stirring up the situation in this world. Moreover, I found that as my strength became stronger and stronger, there was always a feeling of being spied on, but I still couldn't find where this feeling came from. Hearing the words of Senju Hashirama, the expressions on the faces of the three great immortals became more and more serious. Practice to the level of Senju Hashirama. Naturally, his feelings cannot come out of thin air. He said so. Of course, it is really possible that someone is secretly watching him from behind. So powerful. Still peeking behind Senju Hashirama. Who is this man behind the scenes? What is his purpose? Thinking of this, the three immortals also felt that things were not simple. You said, the person peeping from behind. Could it be that woman? Or Atsutsuki Hago Romo? Looking at the other two immortals who were silent, Katsuyu Immortal expressed his guess. That woman? Atsutsuki Hago Romo? The look on Senju Hashirama's face changed. It seems that there are still many unknown secrets in this world. The three great immortals definitely know a lot. He remembers. Atsutsuki Hago Romo is the rumored name of the Sage of Six Paths. Yee. If it's him, then maybe. Whether he is dead or alive, only he himself knows. After the Great Toad Sage heard the name Atsutsuki Hago Romo, a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Hehe, don't you know whether he is dead or alive? You were comrades who fought side by side. Immortal White Snake exhaled a puff of smoke ring and mocked. It was indeed because of the same enemy that we came together. But in the end Atsutsuki Hago Romo also became our enemy. He thinks that he is the savior, and the operation of this world must obey his arrangements. That's why I still chose to part ways with him. Shaking his head, the expression on Great Toad Sage's face dropped a little. Jiraiya: I heard that right. Sage of Six Paths is still alive? Orochimaru, things are getting more and more interesting. Sage of Six Paths, Atsutsuki Hago Romo, it's crazy if he's still alive in this world. Uzumaki Kushina, speaking of which, when I was in the Pure Land, I seemed to see an old man. He looked very much like the rumored Sage of Six Paths, but I can't confirm myself. Did I read it wrong? My consciousness at that time was a little unclear. Fourth Reikage, this is impossible, even if it is Sage of Six Paths, it cannot live until now, right? Uzumaki Naruto, Sage of Six Paths. Isn't that a fairy tale in rumors? Nara Shikamaru, Sage of Six Paths. It is rumored that the ninja sect was founded and the gods who ended the troubled times of the ancient times. Because of him, there is such a thing as ninjutsu. The existence of the age of mythology. Is it not fake? Namikaze Minato, this may be true, even if Sage of Six Paths is dead, but he may still affect the world in some weird way. When I was in the belly of Shinigami, I can clearly feel that he is afraid of a certain existence in the Pure Land. Jiraiya, speaking of which, I seem to have seen the legendary Rinnegan. If these eyes are real, then the existence of Sage of Six Paths may also be real. Great Toad Sage, little Jiraiya, you don't have to doubt. Sage of Six Paths did exist, and he was even the most trusted ally of our Mount Mayaboku. I thought he had already dead, now here. Uchiha Madara, so what about Sage of Six Paths? Even if he is alive, he is just a loser who has survived until now. As long as you give me time, I will definitely be able to. Beyond Sage of Six Paths. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, you beat the Big Brothers Wood style first. Oniki, I feel that the people of the Uchiha clan have mental problems. I thought the people in Cloud Shinobi Village were manic enough. Compared with this, they are so gentle. Senju Hashirama discusses with the three sages. They eventually found that the old Yunbai of Sage of Six Paths may really not know where to hide secretly, and, except for him, there are other unknown existences in the ninja world secretly hiding behind the scenes. The three sages now have a little understanding of why Senju Hashirama is so eager to improve his strength. Advertisement. 74 The whereabouts of the grass pheasant's sword. Go to the Temple of Fire to get the sword. Advertisement. In hidden caves, Uchiha Obito watched what was playing on the screen. There was also a look of surprise on his face. Sage of Six Paths is still alive, although I don't know if it's true or not. But look at the Great Toad Sage they discussed. There's a good chance this thing is true. Uchiha Obito immediately felt that something was out of his control. He originally thought that he was the biggest black hand behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, is it possible for the gods of the ancient times to be in this era? And Black Zetsu standing behind him is indifferent. Sage of Six Paths may have been silently observing the ninja world. For this matter, Black Zetsu already knew that. As a mother's child, with the blood of the Atsutsuki clan, how could it be so easy to die, even if he really died? But there must be another way to survive in this world. No surprise for Black Zetsu. Anyway, I am the real mastermind behind the scenes. I know the existence of Sage of Six Paths at Atsutsuki Hago Romo, but the other party didn't know that his mother gave birth to him before being sealed. The whole ninja world, including Sage of Six Paths, are just pawns in their hands. Black Zetsu enjoys being the mastermind behind the scenes. It makes him feel like he's above everyone else. Obito, don't think too much. Even if Sage of Six Paths is alive, he certainly can't directly intervene in the affairs of this world. Otherwise, the world would not be ruled by the 5 major powers now. As long as you follow Madara-sama's plan, you too can become the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. When the time comes, you will be the new Sage of Six Paths. You will be the savior of this world. Black Zetsu's words calmed down Obito. Yes, I am destined to be the existence of the savior. Once you become the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails, you can implement the plan of the Eye of the Moon by yourself, even if the Sage of Six Paths is really alive. Surely he has nothing to do with himself. As for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito was never ready to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Only you can be the savior of the new world. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit on Obito's face, Black Zetsu at an angle he can't see, showing a weird smile that no one knows. Uchiha Obito thought he was the winner, and Uchiha Madara's plan. Black Zetsu also knew it clearly. Neither of them knew that they were the real mastermind behind the scenes. Black Zetsu was very curious. When the two know their true identities, what will their expressions look like? Uzumaki Nagato touched his own Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, Sage of Six Paths is still alive. Even he was shocked by the news. The reason why I am feared by others. The reason why I am called God. This is all because of my immortal eyes. Not even the Sage of Six Paths can stop my plans. Nagato looked at the empty sky in the distance, self-mumbling. Advertisement. The Sage of Six Paths once brought a brief peace, but this peace did not last long. The present world. Even more chaos? This shows that his path is a wrong path. And Rinnegan reappeared on him. This means that he is the real chosen one. It was God who gave him this mission. Only he can bring peace to the world. After listening to Senju Hashirama's concerns, the expressions on the faces of the three immortals became serious. Even they didn't think about it. There may still be some existences that are not inferior to them hidden in the ninja world. Even these existences may be more powerful than them. It's just that these forms of existence are too hidden. So much so that they ignore some small details. Now after Senju Hashirama said this, they found out. Maybe in the ninja world, there are really a few behind-the-scenes black hands who have been hiding behind the scenes. If Sage of Six Paths at Atsutsuki Hago Romo is still alive, then things are in trouble. I just don't know what form he exists in. I don't know how much power he still has at his peak. Katsuyorishi said in a low tone. Thousands of years have passed. Sage of Six Paths yin-yang escape, including when he incarnated as 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The power to destroy the world is still deeply engraved in his mind. When Senju Hashirama heard this, nothing but curiosity appeared on his face. Katsuyorishi, your impression of him should be thousands of years ago. You are now much stronger than you were 1,000 years ago. Even if Sage of Six Paths is stronger than the three of you, it shouldn't worry you too much. Great Toad Sage sighed, shook his head and said, Hago Romo, the strength of Sage of Six Paths is definitely beyond your imagination. Although we are much stronger than 1,000 years ago, but it's still a little short of the Six Paths level. And it's just such a thin line, that's the distance between heaven and earth. Even if the three of us at you, we can't be the opponent of Sage of Six Paths. Immortal White Snake said next with a displeased face. Although I hate that guy at Atsutsuki Hago Romo, but I have to admit that his strength is indeed fundamentally different from ours. If you haven't reached the Six Paths level, even if you hit him standing up, you probably won't be able to hurt him. Turn around. The White Snake Immortal looked Senju Hashirama up and down again. Boy, although your current strength has surpassed ours, but don't think you're a match for the Sage of Six Paths. Although you have infinitely approached this level, but you still haven't broken through that level. Fourth Raikage, the current first Hokage is already so strong, isn't it the opponent of Sage of Six Paths? Oniki, I thought that the current first Hokage, he is almost as powerful as the legendary god. Terumime, it seems that the current first Hokage, his strength has far surpassed the level of the Shadow. Six Paths level, is this their division of the strength of the gods? Orochimaru, the Six Paths level should be the standard for dividing gods and humans. This first Hokage, his strength has reached the ultimate level that humans can achieve, but he still has not stepped into the level of gods. Uzumaki Naruto, it turns out that Kage is not the strongest. I thought Kage was the strongest ninja. I didn't expect it to be far more than that. Jiraiya, Naruto, Kage does represent the limit of what ordinary ninjas can achieve, but there is a big difference between Kage and Kage. Orochimaru, this is indeed. For example, among the 5 villages, the weakest shadow is probably Kaze Kage. Orochimaru, do you want Sand Shinobi to live with you forever? Katsuyorishi shook his head and chuckled. Although what the White Snake said is indeed true, but you already have the ability to wrestle with Six Paths class. In addition to stepping into this realm by oneself, another method that can pose a threat to Six Paths level powerhouses is Fairy Art. Normal chakra attacks have no effect on the Six Paths class, but your Fairy Art can pose a threat to them. The Great Toad Sage then nodded. That's right, that's right. Advertisement. Your celestial practice has far surpassed ours, and you don't even need to use chakra anymore. Currently in the entire ninja world, I am afraid that you are the only one who can do this. After speaking, Great Toad Sage couldn't help but glanced at Senju Hashirama in surprise. A person's ninjutsu is activated by mobilizing the chakra in the body. Ordinary chakra is obtained by mixing your own physical energy and spiritual energy. On this basis, Xianju chakra absorbs natural energy, the energy that circulates in the world, and forms it after complete fusion. However, to maintain the balance of the 3 energies, only 1/3 of each can be activated. If there is too much natural energy, it will be swallowed by the power of nature. If there is less natural energy, you cannot gather the power of the immortal to activate Sage mode. But in Senju Hashirama's body it didn't affect at all. Because he can already activate the magic without borrowing any chakra, he can directly use the natural energy between heaven and earth to attack the enemy. At this point, even their 3 great immortals couldn't do it. Perhaps, you can really create a brand new cultivation system? Great Toad Sage took a deep look at Senju Hashirama. I can't hide the shock in my heart. He still remembers now. When I first met Senju Hashirama a few years ago, Senju Hashirama told him, I will definitely create a practice system that is completely different from chakra, and he wants to spread the practice of immortality to the whole world. Let everyone practice fairy arts. At that time, the Great Toad Sage only thought of him as young and frivolous. I don't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick. The practice of fairy art is really too difficult. The natural energy cannot be grasped well. That could lead to loss of life. Regardless of difficulty and risk, the practice of fairy art is far above chakra. But now the Great Toad Sage thinks that all this may really be possible, because of Senju Hashirama's senjutsu practice. The immortals who have surpassed their 3 holy places, walking at the forefront of this world? I don't know, is it my illusion? How do I feel? After practicing the fairy art, the cells in my body are stronger than before. If this continues, it seems that the lifespan will also become longer. Senju Hashirama asked curiously. This is after he practiced fairy art. Discover the obvious changes in your body? Since I am still in the stage of physical development. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. And at this moment after he has completed the practice of immortality, he just found out. The vitality of my body is too strong. Your feelings are not wrong. In addition to making you stronger, the practice of fairy art, his most direct impact is on your body. After the 3 immortals looked at each other, all looked deeply. Senju Hashirama. They did not expect Senju Hashirama spotted such an obvious change so quickly. And all this, they are all after practicing immortal arts for many years. Just discovered this change. Battle with chakra, it wreaks havoc on your body. It might even have a nasty effect on your body. When you fight with chakra, you will feel more and more tired. But if you use Xianju, this feature will not appear, and you will only feel that your energy is getting better and better. Using chakra will cause damage to your body at the same time, but using Senjutsu, it will constantly nourish your body. Speaking of which, advertisement. The 3 great immortals showed a mysterious smile at the same time. So, why do you think the 3 of us can live for so many years? The lifespan of beasts is generally shorter than that of humans, but haven't you noticed that the summoning beasts of the 3 holy places all have a much longer lifespan than ordinary ninjas? Orochimaru looking at the screen. He clenched his palm violently. I guessed it right. Immortal art can indeed prolong life. It is precisely because of this that he developed such a thing as the curse seal. He had already guessed the reason why the white snake immortal can live from ancient times to the present. It has been inseparable from the fairy art of Ryokai Cave. The flame in Orochimaru's heart went out a little more. In order to pursue eternal life, so keep using living corpse reincarnation to find ways to prolong your life. But precisely because of this forbidden technique, as a result, my current soul is getting weaker and weaker. Instead, it is impossible to practice the magic of Ryokai Cave. What an irony! In contrast to Jiraiya and Tsunade, they are useless to pursue life extension, but learn the fairy art of the other 2 holy places. Jiraiya, it turns out that immortal art also has the effect of prolonging life. I thought it could just make people more energetic. Tsunade, I thought that celestial arts only had the effect of fighting and nourishing the body, but I didn't expect that if I continue to practice, I can achieve this effect. Oniki, but even knowing this news is actually useless. The whereabouts of the 3 holy places are unknown, and ordinary people can't complete the practice of Xianju. Fourth Raikage, the risk of cultivating immortality is too high, and unless you practice it to a great extent, it won't be of much use. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Xianju is so easy to practice, I would have asked Jiraiya to spread the practice of Xianju to Konoha a long time ago. Shimura Danzo, natural energy is too difficult to grasp. Rather than relying on it, we should study how to make wood-style reproduce Konoha again. Namikaze Minato, there is no way for ordinary people to complete the practice of fairy arts. Even if they are completed, there is no possibility of maintaining sage mode for a long time. 2.4. Feeling the enormous life force of Senju Hashirama. The 3 immortals don't know either How many years does Senjo Hashirama live at this moment? But without a doubt, definitely have surpassed them. Is that so? In that case, wouldn't I be able to live forever? Senjo Hashirama touched his chin and said, forget it, don't think about these things for now. 3 immortals, you have obtained it long enough. I would like to ask you some questions now. I don't know if you have any weapons you can recommend. It would be best if you could tell me the whereabouts of the Kusanagi sword, Bakakain Guyo, and Yada mirror. The 3 immortals looked at each other. They all showed speechless expressions. Although they get long enough. But it doesn't mean everything is clear. These 3 god-tier devices has been lost since ancient times. No one knows where they are. Even they. Never actually seen a triple god-tier either. This is because Toad Sage suddenly remembered something. I don't know where the other artifacts are. But I do know where the artifact is. I saw the whereabouts of the grass pheasant sword in the previous prophecy, and it was left in your country of fire. Now it should be kept by the monks of the Temple of Fire. The monks are not easy to talk to. They can no longer be described as pedantic, and it should be impossible for them to exchange swords. Senjo Hashirama grinned. It's easy to know the place. They themselves don't want to hand it over, so I can take it. I believe they will be moved by my sincerity. Looking at the smile on Senjo Hashirama's face, the 3 great immortals shuddered together. Advertisement. 75 Senjo Hashirama, do you dare to disobey the order of the daimyo? Advertisement. Senjo Hashirama for Uchiha Madara's Hamaku fan. I have been hungry for a long time. However, the Senjo family does not have weapons passed down from generation to generation. This has always been a regret in Senjo Hashirama's heart. His strength has reached his level. Ordinary weapons will be destroyed by him if they can't last a few moves in his hands. So looking for a full-fledged weapon, you can only start with the legendary artifact. And he has also spent countless manpower in the past few years to collect the whereabouts of the artifact. But after searching the whole world, I couldn't find any clues. And at this moment, I saw the 3 great immortals. Naturally, he also asked out the things that had puzzled him for a long time. It seems to feel the bloody smell hidden under Senjo Hashirama's smile. The 3 immortals involuntarily sent a moment of silence for the monks of the Temple of Fire. The monks in the Temple of Fire have a high status, and the thinking is very stubborn, and Senjo Hashirama is not as easy to talk to as Ashira's reincarnation. So they already had a hunch. The history of the Temple of Fire is probably coming to an end. Outside the gate of the Temple of Fire, Senjo Hashirama stroked his chin and looked at the evil ghost Buddha at the door. I didn't expect the palace of the Temple of Fire to be so prosperous. Even the Daming Mansion will never be as good as. Even Senjo Hashirama did not expect. The decoration of the Temple of Fire is actually more magnificent than that of the Daming Mansion. In so many places he has seen, the Temple of Fire is the most magnificent. But after thinking about it for a while, he understood why. Throughout the Land of Fire, although these families are daimyo subordinates in name, but the relationship between them and the daimyo is only an employment relationship. Daimyo pays money. They sent someone to help the daimyo complete the task. Not a personal power of a daimyo, but the relationship between Fire Temple and Daming Mansion is different. The Daming House pays. The Temple of Fire sent armed forces to the Daming Prefecture, used to protect the safety of daimyo. According to estimates by Senjo Hashirama, the financial power of the Temple of Fire probably accounts for more than half of the entire Fire Kingdom. No wonder they decorated the temple so richly. But the Temple of Fire is so big. Where should he go to 14 to find the grass pheasant sword? If you search from one place to another, I'm afraid we may not be able to find the grass pheasant sword next year. FFLX. Senjo Hashirama wanted to take the simplest approach. He went directly to the abbot of the Temple of Fire to ask for the Kusanagi sword. Jiraiya, it seems that this first Hokage-sama is even crazier than I thought. I thought he would secretly take Cao's Heijian away. Origimura, hehe. The law of the jungle has always been prey to the strong since ancient times. The strong can decide everything, and the treasures are those who have the ability. Why do the monks in the Temple of Fire have such a magical weapon as the grass pheasant sword? Tsunade, Origimura, I remember your weapon is the Kusanagi sword. Origimura, my grass pheasant sword is not the real grass pheasant sword, it's just an imitation. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I just hope that this group of monks in the Temple of Fire will have a little discernment, otherwise I am afraid that the Temple of Fire will really become history. Shimura Danzo, the Temple of Fire shouldn't exist. It's useless for them to collect so much money, it's just serving the daimyo. If the money was used for military warfare, the Fire Nation would have already become the #1 ninja country. Nara Shikamaru, after seeing these monks in the Temple of Fire, I have a new idea. How about I go to the Temple of Fire to become a monk, without doing anything else, just knock on the wooden fish every day, and still be so rich. This is simply my dream life. Nara Shikamaru, what do you think about every day? Even if you have this kind of life, it's not your turn. You should let your dad go first for this kind of beautiful life. Yamanaka Ino, I have to say that Nara's family is carved out of the same mold. Shikamaru and his father are so similar. And at this moment, Senjo Hashirama frowned, turning his head to look at a monk wearing a white feather not far away. His hair is gathered on top of his head in a long braid at the back, and he has the Roman numeral 4 tattooed under his left eye. Seeing Senjo Hashirama's gaze, the monk turned his head and looked at him, nodded and smiled. His unconcerned expression, it made Senjo Hashirama's heart a little more vigilant. With Senjo Hashirama's current strength, even if he doesn't have to do anything deliberately, just standing there, the aura exuded by the body at will, are enough to make ordinary people feel uncomfortable. And this monk was not affected by him. Most importantly, when Senjo Hashirama was just standing there, he didn't feel the monk's presence at all. If it wasn't for the monk he saw, he even thought there was no one standing there. This is simply incredible, because with his current perception, the existence of anyone or anything within 100 miles can't escape his perception. There are such masters in the Temple of Fire. Never heard of it before? Senjo Hashirama's mind was on full alert, although he is confident that no one in the ninja world can cause fatal danger to himself. But it's always good to be careful. This is the truth he learned from countless history books. Arrogance is the original sin. Fourth Raikage, is your Temple of Fire very powerful? Or is there some special expert in it? Why does First Hokage seem to attach great importance to this person? Jiraiya, when I was young, I went to the Temple of Fire, but there were no outstanding masters in it. The strongest is only the strength of Jonin. Orikimura, it seems that this monk is not simple. He didn't feel any pressure in front of First Hokage, and he didn't seem to be affected at all as if First Hokage was just an ordinary person in his eyes. Tsunade, old man, You have relatively close contacts with the Temple of Fire. What impression do you have of this monk? You should know his background, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have never seen this monk before. In my impression, although the monks of the Fire Warrior have a high status, they are not particularly powerful. J. Uchiha Madara, According to my observation, it proves that the monk is very likely to be a strong man no less than Hashirama. I can clearly see him from his eyes' indifference to everything in this world. Senju Tobirama, impossible. I have dealt with the Temple of Fire a lot. There is no real strong man in their temple. This should not be a monk from the Temple of Fire. Uchiha Sasuke, damn. Why are there so many strong men? I have never met any of them. If only I could worship him as my teacher, so I can have the power to kill that man. In the Pure Land space, Sage of Six Paths staring at the screen frowned. The monk in the picture. It gave him a very familiar feeling. Especially his eyes. It even surprised Sage of Six Paths. What a look of indifference. As if there is nothing in the world that he can really care about. And the last time he saw such eyes, still from his mother at Satsuki Kagaiji. Master Sixian, hello, this way please. The host has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Knowing that you specially came to discuss Buddhism with him, and Master Chi has been happy for several days. The red door on the left suddenly opens. A young monk stepped forward and bowed slightly to Xian. You must know that this is a well-known archmage. Advertisement. Understanding of Buddhism. Even the abbot of their Temple of Fire admires them very much. So the young monk naturally did not dare to neglect him. After this Master Sixian enters. Only then did the young monk turn his head and notice that there was another person beside him. You are the patriarch of the Senju clan. He immediately recognized Senju Hashirama's identity. Although he is not a ninja, but in the previous gathering of the Nation of Fire, he met Senju Hashirama from afar. But the relationship between the Temple of Fire and the Senju clan is not very good. Although they have no direct conflict. But the person behind the Temple of Fire is Daimyo. And the Daimyo has publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Senju Hashirama and the Senju clan more than once. Even the people from the Temple of Fire kept the Senju family at arm's length. I don't know why the patriarch of the Senju clan came to the Temple of Fire. If necessary, I will report to the host and let him send someone to meet the chief of the Chien nationality. The young monk tensed up all over. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, close contact with the legendary number 1 ninja. He discovers that Senju Hashirama is even scarier than he imagined. Just stand there. He felt as if he was being targeted by an extremely terrifying beast. This is even scarier than the monster sealed behind their temple gave him the feeling. Don't be so polite. I came here this time because I really need the help of the Temple of Fire. I heard that the rumored artifact Kusanagi sword is in the Temple of Fire. It's not good to store murder weapons in auspicious places like temples. So, I came here specially to help everyone in the Temple of Fire solve this trouble. Staring at the nervous young monk in front of him, Senju Hashirama said with a smile, hear the words. The expression on the young monk's face changed suddenly. From the words of Senju Hashirama, he has heard that the person is not good, but the man in front of me, not something he can stop. This matter is of great importance, and the monk has no right to decide this matter. I need to go back and report to the host, and get his permission before I can reply to the Senju patriarch. Finished speaking, the young monk quickly turned around and was about to leave. Before he could move his footsteps, Senju Hashirama held his shoulder with an open right hand. Don't bother, I'll go in with you, you just lead the way in front. Talking in the temple, the monk named Xian seemed to have noticed something. I saw him turn his head to look in the direction of the door, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems to have seen something interesting. What does Patriarch Hashirama mean by this? He made a special trip to our Temple of Fire without notifying me. The old monk in cassock saw Senju Hashirama coming from the door. The expression on his face became extremely gloomy. It can be seen from the frightened expression on the face of the young monk beside him. Senju Hashirama came prepared this time. Long time no see, host. I really need your help when I come here this time. I heard that the grass pheasant sword is located in the Temple of Fire, so I made a special trip here to open my eyes. I wonder if you can lend me the grass pheasant sword. Advertisement. And Xian at the side heard these words. He smiled and stepped aside. It shows that he does not participate in the affairs between the two of them. Senju Hashirama who saw this scene. The expression on his face softened a little. This monk of unknown origin gave him a very mysterious feeling. Senju Hashirama doesn't know what his attitude is. If the mysterious monk helps the Temple of Fire, then Senju Hashirama feels that he may not be sure that he can get rid of Kusanagi sword today. Senju Hashirama, you are so arrogant. This is the Temple of Fire, not the territory of your Senju clan. The grass pheasant sword is the temple artifact of our Temple of Fire. How can it be easily lent to others to watch? If you speak wild words again, don't blame our Temple of Fire for being rude to you. The old monk's beard stood up in anger. Throughout the land of fire, no one has ever spoken to their Temple of Fire like this. Even Daimyo is very courteous to his Temple of Fire, and Senju Hashirama's casual and arrogant attitude. It has made the old monk have a strong anger. If it is not for Senju Hashirama's identity, now the old monk has already done his work on Senju Hashirama. Hey, I'm usually too good-tempered. Otherwise you 283 wouldn't dare to have the confidence to talk to me. When did you have this illusion? You actually thought I was asking you. The look in Senju Hashirama's eyes gradually turned cold. For the monks in the Temple of Fire, he has long been tired of seeing it. With the support of the Daming Prefecture, the Temple of Fire has searched for a lot of people's fat and people's ointment, and the Temple of Fire, relying on the money they plundered, and did not make any contribution to the Nation of Fire. Instead, he became more arrogant and unreasonable, oppressing the local people. It has gradually evolved into a malignant tumor of the Fire Nation. Senju Hashirama, what do you mean? Could it be that you really want to do something in the Temple of Fire? Do you know what kind of relationship we have between the Temple of Fire and the Daimyo? Taking action against the Temple of Fire is tantamount to openly disobeying the order of the Daimyo. Senju Hashirama, how dare you disobey the order of the Daimyo? Looking at the appearance of Senju Hashirama, a bad feeling rose in the old monk's heart. In recent years, Senju Hashirama's name is too loud. If it is possible, he didn't want to fight Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya: I never thought that the monks of the Temple of Fire are so rich. How much do we get paid for performing missions with our heads tied to our belts? 1. Fourth Raikage, it seems that although the Konohas are powerful, they have too many corrupt places. Our Cloud Village does not have so many messy things. Oniki, how much money can ordinary people earn through hard work for a lifetime? And all of this money was taken away by monks like the Temple of Fire. Terumime, poor fire temple host, he doesn't know that the daimyo behind him has already been controlled by first Hokage. Orochimaru, to be able to become the host of the Temple of Fire, this old monk should not be weak, but I don't know how long he can last in the hands of first Hokage. Namikaze Minato, no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Tailed Beast. Tailed Beast is just a toy in front of first Hokage. Senju Tobirama, I remember. 9 tails seems to have been sealed in the altar behind the Temple of Fire. I don't know if the monks in the Temple of Fire will release 9 tails to fight Big Brother. 9 tails, I hope that the monks in the Temple of Fire will not be ignorant of flattery, and I hope that the other me will have better luck, and just stay in the altar honestly. Shoutara, Karema, tell me, how did you and the other tailed beasts fight against Senju Hashirama's wood style? Teach me some experience, so that next time I might not lose so badly. 9 tails, shower he, you don't want to know. 8 tails, shower he, do you know that your words just now offended all our other tailed beasts? 7 tails, shower he, if you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have remembered that memory? Senju Hashirama, I hope that the other eye will not disturb 9 tails and release it, otherwise it will cause a lot of casualties. After all, 9 tails is too strong. 9 tails? Advertisement. 76 I come here, the Buddha should worship me? Advertisement. Feel the continuous flow from Senju Hashirama, unfathomable as the sea. The expression on the old monk's face became more and more flustered. He has never felt this kind of momentum from anyone. At this moment, the aura on Senju Hashirama, it has far surpassed the monster in the altar on the back mountain, gritted his teeth. The old monk shouted with a ferocious face, Senju Hashirama, you forced me. After finishing speaking, I saw the old monk's right arm was covered with golden light. Seeing such strong yang power, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but look sideways too. The hand that the old monk showed at this moment has surpassed most of the people he knows. In the existence he knew, only Uchiha Madara and the 3 celestial beings can steadily surpass the old monk at this moment. Besides, everyone is worse than the old monk. Jiraiya, damn it. It turns out that the host of the Temple of Fire is so powerful. I thought he was just an ordinary old man. Orochimaru, this is the first time I have seen someone who can practice Yingdan to such an extent. It seems that being able to be the host of the Temple of Fire is really not an ordinary person. Tsunade, maybe it's because of his status, so he usually doesn't have much chance to make a move. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be able to take on the duty of guarding 9 tails. Hey take Kakashi, it's a pity. If you are facing other people, then the old monk will definitely be able to defend the grass pheasant's sword. Facing such a Shode, there is basically no suspense in this battle. At the same time, the other monks of the Temple of Fire are also gradually approaching. For a while, Senju Hashirama was caught in a scene surrounded by people. Hehe. If it's outside, one-on-one, I'm not necessarily your opponent. But, don't forget, we are now in the Temple of Fire. Senju Hashirama, choose someone to come to your door and fight alone. This is your biggest failure. The old monk showed a smug smile on his face. In the Temple of Fire, apart from him, there are at least tens of thousands of other monks. Although the strength of these monks is not strong separately, but the Fire Temple has its own formation. Once the enemy is surrounded and the formation is completed, there is no way anyone can escape from here, not even the monster on the altar. All disciples listen to the order. Form the formation immediately. Kill this lunatic here at all costs. As long as you can injure this person, you will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold immediately. The old monk raised his arms and shouted loudly to the disciples behind him, and when everyone heard his words, the expression on the face became excited. Gold 100 taels. For these disciples, at least it can guarantee that they will have no worries about food and drink for 10 years. Although I can clearly feel the strength of Senju Hashirama in front of me, but they believe more in the Buddha array they practiced. They are thousands of people. On the other hand, there is only one person. Harano Sakura, the monks of the Temple of Fire are disgusting. Are they still monks? All of them are so greedy for money. Yamanaka Ino, the thing that makes me speechless the most is their faces. After hearing the money, the expressions on their faces changed. Hey take Kakashi, the monks of the Temple of Fire should have come to the Temple of Fire with a pious heart at the beginning, but they were affected by the general environment and the host. Uchiha Madara, no matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. It's ridiculous that a group of ants combined to try to kill an elephant. Senju Tobirama, I have to admire the courage of this group of monks. They dare to attack another big brother. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama, I just hope that the other one will not kill me. After all, these monks are also bewitched by this host. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems that this is basically an impossible thing. This Hashirama-sama is not a good person. If he wants the Kusanagi sword, he will go directly to the Temple of Fire to grab it. 1. Shimura Danzo, such a first-generation master is a truly qualified Hokage. The grass pheasant sword is much more important in the hands of the first generation than in the Temple of Fire. Only the first generation can reasonably use its power. If you come out, you will be able to lead the entire Fire Nation to a new level. Fix formation? Carrot. Let this lunatic see the formation of our Temple of Fire. This kind of evil heretic should let the Buddha suppress him. With a roar, the monks of the Temple of Fire instantly joined together densely. The look on everyone's face is extremely focused. It seems that some mysterious existence is about to descend. Watching their neat poses and actions, Senju Hashirama couldn't help showing admiration. He did not expect. The monks of the Temple of Fire look very weak, but discipline is indeed strict, beyond many families he has seen, and the monks of these temples of fire, when they saw that they had already set up formations. But Senju Hashirama still has this faint smile on his face. Their hearts couldn't help arousing intense anger. The smile on Senju Hashirama's face make them feel like Senju Hashirama looks down on them. Senju Hashirama seems to be laughing at them. Boom, boom. The golden light spread from the host to every monk. They seem to be a whole at the moment. Even Ci Xian, who was standing aside, he also had a look of interest on his face. So many people can be so seamless, perfectly integrated into one formation. The person who designed this formation is a genius, and these monks should have suffered a lot. Only then can such a consistent unity be achieved. Subsequently, one with 8 arms, the gigantic glaring Guanyin slowly rises from the ground, standing on the head of Avalokitesvara. The old monk smiled condescendingly. How about it, Senju Hashirama? Our fire temple's formation is not bad, right? Do you think that our temple of fire can survive for so many years just because of our name? If you left in the first place, then I can let you go, but it's too late now. Anyone who dares to provoke our temple of fire must pay the price. No one is an exception. Jiraiya, poor fire temple host, I don't know what he will face soon. Fourth Raikage, sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. To be able to say this to First Hokage, it seems that the host of the Temple of Fire has never seen what is called true power. Oniki, although I admit that their formations are also very powerful, and this Guanyin looks similar to a tailed beast, but it's too naive to want to deal with First Hokage based on this level alone already. Tsunade : I just hope this grandpa can restrain himself, otherwise everyone in the Temple of Fire will suffer. Senju Tobirama, Koshina. Don't be too merciful. The people in the Temple of Fire are already enemies. Of course, we can't continue to be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. The big brother is too similar to you, which is why so many tragedies have been caused. Is this the way you suppress the bottom of the box? Is that all? Standing on the ground, Senju Hashirama looked up at the old monk in the sky and said. The old monk with a smile on his face heard Senju Hashirama's words. The smile on my face couldn't help but stop. Senju Hashirama, you're still putting on a show. Facing this kind of power that can be called a god, do you think you have any chance of winning? In the face of our fire temple's strongest formation, I really don't know what it means to dare to speak so brazenly. Hear the words. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama had a look of disappointment on his face. He sighed softly. This formation is really good. It can perfectly combine the power of all of you. I have to admit that the person who can create this formation must be a genius unparalleled in the world. But, your strength is too weak. Even if you are combined together, you are still so weak. Finished speaking, the ground under the feet of Senju Hashirama cracked. An extremely majestic and huge wooden Buddha slowly rose from the soil. Looking up at the higher Senju Hashirama, the old monk couldn't help swallowing. The eyeballs are about to pop out. What are you kidding? Wooden Buddha summoned by Senju Hashirama. It is several times bigger than the Senju Guanyin behind them. The wooden Buddha under his feet is even bigger than the entire back mountain of the Temple of Pen and Fire. It looks like a giant god from ancient times. Compared with the body size of Senju Guanyin and wooden Buddha, like the difference between a baby and a giant, Senju Avalokitesvara's entire body is only about the size of a wooden Buddha's arm. Fake. How is this possible? The monks in the formation also rubbed their eyes in disbelief. He opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Is this really something that humans can summon? The wooden Buddha in front of them broke the cognition of all of them. It has caused an extremely serious impact on their three views in history. For a moment they didn't know how they should react. When they used this formation in the past, both enemies are intimidated by the Senju cannon they summoned. They are also used to appreciating each other's frightened expressions, and enjoy it. And now, compared with the Senju cannon behind them and the wooden Buddha summoned by Senju Hashirama, simply vulnerable? The light body shape does not seem to exist in one dimension. Illusion? This must be an illusion. Don't be frightened by his illusion. Everything in front of you is not real. We were just caught in his illusion. The old monk shouted loudly to the monks behind him with all his strength. He was sure that this was an illusion used by Senju Hashirama. That's why there's such a horrible sight. He never believed that a human could do this. Looking at the old monk who looks like a clown, Senju Hashirama shook his head. He sighed in disappointment. Being able to become the host of the Temple of Fire, and taking action against me so decisively. I thought you were still a character, but unexpectedly. So unbearable. It seems that I overestimated you. In Senju Hashirama's fight against so many strong players. In his opinion, the old monk in front of him, heart and strength are the most mismatched one. Uchiha Madara, such a waste. Even if he is given the power to truly match, he can't be the opponent of Hashirama. He doesn't have 10 hearts that really belong to the strong. Fourth Raikage, although his strength is not weak, he should have never fought a few times in real battles. He has always used this method to deal with people weaker than him. He will not have the courage to fight against someone whose strength is similar to his own, or even stronger than him. Jiraiya, the host of the Temple of Fire, is pitiful. The enemies I met before should not have any real strong people. Once I meet a real strong man, it will be the first generation fire directly. It's hard for him to start at Ying's level. Advertisement. Orochimaru, so it seems that the Kusanagi sword is really in the Temple of Fire. If I have a chance, I will go to the Temple of Fire to see if I can steal this sword. If I meet this group of monks head on, what will happen? I'm having a headache too. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, don't mess around in the land of fire. I will always send Umbu to keep an eye on your whereabouts, and I won't let you succeed. Harano Sakura, I am afraid that anyone who encounters a ninja of the level of Master First Hokage will not be able to raise the slightest fighting spirit. Compared with ordinary ninjas, this level of ninjutsu is nothing. Not a level. Uchiha Sasuke, if I have 1/10 of the strength of this first Hokage, maybe I can complete my revenge. That man is impossible to be mine. Opponent. Might Guy, this is youth, this is blood. Master First Hokage faces the entire Temple of Fire alone. How exciting it is. Hyaganiji, it seems that there is no real destiny. If a person's strength is strong enough, fate can't do anything to him. Fate can only obey his arrangement. 78. Are gods so weak? If the ant under your feet can be called a god, then I will come today to try what it's like to kill a god. The wooden Buddha at the foot of Senju Hashirama slowly raised his huge right arm. Wooden Buddha spread 5 fingers towards the old monk and the Senju Avalokitesvara at his feet. Looking at the palms that cover the sky, there was a look of madness in the eyes of the old monk. I don't believe it. The strength of all of us in the Temple of Fire is no match for you alone. Qianzhao's. Senju Avalokitesvara's densely packed palms keep waving. Grab towards the huge palm above the head. The air along the way is cut by the palm like a silk thread. A burst of violent blasting sounded continuously in the air. But at the first moment when Senju Avalokitesvara touched the wooden Buddha, the expression on the old monk's face changed suddenly. There was a look of disbelief on his face. Moment. Senju Guanyin's body is densely packed with countless cracks. The sound of click and click sounded. The gaps of the cracks grow wider and wider. Boom. Senju Avalokitesvara's body was completely torn apart and turned into stones all over the sky. Under one blow, the score is high or low. Standing on top of the huge wooden Buddha head, Senju Hashirama stands above the sky with his hands folded on his chest. God, this is the god you speak of. How weak is it? I'm here. I shouldn't worship Buddha. Buddha should worship me. Senju Hashirama's voice sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Damn. I haven't lost yet. The old monk with blood on his face said unwillingly. Senju Hashirama frowned. It never occurred to him. Has come to this point. The old monk is still unwilling to admit defeat? Before the old monk continued to speak, he felt as if something was falling from the sky. When he looked up, only then did he realize that Mufo's huge palm was waving towards everyone on the ground. Puff, 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 fen. The sound of countless flesh and bones being squeezed and exploded rang out continuously. He turned his head and looked. I saw red raindrops already falling around the monks who just surrounded him. At this moment, it has become a mass of indescribable things. Moment. The entire Temple of Fire has become a piece of purgatory on earth. Advertisement. 77 Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. A parading monk of unknown origin. Advertisement. Seeing the bloody picture on the screen, some of the soft-hearted female ninjas turned pale, although they already had some expectations for this scene, knowing that Senju Hashirama is destined to clash with the Temple of Fire, but they never imagined the scene was so bloody and terrifying. Jiraiya, Mr. First Hokage, does he overdo it? Although the monks in the Temple of Fire are not good people, the crime is not worthy of death. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you are ridiculous. How many enemy village ninjas died in your hands? Have you counted it yourself? I didn't expect you to be so merciful now. Tsunade, although I know that the guys in the Temple of Fire are not good people, but Grandpa is going too far. A total of tens of thousands of lives. This is not tens of thousands of ants. Uchiha Madara, for this kind of moth-like existence, I don't know what you are so pitiful. They oppress the civilians of the country of fire, don't you see? Senju Tobirama, although I also think that there is no need to be too soft-hearted, but this big brother is really too hard-hearted. He didn't even give these people the chance to beg for mercy. Fourth Raikage, you Konoha people are really hypocritical. These monks from the Temple of Fire have obviously become bullies on the fish and meat side. How can you sympathize with such people? 1. Terumime, however, perhaps the host of the Temple of Fire didn't expect that First Hokage didn't say a word, and directly chose to do it? Shimura Danzo, these guys from the Temple of Fire, they think they are still as high as before, but they never thought that the times have changed a long time ago. Harino Sakura, although I think such a scene is a bit bloody and unacceptable, I totally agree with the actions of Master First Hokage. For such villains, they should be made to pay a good price. Yamanaka Ino, I also agree with the little Sakura. These monks have collected so much money from believers, but they are unwilling to help believers and want to continue to squeeze their value. They are not good people. Seeing the waving palms of the wooden Buddha at the feet of Senju Hashirama, the old monk finally persisted. His last line of defense has completely collapsed. I saw him on his knees, knocked out his forehead. He kowtowed frantically. I was wrong. Our Temple of Fire was wrong. I will hand over the grass pheasant sword. Stop the monster under your feet. After finishing speaking, the hand of the sleepy Buddha stopped suddenly. Watching Senju Hashirama jumping down from the sky, the old monk only felt that his heart was bleeding 310. After today's incident, the vitality of their Temple of Fire has been severely damaged. In another 10 years, it may not be able to recover. Those monks who just died, many are the future of the Temple of Fire. Want to train so many outstanding monks. The time and money spent on this is unbelievable. Looking at Senju Hashirama standing opposite, a trace of strong resentment flashed in the eyes of the old monk. If not for him, then the Temple of Fire will not be what it is now. He has made up his mind. As long as you survive this time, then he will kill Chizu Hashirama at any cost and destroy the Senju clan. Let Senju Hashirama experience the same pain as him. Look, I said it earlier. It's for your own good not to fight with you. You don't listen. Senju Hashirama said regretfully. At the same time, his gaze also noticed C.I. Xian who was still neatly dressed standing aside. The battle just now, it doesn't seem to have any effect on C.I. Xian. He didn't even mess with Kakuzu. The Temple of Fire is already full of potholes, but only at 6 yen. Advertisement. Still the same as it was at the beginning. There seems to be a weird vacuum around him. Not a single floor tile is broken around him. Seeing this scene, even the old monk could see something was wrong. The monk in front of me is really weird. The fierce battle just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. If he were an ordinary person, the aftermath of that battle just now was enough to smash him to pieces. The grass pheasant sword is in the body of the Buddha statue in the lobby. You go to the lobby and smash the Buddha statue to see it. I told the whereabouts of the grass pheasant sword. I just hope you can let our Temple of Fire go. From now on, the Temple of Fire will no longer be your enemy. I will take everyone out of the land of fire and disappear before your eyes forever. There was a hint of pleading in the old monk's eyes. It doesn't matter. I don't care where you go. I just need to get the grass pheasant sword. I don't mean to embarrass you. After smashing the Buddha statue, seeing the 2'7" grass pheasant sword in front of me, Senju Hashirama has some love to put it down. The blade of the grass pheasant sword looks like a calamus leaf. The central part of the blade is thicker. The part of the handle is like the backbone of a fish, and it is white from top to bottom. Just take a look. Senju Hashirama can feel how sharp the grass pheasant sword is, although I am not a swordsman. But Senju Hashirama thinks that he can barely exert the power of Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru, after seeing this Kusanagi sword, I have the urge to go to the Temple of Fire to steal the sword immediately. The imitation and the real product are completely incomparable. Senju Hashirama, if I had known earlier, I would have bought a weapon like this. It looks very cool. Senju Tobirama, brother, you can indeed get a grass pheasant sword or a weapon similar to the grass pheasant sword, but you are not a swordsman and you can't use it. You can teach me and I will help you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems that although there have been some changes, the essence of this first Hokage has not changed. The will of fire still exists in him. He is not a person who kills indiscriminately. Shimura Danzo, cut the weeds but not the roots, there will be endless troubles. Jiraiya, old man, Danzo is such a dark guy, how did you let him stay in the position of Hokage's assistant for so long? If it wasn't for him, Konoha wouldn't have so many things. Harino Sakura, this uncle who speaks insidiously, is actually Hokage's assistant. Yamanaka Ino, I suddenly have some concerns about the future of our Konoha. Don't worry, I will do what I said. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Temple of Fire in the Kingdom of Fire. I immediately took these people under my command and disappeared into the Land of Fire. Watching Senju Hashirama come back from the lobby holding the Kusanagi sword, the old monk said quickly. Senju Hashirama nodded. A white light flashes. This is my head. This is the last consciousness in the mind of the old monk. Immediately afterwards, his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Seeing that there is not even a trace of bloodline left on the grass pheasant sword, Senju Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. It is worthy of being an artifact known from ancient times to the present. The sharpness is by no means ordinary. Then he remembered something again. He opened his right hand slightly. A mysterious energy was transmitted from his right hand to the blade. Lightly waved to the front. The monks of the Temple of Countless Fires. Their bodies are like paper. A sword was cut in half. Advertisement. Lightly waved the sword a few times. In the entire Temple of Fire, except for him and Ci-Xian, no one exists anymore. Hiss. See what Senju Hashirama has done in the Temple of Fire. Everyone in the live broadcast room gasped. They did not expect. This Senju Hashirama is so cruel. In one breath, no one was left alive for the Temple of Fire. Orochimaru, it seems that our estimate of this Senju Hashirama was wrong. He didn't do anything just now because he didn't want to let these people go. It's just because he hasn't got the Kusanagi sword and Jiraiya, it seems that what happened in the three holy places before gave us the illusion that apart from his strength, this Shode is not as cruel as imagined. Tsunade, I now suspect that the reason why Grandpa didn't take action against the three great sacred lands is because the people in the three great sacred lands know how to perform magic arts and are valuable to him, and these people in the Temple of Fire stand on his side. On the contrary, it has no use value yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems that I miscalculated the murderous nature in the heart of this first Hokage. He is really extreme. I don't know where this world will go. Shimura Danzo, this is the real first Hokage, bigged, in my heart, with strength and strategy, and not benevolent. I am looking forward to a stronger Konoha being created in his hands. Fourth Raikage, I don't pay attention to how many people died in the Temple of Fire. Now I am more curious about who this mysterious monk is. Why have I never heard of him? Oniki, the terrible battle just now did not affect him in any way. This is not something an ordinary person can do at all. Terumime, if ordinary people saw this kind of battle, they would have fainted from fright. How could this person stand beside him with such a calm face, as if he was watching a play? Inside the cave, Black Zetsu looked at the content of the live broadcast room with a gloomy face. For the first time, he realized that things were a little out of his control. In his mind, never before has such a monk of unknown origin appeared in the history of ninja world. Judging from Senju Hashirama's attitude towards him and his performance just now, this is obviously not an ordinary person. Senju Hashirama even faced the sages of the three major forces. He didn't even show such a serious attitude, and such a strong man with a mysterious background. I don't even know his background. I don't know where he came from. Isn't this likely to have a great impact on my follow-up plans? After eliminating everyone in the Temple of Fire, only then did Senju Hashirama turn his gaze to Sixian, who had been standing aside. Sixian's movements, stances, and even expressions haven't changed from the beginning to the end. He was always looking at Senju Hashirama with a faint smile on his face. After the two people looked at each other for a few seconds in this weird silence, Senju Hashirama just got out of here first. This was the first time in so many years that he found that he couldn't see through a person. And I am already in the Temple of Fire. Got the grass pheasant sword. Naturally there is no need for extravagance. So he just got out of here, and after Sixian saw Senju Hashirama disappear, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The gentle smile just now seemed to be just a mask. This time he is the real self. From Senju Hashirama, he felt a familiar breath. This seems to be the breath of the traitor's direct blood. Senju Hashirama can't see through him, and he also can't see through Senju Hashirama. On the body of Senju Hashirama, it seems that there is a very powerful and strange energy. This energy is different from any system he is familiar with. It's like a natural energy on this planet, as if the boy had become one with nature. You can borrow the natural energy that is everywhere in this world anytime, anywhere. If Sixian is at its peak, naturally, he doesn't need to have so many considerations and worries. Advertisement. But after being betrayed by that traitor, his strength has never recovered. Hiding in the ninja world for so many years, his goal is to fight steadily and gradually restore his own strength. Then clean up that traitor. Complete his original mission on this planet. Sixian has been waiting for many years. He naturally does not want to fall short when he is about to succeed, but the Senju Hashirama that just appeared seems to be an exception. Although his current strength has not yet made Ci-Xian feel that he can threaten him, but the energy he possessed gave Ci-Xian a very strong sense of threat, as if this energy could hurt him. And in terms of age, this boy is only in his early 20s on this planet. In a few years, maybe even 10 years, who knows how far his strength can grow? So after thinking about it for a while, Ci-Xian, he decided to prepare himself to solve the accident. He doesn't want too many surprises in his plan, and this boy, I am afraid that he has been waiting for so many years. One of the few existences that may affect your follow-up plan. Come out, this friend, you have been with me for so long, aren't you tired? What's the matter? You can tell me directly when you are in the Temple of Fire. Senju Hashirama jumped down from the tree, frowning and speaking behind him. Hihi, boy, don't worry. I'm just curious, why you can have such a strong strength at this age. Other than that, I have no other malice. Sixian, who was wearing a white haori, walked slowly from the tree trunk behind. Saw his presence. Senju Hashirama frowned. This guy has just been following himself on the back. In fact, Senju Hashirama didn't really notice that someone was following him behind. He just guessed based on Sixian's performance in the Temple of Fire and his own intuition. Seeing the gentle yet polite smile on Ci-Xian's face, Senju Hashirama just felt tasteless and awkward, because he could clearly see, under Ci-Xian's seemingly gentle smile, there is no real smile at all. And the most noticeable thing is Sixian's eyes. That is a pair of extremely indifferent, as if they don't pay attention to everything in the world. This is not a kind of pride. It's that he seems to think that nothing in this world is worth caring about from the bottom of his heart. Senju Hashirama has never seen such a scary and unforgettable look. Looking at the involuntary hostility in Senju Hashirama's eyes, Ci-Xian was also very surprised. He originally thought that this boy might have some impact on his plans in the future, even threatened himself. When he formally had face-to-face contact with the boy, only then did he realize that the boy seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. He could clearly feel the constant warning coming from his body. This shows that the current teenagers already have the strength to threaten themselves. This made Sixian feel a sense of crisis in his heart, and at the same time aroused a little curiosity about him. He wanted to know what kind of trump card was in the boy's body. Can you let such a strong sense of crisis appear in your heart? Between thoughts and thoughts, Sixian also began to look at the young man in front of him gradually. He no longer treats Senju Hashirama simply as a native. Advertisement. 78 Perfect Sage Mode? Ci was shocked. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama also narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. He looked at Ci in front of him. Ci did not underestimate him. How has he ever underestimated Sixian? In what Senju Hashirama himself sees, so many people. Even Uchiha Madara never put such pressure on herself. This feeling made Senju Hashirama firmer in his mind. As expected, there are many unknown things in this ninja world. Many beings that may even be more powerful than yourself have been hiding behind the scenes. So I must become stronger. Only in this way can you realize your dream. Jiraiya, I now understand why Master First Hokage is so strong. He has not changed his mind from the beginning to the end, and has been trying his best to become stronger. Uchiha Madara, this Hashirama is really exciting. I believe that I have more common topics with him, constantly becoming lighter and stronger, and constantly pursuing my own limit. 1. Senju Tobirama, such a big brother, maybe he can really create a completely different era, maybe real peace can be realized in his hands. Orochimaru, if I hadn't seen these things, I wouldn't have known that there was such a powerful existence in the ninja world. This monk is obviously strong and unreasonable, but I don't know what he is planning behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least, in the records of the Temple of Fire, I have never seen the record of this monk, even the abbot of the Temple of Fire, he has never mentioned its existence. Shimura Danzo, this kind of person who has been hiding behind the scenes and has such a powerful strength has never taken the initiative to appear in the ninja world. He must have a huge conspiracy, he must be the enemy of Konoha. 4th Raikage, from the way this monk moves, I can see how powerful he is. I am far inferior to him in this kind of control over the body. His physical skills are probably extremely powerful too. Oniki, impossible. 4th Raikage, you even admit that your physical skills are not as good as this monk? Senju Hashirama and Ci did not speak to each other. The two confront each other. Each other fell into a weird atmosphere. They all know, the moment the two of them met for the first time, both of them had this premonition in their hearts. The existence of the other party may affect my plan. In this silent confrontation, the hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room were raised. It was the first time they saw Senju Hashirama in black screen takes an enemy so seriously. Even the immortals who met the three holy places before. Senju Hashirama has never shown such a gesture. Boom. First timing. Sixian's body moved. I saw his body bounced up like a cannonball. A white air wave is generated under his feet. The land under his feet turned into powder bit by bit. Senju Hashirama's eyes are slightly condensed. Such a strong body. He judged immediately. Sixian in front of him didn't use any skills. Just that moment. It's just that his body is extremely strong. That's why it's such a horrible sight. Even Senju Hashirama himself has to admit. His body is far inferior to that of Sixian in front of him, although Senju Hashirama's physical strength is not weak. But he only focuses on the life energy aspect. And the Sixian in front of me, he is the ultimate strength of the physical body, Senju Hashirama noticeably noted. The first time Ci was dispatched, the air around him was compressed and collapsed. Took a deep breath. Senju Hashirama's body surface is also covered with golden arrogance. For Senju Hashirama, although he admits that he is not as physically strong as Ci at the moment, but he has his own means to enhance his physical strength. Natural energy can not only be used to increase the power of ninjutsu. Advertisement. It can also be applied to your own body. 4th Raikage, sure enough, I guessed right. This kind of energy can be used not only on ninjutsu, but also on your own body, so you can develop stronger body skills. Jiraiya, terrible. I can't imagine how to use natural energy on the body. It's a terrible physical quality to do it. Namikaze Minato, I'm afraid that in the ninja world, there is only such a first Hokage-sama who can do this. Senju Hashirama, I thought my celestial art practice was strong enough. After comparing with another self, I realized that I was too far behind. Ci couldn't help but be shocked too. From opposite Senju Hashirama's body, he felt an extremely familiar and extremely powerful energy, and this ability, on this host who boarded by himself. He felt it too, but the energy in my host, it is completely incomparable with the energy of Senju Hashirama in front of me, although the energy of the host on him before was very magical and powerful, but it cannot be used and maintained for a long time, compared with the energy in Senju Hashirama. Just like the gap between a drop of water and the ocean, thinking of Ci here, he couldn't help but have endless killing intent in his heart. His premonition was right. The Senju Hashirama in front of me must be a great threat to my future plans. Boom boom boom. Sixian kicked Senju Hashirama's right arm viciously. White and golden flames intersect. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were violently shaken to open a big hole. An extremely terrifying explosion sounded. All the trees around them rose up. Bit by bit it melted into pieces. Moment. Insects in the air, birds in the air. It fell to the ground like raindrops. Just a punch and a kick. All the beasts and trees around them, both were completely destroyed by the two of them. Everyone in the live broadcast room who saw this scene, eyeballs are about to fall off. 4th Raikage, this is something that humans can do? Just such a punch, the tailed beast is not so scary? Jiraiya, Shodei's celestial art has reached such a level that a single punch can cause natural disasters. Tsunade, no. Jiraiya, Grandpa alone may not be able to do this. The reason why he has such a large destructive power is that the monk who is next to him must have played a big role. Oniki, I am very worried now. Will a Waigakuer from another world still appear? I just hope that they will not be overwhelmed and become the enemy of First Hokage. Luoshat, now I finally understand why Shuhi is so obedient in front of First Hokage. Look at each other. Both Senju Hashirama and Jixian saw the shock in each other's eyes. Both of them were shocked that the other's body was so powerful. Sixian thought that he had already overestimated Senju Hashirama's strength enough. But he never expected Senju Hashirama can match himself in physical strength. This is actually something that the natives on this planet can do. Senju Hashirama himself knows how powerful his body is. If we talk about the body, the immortals of the three holy places are not as good as the current self. And I even used the natural energy. But the Sixian in front of him can actually resist his own blow. Eyes sinking. Senju Hashirama retracts his right arm. He kicked Sixian's left body fiercely from below. Sixian also reacted immediately. He subconsciously grabbed Senju Hashirama's leg with his left arm. At this moment, Senju Hashirama had a weird smile on his face. Advertisement. That was a flaw he deliberately exposed. Between lightning and flint, Senju Hashirama's body escaped from an incredible angle. He ruthlessly punched Ci Xian's lower abdomen. Ci Xian grabbed it and fell to nothing. Eyes suddenly changed. Careless, although its strength is not as good as when it is completely victorious, but it is basically an extremely powerful existence on this planet. From the beginning, when he faced Senju Hashirama, even though Senju Hashirama has been given as much attention as possible, but there was still a kind of contempt in his bones. No matter how strong Senju Hashirama is, that's just a monkey from a backward planet. He can't possibly pose any threat to himself, and for thousands of years, he himself has basically never fought any battles that really belong to him, so his fighting consciousness has long since become rusty. Boom! A fist concentrated on Sixian's body fiercely. At once he was like a cannonball, feet off the ground. The whole body flew upside down. The only trees left along the way had a big hole punched by his body. Finally, after kicking up the dust all over the sky, Ci Xian's body just hit a boulder and stopped. Jiraiya, tisk tisk. It is indeed the first Hokage who has practiced fairy arts like me. Sure enough, he has the same demeanor as me. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it can only be our background board. Fourth Raikage, horrible. I didn't expect that first Hokage's physical skills are so powerful. Every move can be called ultimate. The redundant moves are removed, and only the strongest attack is left. Oniki, this is the more powerful god of ninja. There is almost no enemy who is his opponent. It seems that although this monk is powerful, he is still not enough to face first Hokage. Orochimaru, something is wrong. You look at the eyes of first generation. The battle seems to have not stopped yet. Senju Hashirama retracted his right fist and rubbed it lightly. Such a hard and terrifying body. He felt that what he just hit did not look like a human body at all. Asking for flowers. I have never encountered such a hard substance. Even Senju Hashirama is suspicious of the other party at this moment. This guy can't use something to turn into a monster? Just that punch. He felt like his bones were going to burst. Even if the tailed beast is punched by himself, it's impossible to do anything. No, most important, he knows. There must be nothing wrong with the other party. At most, that punch made him a little embarrassed. But to completely defeat the opponent, it was impossible with the punch I just made. Boom. Rock burst. Sixian's body broke out from the stone pile. At this moment, he still has the handsome appearance just now. I saw the mud all over his face. Tattered clothes. Even the braids on the back of the head were broken up in pieces. He clutched his belly. See the blood dripping from the mouth. There was a look of disbelief on his face. 82. Advertisement. Are you actually injured? He didn't think of it himself. Senju Hashirama can actually hurt himself. Although the injury was not serious, but for Ci Xian, this is totally incredible too. And Senju Hashirama who saw this scene, the expression on his face became more serious. He did not expect. Sixian's injury was actually lighter than he imagined. The power of my punch just now, I know very well. Although there is not much stored energy, but I have absolutely no mercy, and Ci Xian in front of her. He just looked a little embarrassed. No real damage was actually done. Seeing Ci Xian's appearance, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiraiya, are you kidding me? I only suffered a slight injury from such a punch. If that punch landed on Konoha, I guess the whole Konoha would be gone. Orochimaru, it seems that the matter is really the same as what we discussed. This monk, he is much stronger than we imagined. Tsunade, I thought he would lose his fighting power for a short time even if he didn't die directly after receiving such a punch from his grandfather. Senju Hashirama, that punch just now, even if I got hit, I'm afraid I will lose my combat power immediately. That punch is much more terrifying than any tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Madara, no matter how strong the enemy is, but I believe that Hashirama will not lose to anyone. The only person who can defeat Hashirama is me. Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, what do you see? This monk, his body is so powerful. Does he have any special blood inheritance limit? I thought about it and searched all the things in my mind, but it doesn't match up with any blood succession boundary in the ninja world. Orochimaru, I've never seen a body scarier than a tailed beast like this. Maybe this is a blood succession limit that has never been recorded. Might guy, this level of fighting. I want to open the dead door to participate in it. Only this kind of battle can make my blood boil completely. Youth is. It should be burned so recklessly. Rock Lee, Mr. Guy, if the 8 inner gates is activated, can you participate in the battle just now? Might Guy, well, you can participate, but the duration may not be long. Although I can also send out such an attack, my body can't last too long. The load on the body is too great. Uchiha Madara, amazing junior? Konoha still has such a powerful taijutsu ninja? If so, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest? Boy, you really pissed me off. You don't know what kind of existence you have offended. Shall I let you understand what is real fear? Sixian looked at the blood-stained clothes. A look of deep anger appeared on his face. This is the first time in a long time that he looks so embarrassed. This is completely unacceptable to him. I was forced to such an extent by a native. At the same time, he was also very shocked. In front of Senju Hashirama's body, his ability to use, not at all the so-called chakra system in this world. It is another kind that I don't know. I haven't practiced before. A system I don't know much about. Strong duel. Victory and defeat are often only in an instant. When just fighting, he knew in his heart, he indeed lost to the human in front of him in terms of physical skills. This native, whether in terms of skills or combat awareness, they go way above and beyond. The only thing stronger than him, that's just the strength of your own body. Also, it's not too fishy, just superior to Senju Hashirama in physical strength. But the life energy in Senju Hashirama's body is extremely scary. Beg. Advertisement. 79 This child will be a serious problem for the Otsutsuki family in the future. Advertisement. Ci Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In his gaze, Senju Hashirama at this moment, the slight injury on his right hand healed immediately. Terrible self-healing ability? Ci Xian thinks. Even if I can't reach this level, is that so? Then I hope you can let me experience what it means to fail. If you can really beat me like this, that would be great. Senju Hashirama clutched his forehead. There is also a crazy look in his eyes. At this time I also lost my sanity a bit. This is him from childhood to adulthood. For so long, this is the first time I can fight with a single person to this extent. No one else has ever allowed himself to feel like this either. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't get him to do his best. And just now, all his attacks show no mercy. He always shot with the intention of killing the opponent. But Ci Xian was only slightly injured. This guy in front of me, He can really let himself fight with all his might. Senju Tobirama, I feel, this seems to see a familiar shadow. Was it taken away by Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya, hey, I understand the idea of the first generation project. How lonely it is to be invincible. In terms of aspects, it matches the uncle. Senju Hashirama, third generation, is this the disciple you accepted? Why do I feel that there seems to be something wrong with his brain? Tsunade, Jiraiya, shut up. It's too embarrassing. Uchiha Madara, damn it. I thought that even if Hashirama didn't use his full strength, it shouldn't be much worse. So, the other me has never been really regarded as an opponent. I hope you can say something like this on 157 in a while. It was the first time that Cicien felt that she was so angry. Have you been underestimated? He always thought he was the hunter, but at this moment Senju Hashirama, he seems to have taken himself as prey. Next, let me show you my true form. Cicien took a light breath. Immediately afterwards, some strange black marks began to appear on his forehead. Not long, black marks spread all over his body. Cicien closed her eyes tightly. A look of deep intoxication appeared in his eyes. Is this powerful? Feeling in control of everything? This feeling of having everything under control. This is the complete him? Although it's only the first stage, it should be more than enough to deal with you. I hope you can play with me for a while longer. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his indifferent face. Although this form is not his final form, but he thinks there should be no problem solving Senju Hashirama, he wants to use a more powerful form. Unfortunately, the reality does not allow. At the moment the container named Cicien is not enough to support him to complete this step. If you use this mode for a long time, even start a more powerful pattern, it will only cause the immediate container to crash. This is not the result Cicien wanted. Looking for a container that can hold him. This ninja world is too hard to find. He has spent countless years. Of course I don't want to fall down here. Seeing such a powerful body of Senju Hashirama, Cicien even thought about it. Want to turn Senju Hashirama into your own container? But Cicien gave up this idea after thinking for a while. Because Senju Hashirama's strength is not bad. If you force yourself to do so, there may be a small price to pay. Advertisement. At the same time, the integrity of the container may not be guaranteed. Wanting to kill Senju Hashirama and keep him physically intact. This difficulty is a bit too much. Cicien didn't think she could do this step. At the same time, Senju Hashirama has his nasty breath. That's the smell of that traitor? This made him feel extremely disgusted, different from last time. This time Senju Hashirama saw Cicien in this state. He has become excited. So, this time he attacked first? Super Sage Art? Mai Jinman. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, several huge red torii gates slowly emerged. All the clouds are gone, and the sun is completely covered at this moment. Above the sky, as if only these red wooden doors existed. Jiraiya, it's fake. It's like the end of the world is coming. Namikaze Minato, I feel that any door can suppress the tailed beast completely irresistible. Senju Tobirama, brother, I've seen you use this ninjutsu, it seems. This comparison is a bit exaggerated. Senju Hashirama, I can do this to suppress the tailed beast, but it's not so exaggerated. You say the sun has disappeared. This door takes the whole the sky is covered. Orochimaru, I have seen this ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. The ones used by ordinary ninjas are estimated to be about the same size as a normal door frame, and it may be more than 10 times larger when used by immortals. And this door is almost half the size of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto, is there this ninjutsu in the Book of Seals? Why don't I have the impression? Haruno Sakura, Naruto. Have you read the sealed book? Nara Shikamaru, the sealed book is so strictly guarded, even the extremely powerful Jonin may not be able to steal it. Naruto you? Orochimaru, hehe, why a genin can steal the Book of Seals, I have to ask my good teacher. Oniki, the third generation project is really a good method, so that it secretly completed the bribery of Jinchuriki's hearts. Haruno Sakura, why can't I understand what this means? Nara Shikamaru, third generation knows the relationship between Mizuki and Orochimaru, so that Mizuki can be eradicated, and Naruto can be forgiven after making mistakes to establish a kind elder image. Uzumaki Kushina, after watching the movie, our wife and I will come and have a chat with you in person on the third generation show. Looking at the exaggerated ninjutsu above the head, the expression on Cixian's face did not change at all. Ninjutsu. It's just a weak system developed by the offspring of the traitor. I can absorb these attacks anytime, anywhere. So, facing the natives on this planet, I was born to be invincible. It seems, you are very confident in your own strength. Then show your full strength. I will let you say the gap between us. Stand still. Cicien said lightly. Jiraiya, what's the situation? Is he preparing for this ninjutsu? Fourth Reikage, I see the indifferent look on his face, as if he is not afraid at all, and he is not very worried. Could it be that he has a stronger whole card? Tsunade, I think his appearance should be a new form? Probably because he is very confident in his cards. Senju Tobirama, this kind of overwhelming ninjutsu can be called the world-killing level. I don't think he doesn't want to hide, but there is no way to avoid it. Moment, the giant door in the sky suddenly smashed down. A white wave flashed through the air. From the distance to completely separate, looked up. Open your hands. Cicien seems to be welcoming its arrival. Sudden. His brow wrinkled. In his perception, my body seems to be frozen. Can't move my arms anymore? This is simply impossible. Although the giant red gate in the sky has the function of sealing, but it is impossible to be affected by yourself. But as the giant red door gets closer, a little bit of cold sweat began to appear on Cixian's forehead. Wrong? Something is wrong. Why is this? He felt the bondage grow stronger. It seems that I am really about to be sealed. Advertisement. He can't figure it out. Why is there an accident here at Senju Hashirama? Ninjutsu, chakra should be invalid for yourself. Sudden, a thought flashed through his mind. He just remembered, something used by Senju Hashirama. Not chakra, he is using this world. Energy of the planet. This is not the chakra on the sacred tree, the existence I have seen before. Or use something like chakra, or the magic chakra used. But anyway, the energy system they use cannot be completely separated from the existence of chakra. But Senju Hashirama is totally different. The things he used doesn't have any chakra in it. His ability to use, all made of natural energy, figured this out. Cicien was shocked, so to speak. Couldn't these giant red gates in the sky really seal themselves? A strong sense of crisis appeared in Cicien's heart. If only death. His big deal is to start all over again. It just takes longer. But if sealed, fell into the hands of Senju Hashirama, Sixian can't guarantee what will happen. Senjo Hashirama is the strangest human being he has ever seen on this planet, so he dare not gamble with his life on this. Seeing that Sixian was about to be hit by his divine gate, Senjo Hashirama folded his hands on his chest. Watching all this condescendingly, he wants to know, faced with this blow, how did Sixian escape? And at this moment, a gigantic black hole appeared behind Xian. He leapt back. It disappeared before Senjo Hashirama's eyes. Senjo Hashirama, who was originally smiling, saw this scene. His smile froze. Time and space ability? Unexpectedly Xianjo. However, there is this trick. He who can cast Flying Thunder God. Naturally, I know how troublesome the space-time ability is. A person with the power of time and space may not be the strongest existence, but it must be the hardest to kill. It is also the most troublesome existence, and Sixian in front of me. His time and space ability is obviously extremely grandmaster. Even Senjo Tobirama. He casts Flying Thunder God and also needs the Flying Thunder God mark as coordinates. Only in this way can we move in time and space. But the Sixian in front of me, he does not need any tools to use his space-time ability. This is the second existence that Senjo Hashirama has seen besides himself that can move in time and space at will. Now, some trouble. Senjo Hashirama saw that his attack fell through. There was no look of disappointment on his face either. At the same time, a certain resolution was made in him. And since time and space shifted since Xian, he never showed up again. Uzumaki Naruto, what's the situation? How did the enemy disappear? This is because Uncle First Generation was scared and ran away. Fourth Raikage, Namikaze Minato. Is this kid really your son? It feels like you haven't inherited your fighting consciousness at all. Namikaze Minato, ha ha ha. Naruto's character is still very similar to Kushina. Advertisement. Jiraiya, Naruto, didn't I tell you, as a ninja, you must analyze calmly. You forgot everything I said. Hey, take Kakashi. The enemy is so powerful, although he can't do anything to take Shode temporarily, but Shode seems to have no way to take him. How could he just run away like this? It must be secretly hiding somewhere looking for opportunities. Senju Tobirama, people with time and space abilities are extremely difficult to deal with. This guy is so strong, I am afraid this battle will be a protracted one. I can't find any trace of Xian. Senju Hashirama is also in no hurry. He knows. It is impossible for Sixian to escape so easily. At this time, behind Senju Hashirama, a black hole slowly appeared. Xian holds a mysterious black stick. Hit Senju Hashirama hard in the back. At such a close distance, even Senju Hashirama has the ability of time and space. It is impossible to escape in time, and Senju Hashirama seems to have expected this. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. He turned around. Palms turned into knives. He stabbed at Sixian fiercely. You bastard is crazy. Seeing that Senju Hashirama didn't seem to dodge at all, Xian is still wondering if he has some whole cards. But now it seems, this guy is actually going to exchange injuries with himself, life for life. Crazy? Crazy. Xian gritted his teeth. Get ready to take back your black stick and turn around and get out of here. He is a noble Satsuki family. How could it be possible for people to die together? This has gone against his original intention. But at this moment, opinions made him feel even more unbelievable things happened. I saw Senju Hashirama grabbing his cylindrical black stick fiercely and stabbing himself at 0.3. And Sixian was held in place by Senju Hashirama. Xian's eyes are tearing apart. He did not expect. Senju Hashirama is so crazy. In order not to let myself go, I would rather be pierced by my own black stick than stay here. Tsunade's blood spurted onto Senju Hashirama's face. Looking at the palm protruding from his chest, Senju Hashirama laughed in satisfaction. This way, you won't be able to escape. Seeing Senju Hashirama who was pierced by his own black stick on the opposite side, he was still smiling. For the first time, Xian experienced an emotion called fear. This native in front of me is really crazy. I am a noble Satsuki family. There is no need for me to stay here and fight my life with him. In this brief moment, countless thoughts and ideas also appeared in Sixian's heart. Senju Hashirama's age. If you still belong to their family, just like a baby, but his strength can be so strong. The most important thing is this energy system developed by Senju Hashirama. This ability can completely threaten their clan. Conquered countless planets. For the first time, Sixian saw the ability to threaten their clan. Taking a deep look at Senju Hashirama, Sixian thinks, this child will be a serious problem for the Otsutsuki clan in the future. It's impossible for you today to keep me. Senju Hashirama, I remember your name. In the future, we will definitely meet again. Took a deep breath. That indifferent expression returned to Xian's face. I saw him forcefully pull out the palm inserted into his chest. Quickly raise your leg to kick Senju Hashirama. With the help of this opposing force, body leap. He disappeared into the black hole behind him. Advertisement. 80 shower heat. I'm just a little civet cat watching the door. Advertisement. Before disappearing, Sixian's eyes accidentally caught Senju Hashirama's body pierced by himself. I saw a bloody place. At this moment, fresh and tender granulation sprouts have grown. Bleeding wounds. The moment he pulled out the black stick, he stopped the blood immediately. What a terrifying self-healing ability. Xian knows. Senju Hashirama is probably the biggest threat to my plan on this planet in the future. Senju Hashirama saw the place where Chizuru disappeared. There was also a trace of regret in Linger's eyes. Pity. Xian was not left behind. But he also knows, it's not so easy to keep Xian. Both sides have space-time energy inside. The way I did it just now, it's just a temporary idea in Senju Hashirama's own mind. If you can leave a string of kindness, that's great of course. Can't leave the string of kindness. Senju Hashirama doesn't care too much either. It's just that after he and Sixian today understand each other, I am afraid that each other is the biggest obstacle to my follow-up plan. Sage of Six Paths. And this mysterious monk. Senju Hashirama sighed slightly. Heavy responsibilities and a long way to go. My own strength is far from reaching the point of ignoring everything. Looking down at the wound that was about to heal, Senju Hashirama shook his head. Just now, Sixian was just frightened by his practice of exchanging injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Actually, He and Cixin looked seriously injured to each other, but they are far from fatal. Cixin's physical strength is extremely high, even if Senju Hashirama stabbed him in the body with a palm knife. But he discovered that Cixin's body was extremely dense. I can't move my palm at all, otherwise he would have been cut in two by Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama himself is extremely strong life force. His body is so resilient, Cixin can't even destroy his body fast enough to repair Senju Hashirama's own body. Tsunade, this grandpa's body, his recovery ability. I'm afraid even Katsuyu Immortal is far behind. I feel that his body is even evolving every minute. This simply violates human principles common sense. Zile 14 also, the blow of that mysterious monk just now, if it were me, I am afraid that half of my foot would have been sent to hell by now, so the terrible injury recovered in a blink of an eye. Orochimaru, with this level of resilience, I even feel that even if the head of the first generation is cut off, he can recover. Fourth Reikage, the fight between the two of them just now gave me some new inspirations. I have a better understanding of the direction of physical development, intensity and resilience. The two of them represent two different directions. Oniki, such a first Hokage, his strength is almost close to that of a god, but he is still in the stage of rapid growth. It is really sad to be a ninja of his era. 1. Uchiha Madara, what do you know? The real sorrow is not that there is someone stronger than yourself. The real sorrow is that you want to become stronger, but there is no way ahead, and you can't find someone who will become stronger with you already. Senju Tobirama, it's a pity, the elder brother's physical fitness, and his wood style, apart from himself, there is no second one in the Senju family, and this elder brother is stronger, I'm afraid, it is very difficult to have an heir. In the clan land of the Senju clan, people passing by saw the crane guarding the door like a beckoning cat. They all had weird looks on their faces, even though several months have passed. They were still not used to seeing the scene in front of them. Shuhi, one of the nine-tailed beasts that is rumored to destroy the world and kill people like hemp, became the watchdog of their Senju clan. Thinking of this advertisement, they have a little more respect for the patriarch of their own family. I'm afraid that apart from Senju Tobirama, the brother of the team leader, no one knows where Senju Hashirama's strength has reached. At this moment, Shuhi, who was squatting at the gate, naturally saw the eyes of these Senju people. He is so angry. What kind of eyes do you have? I am the noble Lord Shikaku. But he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. No way. Senju Hashirama, this man is horrible. After admitting cowardice at the Daming Mansion that day, Shuhi has already been safe and sound. It's time to leave. But Senju Hashirama disagrees. I have to say that my strength is too strong, so must be under his supervision. Shuhi saw that he was no match for Senju Hashirama, so he was going to be patient for a while. Just wait until he looks for a suitable actual escape. Finally, he waited for the time when he thought it was okay. The result was a beating by Senju Hashirama. He never thought. It turns out that I am so weak. Facing Senju Hashirama's wood style, he is like a pig or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He has no power to resist. Pressed on the ground and rubbed repeatedly. After being honestly beaten several times, He also recognized his current situation. But, in his eyes, this thing can't last too long. How long can humans live? Only a few decades. After Senju Hashirama passed away, then don't you want to go where? To him. Decades are actually not much different from sleeping. It will be over soon. Jiraiya, poor Shizuru. Orochimaru, poor Shutsuru. Tsunade, poor Shikaku. Namikaze Minato, he doesn't know. This Hashirama-sama has completed the practice of the three major celestial arts. In terms of life expectancy, I'm afraid he will live longer than him. Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen, have you seen it? This is the power of wood style. As long as wood style can be reproduced in Konoha, tailed beasts will not pose any threat at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. Shut up. Human experimentation is too evil. What is the difference between doing it like Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, Tobirama? How many times have I told you that you should stop conducting research on human experiments? You can see for yourself what the younger generations like Konoha have become. Senju Tobirama, big brother, I did this only for the future of Konoha. Besides, I conducted experiments on death row prisoners. Is there any problem? Orochimaru, my respected Mr. Sarutobi, you are really kind. Don't you always know about Danzo's experiment? Without your acquiescence, he could go on so smoothly in Konoha? Harino Sakura, true or false? Master third generation actually conducts human experiments in Konoha. Fourth Reikage, third Hokage, you old guy is really hypocritical. Don't you dare to admit what you have done. Oniki, after all, he is the strongest Hokage ever, so it's not unusual to do such a thing. Orochimaru, what? Mr. Sarutobi, you revealed the whereabouts of the children who were experimenting in Konoha back then. Have you forgotten? Boom. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slams the Hokage hair on his head hard on the table. His face turned blue and white. How dare these people mock themselves in the live broadcast room so openly? At his present age, in addition to the power in his own hands, he cares most about his reputation. With the content of the conversation in the live broadcast room, he had a premonition. Your own reputation may be lost. Advertisement. Thinking of Namikaze Minato and his wife who might even come to visit me. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache. From what point of view now? They are at an absolute disadvantage. Could it be? Do you really want to join forces with Danzo? Brother, the monk you mentioned, I have searched all the records of the Senju clan. I even checked the records of the Uchiha clan. The person you're talking about doesn't exist at all. After listening to the battle between Senju Hashirama and Jixien, Senju Tobirama ordered people to check it immediately. But after searching all the records, they couldn't find any trace of that monk. It's about the same as I thought. This guy has been hiding behind the scenes, and he definitely won't let you find out so easily. Moreover, much of the history we see now has actually been artificially modified. Put down the teacup. Senju Hashirama was not surprised by this result. He already knew the result. It's a pity, such a strong man didn't let me meet. To fight a real battle, it's much more difficult than I imagined. Uchiha Madara said with a regretful face. Senju Tobirama, who was standing beside him, taunted directly. The opponent is so much stronger than you? I don't know what kind of confidence you have to say such a thing. In the face of people whose strength is completely beyond your own, you still have to get together. You are looking for death. The people of the Uchiha clan really. Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously. Then at least I'm still better than someone. I don't know who it is, except for running away. Tien can't do anything. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists. Uchiha Madara, you bastard. This is our Senju family? How dare you say such a thing? He is very upset. Uchiha's words directly let him break the defense, but Senju Tobirama has nothing to do, because everything Uchiha said is true. During the absence of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara have played against each other countless times, but the result of their fight was without exception all Senju Tobirama fiasco. This made Senju Tobirama extremely depressed, but he has no other choice. Before Uchiha Madara was fully recovered, he still has a glimmer of hope of defeating Uchiha Madara. May Uchiha Madara after the recovery period, his strength once again ushered in a qualitative leap. He fought Senju Tobirama. It is completely crushed. Whether it is ninjutsu or illusion, Uchiha Madara is totally perfect pressing. Got Senju Tobirama. Even Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. Actually it doesn't work at all, because Uchiha Madara's combat awareness is too strong. His knee-jerk reaction even surpassed his brain's reaction. The first time Senju Tobirama appeared, Uchiha Madara reacts. This makes Senju Tobirama himself completely unacceptable. He has never seen such a terrifying fighting consciousness in anyone. Even my elder brother, Senju Hashirama, also doesn't have such a strong fighting intuition and awareness. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara seems to be born to fight. Okay, you two guys. It's too painful. Can't you be quiet for a while? Senju Hashirama saw the way the two were arguing, feeling very headache. He doesn't know why. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara seem to be at odds with each other. Just meet. There will be a violent conflict between the two of them. By the way, Tobirama, during the time I'm not in the clan, did something happen in the clan? Seeing that the two seemed about to quarrel again, Senju Hashirama immediately spoke to let the two of them change the subject. Pinching his chin with his right hand, Senju Tobirama mused. Basically nothing too big happened. However, Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki family, is very concerned about when you will come back. If her father Uzumaki Ashina didn't let her go back, I think she might live in the Senju clan. 337. Finished speaking, Senju Tobirama also had an ambiguous expression on his face. Brother, why don't you think about it? Although you broke the engagement with Uzumaki Mito, I think she likes you very much. If you work hard, you may be able to take her down immediately. Our brothers, you are the one with the best chance to pass on the family line and have children from generation to generation. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama almost spit out Kawaguchi tea. Brother, don't think I'm joking. According to your current situation, it is estimated that you may not be able to give birth to a child. In a few years, when your strength becomes stronger and stronger, there will probably be fewer women who can combine with your cells. If you are like this, then wouldn't our Senju clan brothers all have no descendants? Angrily slapped Senju Tobirama on the back of the head, Senju Hashirama said helplessly, I'm busy right now. You want to have a baby so much, why don't you go and have one yourself? Senju Tobirama smiled, said proudly, in my heart, nothing is more important than scientific research. I am destined to be with scientific research in my life. Jiraiya, no wonder I said it. Why first Hokage and second Hokage are so powerful, but there is no direct descendant. Tsunade, it is precisely because of this that my grandpa and grandpa treat me as their own granddaughter. Orochimaru, I think the hope of second generation has failed. At this moment, the combination of first Hokage and Uzumaki Mito has not given birth to a child. The other first Hokage. The cells must be more powerful. It is estimated that it will be difficult to have offspring. Namikaze Minato, maybe this is fate. There are gains and losses. It seems that the stronger the blood successor limit boundary in history, the harder it is to give birth to children. Otherwise there are so many outstanding and powerful. The blood inheritance boundary will not become extinct. Uzumaki Kushina, the Uzumaki family also has the same reason. It is because our physique is too strong, so it is more difficult to conceive than ordinary people, which makes the Uzumaki family population is decreasing. In addition, the Shimura village and the Sarutobi family have also visited the door several times. They apologized for what happened in Damingfu earlier. Both families have sent representatives to see you, wishing to express their apologies in person. Senju Hashirama shook his head. The people of these two big families are weak in strength. The reputation has never been much better. The people of the Sarutobi family seem to be upright, but in fact they are extremely hypocritical. And the people of the Shimura clan are even simpler, full of bad water. Such a person, even if he joins our Senju clan, he will turn his back in a few minutes. I don't have a good impression of such a family. A deep look of disdain appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. In his opinion, the two great families came to join him, in addition to causing him harm. No more benefits? So he didn't want to accept the support of the two big families at all. Advertisement. 81 Susanna Buddha. Super Gundam? Advertisement. Fourth Raikage, ha ha ha. This first Hokage's evaluation is quite pertinent. The hypocritical Sarutobi clan, the bad-bellied Shimura clan. Oniki, no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are like this. It turns out that they have some problems from the root. Shimura Danzo, don't talk nonsense, you guys. Our Shimura family has always been loyal to Konoha, and never had other ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's just that Master First Hokage is still not familiar with our Sarutobi clan. You are talking nonsense. When Master First Hokage gets familiar with our Sarutobi clan, everything will naturally return to normal. Senju Tobirama, from this point of view, the evaluation is quite pertinent. The Sarutobi family and the Shimura family do have some problems, but at the time, for the sake of Konoha, they didn't think too much, so these two families joined come in, and I agree. Namikaze Minato, if it is our Shode, then maybe these two families can join the future Konoha, but another Shode, he is not so kind. I am looking forward to the fate of the Sarutobi family. Fourth Raikage, Minato, why don't you join us at Cloud Shinobi Village? As long as you come here, the fifth Raikage can be yours. Oniki, Namikaze Minato, I can also make such a promise. As long as you come over, I can even make you Tsuchikage. I can abdicate immediately and give this position to you. Senju Tobirama, monkey. Tell me, what did you do after becoming Hokage? Shimura Danzo, teacher, you shouldn't have given the position of Hokage to monkey. He doesn't have the ability and courage to become Hokage at all. However, now that you know about this, there is a chance to redeem everything. Valley of the End. Looking at the scene in the picture, a look of bewilderment appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. It turned out to be such a beautiful day. His own brother did not sacrifice. I and Hashirama did not turn against each other. Their Uchiha clan and Senju clan have also resolved their hatred and can live in peace. Then, is it necessary to implement my own project Tsuki no Mi? Uchiha Madara's heart began to shake. he found that the direction of another world was exactly what he longed for in his heart, and among them, in fact, there is not much difference from their path. All this leaves Uchiha Madara at a loss. He doesn't even know what he should do at the moment. Senju Hashirama is staring at the picture and thinking constantly. He didn't approve of the other world's own ideas and practices at first. He thinks his other self's approach and ideas are a bit too extreme. This made him even a little less optimistic about the ending of his other self. He even thinks another self is so extreme. The congregation must be deserted. Not recognized by everyone. It can even make things worse. But the result was beyond his expectation. He found that another self seems to be doing much better than him. Mistakes and tragedies of my own making. None of that happened in another world. This made him question himself strongly, especially my break with Uchiha Madara. Coupled with the situation of Konoha in the future, this made him feel suspicious of life. Is it because I am too weak? Hashirama, I don't know if you are interested in seeing my wood style. Let me first see how I compare with your wood style, and how much worse it is. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him and said excitedly. This is also the purpose of his coming here this time. He just wanted to see how far he was from Senju Hashirama after awakening wood style. As for Senju Tobirama, he didn't take it to heart at all. In his eyes, Senju Tobirama is just a warm-up before fighting Senju Hashirama. And Senju Hashirama nodded upon hearing this. Then let's go to the back mountain. Otherwise, once the two of us do it, the Senju clan's family will be gone. After saying that, Senju Hashirama grabbed Uchiha Madara's body and disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank suddenly. He who practiced the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, it is more sensitive to space-time ability, and the space-time ability used by Senju Hashirama just now, there seems to be no sign of advertisement. There is no trace of the Flying Thunder God technique at all. But before that, when Senju Hashirama uses the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama can also capture a little movement. He never thought, just went out for a while. Senju Hashirama's strength has improved so much again, even the space-time ability that he didn't care about the most. They have all improved by more than one notch. At the same time, Senju Tobirama also had a schadenfreude look on his face. He recognizes the power of Uchiha Madara, but he also understands. Uchiha Madara even in mighty, he can't be Senju Hashirama's opponent either. He can see his brother beating Uchiha Madara again, thinking of the fate that Uchiha Madara is about to face. Senju Tobirama felt very excited, body move. Holding a kunao, he also disappeared in place. Looking at Senju Tobirama who stood aside and sneered, Uchiha Madara felt uncomfortable. He knew what Senju Tobirama meant by following here. Obviously I want to see myself being beaten up by Senju Hashirama. But for the contest between myself and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara actually has no confidence in her heart. If it was Senju Hashirama before, Uchiha Madara thinks his odds are slim, but at least there is. But his own strength has improved rapidly. Senju Hashirama progressed faster than himself. Just hearing that Senju Hashirama has integrated the three major senjutsu, created the perfect sage mode, Uchiha is already half-hearted. For the system of natural energy, Uchiha Madara also understood. He knew that Senju Hashirama even thought about popularizing this cultivation system to the world of all ninjas. Let the whole ninja world give up practicing chakra. Choose cultivation of immortals. But Uchiha Madara himself knows, this is too difficult. I can't master this practice mode by myself. Not to mention ordinary people in the world of all ninjas. Natural energy is too violent. It is really difficult to master with only human power. Even in places like the Three Holy Lands. It is also through some tricky methods that practitioners can master this ability. However, the celestial art mastered by this method may have a lot of benefits for ordinary people. But for myself, really little gain. Hashirama, I'm going to show you. I've created a new use of wood style. Uchiha Madara jumped in the air, showed an excited smile. For the moment, he has been waiting too long. Susa, wood Buddha technique. With all his life he drank. A wooden Buddha about the size of the wood style used by Senju Hashirama suddenly appeared on the ground. It's just that the body of the wooden Buddha summoned by Uchiha Madara is not very big, and the one summoned by Senju Hashirama is much smaller. With this level alone, it is impossible to defeat Big Brother. Senju Tobirama flashed. Advertisement. Emerge above high rock walls. Feel free to sit down. He nodded with satisfaction. The place has a nice view. You can see all the pictures from the top. So he can clearly see how Uchiha Madara was beaten? That's right. I just transplanted wood style cells, and I can use wood style to this extent. Of course I read you right. Madara, you are also very talented in wood style. Senju Hashirama didn't hesitate to give his appreciation. Because when he just awakened wood style like Uchiha Madara, it is absolutely impossible for me to be a wood style of this scale. Hashirama, I know that this level may not be able to defeat you, so this trick is specially prepared for you. Hashirama, how about you? With a roar from Uchiha Madara, the blue veins on his forehead also popped out one by one. At this moment, a row of blue armor suddenly appeared on the wooden Buddha. The armor is densely burning with blue flames. Wrap the wooden Buddha tightly. At this moment, the body of wooden Buddha is much bigger than the one used by Senju Hashirama before. It is more than 10 times bigger than the one Uchiha Madara summoned just now, and at this moment Senju Tobirama, when he saw this scene, the whole person almost fell from above the rock wall. Dense drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. How is this possible? This guy just woke up and wood style can do this. He has perfectly combined the power of the Sharingan into wood style. Uchiha Madara just used the wood style wooden Buddha technique so easily. This has taken him by surprise, although he was a little surprised, but still acceptable. But at the moment Susanna's armor was put on the body of wooden Buddha, Senju Tobirama said that he couldn't calm down at all. This talent is really powerful and terrifying, Senju Tobirama also had to admit. At this moment, he has some jealousy in his heart. He was jealous that Uchiha Madara could transplant wood style cells so smoothly, and it can be used in such a short period of time. At this point, not even he can do it. Sometimes, Senju Tobirama is even skeptical. Is Uchiha Madara the real brother of Senju Hashirama? A Uchiha clan, fused with the cells of Senju Hashirama. No big reaction at all, even as a blood brother of Senju Hashirama. I can't do this myself. At the same time, he is also fortunate that the Senju family has Senju Hashirama. Without Senju Hashirama, so who will stop an enemy like Uchiha Madara? Haha, Hashirama, how is it? This level, is it enough for you to pay attention? Uchiha Madara gasped heavily. After all, he also, not Senju Hashirama, although the cells of wood style were transplanted, but at the moment he is using wood style plus Susanoo. This time, drained his body directly. Advertisement. Yes, it seems that your operation was successful. Wood style cells don't have the slightest discomfort in your body. Not only did you fully activate Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, but you even use wood style ninjutsu so superbly. Senju Hashirama nodded approvingly, seeing the indifferent expression on his face at this moment. Uchiha Madara has a bad feeling in her heart. He now uses Susanoo Jambidha. This has surpassed the wood Buddha technique of Senju Hashirama before, but even so, still didn't get Senju Hashirama to take it seriously. Uchiha Madara had a guess. Fourth Reikage, are these two guys in the Sengoku era so pervert? If the two of them hadn't parted ways, I guess the 4 villages would have ceased to exist long ago. Oniki, you have never seen the power of these two people in person, and you will never know what kind of experience it is. The two of them are not in the same dimension as ordinary ninjas at all. Exist. Terumime, it's enough that a Senju Hashirama is so scary. Uchiha Madara is so scary. He just transplanted wood-style cells and can use such ninjutsu. Doesn't he even have an adaptation period? Jiraiya, it's a pity. I'm still thinking about what it would be like now if Uchiha Madara hadn't left Konoha and he and Shode hadn't broken up. Group. Shimura Danzo, I advise you not to have such daydreams. The Uchiha family is born rebellious. They are an evil family, even if another Uchiha Madara is not on fire with first generation. Movies fall out, but it is a matter of time. Senju Tobirama, Danzo. Well said. It seems that among these disciples, you are the one who has received my true teaching the most. Uzumaki Naruto, what? I don't see how evil the Uchiha clan is. I think it's second Hokage. You can't beat Uchiha Madara yourself, so you're angry. Haruno Sakura, how do I feel? The reason why Master Second Hokage is so hostile to Uchiha Madara is not because Uchiha Madara defeated him, but because Uchiha Madara took the first. On behalf of Hokage-sama, Yamanaka Ino, hey, Sakura, don't tell me. From this point of view, it seems that I really have such a feeling. Madara, thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this trick. Since you used such a trick, I have some insights. Then in order to repay you, let me show you the same trick. Zhao of you. After speaking, in the incredible eyes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama opened his eyes. The same weird and complicated pattern as Uchiha Madara is slowly turning inside the pupil. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic wooden Buddha in golden armor appeared in front of the two of them. Senju Tobirama opened his mouth wide. The eyeballs are about to pop out. Senju Hashirama also used Susanoo's trick, and his Susanoo is also abnormally large, and his move is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu. This is just an enhanced version of him. Seeing that my wooden Buddha is not as big as the opponent's palm now, Uchiha Madara was silent. The smile on his face also disappeared without a trace. Monster? Pervert? Here's what he said about Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's Susanoo he also met for the first time. He has never seen such a large body. Susanoo in this color. Even if he searched the entire history of the Uchiha clan, he can't find anyone like Senju Hashirama either. Pong? Jiraiya, poor Uchiha Madara, who made you so unlucky. You have to let first Hokage be your opponent. You see, I am different. Orochimaru, a stinky snake, can't beat a horse. Can't keep up with me. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, do you want to die, you stinky toad? Do you think you are better than me? Jiraiya, I can mount my Iboku's Senjutsu. How about you? Orochimaru : After the viewing system ends, I will definitely find you as soon as possible. Jiraiya, I can mount my Iboku's Senjutsu. How about you? Tsunade, alright. Jiraiya, stop arguing. You two are not ashamed in the live broadcast room. Fourth Reikage, unexpectedly, third Hokage is such a hypocrite, and the disciples he taught seem to have surprisingly good feelings. Oniki, as a teacher, he also failed quite a bit. None of the 3 people were willing to stand by his side and advise him. Advertisement. 82 invitation from the Ino, Shika, Cho clan, Hung Men banquet. Advertisement. Although Senju Tobirama hates Uchiha Madara very much, but wait until he sees the Susanoo Buddha used by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He couldn't help feeling a tinge of sympathy for Uchiha Madara, too. It's so pathetic. Uchiha Madara looks like this. At first glance, it looks like it has suffered a huge blow. Senju Tobirama also had to admit, Uchiha Madara is considered the strongest talent he has ever seen besides Senju Hashirama. But even so, he silently and constantly worked hard behind the scenes. Not only did the gap with Senju Hashirama not narrow, instead, it gets bigger and bigger. This is the point that makes people speechless. Seeing the silent look of Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama is secretly happy. Let you have nothing to do, always looking for a sense of presence in front of me. Now you know what is the real gap. And Senju Hashirama saw the silent Uchiha Madara opposite. He suddenly felt a little guilty. Are you too high profile? Didn't take into account the feelings of my little friend? Uchiha Madara won't just be ruined because of this? Was it too much of a blow to him like this? In fact, Senju Hashirama himself did not think of this, although he opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. But in fact, there is no chance to use it. For the enemy, he can basically end the battle in an instant. And this time, and just because of this trick Uchiha Madara used, just gave him some inspiration. So he wanted to use it to have a look. Did not expect. The effect is a little better than I imagined. He did not expect. It's the first time I used the Susanoo Buddha. This trick can be completed so smoothly. After this eerie silence lasted for a while, Uchiha Madara removed his Susan Daibutsu. Seeing him like this, Senju Hashirama touched his head. Madara, the two of us, stop fighting. This is the first time he saw Uchiha Madara like this. In the past, Madara was never very happy. Can't wait to fight with all my strength. Now when the battle ends without a fight like this, really very rare. See Senju Hashirama jumping from the sky. Uchiha Madara rolled her eyes angrily. You bastard. You tell me how to fight. I want to fight with you. The key is, do I have such a chance? I guess my Susan Buddha can't even break the skin of your Susan. What's the point of fighting like this? What I want is an evenly matched, hearty battle. Finished, 070. He glanced at Senju Hashirama bitterly again. He couldn't figure it out. What kind of cultivation is this guy? He himself was already regarded as a monster in the Uchiha clan. My own people all think that their talents are so strong that they are not like human beings. Can compare myself with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara feels so normal. He even felt that he was a bit out of character for being normal. Strength to their level. Want to continue to improve. Advertisement. It's actually a very rare thing. But Uchiha Madara still doesn't understand. Why is Senju Hashirama able to improve so fast? As the strength of each other becomes stronger between the two of them, the gap becomes even bigger, and Uchiha Madara also knows. This is not Senju Hashirama's strongest means. About his magic. He hasn't done it yet. Senju Hashirama, this kind of Madara, is really rare. It doesn't feel like him anymore. He must have lost his fighting spirit? Jiraiya, speaking of which, if Orochimaru was like this, I'm afraid I would have given up long ago. Nima. It's really hard to have any desire to fight with such a terrible opponent. Uchiha Madara, I can probably understand the idea of another me, although I also like the feeling of fighting Hashirama, but I don't like the feeling of being masochistic. I fight Hashirama, even if I lose, the gap can't be that big. Orochimaru, is this the real genius? There is no end to the speed of strength improvement. From this point of view, I was so proud of my talent before, I am really ashamed. Tsunade, Orochimaru, there is no need to think too much. In front of Grandpa, no matter what kind of genius you are, you can only admit that you are an ordinary person. Not to mention this Grandpa is even more pervert. Senju Tobirama, hey, it's better to be this big brother. He is talented but never gives up on becoming stronger, and he is not pedantic. I am so envious of the other me. Inside the cave, Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu suspiciously. Black Zetsu, I also have wood style. But my wood style is completely incomparable with the two of them. Black Zetsu was speechless. Don't you know your own level? Although you have wood style. But you have never practiced? Everything about you is arranged for you by Uchiha Madara? Black Zetsu didn't even think of it himself. Uchiha Obito had the guts to say such a thing. All his ninjutsu, cognition, including how to use the Uchiha family Mangekyo Sharinon, Bifai, it was just given to him by Uchiha Madara. Without Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito is nothing, and he. How dare you compare yourself to these two? An ordinary ninja. To actually want to compare with the reincarnations of his two elder nephews? Obito, don't think too much. Your Mangekyo Sharinon is not bad either. And as long as you complete the plan, you can even get the Rinnegan that surpasses these two. Konoha has conducted so many wood-style experiments. You haven't seen that ninja named Yamato. The wood style he used is similar to the small sapling. Seeing Obito who doubted his life, Black Zetsu hastily comforted her. After all, I have to rely on him to save my mother at Satsuki Kagaiji. What if he suddenly gave up? Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Obito has some confidence in his heart? Yeah, just let Nagato finish collecting the tailed beast, and I can take his Rinnegan. I am the person behind the scenes who dominates everything. I am the savior of this world. Black Zetsu saw Obito's confidence regained. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, a sense of crisis appeared in his heart. He is very curious about who the mysterious monk who is fighting the black screen Senju Hashirama is. He felt a familiar feeling from the monk, but he has no clue. There are still things in this world that I don't know. Black Zetsu also had a little doubt about himself. And that monk, will he live to this era? What about Tobirama, Madara, Senju Hashirama who changed clothes from the room? Seeing Senju Tobirama alone in the hall, he asked curiously. He is even considering whether to let Senju Tobirama develop a combat suit. Otherwise, after each battle, all my clothes are ruined. Had to do it all over again. It must be back to the Uchiha clan. He came here specially this time to find you to fight, and wanted to show you the wood style he cultivated. As a result, the fight didn't even start, so I just conceded defeat. If I were him, I would have gone back in despair a long time ago, and I would have no face to stay here any longer. Advertisement. A gloating look appeared on Senju Tobirama's face. Wen Yan. Senju Hashirama shook his head. Tobirama, don't keep targeting Madara. Others are actually good-hearted, but there may be some problems with their personality and expression. Our Senju clan and Uchiha clan are no longer that hostile relationship. If you go on like this, I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, Madara is now the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama heard him say that. Immediately covering his ears, he nodded impatiently. Okay, let's start again. I know what you said, but I just see this guy is upset. Who made him okay, relying on his own strength to be better than me and mocking me. Senju Tobirama has actually changed a lot for the Uchiha clan. After Senju Hashirama popularized the Sharingan's gentler eye-opening method, the Uchiha clan implemented it immediately, so their mental state is much more stable than before. It is no longer as easy to produce emotional instability as before. Only, Senju Tobirama just can't stand Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, sure enough, Senju Tobirama is the biggest obstacle between me and Hashirama. If he wasn't there to stir up the flames, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings between me and Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, you are an evil Uchiha clan. You will only bring negative effects to Big Brother. I tell Big Brother to stay away from you. All this is for Big Brother's good. Senju Hashirama, the other me is really amazing. I have accomplished what I dreamed of. I never thought that the Uchiha clan can live in such harmony with the Senju clan. 1. Orochimaru, this Shode is really a genius. He can come up with such a gentle way to open his eyes. Onoki, hehe. What does the extermination of the Uchiha clan have to do with their way of opening their eyes? Their demise is doomed. As early as when Uchiha joined Konoha, many things were foreshadowed. Don't you think so? Third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Anyway, I have already sent people to hunt down Konoha's traitorous nin Uchiha Itaki. I don't know anything else. Uchiha Sasuke, listen to what you say. Could it be that there is something hidden behind the demise of the Uchiha clan? How about it? Has the invitation been sent to Senju Hashirama? Nara watched the messenger come back early. He quickly stood up and asked. I didn't go in. The monster at the door was terrible, so I handed it over to Senju Tobirama's man. The person who sent the invitation had a helpless wry smile on his face. His strength is just that of an ordinary ninja. When he saw the civet cat at the gate of the Senju clan, his whole body went limp. Terrible? He never thought. In the world there are such horrible creatures, just standing in front of it. He felt like his soul was going to ascend to heaven. And this terrible creature, it's actually just a pet of the Senju family's gatekeeper? Just deliver it. What did Senju Tobirama say? For process. Nara didn't care early. He just wanted to know how it turned out. The messenger uttered Senju Tobirama's reply. He said, if nothing unexpected, the Senju patriarch should come to visit in person. Just let us wait. I didn't care about the second half of the sentence. Hearing that Senju Hashirama will come, Nara sighed in relief. That's good. As long as you can come. The fact that Senju Hashirama can come shows that their relationship with the Senju clan is not particularly bad. A few days ago, Nara knew another terrible thing early on. Temple of Fire. The temple was actually destroyed. Lord of the Temple of Fire, including all the monks inside. Up and down there is no one alive. The Buddha statue in the Temple of Fire was also completely destroyed. It is said that there are traces of wood style at the scene, and Daimyo faced this matter without any reaction. Advertisement. He chose silence. At this moment, Nara didn't know that the daimyo had already been controlled by Senju Hashirama with illusion. He just thought it was what happened last time that scared the daimyo out of his wits. When Nara knew about this in the early age, he was even more shocked. He knows the background of the Temple of Fire. The most frightening thing is not how powerful a strong man appeared in the Temple of Fire. The most frightening thing is the Buddha formation in the Temple of Fire. The Buddha formation in the Temple of Fire can perfectly integrate the power of everyone in the Temple of Fire. And it is not a simple fusion of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But even so, the Temple of Fire was quietly destroyed. This made Nara feel a little unbelievable in her heart. At the same time, this gave him a stronger sense of crisis in his heart. These few years, the situation in the Land of Fire is changing too fast. He must make a choice as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the tide of Tao comes, no one is immune. Brother, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akamika clan. The 3 clans have invited you, and I hope you will visit their grand ceremony. Senju Tobirama told Senju Hashirama the invitation of the 3 clans. I didn't expect that these 3 families would take the initiative to invite you. Many of the daimyo's schemes against our family before, many of them were conspired by them. When it comes to this, Senju Tobirama also had an appreciative look on his face. For the many means of the 3 tribes, he also has to be very impressed. Although they had conflicts between the Senju clan and the 3 clans, standing on the opposite side, but Senju Tobirama doesn't hold grudges against the 3 clans. In his eyes, this is just a choice made by different camps. Aside from this, Senju Tobirama even believes that, no opposites, he can still have a good relationship with the patriarchs of the 3 clans. Nominally, Senju Hashirama is the patriarch of the Senju clan, but he is basically not practicing, or just outside. The one who actually deals with these family forces is Senju Tobirama. These 3 clans invited you so suddenly. Could it be that there is some trick behind the daimyo? So you specially asked them to come and test you. Senju Tobirama subconsciously thought it was a daimyo's trick. Hear Senju Tobirama's speculation. Senju Hashirama smiled and said nothing. At present, regarding the matter of controlling daimyo by myself, only myself and Uchiha Madara know. Even Senju Tobirama didn't know about it. Let me go then go. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Besides, even if they have any traps, I'm curious if they can cause any harm to me. Senju Hashirama didn't care if the Trinity tested him or not. Well, it would be great if I could win them over. Although there are no particularly strong ninjas in these 3 clans, they are very strong overall. The ninjas from the 3 clans are considered elites, and the cooperation between them is also very tacit. On the battlefield, they are excellent troops, and in peacetime, they are also capable ministers of the world. Senju Tobirama gave the Ino, Shika, Cho trilogy a very high rating. In his eyes, in terms of its governance capacity, the Ino, Shika, Cho clans are stronger than the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan are just good at fighting. In terms of governance logistics capabilities, there are really not many people in the 2 big families who can do it. Advertisement. 83 Let my pet play with you first. Advertisement. See Senju Tobirama's attitude towards the Ino, Shika, Cho tribe. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't care either. To put it bluntly, Ninja Village is a large interest group. It is composed of countless large and small families. Before Ninja Village was established, many families are still hostile to each other, only because of common interests. That's why we came together. Jiraiya, speaking of which, from the establishment of Konoha to the present, there are really not many big families that are still alive. Only the Ino, Shika, Cho family has survived alive until now. Namikaze Minato, in terms of family power, the 3 major families may not be the strongest, but in terms of other management aspects, there are really few that are stronger than the 3 major families, so they can survive until now. It's actually quite normal. Orochimaru, I can't be sure who Hokage of Konoha is, but Hokage's confidants can be sure. Basically they are people from these 3 major families. Senju Tobirama, no way, there are really few families that can fight and manage logistics well. Although the 3 major families have no special outstanding aspects, they basically have no shortcomings. 4th Raikage, hey, it's a pity that my Cloud Shinobi village lacks such talents. In terms of combat, our Cloud Shinobi village does not lack such families, but in terms of management, there are really not many. Luoshat, your Cloud Shinobi village has already been calculated. When it comes to survival and management, which village is as miserable as our Sand Shinobi village? Our village is the poorest one. If there is no one, I will always use magnet style to mine. Sand Shinobi village is already bankrupt by now. Terumime, from this point of view, our Mist Ninja village is still a little bit better, at least on the island. We can still manage some seafood to make a living. Akamaika Take Kaze, Yamanaka Mai, Nara Takuki. Hehe, speaking of it, this is the first time I have formally met with you, Chief Hashirama. Narasaki smiled and refilled the tea for Senju Hashirama who was sitting opposite. Beside him, Yamanaka Mai and Akamaika Tekes were also drinking tea silently. Among the 3 of them, only Nara is more sociable and can speak well in the early age. The remaining 2 people basically belong to the taciturn type. So, such things as communication are simply handed over to Nara early. The 3 saw Senju Hashirama on the opposite side. I feel like my scalp is numb. After they get up close and personal with Senju Hashirama, they found out. The rumored number 1 ninja. He's scarier than rumored. Just do it opposite Senju Hashirama. They can all feel goosebumps all over my body. It's the instinct of their body, facing an existence stronger than oneself. Fear from the bottom of my heart, but not yet. Just take a look like this. it can give the three of them this kind of pressure. One can imagine. How strong is Senju Hashirama himself? At the same time, they are also very envious of the Senju clan having such a strong man. The difference between the Senju clan and them is not that big, but since the appearance of Senju Hashirama, the entire Senju family is completely different. Quickly widened the gap with their other families. Now they also understand why the daimyo is targeting the Senju clan so much. If it were them instead, there would be such a strong person who was beyond common sense under their hands. For them, it is really hard to sleep and eat, and they can't sleep at night. Well, I also want to find an opportunity to visit the three of you, but there has never been a suitable opportunity. Fortunately, it's not too late to visit the three of you. Can feel the tension of the three people opposite. Senju Hashirama didn't care, and said casually, I saw Lord Tobirama's flying thunder god technique a few years ago. Your Majesty Tobirama's demeanor I will never forget. When performing missions, basically no one can capture his traces, and the enemy often dies in his hands before they find out where he is. Thinking of the elusive figure of Senju Tobirama a few years ago, Nara couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Against speedy enemies like Senju Tobirama, this is the most troublesome thing for their Nara clan. Advertisement. I'm afraid the Nara clan can't even use the shadow binding technique. The enemy has disappeared. Yamanaka Mai and Akamaike on the side nodded. He also agreed with his statement. The secret techniques of the three races all need a certain amount of time to fix the target. Only in this way can you exert your strongest power. And once you encounter a speed-type enemy, this is what bothers them the most. However, although His Excellency Tobirama is very powerful, but we all know that you, Patriarch Tian, are the strongest of the Senju clan. We are all very curious about your strength, Chief Hashirama, not only whether Chief Hashirama is willing to let us see. After finishing speaking, Narasaki carefully glanced at Senju Hashirama. He didn't know if his words would anger Senju Hashirama, but this is indeed a point that the three of them are very curious about. Although they know that Senju Hashirama is strong, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. None of the three could make up their minds completely. Put the family behind you on Senju Hashirama's side. But they think that since Senju Hashirama is already the strongest ninja world, you shouldn't be angry about such a small thing. Nara Shikamaru, I have to say, these elders in the family, they really have courage. Jiraiya, courage is a good thing. I'm afraid they will give up being ninjas after seeing Shodei's strength. Yamanaka Ino, I can't even imagine that in the face of this kind of ninja beyond common sense, our family's secret technique, is there any use? Akimika Koji, even if I use expansion jutsu, I may not be as big as the finger of the wooden Buddha. Orochimaru, I feel that the current first generation project is really distressing. He has fought against Uchiha Madara, learned from the immortals of the three holy places, and fought against mysterious monks, but it is estimated that he rarely fights against such weak enemies. Senju Hashirama, most of the time, I'm really worried that if I use too much strength, I will directly beat the other party to the point of doubting life. Uchiha Madara, the three of them, maybe even the 10-year-old Hashirama might not be able to fight. I don't know where they got the courage from. Senju Hashirama is indeed distressed. He didn't know what to do with himself. With my current strength. To control the strength. Do not cause harm to the three people in front of you. There are indeed some troubles. Even he himself didn't think about this kind of problem. One day I will actually feel distressed because of my strength. How about this? How about you make a gesture with my summoning beast first? I'm afraid that once I make a move, I won't be able to grasp the strength. It's not good if you accidentally hurt the three of you. It will hurt the relationship between our Senju clan and you. Senju Hashirama said with a sincere face. And the three sitting opposite him, they all looked embarrassed. None of them expected Senju Hashirama would say such a thing. Accidentally hurt yourself? That sounds really hurtful. Although the three of them are not the strongest ninjas in the Kingdom of Fire, but it's not that weak, is it? But Senju Hashirama said this. They are naturally not good at persisting. At the same time, there was also a trace of anger in the hearts of the three of them that they hadn't noticed. They admitted that they were no match for Senju Hashirama, but it's not even qualified to let Senju Hashirama shoot? Since Chief Hashirama said so, then we also want to meet your summoning beast. Senju Hashirama's summoning beast? They stated that they had never seen Senju Hashirama have this thing in intelligence, so they are also very curious. What exactly is Senju Hashirama's summoning beast? Touching his chin, Senju Hashirama also thinks. Advertisement. Which one should I release? The three great immortals? This is impossible. It would be bad if the three of them were killed. Especially the white snake immortal is so irritable. It is estimated that it was summoned. These three people have to shed a layer of skin directly? Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up. Have your own choice. You can get the guard crane over by yourself. Although Shikaku did not sign a contract with himself, but I can use time and space ability to bring it here. It is much weaker than the three great immortals. Bring it here. More than enough to deal with the Ino, Shika, Cho three chiefs. Shaohe colon. Shaojuro, hateful Senju Hashirama? When did I become the weakest? 9 tails, are you the weakest? Then ask the other tailed beasts if you are weak. 8 tails, Shaohe's strength is not bad, barely able to hold on to me for 10 seconds. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha, although it is not good to say so, it seems that dealing with Shikaku is indeed the easiest thing. Uchiha Madara, the total strength of the three chiefs is about 0.3 Shaohe. It is really more convenient to use Shaohe to deal with them. You can beat them, but at the same time you will not be against them. They caused too many casualties. Luoshat, don't go too far. Shaohe is also a weapon in our village. Beiki, I have some doubts now. The Shaohe we talk about is the same as the Shaohe they talk about. To marry, Shikaku is such a terrible monster, it becomes like a pet in their mouth. Gara, after reading what they said, I suddenly felt that the crane in my body was not so scary anymore. 3 patriarchs, please wait for me for a while, I will be right back. After speaking, Senju Hashirama's body disappeared before their eyes. He just used spacetime ninjutsu. Mai Yamanaka swallowed her saliva and said in disbelief. When did Senju Hashirama also have spacetime ninjutsu? This information has never been recorded, has it? Asking for flowers. They found. Senju Hashirama has too many cards. Just by taking one hand just now, he is basically invincible. Senju Tobirama casts Flying Thunder God technique. At least there are some signs that they can see. But Hand Hashirama using the Flying Thunder God technique. They don't see any opening moves at all. Just disappear in front of their eyes. AFK, where am I? shower he, who was still asleep. Suddenly, I found out why I had left the Senju clan's land somehow. I suddenly changed places. He looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him. Shower he also accepted this reality in his heart. It must be that Senju Hashirama didn't know what kind of ability he used to bring himself here. See the raccoon cat in the hands of Senju Hashirama. The three chiefs looked at each other. You can see the shock in each other's eyes. Is this the legendary tailed beast guarding the crane? Although Shower he looks delicate and cute, if a tanuki is like, but they dare not have the slightest contempt. They can clearly feel the huge chakra and strong smell of blood on Shizuru's body. In this way, three patriarchs, your opponent is it. If you can beat Shower he, then it won't be too late for me to fight you personally. Shower he glanced at the three chiefs contemptuously. Advertisement. Just these three rookies, are they worthy of fighting against me? The three chiefs didn't care about Shower he's eyes. Wen Yan. They silently brought Senju Hashirama to the training ground in the clan. At this time, they didn't care what Senju Hashirama said before. After all, this is the first time they have seen the legendary tailed beast. They also want to know who will win between themselves and this monster. Shower he, remember to save their lives, don't be too serious. Senju Hashirama patted Shizuru's head and whispered. Shuhi showed a comfortable posture like a kitten. Then he recovered his figure and looked at the three people standing opposite him. Looking at the huge shrine crane, the expressions on the faces of the three gradually became tense. It seems that, this is not right. They just reacted. The secret arts of their three families. It has always been used on people. I have never used it against such a huge monster as a tailed beast. Looking at Shuhi's huge body and the teasing smile on its face, all three swallowed involuntarily. Sigh, wind. We still have the old rules. I will attack first, and then you will attack. After Nara finished speaking early, she immediately made a seal with both hands. Ninja, shadow binding. A huge black shadow appeared from under his feet and attacked Shuhi. At this moment, he took all the shots. Without any hesitation. After all, this is the first time he has faced a creature like a tailed beast, so he didn't know what to expect. So he's going full fire. Try to catch the crane by surprise. Looking at the huge black shadow under Nara's early feet, Senju Hashirama nodded. I didn't expect him to have such courage. From the very beginning, immediately adopt a full firepower approach to Shikaku, and when Shuhi saw this scene, he just stood there, as if he hadn't reacted. Seeing Shizuru's reaction, Nara was overjoyed in her early years. Looks like he guessed right. Shuhi, a huge-tailed beast. Although the amount of chakra is huge, but he must be bulky and inflexible. Facing his shadow binding technique, it's too late to dodge. I controlled his figure, let's see you too. Seeing that his own shadow has restrained Shikaku, Narasaki hurriedly shouted to Yamanaka Mai and Akamaika behind him. Ninja turning technique. Mai Yamanaka also immediately used her family's secret technique on Shutsuru, after feeling that Shikaku was completely unable to move. Mai Yamanaka breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a natural disaster-level monster like the tailed beast, no one is not nervous. Even if one tail is the weakest tail beast in rumors. Shower he, what the hell, you guys are endless, repeatedly emphasizing how weak I am. 9 tails, ha 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 ha. Smelly Tanuki, the key point is that you are right. You can't even dodge such a weak ninjutsu. Isn't it because you are weak? 8 tails, I didn't expect that one day the crane would be used as a unit of measurement for combat power. It's really embarrassing to me as a face-tailed beast. 7 tails, I think it's better to get rid of the guarding cranes. In the future, there will be no such thing as a 9-tailed beast, only the 8-tailed beast. Shower he, you guys, don't bully people too much. It's not that I can't resist, it's obvious that their ninjutsu is too weak. I don't want to resist at all, okay. A few. Advertisement. 84 a scientific research genius not inferior to Tobirama. Advertisement. Seeing Shikaku being completely restrained by them. Ino, Shika, Cho 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Tailed beasts are not as scary as they imagined. As long as they employ the right strategy, tailed beasts will not be their opponents either. Tailed beasts look scary, powerful, but in fact, it's just a big living target. Thinking that just now the three of them were still very afraid of Shuhi in front of them, they all find it funny. In order to capture this tailed beast, the previous Shimura clan and Sarutobi clan, it is said that many people died. Now it seems, it's because the strength of their two families is too weak. Otherwise, so many clansmen would not have died. Take the wind? It's up to you now. It's up to you to give it the fatal blow. Nara shouted at Akamaika in the early years. Akamaika Tekkei's also had a confident smile on his face at the moment. Don't worry, Soki, leave it to me. I'll let him know what a real fiasco is. Finished speaking, Akamaika took Kaze out of his pocket and took out Bingliangguan. Without the slightest hesitation, Akamaika took the wind and swallowed a large number of Bingliang pills. If it is an ordinary ninja, after eating so many Bingliang pills, I'm afraid my body can't take it anymore. But Akamaika Takakaze has no such worries. For him, so many ration pills, although swallowed, for a short time, you will fall into a period of weakness for a period of time. But it will not cause too bad effects on your body. It's just that I may need a period of recovery. Super expansion jutsu. Moment. Akamaika Tekkei's body inflated like a balloon. His body suddenly became about the same size as the 760 crane. Even a lot bigger. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene. The eyeballs are about to pop out. Akimika Koji, father, is the expansion jutsu of our Akamaika clan so exaggerated? I remember that it is generally 2 or 3 times larger than the limit, but the senior in the family, this it's more than 10 times bigger. Akamaika Dingza, do you think that the ninjutsu of our Akamaika clan is only used by you? It's just that your own strength is too weak, but even I can't apply the secret arts of the Akamaika clan to this kind of ninjutsu. To this extent, the senior of the family, his strength may exceed our imagination. Nara Luyu, Dingzo, I have actually studied the secret technique of your Akamaika clan. In theory, it can be infinitely enlarged, but in fact, there is a limit to the human body's tolerance, so generally 4 or 5 times larger is the limit. Already, the senior in your family, his physical body may be extremely powerful. Gara, Shikaku, is it going to be defeated like this? Beiki, I don't think it's possible. Although Shikaku's strength is not so powerful, it's not so helpless. Luosha, I even feel that this is a trap deliberately set by Shuhi. Although the IQ of the tailed beast is not high, it is not so brainless. Shower he, damn Luosha, who are you scolding? When did my uncle lose his mind? 9 tails, although I am very upset about the saying that tailed beasts have no brains, Shuhi really has no brains, I admit it. Akamai Take's huge body began to roll forward violently. Go straight to Shizuru's face and roll, boom, boom. He's like an invincible chariot. Invincible? 1. Seeing this scene, Narasaki and Yamanaka were completely relieved. They believed that the end of the battle had been laid at this moment. Advertisement. Even if it is the rumored tail beast Showerhe, I am afraid that it is impossible to have any fighting power if it is hit head-on. At the same time, they looked at Senju Hashirama, who was still smiling faintly. Seeing that the expression on Senju Hashirama's face did not change at all, they had some bad premonitions in their hearts. Could it be that the situation could change again at this time? They didn't believe it. They also don't think there is any possibility of Showerhe's comeback. Boom. Akamai's body turned into a chariot. He slammed into Showerhe's body hard. A wanton and joyful smile appeared on his face. He likes to use this trick to crush the past fiercely, seeing the enemy begging for mercy while being crushed under his meat tank. But in an instant, he felt something was wrong. No matter how desperately he rolls forward, his body has no way to move forward. It seemed that his body was stuck. At this moment, Nara's face changed suddenly in the early days. He yelled at Akamai, "Take the wind? Not good. Get the hell out of there." In just a moment, he caught the weird smile on Shuhi's face. Combined with the way Akamai can't move forward at this moment, he already understood what that meant. Showerhe was obviously not under their control. Even Showerhe deliberately waited for them to come to his door. It just wants to take the initiative to meet Akamai's attack. It's just that Nara didn't think of it in the early days. The three of them joined forces. There is nothing that can be done with Showerhe. Hey, you're here. Do you want to leave now? You have all used your tricks, so how come the uncle has to return the gift? I've been holding it in for so long. It's rare that someone can play with me. You can hold on for a while longer. Finished speaking. With a movement of Shizuru's body, the ninjutsu bondage of Narasaki and Yamanaka was instantly released. The faces of the two became extremely pale at this moment. They also understand. It was not too late for Shuhi to defend against their ninjutsu just now, but Shizuru didn't pay attention to their ninjutsu at all. Their ninjutsu has no effect on Shizuru. Sand waterfall burial. Shikaku originally wanted to give each of them a tailed beast bomb, but thinking of what Senju Hashirama said just now, he immediately stopped himself from thinking about it. If they each take their own tailed beast bomb, I'm afraid I won't survive. So he thought about it. Just used the seemingly large-scale ninjutsu, but the actual lethality is not strong. Looking at the overwhelming, the sand that floods the entire space, the three opened their mouths. I don't even know what else to say at this moment. If they didn't know clearly that they were in the training field within the family, they probably thought they had come to the desert, facing this kind of ninjutsu that can change the climate in an instant. Only then did they understand why tailed beasts can be hailed as monsters. If a ninja of average strength faces a ninjutsu of this scale, advertisement. I'm afraid it's not even cannon fodder. Luoshat, no matter how many times I see Shizuru using this level of ninjutsu, it is still so terrifying. The power of the tailed beast is so daunting. A ninja village without a tailed beast is not at the same level as a ninjutsu with a tailed beast. The presence? Jiraiya, hey. Tailed beasts, a natural disaster-level weapon, are simply not in line with common sense. It is precisely because these big ninja villages have tailed beasts that those small villages fear them. Orochimera, hee. But even the tailed beasts, which can change the climate instantly and cause natural and man-made disasters, are useless in the face of Sharinon and Wood style. They are still played by First Hokage and Taibo Madara Palm. Baki, it seems that we still underestimated Shikaku's real power. We thought that Gaara's crazy appearance was scary enough. It turned out that he didn't really release all Shikaku's power. Temeri, fake. Is this the real power of Shizuru? Kankuro, fortunately, I thought that as long as I practice hard, one day Shikaku may not be my opponent. From this point of view, it is impossible. How can this be an existence that human beings can defeat? Rock Lee, from this point of view, it is a blessing among misfortunes that I survived the Chunin exam in the hands of Gaara. If he can completely release this monster from his body, few people can stop it. Haruno Sakura, this is the most speechless thing. Gaara and Naruto have such terrible monsters inside their bodies, and they even let us take the exam with them. This obviously doesn't treat us as human beings. Nara Shikamaru, it seems that there is no harm if there is no comparison. It's not that Shizuru's strength is too weak. It's because we have always seen him facing Master First Hokage, so we think he is weak. Now it is replaced by other ninjas. The gap is coming out right away. Cough cough cough. We admit defeat. The whole body is buried in the sand. With only one head exposed, Nara Zayaji reluctantly chose to admit defeat. See this. The two people around him, Akamai Takakaze and Yamanaka, could only accept this result. None of the three of them thought that the gap could be so large. In their imagination, the three of them worked together to defeat Shuhi, then fight Senju Hashirama again. After losing like this, it is also a good result. But they never thought. The three of them worked together, and they couldn't even defeat Xiaohe's first wave of attacks. And it seems that Xiaohe didn't use his true strength, just to restrain their actions and make them surrender themselves. Otherwise, the three of them would have lost their lives long ago. I also admire the strength of the three team leaders. Especially the tacit understanding between the three of you is a bit too much. I'm afraid that even the three brothers can't do this step. Senju Hashirama admired from the bottom of his heart. These words are indeed sincere. The cooperation between the three of them does not look like three people are cooperating. On the contrary, it is like three secret arts performed by one person at the same time. I don't feel the slightest inconsistency at all. See Senju Hashirama wave. The surrounding desert also disappeared without a trace. The hearts of the three of them tightened. This is how I really understand. Ninjas like Senju Hashirama. He alone might be able to change the terrain and climate of a place. This is no longer something ordinary humans can do. It can be called a godlike mighty force. Why, if it wasn't for Patriarch Hashirama you said this. If it were someone else, I really thought he was mocking the three of us. Seeing Shizuru rubbing against Senju Hashirama's hand like a kitten again, the three of them have a further understanding of Senju Hashirama's strength. The strength of the man in front of him has clearly frightened the tailed beast. So the tailed beast had no choice but to submit, become a pet in his hands. Do they know that tailed beasts are not good people? Since ancient times, I don't know how many humans died at the hands of the tailed beasts. Just relying on the aura and bloody smell coming out of Xiaohe, one can know that. It is not a kind kitty. Come here, Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is the patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama. Head Hashirama, this is my daughter Nara Natsu. You two are the same age, you should have a lot of topics to talk about with each other, and you can have a good communication in the future. Advertisement. Nara Zayaji said to the two with a smile. Old fox, shameless, Akamaika Tekes and Yamanaka Mai cursed at the side. It's a pity that both of them have sons and no daughters. Otherwise, the two of them also want to introduce their daughter to Senju Hashirama. They all know that Senju Hashirama is not married yet. In other words, everyone else still has this opportunity. However, neither of them had a daughter, so it was doomed that this opportunity had nothing to do with them. This idea was also conceived by Nara early on. He knew that Hyuga Sky Burial directly adopted this method some time ago, wants to match his daughters Hyuga Katsuki and Senju Hashirama together. Since Hyuga Sky Burial can do this, so is there anything he Nara couldn't do in the early days? And Hyuga Celestial Burial so many sons and daughters. Hyuga Kagetsu is just one of them, and was born in the branch house of the Hyuga clan. And his daughter is only Nara Zayayu. The status between the two people are naturally not the same. Looking at Nara Zayayu who is expressionless and looks paralyzed, Senju Hashirama feels like she took the wrong name. His appearance should be called Nara Fuyetsuki. At this moment, Nara seems to have noticed that the atmosphere between the two is not quite right. He hastily coughed a few times to explain. Leader Hashirama, don't take it too seriously. Xiaoyu, she has been like this since she was a child. She doesn't like to talk very much, but she often mentions your name, Chief Hashirama, in front of me. I can assure you of that. Senju Hashirama believes what Nara Saki said is true. Since 3.9 from the time he sits here, Nara Xiaoyu has been staring at him, didn't even avert her gaze, but from Nara Natsuki's gaze, he has a very familiar feeling. In the eyes of Senju Tobirama, he also saw such a look. It's just that only when Senju Tobirama is faced with the experimental materials in his laboratory, it was only in his eyes that there was such a strong and curious gaze. A strange feeling rose in Senju Hashirama's heart. This woman in front of me won't treat me as an experiment material? Would you give me a drop of your blood? Staring at Senju Hashirama for a long time, Nara Xiaoyu said bluntly. WTF? Even Senju Hashirama was confused at first. You just saw me not long ago. Just want my blood? I heard my daughter say this. Nara almost spit out the tea in her mouth in the early period. Zayayu, don't be rude. You hurry up and apologize to Chief Hashirama. What nonsense are you talking about? Nara gave Senju Hashirama an apologetic smile. And Nara Zayayu didn't seem to hear her father's words. She still stared at Senju Hashirama with burning eyes and said, I heard your wood style is very powerful. If you can give me a drop of your blood, maybe I can extract wood style cells from your blood. In this way, if it is merged with other blood inheritance boundaries, maybe there will be some new changes. I have done this kind of experiment before, and many of them have been successful, but there are no particularly powerful blood inherited boundary cells for me to use. Hearing Nara Natsuki say this, Senju Hashirama showed interest on his face. This seems to be a scientific genius not inferior to Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. 85 Cultivation of artificial blood inheritance limits. Advertisement. Ahem, Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense. Apologize to Chief Hashirama. Nara Zayaji stopped Nara Zayayu from continuing with an embarrassing expression. He turned his head and scolded his daughter. Originally, I wanted to match Senju Hashirama and Nara Natsuki, but what Nara Zayayu said made goosebumps rise. Human experiments. This is not like something a normal girl would do. What I said is true. I don't mean to lie to you. If you are willing to study your cells for me, I am willing to share with you what I have researched, and I can add some other things to your body. Watching Senju Hashirama, there was a look of longing in Nara Zayayu's eyes. Orochimaru, I am so familiar with the eyes of this little girl. Only those who have a strong pursuit of scientific research and truth can show such sincere eyes. Senju Tobirama, I have a premonition that this little girl from the Nara family may have really researched something extraordinary. I am afraid that what she said is not nonsense, but really made these researches. Jiraiya, so, Nidame, Orochimaru, you two are very optimistic about her. Don't you think what she said is just nonsense? Senju Tobirama, I don't think there is a problem with my vision of seeing people. I am also very familiar with this kind of vision. I believe that he must have really done a very special research, so he dared to say this to the elder brother. Senju Hashirama, if it was me, I would definitely not agree with this little girl's research. Mixing various blood succession boundaries and experimenting on humans sounds too evil, but otherwise I really can't say one. Nara Shikamaru, Nara Natsuki, how come I have never heard of this person's name in family history? If she really has such abilities, it is impossible for me not to have heard of it. Nara Luyu, speaking of it, I seem to have some impressions, as if there is such a person. But the ending seems not very happy. There is no good experimental material. She finally used the experiment on herself. All kinds of strange illnesses appeared on his body, and he died very quickly. Yamanaka Ino, are these people who like to do some weird experiments so pervert? Can't find suitable experimental materials. Yongran uses these studies on himself. Akatsuki Organization. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Nara 14's IAU on the black screen, with a trace of regret in his eyes. Too bad they're not in the same era. If Nara Natsuki was in the same era as herself, no matter what he said, he had to snatch her over. Thinking of the current situation of Akatsuki Organization, Uzumaki Nagato felt a headache. These rebels who joined are problem children with serious problems. There are basically no normal people. Originally, Orochimaru quite met the requirements in his heart. He thinks that although Orochimaru's strength is not very good, but behind the scenes as a researcher, it would also be nice to help him with some research. But since Orochimaru lost to Uchiha Itachi, staring at Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan every day, I don't have any other thoughts to study other things. This makes Uzumaki Nagato feel very helpless. I have countless white Zetsu soldiers in my hands, but the overall strength of these white Zetsu soldiers is not strong. It's just that it has strong vitality and is suitable for experiments. But what I lack the most is the talents who can complete the research. There are not many talents like this in the entire ninja world. Even if he uses force to suppress all opposing voices in the ninja world and establish a peaceful country, but in the post-war world, he still needs many talents to help him rule the world. I can't do everything myself. and such talents. Nature is the best that you cultivate yourself. I can agree to give you my blood, and I can cooperate with you to complete your research, but you need to promise me one condition. I want to go and see the research you have done in person. I wonder if you would like to. Senju Hashirama also made his claim. Nara Xiaoyu didn't even think about it. She nodded and agreed to him. No problem, as long as you are willing to lend me your blood for research. Advertisement. As for my research results, as long as you want, you can take them away at any time. It doesn't matter. She had a look of excitement on her face. For her, nothing beats the blood cells of Senju Hashirama. All the research results in her lab are not more important than the Senju Hashirama in front of me. Watching his daughter and Senju Hashirama disappear before his eyes, Nara had a headache early and covered her forehead. Sighed. Although this result is the same. His daughter Nara Natsuki hooked up with Senju Hashirama. But why is this feeling so strange? But it seems that the two of them have some common topics. Then it's easy to handle. Even if I can't become Senju Hashirama's wife. But the daughter and Senju Hashirama became good friends. Nara's early age is also acceptable. After all, he is not like Hyagaski Burial. He only has one daughter, Nara Natsuki. And he also didn't want his daughter to be a victim of a political deal. Nara Natsuki can have feelings for Senju Hashirama. That's naturally great. If there is no love between man and woman, for Nara early age, he can live with that too. After coming to Nara's IAU's laboratory, Senju Hashirama saw the scene in front of him. I couldn't help the corner of my eye twitching, although he already had some predictions about the girl's madness. But seeing the experimental results in front of us, he still felt a little dizzy. A pig with a human face, a bird with 18 legs, and a strange species made out of a tiger head and a chicken body. There's even a Sherinon puppy. Nara's IAU is more insane than he imagined. Ordinary people may take a look at these research results of hers. Immediately fainted, especially when he saw the dog transplanted with Sherinon. He was silent. He wondered what it would be like if Uchiha Madara saw this dog, but he knew it must not be seen by Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, the entire Uchiha clan may have to fight Nara's IAU desperately. Where did you get this Sherinon of yours? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. The Uchiha clan regard their honor as extremely important. It is basically impossible to let the Sherinon of their family wander outside. And when Nara's IAU saw this, she suddenly woke up. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are now allies. While Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara seem to be on good terms with each other, he won't tell about his experiments here? Seeing the stunned expression on Nara Xiaoyu's face, Senju Hashirama waved his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm just here today to visit your research. As for what happened today, I will pretend that I don't know anything, and I won't tell anyone. After hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Qin Liangxia was relieved. These Sherinons, I picked them up secretly when I was 8 years old when I went to war with my father. I almost lost my life trying to get this pair of Sherinons. Advertisement. Fortunately, people from the Uchiha clan didn't notice it at the time. Nara Xiaoyu said in fear. Senju Hashirama glanced at her angrily. Of course the Uchiha clan didn't notice you. If he wants to find you, it is impossible for you to stand in front of me now. If the people of the Uchiha clan know that Nara Natsuki has stolen the Sherinon of their clan, it is estimated that the entire Uchiha clan, I have to fight with the Nara clan. Even if Nara Xiaoyu is Nara's early daughter, Nara couldn't keep her in the early age. Now the Uchiha clan is a little bit better. Before that, the people of the Uchiha clan can be even crazier. Act without any scruples at all. Hey, speaking of it, it can integrate Sherinon. It's really beyond my expectation. Before it, I transplanted Sherinon to many creatures. But without exception, all these creatures died suddenly. Regarding the result that Nara's IAU said, Senju Hashirama was not surprised. Whether it is wood-style cells, still the blood of the Uchiha clan, ordinary people would fuse with them, and the only result would be sudden death. Because the blood of these two is too terrifying. He grabbed the Sharingan-fused puppy on the ground and took a closer look. I can only sigh the wonder of the creator. Who would have thought? Such a puppy. A perfect fusion of the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan? Even Senju Hashirama didn't feel the least bit out of place in him. And Nara Xiaoyu glanced curiously at the puppy in Senju Hashirama's hand. In her impression, since this puppy has fused the Sherinon, its character seems to be influenced by the Uchiha clan. In this laboratory, they are all bully-level existences. Even if I sometimes want to touch it with my hands, it will grin its own teeth. But facing Senju Hashirama, it's so cute that it doesn't look like it. And thinking here, she took another deep look at Senju Hashirama. It seems that the man in front of him is indeed not ordinary and powerful. Even this puppy with a Sherinon fusion. I can feel the suppression of the life force in his body. Everyone in the live broadcast room who saw this scene was silent at the moment. Especially Orikimura and Shimura Danzo. They have been pursuing the power of the Uchiha clan all their lives. And the puppy in front of me. It's so easy to get what they dream of. This made both of them feel a little dazed. Number 2. Worse than a dog? Especially Shimura Danzo. He had just basked in the joy of being rewarded with the blood of the Uchiha clan. But seeing this little puppy fused with Sherinon in front of me, seeing that it seems to be more developed on Sherinon than itself. Advertisement. He immediately felt that his Sherinon was not good. Jiraiya, Kakashi, do you feel that this dog is similar to you? You both have the same transplanted Sherinon, but he is a pair and you are one. Tsunade, sometimes. Destiny is so magical, countless people yearn for the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan, but who would have thought that a puppy could perfectly integrate this pair of Sherinon? Kakashi, Master Jiraiya, why are you pouring salt into my wounds? You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I can't match him, at least I can't do it. To open Sherinon for so long. Orikimura, indeed. Kakashi's situation is relatively good, at least he can be compatible with Sherinon. Many people who don't know why, they forcibly transplanted Sherinon to. On himself, there will only be the result of sudden death in place. Namikaze Minato, but in fact, this Sherinon is indeed a drag on Kakashi. If there is no Obito Sherinon, Kakashi might have already entered the film industry completely. This level, Uchiha Obito, hehe, I just temporarily placed that eye with Kakashi, sooner or later I will get it back myself. Fourth Raikage, is the ninja world chaotic or not? Konoha has the final say. Why do I feel that the reason why the ninja world has become so chaotic now is all because of you Konoha rebels? 1. Besides this pair of Sherinon, I have another work that I am more proud of. Speaking of this, Nara Xiaoyu showed a smug smile on her face. You mean, you have more bizarre research than this one? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. In his eyes, Nara's Iao transplanted the Sherinon into the puppy, which is crazy enough. Listen to what she means. She seems to have something even more insane. 680? Finished speaking, Nara's Iao pointed to herself. Another more proud work, that is myself. Our Nara family may soon have our own blood succession limit. At this moment, Nara's Iao seems to have undergone some unknown changes. In Senju Hashirama's perception, her aura is several times stronger than before. After countless studies, I found, according to the changes of some cells, as long as their arrangement and combination are changed, some extremely peculiar effects can be produced between them. In an unexpected experiment, I used this change on myself. So my physical strength and speed have increased by at least 5 times. And there is no limit to this improvement, it will only increase as my strength increases, and there will be no sequelae. It might even be possible to pass on this blood inheritance boundary to future generations. In Senju Hashirama's observation, Nara Natsuki's arms waving, turned into shadows. The speed is indeed much improved than before. Nara's Iao actually developed the blood succession boundary by herself? This really shocked even Senju Hashirama. I didn't expect that she would be able to achieve this level of scientific research. This belongs to the blood succession limit artificially cultivated by myself? Orikimura, hey, it's a pity that such an outstanding talent passed away too early, otherwise I would definitely discuss with her about the research on the limit of blood inheritance. Senju Tobirama, it's a pity, the more excellent the talent, the more crazy. I now understand why she has such a tragic ending in the end. For this kind of experiment, the failure, there is a difference of 1,000 miles. Any mistake will lose everything. How dare she directly use her own body to do experiments? Tsunade, being able to live up to now is considered a hard life. It is really impossible for ordinary people to do this step. Fourth Reikage, according to the development of our world, she will pass away in a few years, but now there is such a completely different first Hokage. What is her future? What will happen, is still very exciting. Uchiha Madara, this Hashirama is like a huge butterfly. His changes have brought about a huge change in the whole world. I now think that the world will definitely be extremely different. The same change? What we can't do, maybe he can do it. Senju Hashirama, Madara, if you say that, isn't it the same as denying me? I think what I insisted on is right. Senju Tobirama, brother, forget it. Although I don't like Uchiha Madara, but I have to agree with some of his views. Maybe another one you made. Things can really change the world and do things we can't do. Uchiha Obito, first Hokage, if you live in our time and see our current world, I don't know if you can still insist that all you do is, yes, advertisement. 86 Sage of Six Paths appears in a dream. Advertisement. Amazing. Staring at the ninjutsu developed by Nara Natsuki, thousand-legged Hashirama exclaimed. Although for him, Nara's Iao's blood successor limit is not so powerful, even a little ordinary. You can have ninjas who have blood succession limits in the entire ninja world. Poor little, not every ninja has no blood inheritance limit. Everyone can reach the top with their own talents, even in Senju Hashirama's cognition. Lots of these ninjas standing on top. The gap between them is just whether there is a blood succession limit. Genius is 99% hard work plus 1% talent. But this 1% talent is indeed the most important and deadly thing. Among so many ninjas seen by Senju Hashirama, there are many powerful ninjas. After they reach the peak of their strength, the last step to get them stuck is the so-called blood succession boundary. If they break through this step by themselves, that wouldn't be such a problem at all. But it is because they do not have the ability to break through this step by themselves. This caused them to be stuck at this step. Orikimura, if this little girl is in the same era as me, I have the confidence to work with her to break most of the blood succession boundaries in this ninja world. What a pity. Jiraiya, hehe. Orikimura, don't harm others, just be a mad scientist yourself, and you fool a simple little girl. Shimura Danzo, if this little girl can live to the present age, Orikimura, do you think you have a chance to let her walk with you? I have put her in my roots and cultivated it well. Fourth Reikage, are you perverts from Konoha? Are you sorry? If such outstanding talents are entrusted to you to train, there is a high probability that they will defect and leave Konoha. Instead of this, why not give them to Cloud Shinobi Village? We will definitely treasure this talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fourth Reikage, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You don't have such talent in Cloud Shinobi Village, so you just want to steal from us. You think your Cloud Shinobi Village has very little rebellion. Tsunade, but I don't think this little girl is any better than Orikimura. She directly used her own body to do experiments, and also created so many strange species, which doesn't seem like a normal what the girl did. Senju Tobirama, Kojuna, don't be prejudiced against others. I think it's really not easy to have such a novel thinking. I look forward to another look when I meet her. Senju Hashirama, Madara, aren't you angry when you see this little girl poaching the Sherinon of your Uchiha clan? You're so silent, it doesn't even feel like you. Uchiha Madara, I am no longer the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. The affairs of the Uchiha clan have nothing to do with me. They chose not to leave with me, which means that they are no longer on the same path as me. I have a hunch that maybe your invention can change the world. In the future, your research will definitely play an unimaginable role. Staring at Nara Natsuki, Senju Hashirama said seriously, really? Don't you think these studies of mine look scary? Nara's Iau is also surprised. It was the first time she heard someone praise her research. Even her father Nara early age. I don't really recognize these things of hers. Senju Hashirama is the first to acknowledge her research. I didn't lie to you. In the future, your research will definitely have unimaginable effects. Maybe, I will still need your help. Senju Hashirama thought for a while. He also felt that Nara's Iau's research is more important than I imagined. Because of these studies by Nara Natsuki. In a sense, advertisement. Breaking the monopoly of blood successor boundary? If the existence of daimyo and aristocratic system for ordinary people. This is oppression. Then, compared with ninjas who have the limit of blood succession and ninjas without the limit of blood succession, isn't this a form of oppression? Senju Hashirama also understands. The two may not be the same, but the ninja world does have this phenomenon. But these inventions of Nara Natsuki, it may be possible to break this phenomenon. Her research might be able to make the family system disappear. In Senju Hashirama's vision, such a daimyo aristocratic system should not exist. Not even such a thing as a family system should exist. Watching Senju Hashirama leave, a strange look appeared on Nara's early face. He never thought Those outlandish research done by my daughter are so recognized by Senju Hashirama. There seems to be a lot of topics between the two of them, especially after reading Nara Natsuki's research. Nara found that she couldn't get in the middle of the conversation, more like an outsider. He couldn't understand Nara Natsuki and Senju Hashirama's conversation at all, but thinking this time the goal has been achieved anyway. He didn't think about anything else. For him, the process is not important, as long as the goal is achieved. Their Ino, Shika, Cho tribes also formally established a preliminary alliance with Senju Hashirama. The relationship is much closer than before. Thinking of their relationship with the Senju clan a few years ago, Nara couldn't help sighing at an early age. He also did not expect that things would change so quickly. Senju Hashirama is one of the biggest variables. His appearance has improved the overall strength of the Senju clan too quickly, and he alone has the power to change the entire battle situation. Nara never thought of it in the early age. The things recorded in the family are actually true. A ninja's strength can be so strong. He alone has the ability to change the direction of the entire battle. Nara couldn't imagine what it would be like to be against the Senju clan in the early days. Even the legendary tailed beast Shaohe is like a pet cat in front of him. It's just the tip of the iceberg of this man's strength. It was enough to make Nara terrified in the early days. Seeing the happy expression on his daughter's face, he was also very pleased. It was the first time he saw such an expression on his daughter's face. Previous contact with any male, Nara's Xiaoyu always looks cold. Only in the face of her outlandish experiments, Nara's Xiaoyu will show this expression. For Nara Natsuki he is very headache. My daughter likes to do this kind of messy horror experiment. Advertisement. I guess no man can stand it. Orikimura, it's a pity, the patriarch of the Nara clan doesn't know how important and precious his daughter's experiment is, so she wasted her talent for nothing. Jiraiya, maybe it's because of the era. In the Sengoku era, not to mention conducting human experiments, even an in-depth discussion of the blood succession limit is an unreasonable thing. Tsunade, it seems to be a little better in the country of fire. If she was born in another country, the experiment similar to the little girl in the Nara family would have been regarded as a heresy. Maybe she would have to be given alive by her father. Burned to death? Terumime, blood succession boundary. In the era of the blood mist policy, the entire kingdom of water will not allow anyone who has blood succession boundary to live. Blood succession boundary is a kind of heresy in the water country, let alone say someone delusional to study it. Oniki, perhaps this is the fundamental reason why our countries have such a big gap with the land of fire. They actually started the research on blood successor boundaries in the Sengoku era, and our country only started this aspect a few years ago. Research. Fourth breakage, what kind of blood succession limit is something heresy? As long as you study your own body well and refine it to ultimate, there is nothing that I can't solve with one punch. Luo Shep, fourth breakage, are you so confident? It seems that you can kill Wood style of first Hokage and Sharinon of Uchiha Madara with one punch. 1. In a daze. In a haze of consciousness. Senju Hashirama seems to have come to a strange space. Young Ashira reincarnated, we finally meet. Fate finally brought us together again. The brave man of the future, the savior of the world, you have finally chosen your correct path. I will guide you to a brighter future. An old man with an old face, horns on his head, and holding a tin staff appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. Seeing that the old man was nagging, he still wanted to continue talking. Senju Hashirama waved his hand. Old man, you have said so much, can you explain the main points? What fate brought us together again? Didn't you come here specially to find me and drag me into this space of consciousness? Senju Hashirama mercilessly dismantled the old man's words. In terms of his current life level, he has not slept for many years. He uses meditation to replace sleep. So there is no such thing as a dream. Therefore, the appearance of this conscious space in front of us, it was the old man who pulled him in on purpose, and being able to quietly drag myself into sleep. I didn't notice it at all. It shows that this old man's strength is far above his own. It's scarier than I imagined. Looking at the rippled eyes in the old man's pupils, he had some guesses about the identity of the old man. This seems to be the eye that the legendary sage of six paths has. Hearing this, the kind smile on the old man's face froze. He had never encountered such an embarrassing moment. He never thought that Ashira's reincarnation would be more different than he imagined. Is this still his gentle, polite son? Orikimura, it seems that the previous guesses are all true. Sage of Six Paths is still alive in this world. He did not disappear and die as recorded. Jiraiya, even the immortals of the three holy places have lived from ancient times to the present, not to mention the Sage of Six Paths whose strength is far above them. This kind of godlike figure. Life and death may not matter to him at all. Tsunade, it seems that Sage of Six Paths is very familiar with Grandpa. I think he seems to have a lot to say to Grandpa. Fourth breakage, how can I feel that this Sage of Six Paths looks so unreliable, with a long-winded look, it makes me feel like a fortune teller on the street. Namikaze Minato, but this Sage of Six Paths must be real, his eyes can't be fake, it's exactly the same as the legendary Rinnegan. Oniki, even Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharinon can easily manipulate tailed beasts. I can't imagine how powerful Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan is. Hanzo, if you meet someone who also has Rinnegan, you'd better run away as far as you can. You'll never know his true strength if you haven't fought against the owner of these eyes. How terrifying is the power? Terumime, Hanzo, listening to you, you seem to have fought against the owner of Rinnegan. Could it be that the owner of these eyes caused your death? Seeing Uzumaki Nagato from Sage of Six Paths. Advertisement. Can't help but get short of breath. Especially the pair of Rinnegans from Sage of Six Paths. He even attracted all of Nagato's attention. Nagato made Rinnegan with Sage of Six Paths. Only then do you have the confidence and ambition to realize your plans. He always thought that the reason he had these eyes. This is God's choice. So I am the savior of this world. And now seeing the emergence of Sage of Six Paths, Nagato also wants to know, did my eyes come from the Sage of Six Paths? Can the mission on my shoulders be completed? Looking at Nagato's weakened body, there was also a worried look on Konan's face. She also thought that reincarnation was also a gift from God to Nagato. That's why Nagato has the power to realize their common ideal. but now she doesn't think so. Instead, she felt that this might be a curse given to Nagato by God. It is precisely because of these eyes that Nagato has such a heavy body load. Let their bodies become worse day by day. Even Konan worried about continuing to overuse Rinnegan like this. Nagato's body couldn't last much longer. Even Konan thought, if Nagato did not have this pair of Rinnegan, will they still form the Akatsuki organization? Maybe everything will be different. Okay, since you have said so, Wang Zhao's. Senju Hashirama, it's time to tell you the truth about everything. I hope you won't be scared by what I said next. Seeing my eyes, you must know my true identity. I am Sage of Six Paths, and you are the son of the Sage of Six Paths, the reincarnation of Hashira. After saying these words, Sage of Six Paths found no change in the expression on Senju Hashirama's face. Still so indifferent. This brought an embarrassing look to Sage of Six Paths' face again. Could it be that the news I said wasn't exciting enough? Thought about it. He was going to say some more crazy stuff. In ancient times, I ended the troubled times and founded Ninjin. At that time, my eldest son Indra and my second son Ashira were both suitable candidates to inherit ninja. But there is only one heir to the ninja sect, so I have to make the most suitable choice between them. The eldest son, Indra, is very talented and has a delicate mind. He has learned everything quickly since he was a child. There is basically nothing he can't do. The second son, Ashira, has mediocre talent and is very slow in learning everything. He doesn't look like my son at all. On the contrary, he looks more like a child born of an ordinary ninja. 3. It stands to reason that the eldest son, Indra, should be my successor. But his ideas are too extreme, thinking that as long as he has power, everything can be solved. On the other hand, although the second son Ashira's talent is average, but there are always people around him to help him, which caused him to come from behind and even surpass his elder brother Indra in terms of strength. Ashira has a kind heart, can understand others, and believes that peace can only be achieved with love in people's hearts. Having said that, the voice of Sage of Six Paths is getting smaller and smaller. He gave Senju Hashirama a strange look. Even if others hurt Ashira, Ashira never minds. He can choose to use the love in his heart to influence others and forgive others. Advertisement. 87 Senju Hashirama, you may consider opening Rinnegan for me? Advertisement. Senju Hashirama as the reincarnation of Ashira for this term. The sense of disobedience to him is too strong. Past Ashira reincarnations after his appearance. Which one was not shocked by the news, he said. Even if you are not shocked by the news, he said, at the very least, I will show a little respect to myself. In a big way, he founded the ninja sect by himself, known as the ancestor of ninja, spread ninjutsu and establish peace for this world. From a small perspective, to some extent, I can also be regarded as Senju Hashirama's father. But this reincarnation of Ashira, the expression on his face didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. He seems to have known his identity and his own origin from the start. Resist the strange feeling in my heart. Sage of Six Paths decided to tell everything he knew anyway. So the two brothers finally came to the end of their destiny. I decided to choose one of the two of them to inherit my ninja sect and spread the ideas I pursued. In the way the two competed for the position of ninja, Indra always chose to fight alone. And Ashira is the power to choose unity. Although he was weaker than Indra in the early stage, with the help of his partners, he gradually surpassed Indra and defeated Indra. I think Ashira's way is more preferable. He chose to believe in the love in people's hearts, so everyone is willing to help him. I thought that Indra was willing to gamble and accept the fact that Ashira became my heir, but I didn't expect that he was not as willing as he appeared on the surface. After I left, the brothers Indra and Ashira still fought fiercely, and this battle continued for thousands of years with the reincarnation of Chakra, the two of them. In this era, the reincarnation of Ashira is hailed as the first person in the ninja world. He is Senju Hashirama, the patriarch of the Senju clan, and the reincarnation of Indra became Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. The two of them, it seems that there are not so many disputes in this life. Senju Tobirama, no wonder I feel so strange. This guy Uchiha Madara is always clinging to his elder brother. It turns out that the two of them were brothers thousands of years ago, and I am an outsider. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, Madara, no wonder when I met you for the first time, I felt that you were very familiar with relatives. This even surpassed my feelings for other people. So we too are brothers? Uchiha Madara, nonsense. I am Uchiha Madara, not the reincarnation of Indra. This 917 old man is talking nonsense. Orochimaru, is this the most ninja in the ninja world? Even if the two have died for so many years, they will still exist in another way, and they have been influencing the world. Jiraiya, it seems that my guess is indeed correct. Even the three great immortals have survived for so many years, let alone the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. Tsunade, but even if it's Sage of Six Paths, he didn't think about it. It's not that Grandpa and Uchiha Madara don't have conflicts, but that the two in his world don't have conflicts. In our world, the two are still like Indra and Ashira fate. Shimura Danzo, according to Sage of Six Paths, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashira will be reincarnated after the death of the host. After Uchiha Madara and first generation die, who will be their next reincarnations? Fourth Reikage, whether it is their generation or ours, there seems to be no ninjas as brilliant as the two of them. Could it be that these two reincarnated bodies are secretly hiding? In the Pure Land space, Sage of Six Paths holds a tin rod and looks at the picture played on the screen. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. He didn't think of it himself. My otherworldly self would volunteer his life to find Senju Hashirama. In the constant reincarnation struggle between Ashira and Indra, the number of times he took the initiative to show up is also very rare, although not very fond of his eldest son Indra. But this is his own son after all. He didn't know what to do about the struggle between his two sons. So during these thousands of years of struggle, only in severe cases, he will take the initiative to change the direction of things. And the reason why the self in another world appeared on its own initiative. Probably because of Senju Hashirama too. Another Senju Hashirama as the reincarnation of Ashira. His personality is really abnormal. Completely different from the previous reincarnation of Ashira. Even the strength is very surprising. Just a tiny bit off. Advertisement. He can completely reach Ashira's peak strength. And when Ashira was at the age of Senju Hashirama, not even 1/10 of Senju Hashirama's strength. Even Indra does not have such strength at this age. If Ashira had the strength of Senju Hashirama at this age, there is no dissent in the ninja dispute at all. He can deal with Indra in a split second. Take away the identity of the heir of ninja sect. Looking at the content on the screen, Sage of Six Paths is also very entangled. On the one hand, he thought that what he had done before was not wrong. On the other hand, seeing that the world seems to be caught in some kind of weird reincarnation, even if people become stronger and stronger, the power of ninjutsu is getting stronger and stronger, but the appearance of mutual respect and mutual understanding in his ideal did not appear. On the contrary, it is farther and farther away from his ideal world. He couldn't help but doubt himself a little. Could it be that my original choice was wrong? Watching this reincarnation of Hashira unlike the previous ones, there was also a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe this Senjo Hashirama can bring new changes to this world. A new glimmer of hope emerged. So, Senjo Hashirama, you are the reincarnation of Hashira. I hope you can spread the ideas in his heart. I can clearly see that your heart is full of love and light, and you are willing to create a peaceful world where people understand each other. But many of your current practices, I think, are too extreme. If this continues, I am afraid that one day you will be like Indra, only pursuing power and falling into deep darkness, and you will never be able to turn back. The reason why I appear here is that I don't want to see you make mistakes again and again. I hope I can bring you back to the right path and make you like the previous. When Sage of Six Paths said this, the emotion became more and more excited, completely oblivious to the strange look on Senjo Hashirama's face. In his mind, although this Ashira reincarnation is somewhat different from previous Ashira reincarnations, but after my own persuasion, still going back to the original way, this is what Sage of Six Paths believes in itself. And Senjo Hashirama looked at Sage of Six Paths more and more strangely. This old man, what's wrong with him? You have practiced your own ideas for so many years. Keeps failing. The idea practiced by my son is still failing repeatedly. That's all. You want me to repeat this path? He thinks he doesn't understand the brain circuit of Sage of Six Paths, but because the Sage of Six Paths in front of him is stronger than him, he can't say it directly. Senjo Hashirama covered his mouth and coughed. Ahem. Sage of Six Paths, do we need to change our thinking? The idea you have implemented before has failed. Do you still need to continue to implement this idea? I don't think that's a bit redundant. When one road fails, can we change another road? Sage of Six Paths frowned slightly after listening. He didn't expect to speak so clearly, seriously speaking, but the reincarnation of Ashira in front of me, he still doesn't agree with his ideas? Advertisement. This makes Sage of Six Paths feel a little unhappy. See the look on the face of Sage of Six Paths. Senjo Hashirama immediately put it another way. However, although what you said is a little different from what I think, but I think there's a lot to like about it. For example, people cannot fight alone, and people need the help of others to achieve their goals. As for the ideas you mentioned, I agree very much. Hearing Senjo Hashirama say this, the expression on Sage of Six Paths' face softened a little. He nodded in satisfaction. Razai-kan, Bia, teach. Although Senjo Hashirama and himself were a little surprised, but in the end, he is still the Ashira who listens to himself. So, Sage of Six Paths, you see that I am so weak. Do you have to find a way to help me improve my strength? On my own, it's really difficult to go further, but your presence gave me new hope. You also said that it is not advisable to fight alone. The strong need to help the weak. Then do you have to find a way to help me improve my strength? Otherwise how can I practice your philosophy? This world is full of dangers, and now I can't completely spread your thoughts to every place. Fourth Reikage, ha ha ha, as expected of first Hokage, I brought Sage of Six Paths into my own rhythm in just a few words. Oniki, I'm afraid Sage of Six Paths didn't even think about it. Someone actually asked me to help him strengthen his own strength so openly. Terumi-me, the key point is that first Hokage is right. If you want to spread this idea yourself, shouldn't you practice it first and demonstrate it yourself? 1. Orochimaru, it seems that this ninja world is indeed much deeper than we imagined, otherwise the other first generation project would not be what it is now. Sage of Six Paths really gave him a lot of pressure? Jiraiya, I'm rather curious whether Sage of Six Paths will agree to Shodei's request. If he doesn't agree, it means that he doesn't want to practice his own philosophy, which is too fake. Namikaze Minato, it's really hard to say, since Sage of Six Paths chose Shodei as the disseminator of his ideas, it means that there must be some inconvenience for him, and there is nothing he can do if he disagrees. Shimura Danzo, I'm really envious, first generation, who has already stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, accepts the help of Sage of Six Paths at this time. What can his strength achieve? Degree. What Senjo Hashirama said is indeed true. At present, his strength has basically reached a bottleneck. It is difficult to improve as fast as before. The force of nature has almost mastered by itself. Also developed a perfect sage mode. Want to go further? Impossible anytime soon. And the blood returns to the ancestors. This is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan share the same bloodline, but wanting to quickly combine them both into one, that's not an easy thing to do. In this regard, Senju Tobirama is already strengthening his own research, but the progress is too slow. So, Senju Hashirama for a short time, I can't find any way to improve my strength faster, but just so, whatever you lack. The Sage of Six Paths in front of him seems to him. It is a living treasure, the three celestial beings also admitted. Although his current strength is already extremely strong, have even surpassed them, but compared with the legendary Sage of Six Paths, still a lot worse. Advertisement. Staring at Senju Hashirama in front of me, the Sage of Six Paths fell silent. He doesn't feel right, but he himself didn't know what was wrong. Didn't I come here to let him walk the right path? How did it become that I came here specially to help him improve his own strength? Well, your current strength is very strong, but the world doesn't know if there are any old things that have survived from ancient times. Facing them, your strength is really not enough. Sage of Six Paths also gave me a pertinent review. Even in his time, although Ashira's strength is strong, but it has not reached the point of suppressing everything, many powerful beings. The reason why you are willing to obey Ashira's orders, that's just for my own sake. But when I left, Ashira can't suppress those people. Now the Sage of Six Paths also knows, even yourself. I don't fully understand the world. Many things are beyond my control. I know that the blood of the Senju clan comes from Ashira, and the blood of the Uchiha clan comes from Indra. In ancient times, the strength of these two clans was much stronger than it is now. It's just because of time that the blood in their bodies is getting weaker and weaker. In addition to the blood of the Senju family, I also transplanted the blood of the Uchiha family in my body. The two are fused together. Sooner or later, I may return to the ancestors. Sage of Six Paths nodded. This statement was endorsed by Senju Hashirama. Your assumption is correct. You have merged with the blood of the descendants of Indra, and there is no conflict between the two. Sooner or later, the two will completely merge together, and then you will be able to enter a new stage. Maybe you will surpass Ashira and Indra, completely inherit my power. Sage of Six Paths did not expect. At the beginning, neither of his two sons could reach this step. But Ashira's reincarnation can do it? Senju Hashirama shook his head. Although I know I'm doing the right thing, I'm also headed in the right direction. As long as I have accumulated for a long time, sooner or later I will be able to step into that step. But it's just too slow, too slow. It can take decades, or it can take a few years. Maybe when I'm 70 or 80 years old, the blood of the two can be completely fused together. Sage of Six Paths shook his head. But it's worth the wait. As long as the blood of the two is fused together, then you should be able to awaken the immortal eye. Then you can have my Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama didn't wait for him to finish. It directly interrupted his next words. This speed is too slow. It's better to hit the sun than choose the day, since you have come to Sage of Six Paths. Then why don't you help me directly? Now help me to open Rinnegan directly. Senju Hashirama believes that the immortal Yindeo must have a way, if only by himself. That time is too long. He can't wait that long. There is a faster way, and he naturally chooses the faster way. Advertisement. 88 Sage of Six Paths. He actually cheated me of the power of Six Paths. Advertisement. Hearing Senju Hashirama's request, the Sage of Six Paths fell silent. Is there something wrong with this? I obviously came here to persuade him not to do things so extreme. But talking and talking. Why should I help him improve his blood vein and activate Rinnegan? Obviously feel that things are a little unreasonable. But Sage of Six Paths can't find anything to refute Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, if you had half the wit of your other self, brother, I wouldn't worry about you every day. It's such a headache. Uchiha Madara, this Hashirama is too cunning. He tried every means to get Sage of Six Paths to help him open Rinnegan and improve his own strength. In comparison, my Hashirama is relatively simple. Fourth Raikage, but this first generation is not wrong. If there is no accident, his current strength is indeed the strongest in the entire ninja world, including those old guys who survived from ancient times, or the mysterious one like before. Monk, he really can't deal with these people. Orochimaru, damn it, why don't I have any blood succession boundaries? If I have blood succession boundaries, I must be better than any of them? Jiraiya, Stinky Snake? Even if there is no blood succession limit, it doesn't mean anything. Isn't Minato also very good and powerful? There are still many people in the ninja world who are as strong as without blood succession limit. Shimura Danzo, the people you mentioned, they have basically reached the limit of their strength now. It is impossible to have any further improvement. But the first generation and Uchiha Madara surpassed them. There is still a lot of room for improvement for the ninjas in the world. This is the benefit brought by the blood succession limit. Namikaze Minato, Mr. Jiraiya, it's understandable that they are so desperately pursuing the blood succession limit. My current strength has indeed basically reached the limit that I can achieve. It will be very difficult to go one step further. It is not so easy at all. Tsunade, according to the current statistics of the ninja world, this is indeed the case. If you want to go up, the importance of the blood succession limit is self-evident. The existence of the blood succession limit is to increase the upper limit of a ninja's strength. Inside the cave, Black Zetsu sees the Sage of Six Paths on the screen. A trace of deep hatred flashed in his eyes. If not the Sage of Six Paths, Mother will not be sealed either. What Black Zetsu hates the most is the Sage of Six Paths for these mortals. He actually chose to fight against his own mother, at Satsuki Kagaya. This made Black Zetsu very speechless, and when Uchiha Obito saw the appearance of Sage of Six Paths, his expression also became tense. Sage of Six Paths is alive. Doesn't that mean that all his actions are known clearly? Wouldn't this affect future plans? For future plans, if it is an ordinary enemy, then Uchiha Obito won't have much reaction. But the enemy is the Sage of Six Paths. It's different here. No matter how confident Uchiha Obito is, he can't be the opponent of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, and Black Zetsu also seemed to see the tension in Obito's heart. He patted Obito on the shoulder and said, Obito, don't worry, Madara-sama has anticipated all this. He has long guessed that Sage of Six Paths may continue to monitor the world, but you can rest assured that his current state cannot be released without limit. He is no longer the one who was at his peak. Every time he takes a shot, he needs to consume his little remaining strength. Otherwise, he would have personally intervened in this world. And you can rest assured that as long as you can gather all the 9-tailed beasts, after you turn into the Jinchuriki of 10 tails, all of this will not be a big problem, and you will also become a Six Paths class exist. Seeing Uchiha Obito flustered, Black Zetsu can only curse inwardly as an idiot. Uchiha Obito's heart is really bad. If not for Uchiha Madara's departure, the plan of the Eye of the Moon cannot be promoted by Obito. This guy is useless. Only the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan can be considered outstanding. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Uchiha Itachi is better suited to carry out this plan than Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Itachi's mind is too firm. Not as easy to cheat as Obito. You do the math yourself. Even if it is faster, it will take me at least 10 years to fuse the blood of the two races together. When I open Rinnegan, the world may be in a mess. You are the legendary ninja sect. Do you have the heart to see these people suffer? Advertisement. Talking and talking. Sage of Six Paths also found something was wrong. Didn't I come to enlighten him? Why is it the other way around now? And the scariest thing is that Sage of Six Paths thinks what Senju Hashirama said is very reasonable. Forget it. If this is the case, then I wish you a helping hand. With Rinnegan and my Six Paths power, you should be able to make it all the way to the Six Paths class. In this way, even if you face those old guys from ancient times, even if you are not their opponent, they will definitely not be able to kill you. Finished speaking. Two strangely colored energy clusters appeared in the hands of Sage of Six Paths. A mass of gold and yellow gives a warm feeling. A mass of dark purple. Gives a feeling of chilling. This is the power of yin and yang. The combination of yin and yang is the power of 6 paths. Yin dun represents the power of the spirit, and yin dun technique can create a form in the invisible. Yang dun represents the power of the body, and yang dun technique can inject life into the form. The combination of the two is yin yang escape technique. Today I will teach you the power of these two. Then you will be able to merge the blood of the two races together and open Rinnegan. Looking at Senju Hashirama in front of me, a look of deep nostalgia appeared on the face of Sage of 6 Paths. Many years ago, in front of him were 2 teenagers who were about the same age as Senju Hashirama. One of them inherited their yang power. One inherited his yin power, and so began countless years of struggle. And this time, Senju Hashirama will inherit his own yin-yang power completely, stepping into a whole new stage. Senju Tobirama, poor, some people can't get anything, even lost their original yin power. Uchiha Madara, damn. This old man Sage of 6 Paths is too eccentric. Obviously I am also the reincarnation of Indra, but why didn't he pass the power of yin to another me? He actually gave all the power of yin and yang to Hashirama? Tsunade, it is estimated that the strength difference between the reincarnation of Ashira and Indra is too great. I guess Sage of 6 Paths did not expect that there will be such a big gap between the two of them this time. Fourth breakage, from this point of view, Uchiha Madara has been completely reduced to the background board for the purpose of first generation, and he has become a supporting role. Orochimaru, according to the Sage of 6 Paths, the history of the ninja world for so many years is caused by the two of them. This was originally a dual protagonist script, but it evolved into a single protagonist in another shoday. In the Pure Land space, looking at the other self who is ready to pass all the power of yin and yang to Senju Hashirama, Sage of 6 Paths can't help but want to get into the screen to stop him. The speed at which Senju Hashirama is improving is too fast. It's okay if you just simply turn on Rinnegan, even if the strength increases, but it's not enough to step into the 6 Paths class, but give the power of yin and yang to Senju Hashirama. This is probably not a good thing for another Senju Hashirama's rate of strength improvement. Sage of 6 Paths felt his scalp tingling. Once he steps into the 6 Paths class, I'm afraid his strength will continue to improve endlessly like before. By the time, even if I have any opinion on him, it's too late. Feeling the power pouring into my body, Senju Hashirama involuntarily closed his eyes and moaned. He can feel that his body is getting stronger every second. This feeling of becoming stronger all the time makes him deeply intoxicated, and the Sage of 6 Paths who saw this scene, the strange expression on his face became more and more intense. Give him all the power of yin and yang. Is this really okay? At this time Senju Hashirama, advertisement, even looks similar to Indra, even scarier than Indra looks. The last time Sage of 6 Paths saw people like this, it was my own son Indra who showed this look. And now Senju Hashirama. This power-drunk look on his face surpasses even Indra. While feeling the continuous power in the body, Senju Hashirama was also shocked by the power of Sage of 6 Paths. In his perception, the power of Sage of 6 Paths is unfathomable, even if you pass all the power of yin and yang to yourself. But it doesn't seem to affect him too much. This made Senju Hashirama even more curious. While the Sage of 6 Paths was alive, how strong was he in his heyday? I am afraid that only Sage of 6 Paths knows this problem. At the same time, Senju Hashirama is also very grateful that he did not conflict with Sage of 6 Paths. So it looks like I did the right thing. If there is a conflict with Sage of 6 Paths, so how can I have such an opportunity to improve my strength? Slowly delve into the blood of the two races by myself. This progress is terribly slow. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama opened his eyes. At this moment, a mysterious purple pattern exactly the same as that of Sage of 6 Paths appeared on his eyes. It looks like ripples in the lake. He knows. I finally opened the Rinnegan myself, seeing the same eyes in Senju Hashirama's eyes, asking for flowers. The Sage of 6 Paths is also silent at this moment. Did not expect what my two sons failed to do at the beginning. Senju Hashirama of the moment does just that. The original Ashira only inherited his own yang power, and Indra inherited her yin power. In fact, if the two brothers are willing to sit down and have a good conversation, they must all learn from each other. Strength. But neither was willing to engage in that exchange. This also led to the fact that both of them only learned half of their own strength in the end. You have accomplished what Ashira failed to do. Senju Hashirama, as long as you keep practicing hard, sooner or later you will surpass Ashira and Indra. Sage of 6 Paths showed a complicated look on his face. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to do so. The reincarnation of Ashira. He perfectly combines the characteristics of Ashira and Indra together, more extreme than Ashira, but much more sanity than Indra. It is because of this. Sage of 6 Paths saw a difference in him. That's why he is willing to impart the power of 6 Paths to Senju Hashirama. In this world, are there many existences that step into the 6 Paths class? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Sage of 6 Paths shook his head. 6 Paths level existence, from ancient times to the present, there are not many. Even the immortals of the 3 great sacred grounds still have some gaps from the 6 Paths level. Advertisement. But although there are not many, there are indeed some guys that still exist, but they are in a state of deep sleep all year round. If you don't provoke them, nothing will happen. 0. Even if you become enemies with them, although you may not be their opponents, there should be no problem in escaping. After speaking, Senju Hashirama described Sixian's appearance and situation to Sage of 6 Paths. When Sage of 6 Paths knew Sixian's ability and strength, the expression on his face also became serious. I have never had the impression of the person you mentioned. It is impossible for a powerful existence like him to be so silent. But it's very strange. I really don't have any impression of him. Even after hearing what Naruto said, Sage of 6 Paths still had a familiar feeling in his heart. This feeling, where did he seem to have seen it? He had a bad guess in his mind. No way. And Senju Hashirama also saw the change in the expression on Sage of 6 Paths' face. He curiously asked if Sage of 6 Paths had thought of anything. Sage of 6 Paths said with a complicated expression. This feeling, it reminds me of my mother. This kind of indifferent, godlike eyes, I have only seen in my mother. She always liked to look up at the sky, as if there was something special outside the starry sky. She told me that there are many powerful enemies outside the starry sky. Maybe one day, those powerful enemies will come back to this planet and destroy everything on this planet. At first I thought it was all fake. From this point of view, I'm afraid it's true. The monk and mother you mentioned probably came from the same place. to hear the Sage of Six Paths say. Senju Hashirama had an incredible expression on his face. Did you never ask? Such a terrifying family, what if they come to this planet in groups? Sage of Six Paths had a look of embarrassment on its face. I always thought what she said was just a fairy tale. Never thought so much about it. But after you say that now, I think it might be true. But even if they come, don't be afraid. I have passed on the power of yin and yang to you now, and you will be the savior of this planet in the future. To hear the Sage of Six Paths take such a daunting task to themselves, Senju Hashirama just wanted to say, Pit Father there are so many strong men in the ancient times. No one took this news seriously, in this day and age. Can't find even a Six Paths level existence. You actually asked me to fend off such a terrible enemy? Now Senju Hashirama just wants to grab Sage of Six Paths by the neck and question him loudly. What have you been doing all these years? Have you been playing house here all this time? The mother of the Sage of Six Paths had to take all enemies very seriously. Senju Hashirama can't imagine how terrifying the future enemies are. The key is, Sage of Six Paths actually took this burden on itself, and Sage of Six Paths itself did not expect. It was just an ordinary conversation. Unexpectedly, so many things were unearthed again. But that's it. It is impossible for him to approve of his mother's approach. Atsutsuki Kagayaji's approach is too extreme. It will play a bad role and influence. He doesn't think there's anything wrong with sealing Atsutsuki Kagayaheim himself. Advertisement. 89 It turns out that there is wool on the moon that can be rolled. Advertisement. After hearing the conversation between Senju Hashirama and Sage of Six Paths, the people in the live broadcast room, once again ushered in collective silence. They never thought. Sage of Six Paths is so unreliable? Jiraiya, according to the Sage of Six Paths, doesn't that mean that we have to fight aliens in the future? Enemies that he can't solve by himself are left to our descendants to solve. Orochimaru, in the era when Sage of Six Paths was still alive, there were at least a few Six Paths level combat powers, but it seems that we have never heard of it in our era. Who can have such combat power? The strongest ninja is at the shadow level. Tsunade, I can see it. Our ancestor is not reliable at all. He doesn't have any plan for doing things, he just completes it according to his own preferences. Senju Hashirama, I originally thought that the current me is already considered the strongest person in the ninja world. In this way, there are many existences that I don't know, and they are all stronger than me. 1. Uchiha Madara, even you who got the blood of the Uchiha clan have not stepped into the Six Paths class, let alone us now. I even feel that my current strength is not as good as the other ones here. 1 Me. 4th Raikage, I am more curious about a question now. The future enemy of another world, to be solved by 1st Hokage, the future enemy of our era? Who will solve it? Woolen Cloth? Oniki, it's also very strange to say, since this system pulls everyone into the live broadcast room, then Sage of Six Paths should also be in it, but I didn't see him speak. Uzumaki Naruto, this old man is so strong that he doesn't want to speak out. He must be sneaking and hiding behind to do some bad things. In the Pure Land space, see Uzumaki Naruto's speech. Sage of Six Paths almost fell straight out of the sky. This Ashira is even more unreliable than the previous Ashira. Nerves are bigger? He didn't expect 043. Uzumaki Naruto actually looks at him like that directly. This makes Sage of Six Paths not even know what to say. Don't be discouraged. As long as you practice hard according to the progress, you will be able to come up soon. It is estimated that you will be able to reach my strength in a few years. Facing those foreign enemies like this, you should have the ability to wrestle with them. Seeing the speechless look on Senju Hashirama's face, Sage of Six Paths quickly gave him an explanation. Otherwise, he was afraid that Senju Hashirama would not know what would happen. For Senju Hashirama, Sage of Six Paths admits, he was indeed a little scared. This reincarnation of Ashira, his form and style are completely incomprehensible. I don't know what he wants to do. And Senju Hashirama heard Sage of Six Paths say this. A more helpless look appeared on his face. When you sealed your own mother back then, it took a lot of effort to seal her. And now the enemy your mother fears. How do you want me to deal with it? Even if it is exactly the same as your original strength. But in the face of this enemy, I'm afraid it's also powerless. But cannibalism is the shortest, and he is soft on people. Sage of Six Paths has already said so. Senju Hashirama naturally cannot refuse his request in person. At least, Senju Hashirama felt that Sage of Six Paths should have reservations. So in order to fully squeeze out the value of Sage of Six Paths, he thinks he should stabilize Sage of Six Paths first. Thinking of this, the village and I worked so hard to seal my mother. Advertisement. I thought this was over, and there is nothing in the whole ninja world that really disturbs the foundation of this world. Now that you say that again, I realize that the entire ninja world is more chaotic than we imagined. There seems to be more behind the scenes in this world than we imagined. Speaking of which, a look of helplessness also appeared on the face of Sage of Six Paths. He never thought. All this is just the beginning. It's not the end. Although his own mother, Atsutsuki Kagayaji, also poses a big threat to the world. But the real threat, except her, there are others. And Senju Hashirama noticed the statement of Sage of Six Paths at this time. Look like this. It seems that besides him, he has other partners to help him seal his mother together. At this time, Sage of Six Paths turned around and said, Speaking of which, I haven't seen Hamura for many years. My name is Atsutsuki Hago Romo, and I have a younger brother named Atsutsuki Hamura. After sealing his mother back then, he took his descendants to settle on the moon. On the one hand, it's because he doesn't agree with my ideas, and on the other hand, it's because he can go to the moon and watch over our mother, Atsutsuki Kagayaheim. So he should be staying on the moon now. Orochimaru, Atsutsuki. It turns out that this is the surname of Sage of Six Paths. I have never seen it in any book before, now I know. Jiraiya, the Atsutsuki family. So, does his mother also belong to the Atsutsuki family? This should be a special surname. I have never seen this surname before. 1. Senju Tobirama, I didn't expect Sage of Six Paths to have a younger brother named Atsutsuki Hago Romo. It seems that things in ancient times were more exciting than we imagined. There are not many things recorded in history. Senju Hashirama, I really envy another person who can know so many secret information and witness so many strong people at the same time. If only I could be like him. 1. Uchiha Madara, I really envy another Hashirama. He can obtain the power of Yang and Yin at the same time to form the power of Six Paths. although his strength is a little weaker than mine. It doesn't inherit most of my mother's strength like me, but it is still much stronger than most people in the ninja world. After all, I am an older brother, and he is a younger brother. It is only natural that an older brother is better than a younger brother. Speaking of which, Sage of Six Paths seems to remember something. A smug smile appeared on his face. For him, the past time with Itsutsuki Hamura is one of the few happiest moments in his life. This is an extremely precious memory. After he finished speaking, he saw Senju Hashirama looking at him with longing eyes. A bad premonition appeared in Sage of Six Paths' heart. Your boy, won't you want to? Before the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, Senju Hashirama immediately greeted him. You old man is right. Since you have given me the power of Six Paths, taught me all the power of Yin and Yang, and helped me open Rinnegan, then as your younger brother, Itsutsuki Hamura shouldn't be weak, right? This world is the world you two saved together. Both of you don't want to see the world destroyed, do you? So I hope your old man will let your younger brother appear, and pass on part of his power to me by the way. Seeing Senju Hashirama smiling, Sage of Six Paths and everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent. This guy is too cheeky. Sage of Six Paths' face darkened. Advertisement. You kid, don't be too greedy. What I just taught you, you may not be able to master him in a short time. You didn't even learn to walk, but now you seem to have learned to run. Where is such an easy thing? And I told you just now that Hamura's power is a bit weaker than mine. It's true. He hadn't finished speaking. Senju Hashirama had a puzzled look on his face. The power of Yin and Yang you mentioned, is it used in this way? Seeing that Senju Hashirama used the power of Six Paths without any hindrance, the heart of Sage of Six Paths was shocked. This kid's talent is more terrifying than imagined, even when Ashira was alive. Far worse than him? At the beginning, I just imparted the power of Yang to Ashira. It took him years to learn how to use it, and Indra spent at least a year's perspective. Only then did he barely use the power of Yin, and Senju Hashirama in front of me. He had no hindrance at all. After looking at the power of Six Paths that I have used, just use it directly. This kind of talent can be called a monster. If Senju Hashirama practiced in his own time at that time, maybe he alone can suppress Mother Itsutsuki Kagaya. Coughed a few times. Only then did Sage of Six Paths calm down his shocked heart. He glanced at Senju Hashirama, said slowly. However, Hamura's descendants seem to have built a palace for him on the moon. That palace gathered the pure blood of his descendants. If you were his descendant and went to the moon, maybe you could get one. But, you are not his descendants, and you can't use his things. But if you go and have a look, it might be of some help to you. Say here. Sage of Six Paths also glanced uncertainly at Senju Hashirama. He didn't know if he was right about Shizu Hashirama. After all, this guy has created too many miracles. Then he doesn't have a similar bloodline left on Earth. Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Well, there is only one bloodline on Earth and his bloodline on the moon is considered a close relative. They are the Hyuga clan. Only this family, they have the blood of Hamura. Sage of Six Paths speaks this shocking truth. Hyuga Hayashi, what? We still have the blood of the immortals? The Hyuga clan Surin is the blood of the Tensong dynasty left by the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru, this doesn't look very similar. The White Eyes of the Hyuga family and the Sherinon of the Uchiha family are different by many times. I don't think there is anything special about their family. Jiraiya, I didn't expect the Hyuga clan to have such a secret, but I haven't heard how powerful the Hyuga clan is for so many years. Could it be that their clan didn't fully develop the ability of White Eyes? Come out. Shimura Danzo, I didn't expect that the supercilious eyes I despise have such a mysterious origin. There is another kind of blood succession limit that can be collected. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. Why do you always think about collecting the bloodlines of families like Konoha? The blood lineage is the most private thing of every family. You will only disturb the unity of the whole Konoha. Namikaze Minato, hehe. Third generation, when you say these words, don't you feel ashamed and disgusting? Who doesn't know that Danzo can do so many things in Konoha, and you are behind the scenes support him? Without your acquiescence, can he have these actions? Uzumaki Kushina, it is said that when the country of Uzumaki was destroyed, many bloodlines of the Uzumaki family were collected by Konoha. This is what our beloved third generation project can do. Uzumaki Mito, what did you say? Kushina, the country of Uzumaki was destroyed. How is this possible? As an ally of the country of Uzumaki, how could Konoha watch the country of Uzumaki disappear? Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina, I have to ask Konoha's greatest Hokage third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter. When the entire Uzumaki kingdom asked Konoha for help, he chose to stand by, otherwise the Uzumaki kingdom would not be destroyed. After hearing what the Sage of Six Paths said, Senju Hashirama had a puzzled look on his face. This old man is not willing to help himself. So talking nonsense there? The White Eyes of the Hyuga clan. Senju Hashirama has seen it. That's why Senju Hashirama thinks that Sage of Six Paths is talking nonsense. Although Bin can be regarded as an excellent blood succession boundary, it is much stronger than many other blood succession boundaries in the ninja world. But compared with the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan, both fame and power are far worse. That's why he thinks that Sage of Six Paths is fooling him. And Sage of Six Paths seemed to see the puzzled look on Senju Hashirama's face at this moment. He pinched the beard on his chin, shook his head and said, compared to the Hyuga family on Earth and the Itsutsuki family on the moon, the purity of blood is much worse. The power of their White Eyes is not at the same level as the power of real White Eyes. The Hyuga clan on Earth is just the distant blood of Hamura, not a direct lineage. Whether it is in terms of purity or the degree of use of supercilious eyes, they are all far behind. So the White Eyes you see are not real White Eyes. Perhaps in decades or even hundreds of years, the Hyuga clan on Earth will have a clan with pure white-eyed blood. After hearing what the Sage of Six Paths said, Senju Hashirama's face revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that it's not that the eyes are weak, but the Hyuga clan on the Earth is too good. They didn't bring out the true power of the white 1.9 eyes. Having said that, Sage of Six Paths smiled triumphantly. Of course, even Hamura's white eyes are definitely not at the same level as my Rinnegan. Even if Bin develops to ultimate, he is at most equivalent to the level of eternal Mangekyo Sherinon. It's impossible to compare with my Rinnegan. Sage of Six Paths lifted his chin high. But it's just like what I told you just now. The descendants of Hamura built a temple for him on the moon. There is a group of countless bloodlines gathered in the temple. These bloodlines seem to have some changes when they gather together. Maybe even their white eyes can evolve like Sherinon. Of course this is just my guess. After all, this is what happened on the moon, and it doesn't have much to do with me. But if you need it, you can go to the moon to see it for yourself. Maybe it will be of some reference to your cultivation. Sage of Six Paths' eyes also revealed a look of expectation that he didn't even know. He didn't know what he was expecting. After all, although he and Satsuki Hamura are brothers, but the two brothers don't know each other's abilities. His Rinnegan is only his own, and Satsuki Hamura's white eyes are only his own. The abilities of two people seem to be destined by nature. No matter how much they grow, they will only become stronger on the basis of their original abilities. Did not get the opponent's ability? Even Sage of Six Paths doesn't have the ability to roll eyes, but don't know why. When he saw Senju Hashirama, he felt that this incredible and impossible thing seemed to be able to come true on him. Advertisement. 90 The teleportation array of the Hyuga clan. Initial exploration of the moon. Advertisement. For the re-evolution of Bin. Sage of Six Paths itself is not too clear. After all, since the two brothers sealed at Satsuki Kagaiji, he never saw his brother at Satsuki Hamura again. So, Sage of Six Paths doesn't even know it. White eyes continue to evolve. What will become of? But Sage of Six Paths knows very well. There are so many descendants of Hamura gathered on the moon. The bloodlines of these descendants gathered together and evolved into the end of the White Eyes. It's no less powerful than Rinnegan. Maybe even surpass his own Rinnegan? It's just what kind of ability and strength it has. Sage of Six Paths is not clear. So he gave this very difficult task to Senju Hashirama. I hope Senju Hashirama can go up and explore by himself. Discover for yourself what the end of the evolution of White Eyes is. At the same time, he also hopes that Senju Hashirama can understand. How strong was Satsuki Kagaiji back then? In this way, maybe he can understand his good intentions. When you appear, Senju Hashirama always has a feeling of disbelief in himself. This made Sage of Six Paths very upset. It seems like I am a liar, but Senju Hashirama raised his doubts at this time. Although I now know that there is a Satsuki Hamura on the moon. But, how do I get up? I can't fly. This is the doubt in Senju Hashirama's mind. He didn't know how he could get to the moon, with his current strength. No matter how high I can jump, but it's impossible to jump directly to the moon. And, although there are some secret techniques that can fly in the ninja world, but Senju Hashirama knows, these flying secrets are really hard to find. Even if these secrets of flight are found, it is also impossible for him to fly directly from the ground to the moon in the sky. Someone in the ninja world once did this kind of experiment. They all want to know, if you use the secret technique of flying, the highest possible, after these people use the secret art of flight, at most 14, it will be a distance beyond the cloud layer, and it will never go up again. What's more, forcibly using secret techniques to fly above the clouds. But he never came back either. And Sage of Six Paths saw Senju Hashirama like this. There was a look of expectation on his face. He shook his head and said slowly, "Of course I know your concerns. Although Hamura and I were able to fly from the ground to the moon with our own strength, but many descendants of Hamura are just ordinary people. In order to solve this problem, Hamura and his descendants have spent a lot of time and energy building a teleportation channel between this planet and the moon. As long as you open this teleportation channel again, you can teleport directly from this planet to the moon without any problems, which is much safer than flying up from the ground by yourself. However, if you spend some more time on your own, you should be able to fly directly to the moon from the ground. With the power of Rinnegan and the power of Six Paths, you already have the ability to fly and travel through the vacuum of space, but this ability needs to be explored by yourself." Advertisement. If you're not in a hurry, you can get familiar with your abilities now, and after you find a suitable time, you can fly to the moon. If you are in a hurry, then you can first find this teleportation array and activate it. Of course I am anxious. How can I not hurry? Senju Hashirama wonders if the old guy Sage of Six Paths is trying to whet his appetite. Clearly knowing how eager I am to improve my strength now, but having said all that, been turning the corner with him here. Just don't talk about how to go to the moon, if it's not that you can't beat Sage of Six Paths. Now I have already beat him with my hands. And Sage of Six Paths looked at the anxious look on Senju Hashirama's face from the corner of his eye. His heart is dark. Finally, I can handle this kid once. After seeing him, all dialogue rhythms are led by Senju Hashirama. This has already made Sage of Six Paths feel bad. Now is the chance to bring back the rhythm of the conversation. Then Sage of Six Paths will not show mercy, seeing that the heat seems to be almost over. Sage of Six Paths decided to officially tell Senju Hashirama the location of the teleportation array. This teleportation array is now within the clan territory of the Hyuga clan. When Yukon left, he brought the descendants with the purest blood to the moon, and the descendants with the thinnest bloodline stayed on the earth, just to guard the moon and the teleportation array on the earth. At the beginning, the two branches of the moon and the earth were still in frequent communication. Sometimes the blood on the earth goes to the moon, and sometimes the blood on the moon goes to the earth. But with the passage of time, some changes seem to have taken place in the descendants of Hamura on the earth and on the moon, so the two races gradually stopped communicating. This bloodline on earth, their strength is getting weaker and weaker, and they can't even open the teleportation array. As for the descendants of Hamura on the moon, they are also divided into two lines. One is called the main family, and the other is called the branch house. The main family and the branch house have different concepts. The descendants of the bloodline left by Hamura on the earth have even forgotten the surname Satsuki, and they adopted the word Hyuga as their surname. And now, you only need to go to the clan land of the Hyuga clan, open the teleportation array of the Hyuga clan according to the method I told you, and then you can go to the moon. Speaking of this, Sage of Six Paths also showed a burst of sorrow. He did not expect. Back then, Satsuki Hamura spent countless efforts and manpower to build the teleportation array. The branch left on the earth actually lost the ability to open it. Hyuga Hinata, father, is there this teleportation array behind our family? I have never seen it in the classics of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hanabi, sister, that's because you never noticed it yourself. There are indeed similar records in the family, but I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Hyuga Hayashi, only in the oldest era in the history of the Hyuga clan, there are records of this, but all of us just treat it as a fairy tale. Who would have thought this was true? Orikimuro, it seems that I underestimated the supercilious eyes before, and I need to study the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan when I have the opportunity. It turns out that it is not that the supercilious eyes are too weak, but that the people of the Hyuga clan have not brought out their power at all. Uchiha Madara, How can a mere white eye compare to our Sharinon? Even if the white eye evolves again, how strong can it be? Uchiha Sasuke, the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan are not on the same level at all. I have never heard of how strong white eyes are from the elders of the family. Fourth Raikage, I'm rather curious about how the ability of Bien can be developed to ultimate. What will be the different effect? It's a pity that Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't have the blood succession limit of Bien. Our Union Village's physical skills combined with Bien are the best, truly invincible. After carefully telling Senju Hashirama how to open the teleportation array, Sage of Six Paths took another deep look at him. Young Ashira reincarnated, I have told you all I can tell. I hope you don't forget everything I told you today. You are different from previous Ashira reincarnations, even from Ashira herself. I don't know why you are so different, but I think maybe it's fate. I used to think that although Ashira's reincarnation was reincarnated, he was still Ashira himself. But I don't think so now. Ashira is Ashira and you are you. You are not some reincarnation of Ashira. You are Senju Hashirama, the one and only Hashirama. So, Senju Hashirama, do what your heart desires. I hope you can bring some different changes to the world. The future of this world is in your hands. With a wave of the black tin rod in his hand, the body of Sage of Six Paths gradually disappeared before his eyes. Advertisement. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths that disappeared before my eyes, Senju Hashirama shook his head and smiled dumbly. What does this represent? Did he suddenly become the savior of the world? Senju Hashirama doesn't have the slightest idea of the savior of Sage of Six Paths. He just wants to carry out his beliefs from the beginning to the end, just because these enemies are blocking his way. So he thinks and acts the same as Sage of Six Paths for the time being. If in the future the ideas of Sage of Six Paths conflict with him, then Senju Hashirama won't change his mind either. He wouldn't hesitate in the slightest because of what Sage of Six Paths taught him today. In the eyes of Senju Hashirama, it was only a matter of time before you stepped into the Six Paths class yourself. Even if Sage of Six Paths doesn't teach yourself the power of Six Paths today, he'll be at the Six Paths level one day. It's just a matter of time. But after the power of Six Paths was taught by Sage of Six Paths, he can reach something deep in his soul. Deep in my soul. It seems that there is an extremely distant and very familiar chakra. When Sage of Six Paths appeared just now, the fluctuation of this chakra is very obvious. It seemed as if it was about to come out from the depths of my soul at any time. But for some reason, it held back. After all this talk in Sage of Six Paths, Senju Hashirama also probably knows the origin of this chakra. Find a time. Senju Hashirama wants to have a good chat with this chakra. But it seems that now this chakra does not want to appear in front of his eyes. You mean, we, the Hyuga clan, are related to the Sage of Six Paths. We, the Hyuga clan, are descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Hyuga Kageki opened her mouth wide. It took a long time to digest this news. However, the expression on her face at this moment was still full of shock. This news is too surprising. How did their Hyuga clan get involved with Sage of Six Paths all of a sudden? While this sounds like a good thing, but Hyuga Katsuki, there is great doubt about this matter. If their Hyuga clan is related to the Sage of Six Paths, then why did the Hyuga clan drift in the ninja world for so many years before they got to this status? After searching in my mind for a while, Hyuga Kagetsu found some relevant clues. She said, frowning. What you said, I have a little impression. Among the ancient records of the Hyuga clan, there seems to be a distant relative. In the beginning, the Hyuga clan had many contacts with distant relatives of this lineage, but gradually they stopped communicating. As for the specific reason, there is no record in the family history. If you hadn't mentioned this matter, I wouldn't be able to think of any distant blood relatives of our Hyuga clan. Seeing the thoughtful and puzzled look on Hyuga Kageki's face, Senju Hashirama is not ashamed to say why there is no record in their family. You Hyuga clan even lost the ability to activate the teleportation array. Naturally, it is impossible to remember this matter. And compared to the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon, the descendants of the Hyuga race on your planet are the fringe people they left behind on this planet. Whether it's true or not, I'll show you to see it. Advertisement. However, I can't enter the land of your Hyuga clan without permission. You still need to take me to this place. Hearing Senju Hashirama say this, Hyuga Kageki had a joyful expression on her face. After all, this is the first time Senju Hashirama has come to her on his own initiative. Let her do things for herself. 953 Since what happened last time, Senju Hashirama has not contacted himself for a long time. She was also afraid from what happened that night. Senju Hashirama just forgot himself. After all, when Senju Hashirama said to help her lift the caged bird seal, she always remembers. In Hyuga Kageki's eyes, to break the seal of the Hyuga clan in the entire ninja world, the only person who freed her from caged bird was Senju Hashirama. Only this mysterious and extremely powerful man in front of me can do this. If it's true this time, can help Senju Hashirama. She was naturally very happy. On the one hand, Senju Hashirama can see her value, improve her status in Senju Hashirama's heart. On the other hand, it can also help Senju Hashirama strengthen his own strength. If Senju Hashirama becomes stronger, that is of course more beneficial to her. With the power of all things, liberate the ink-flavored world from suffering. Staring at the steel on the teleportation array in front of him, Senju Hashirama got a weird look on his face. Among the Uchiha clan, he had also seen the same steel. The content recorded on the steel is exactly the same. For the omnipotent power, Senju Hashirama already knew what it was. This should be the power of Six Paths, and only the power of Six Paths can complete the things recorded on the stone tablet. It's just that he feels now, this steel is more like something that was artificially made, and it's not normal. The content recorded above cannot be written down by Sage of Six Paths, nor can it be the idea of Ashira or Indra. The tone of the above is more like the leader of the cult is bewitching his followers. It's not like the words of an old man like Sage of Six Paths who talks about love and peace every day. Senju Hashirama squinted his eyes at the contents of the steel. He didn't expect that the undercurrent behind the ninja world was deeper than he thought. It seems that there are indeed quite a few existences that have been hiding behind the scenes. I don't know what to plan. If I hadn't told the Uchiha clan about Sharingan's gentler eye-opening method, and helped the Uchiha Madara class solve the Mangekyo Sharinon problem, he had a premonition. One day Uchiha Madara, who was completely in the dark, saw this sentence. Or when someone from the Uchiha clan saw this sentence, everyone will believe what is written on the steel? Shaking his head, he put all these thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being. At present, the most important problem to be solved is to use the power of 6 paths to activate the teleportation array. See if you can go to the moon to find out. Senju Hashirama is also very curious about the moon. Who would have thought? Since they were young, there are actually people living on the moon above their heads, and now, he is about to land on this mysterious planet. Advertisement. 91 Does he still want to activate Tensagen? Advertisement. Seeing the teleportation array in front of you, Hayagawa Kagetsu was also very surprised. She doesn't know it herself. It turns out that there is such a thing in the Hayagawa clan. If Senju Hashirama hadn't brought her here, I am afraid that she herself will not be able to discover this teleportation array in her life. An ancient ritual. A testimony of the friendship between the two races. A future to a better world. Hayagawa Kagetsu stared at the teleportation array on the side. Read it softly. At the same time, she also recognized. This is exactly one of the oldest family scripts of the Hayagawa family. If she hadn't read such similar texts when she was a child, I'm afraid she won't even recognize what's on it herself. The shape of this ancient script. Few people in the entire Hayagawa clan know each other now. Hayagawa Hinata, father, what is written on it? Why have I never seen this kind of writing? Hayagawa Hanabi, I have seen this kind of writing. I only know that only when the Hayagawa family was the oldest, people in the family would use this kind of writing, but gradually few people used this ancient document. Hayagawa Hayashi, I don't know this kind of writing either. I'm afraid only the oldest elders in the family, maybe they know the writing on it. Hayagawa Niji, it's ridiculous. As the head of the Hayagawa clan I don't even have the most basic knowledge of words. This is the record about the ancient Yuxion clan and the covenant ceremony of the line on the ball. Orochimaru, it seems that we are about to witness the magical scene on the moon. I really didn't expect that the moon above our heads is actually made by man. There are actually people living on it. Jiraiya, I just don't know if the people on the moon get along well. It's okay to say that we and the people on the moon are independent and do not interfere with each other without opening the teleportation array, but it's hard to say if the teleportation array is activated already. Fourth Raikage, what is there to worry about? No matter how strong the enemy is, there is still a first-generation target, and those guys have not activated the teleportation array for so many years. Who knows what happened to them, and what happened on the ball? It doesn't matter if there is anyone. Back, I'm going to use the power of yin and yang to open this teleportation array. No one has opened this teleportation array for so many years. I don't know what exists on the other side. In case of any danger, you can still hide behind me. Senju Hashirama pulled Hayagawa Kageki aside and motioned her to back away. Hear him say that. There was a smile on Hayagawa Katsuki's mouth that she didn't even notice. Originally, she only thought that she and Senju Hashirama were just an ordinary trading relationship. But with the contact of two people, Hayagawa Kagetsu found a strange reaction in her heart. She herself didn't know what it meant. But she knows. Senju Hashirama cares so much about herself. I am very happy. Haruno Sakura, it looks so romantic. I wish I had a boyfriend who is as considerate as Shode. Yamanaka Ino, I think the first generation program at this time is the most handsome. I'm afraid no female ninja can resist it. Senju Tobirama, it looks like Mito's sister-in-law is a bit dangerous. Will she be able to be the same as now, and get together with her big brother? Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobirama? Do you want to repeat what you said? Senju Hashirama, Mito, don't be so cruel to Tobirama. He just cares about you. Jiraiya, unexpectedly, the first generation project seems to be different from what we thought. In some respects, he seems unexpectedly slow. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you have the nerve to say that the first generation is slow? With this time, you might as well think about what to do with yourself. Tsunade, is there something wrong with Jiraiya? Which female ninja did you fall in love with? Unexpectedly, you almost stepped into the coffin with half your foot, and you actually have your own spring? T. With the power of 6 paths poured into the teleportation array from Senju Hashirama's hand, the teleportation array also suddenly emitted a ray of light. Feel the powerful energy inside. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the teleportation array has been activated successfully. In his perception, he clearly felt the time and space that existed on the other side of the teleportation array, and Hayagawa Kagetsu saw this scene. There was also a strong look of curiosity on her face. Advertisement. There may be a family that is very similar to their Hayagawa family on the opposite side. She really wanted to know what the other party was like. Let's go. Turning to Hayagawa Kageki behind her, she said. Senju Hashirama took a step forward and left here. At this moment, Hayagawa Kageki saw that he had left here through the teleportation array. She took a deep breath. Immediately thereafter disappeared here too, in a trance. When Senju Hashirama opens his eyes again, only then did he realize that he had come to a new world. For this feeling, he is no stranger. After all, this is not the first time I have traveled through time and space. Just travel through time and space at such a long distance. It is indeed the first time. And Hayagawa Kageki turned pale. Quickly found the stone pillar beside. Holding a stone pillar, she bent over herself and began to vomit. That dizzy feeling is so uncomfortable. When the space shuttle was just carried out, she felt like her stomach was turning upside down. After completing the time travel, she couldn't help it immediately. It seems that the old man from 6 Paths really didn't lie to me. The existence of the seal on this planet is many times stronger than the aura he exudes. Staring at the cratered surface of the moon, Senju Hashirama muttered to himself. And on his forehead, dense beads of sweat also appeared at this moment. At the first moment of landing on this planet, he sensed it. What a terrible existence was sealed on the planet under his feet. Just let out your perception for a while. Senju Hashirama's back is soaked. Indescribable, like an abyss, that unknown being. Just a little touch with my perception for a while. Senju Hashirama felt that his body could not move. He has never felt this way in his life. At that moment, Senju Hashirama almost thought he was going to be left on the moon. Now he understands. It is true what the sage of 6 Paths said. His mother Satsuki Kagaya is far more powerful than him, but Senju Hashirama also has a doubt in his heart, faced with such a disparity in strength. How did Sage of 6 Paths seal its own mother? If Uchiha Madara is used as the measurement unit of combat power, I am the fighting force of 10 Uchiha Madara. Sage of 6 Paths is 100 Uchiha Madara. Then this terrifying existence is the fighting power of thousands of Uchiha Madara? None of them exist in one dimension? Uchiha Madara, damn. This Hashirama, if I have the chance, I must teach him a lesson? How dare he look down on me like this? Orochimaru, who would have thought that the strongest Uchiha Madara of Uchiha would be reduced to a unit of measurement of combat power? Jiraiya, but if you look at it this way, you can see how big the gap between Shodai and Uchiha Madara is. Shodai actually has 10 Uchiha Madara's fighting power. This is a bit incredible. Advertisement. Tsunade, I also thought that even if there is a gap between Grandpa and Uchiha Madara, it should not be too big. Who can imagine that the gap in strength between them is so big? Fourth Raikage, but even so, the first generation still thinks that the existence of the seal on the moon is so terrifying. I can't imagine that this kind of existence, can she really be resisted by human power? 1. It's so beautiful. Is this what it looks like above the sky? It turns out that we live on such a sphere. At this time, Hayagawa Kagetsu also recovered. She stared at the blue planet standing in front of her, and muttered to herself, if Senju Hashirama hadn't brought her to the moon, I am afraid that I will never see such a scenery in my life. And Senju Hashirama just woke up from that terrible breath. Only then did he have the energy and time to look around the scene, looking at the dilapidated and desolate surroundings. He just reacted. The fate of the Otsutsuki family on the moon and the Hayagawa family on Earth may be very similar. The teleportation array on the moon seems to have not been used for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dilapidated like this. The reason why the Hayagawa family on the Earth can no longer continue to use the teleportation array of the Hayagawa family, because after so many years, the blood of the Hayagawa clan is getting thinner and thinner, and their own strength is getting weaker and weaker, so there is no ability to open the teleportation array again. But the Otsutsuki family on the moon, their ancestor Otsutsuki Hago Romo came here together. Will it not decline to the same level as the Hayagawa clan on Earth? And the Otsutsuki clan who were able to come to the moon, their bloodlines are purer than those of the Hayagawa race on Earth. You can see it like this now. It seems that they have not opened the teleportation array for a long time. So, except that the portal is not opening on the Earth, the Otsutsuki family on the moon has never been opened again. It seems that the old man of Sage of Six Paths is right. The Otsutsuki family on the moon has also undergone some unknown changes. Feeling the breath of no one around, Senju Hashirama said with a frown. Apart from this terrifying existence that was sealed under his feet, he had not felt the presence of any life so far. Could it be that the Otsutsuki family on the moon has all perished? This thought involuntarily came to his mind. And at this moment, Senju Hashirama's pupils were shocked, as if he had discovered something extremely terrifying. Not far in front of them, a purple boulder full of strange patterns is constantly exuding extremely powerful energy. The feeling that this energy gave him, even stronger than the Sage of Six Paths he saw in his dream. If this energy hits you, I am afraid that I will be seriously injured immediately. There seems to be someone on it. At this time, Hayagawa Kazuki quietly tugged at the corner of his clothes. Point your finger above the boulder. Senju Hashirama looked up in the direction of her finger. Only then did I discover that there seemed to be a person above the boulder. Look forward hard. Senju Hashirama only saw what this person looked like. Dressed in robes, with a handsome face. The pupil color is pure white. Aren't his eyes the same as the white eyes of the Hayagawa clan? But after carefully sensing the breath of this person, Senju Hashirama just found out. Advertisement. The strength of this person's aura is no less than that of Uchiha Madara. But the most frightening thing was the boulder under his feet. Senju Hashirama himself has a hunch. Once I was hit by the energy emanating from that boulder, then I'm afraid I will lose my fighting power immediately. Jiraiya, from this point of view, our initial estimation was correct, and the existence on the moon should not be underestimated. Orochimaru, indeed, no one would have imagined that the Otsutsuki family on the moon would be so terrifying. Both families use white eyes, but they have a very different feeling from the Hayagawa family on Earth. This person has to be treated with caution. Fourth Raikage, in fact, first generation is not afraid of this person. He seems to be afraid of the huge energy emanating from that stone at the person's feet. Even through the screen, I can feel how terrible it is. Oniki, if only that person existed, I am afraid that the first generation would not be so afraid. The key is that the first person encountered on the moon has such terrifying strength, and the piece under his feet can emit strange energy. No one knows how strong the Otsutsuki people on this planet are. Namikaze Minato, but it's really strange, didn't you find it? After so many years, there doesn't seem to be any civilization on the moon, and it still looks so dilapidated and desolate, completely different from ours. Senju Tobirama, although he is a direct descendant of Sage of Six Paths' brother Otsutsuki Hamura, but the people on this planet have passed through so many years, no one knows whether it is good or bad. I don't know what they are to our world attitude. Shimura Danzo, the best way is to catch a person on the moon and ask them first. Maybe you can learn the truth of some things from their mouths. This is also the fastest way. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, you are too extreme. According to what you do, maybe it will cause a war between the two worlds. When Senju Hashirama was still thinking about whether this person on the moon was an enemy or a friend, he seems to have discovered the existence of Senju Hashirama. Suddenly his face, Lili's, changed color. Surprised by the appearance of these two, gritted his teeth. He leaped into the air and attacked Senju Hashirama. Open your palms. A purple energy cluster appeared on his hand. Hit Senju Hashirama hard with one blow. The fools of the wrong world. How dare you come to our world? And Senju Hashirama saw the moment. He couldn't help but see a cloud of anger rising on his face. He did not expect. Came to this planet by myself. Obviously did nothing. Suddenly someone attacked him immediately, and from the mouth of this man, Senju Hashirama knows. He has already recognized the origin of himself and Hayagawa Kagetsu. He knows the two of them are from the ninja world. Even so, he still attacked the two of them. This lets Senju Hashirama know. This man is not friend or foe. He must be the enemy. Face the enemy. Of course Senju Hashirama will not show mercy. I saw him open his hand. Also hit this person hard, and Hayagawa Kagetsu in the midst of this chaos. She also recognized the boulder at the enemy's feet. In ancient records, if the blood of countless Hayagawa clans is collected, then you can evolve the White Eyes. They call the eyes evolved from White Eyes Tensagen. Copy? Hayagakage has always thought that this is just a way of saying, didn't expect it to be true. And just when Senju Hashirama opened the teleportation array, Hayagakage has also noticed the ripples in his eyes. She recognized it. It was the Rinnegan rumored to be used by Sage of Six Paths. And Senju Hashirama wanted to come to the moon to find the descendants of Itsutsuki Hamura at this time. He even knew about Tenseigan, so he came here for the power of the Tenseigan. Advertisement. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama saw the attack performed by this person. There is a look of interest in the eyes. Just look at this person's physical skills. Among the people Senju Hashirama met, it can be ranked in the top 3. It seems that these people on the moon and the Hayaga family on the earth are indeed related by blood. They even have very similar fighting styles. The amount of chakra on this person is also extremely large. But at the very beginning, he chose to use ninjutsu to attack himself. Ninjutsu was not used. This shows that the method he is good at is gymnastics. And seeing this person move so naturally and smoothly, Senju Hashirama knows that his taijutsu is not low. Layman watched the fun, but watched the doorway because of it. At the first moment of this person's hands, Hayagakage couldn't help but stare. The moment this person shot, he didn't hesitate at all. There wasn't even an iota of her movements that made Hayagakage feel superfluous. Clean and bright. Everything moves just to knock down the opponent. Even Hayagakage herself can't guarantee whether her father Hayaga Sky Burial can make it this far. Among the Hayaga clan on Earth, everyone can't do this. Did not expect. A random person you meet on the moon. His physique is actually so powerful. This gave Hayagakage a deeper understanding of the power of this distant relative on the moon. Be yourself. Hayagakage doesn't even think that she has such a high level of physical skills. He didn't think he could pull off this trick either. Seeing such a fierce and swift killing move, the hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room were beating accordingly. For the first time they discovered, taijutsu can actually have such a powerful force. Although there are many powerful ninjas in the ninja world, but the reason why they can stand tall in this ninja world, relying not on their physical skills, it's the ninjutsu they are good at. A ninja who relies purely on his own body skills, rarely seen in the entire ninja world, in everyone's mind. Even if your taijutsu has reached ultimate, to the human body, what step can you do? But seeing the action of this person on the screen, they were all silent. Might Guy, did you see that? Xiaoli, this is what it looks like after practicing taijutsu to ultimate. This is the real youth. As long as you work hard to practice, one day you will be stronger than him ninja. Rock Lee, Mr. Guy, seeing this man's moves and his physical fitness, I am full of confidence in the future. Even if I don't use any ninjutsu, I can still become the strongest in the world with 777's own taijutsu my ninja. Let everyone recognize me. Orochimaru: if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Someone could actually achieve this level with physical skills. Jiraiya, it knocked off half of the mountain on the moon with just one punch, and even the air couldn't bear the pressure to produce such a violent explosion sound. I'm afraid the tail beast's body is no more than that. Senju Tobirama, to some extent, stimulating the acupoints of the human body through chakra can indeed make people burst out with extremely powerful power in a short period of time. This kind of, even far beyond the power of ninjutsu, Tsunade, but the human body always has its limits. Exploding one's potential through this kind of stimulation can easily overdraw one's body and lose one's own life. 1. Hayaga Hanabi. It turns out that many of the moves of Hayaga's family can still be used in this way. I just found out today. I am still complacent about my previous practice level. Now it seems that it is far from the man on the screen. Up. Hayaga Hayashi. This person's body skills are not much better than that of the mysterious monk before, let even surpass him in some aspects. I don't know if there is such a person on the moon. Shimura Danzo, no matter what kind of enemy it is vulnerable to the Lord First Generation, and this person started to attack as soon as he came up. It seems that he recognized the origin of Shode, which means that the people on the moon we are destined to be enemies. With a punch from Senju Hashirama, this person's eyes also changed slightly, compared to Senju Hashirama's astonishment at his taijutsu. How could he not be shocked by Senju Hashirama's action at the moment? Just a punch. He also saw that the attainment of Senju Hashirama taijutsu is not inferior to his own, even surpassed. Advertisement. It seems that at the moment when I just made a move, Senju Hashirama saw his intention to attack, and responded immediately. He couldn't help but click in his heart. I didn't expect to meet someone from the ninja world for the first time. There are such powerful ninjas in this world. To know the whole Itsutsuki clan on the moon, there are not many people in the branch house who are stronger than themselves. When it comes to pure physical attainments, I can even rank in the top 3, but just randomly met someone from the ninja world. He actually created a certain amount of pressure on himself. This made him question the judgment of the Itsutsuki clan on the ninja world. The Itsutsuki clan on the moon believes that the ninja world created by Sage of Six Paths, Bev, after so many years of war, their blood has also become extremely thin, so there must be no particularly powerful ninja in the ninja world. With the strength of the Itsutsuki family on the moon, they can deal with the ninja world without any effort, but now Senju Hashirama got to shake him up to himself first. Facing Senju Hashirama by himself doesn't seem to have any advantage. In some respects, he is even at a disadvantage. At the moment Senju Hashirama punches, he found that the space around his body was blocked. It is very difficult for me to dodge this punch. In this case, my physical skills can't even play the biggest role. I can only choose to fight head-to-head with Senju Hashirama, fist to fist. This person must have a heart. Concentrate all your energy on your punches. He completely filled his fist with the chakra in his body, by stimulating the acupoints. He believes that he can develop the power of his punch to ultimate, and when he opened his eyes to Senju Hashirama's punch, he couldn't help being shocked. From his point of view, he couldn't see the slightest meridian of Senju Hashirama. Can't see anything inside Senju Hashirama either. As if his face is like air. But he knows, this is impossible. But no matter how much you think about it, he also doesn't understand why. Then, he can only grit his teeth hard. It's completely different from the scene I imagined. Hayagakage thought it was going to be an earth-shattering battle. She has seen. The person on the moon has a very high attainment of white eyes, and also far surpassed everyone she knew in terms of physical skills. So she thinks it might be a long battle. For a while, there will be no winner. Even if she has great faith in Senju Hashirama, she also thinks that Senju Hashirama wants to solve this person. It also takes a while to do it, but when the two officially started fighting, the scene in front of her made her widen her eyes. Crack sound. Senju Hashirama broke the man's arm with a punch. The man who attacked them. His body bounced back like a shell and flew out. This surprised everyone including Hayagakage. Advertisement. This scene exceeded all of their expectations. None of them expected. The seemingly powerful enemy is so vulnerable, not even Senju Hashirama can take a blow. Hayagakage opened her mouth wide. He swallowed, and said in disbelief. How far has his strength reached? Why do I feel that his strength has increased several times compared to when he left the Hyuga clan? In the impression of Hayagakage, the last time she saw Senju Hashirama was a month ago, but only after a short period of 1 month. Senju Hashirama's strength has produced another qualitative breakthrough. If Senju Hashirama's opponent is the Hyuga clan on their earth, this result occurs. Hayagakage is not surprised. Enemies who can fight Senju Hashirama like this. His strength has far surpassed those of the Hyuga clan. In the eyes of Hayagakage, it seems that this is at least a strong man at the same level as Senju Hashirama. But unexpectedly, between a face-to-face, Senju Hashirama directly broke the man's arm. And the most uneasy thing is to prove that the tribe of Otsutsuki. Clutching his arms, he roared in disbelief in his heart. How can this be? How could I have lost so quickly? I can't even take a punch from him. This is completely unacceptable to him. Even if you lose to Senju Hashirama, he would not have such a great sense of shame, but he couldn't accept that he couldn't even take a punch from Senju Hashirama. Defeated so thoroughly, this dealt a severe blow to his proud self-confidence. It seems that you are stronger than I thought. I thought that punch just now could kill you. I didn't expect you just broke an arm. Staring at the man who flew upside down, Senju Hashirama raised an eyebrow. It just seemed like an ordinary punch, but he has injected the power of 6 paths into his fist. Even if Uchiha Madara was punched by him like this, I'm afraid I have to lose half my life. But the man in front of him looks seriously injured. But it's just an arm injury. It didn't hurt his fundamentals. This is what surprised Senju Hashirama. He didn't expect that his punch didn't kill him. After hearing what Senju Hashirama said, the man who was already extremely depressed, he couldn't help but almost spit out a mouthful of blood. On the moon, the Otsutsuki clan is also a strong one. Wherever you go, you are respected. When have you been looked down upon so much? Damn, you, this guy, I must kill you. I will wash away my shame with your blood. Then I will lead our people to destroy your dirty and corrupt world, and build a better and more peaceful world. After smashing several boulders, the man's body stopped. He made no secret of his malice towards Senju Hashirama and Hayagakage. Jiraiya, hey, this person's taijutsu has reached this level. Is he still defeated by Shode? Orochimaru, if it was an ordinary enemy, I'm afraid he would have already won by now. But facing the first generation, that can only be said to be his misfortune. Advertisement. Fourth Raikage, even if I try my best to fight this enemy on the moon, I am afraid that the final result will be just defeat. But first Hokage can defeat this person in an instant. With this appearance, to what extent has his strength improved? Oniki, when the strength reaches their level, every slight increase will have a vital impact on the outcome of the battle. We have witnessed this first Hokage from the beginning to the end of the growth process. He is basically improving his strength every minute. Uchiha Madara, in your impression, this Hashirama may have only improved a little bit, but if you fight with him often, you will be able to find that even a slight change, what a big impact it will have on the improvement of the overall strength. Senju Hashirama, even if I am the current me, if I meet another self, my result will be no better than that enemy just now. Senju Tobirama, if my big brother is a genius and a monster, then the other big brother can no longer describe him as a genius and a monster, but can only be described as a wizard and a monster. Wrong, he doesn't seem to have anything that is not a grand master, whether it's ninjutsu, physique, or illusion, and now he even has pupil art. I can't find his shortcoming. Shimura Danzo, but I guessed right. These people on the moon really have no good intentions. They have always harbored deep malice towards our world. They really are enemies. This kind of enemy should be exterminated, and there should be no mercy. Hyuga Hayashi, it's a pity. I still want to observe how this person makes his shots. Maybe we can learn from his physical skills and improve our Hyuga family's physical skills. However, I didn't expect him to lose in one shot, because it made people look at him. Forget it. I wanted to play with you again. But it seems that this is already your best effort. Then there is no need to continue the game. Let me end this fight as quickly as possible. Listen to what Senju Hashirama said. This person's face suddenly changed. He actually used this word. Just now I used all my strength. And seeing Senju Hashirama look at ease. Plus he said this. A bad premonition gradually rose in this person's heart. Could it be that just now was not his full strength? He tried his best, but he still had some reservations. While Senju Hashirama was still talking in a daze, the man's eyes lit up. Good chance. He thinks that now is probably his best time. Once this opportunity is missed, think again about Senju Hashirama. Then it will come to the same ending as before. Legs catapulted up. His speed is more than twice as fast as before. He wants to get rid of Senju Hashirama without paying attention at the first time. Since you haven't given up struggling, then let me let you experience what despair is like. Just within a short distance, Senju Hashirama just raised his right arm slightly, fingers spread. And at this moment, the excited Otsutsuki tribe, the smile on his face froze completely. He saw circles of purple ripples in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Is this Rinnegan? Eyes that Sage of 6 Paths once had? How could a mere mortal have these eyes? Before he had time to react, he felt a powerful force squeeze towards your body from the air. Boom! His body flew backwards at a speed countless times faster than when he rushed up. This is impossible. This is impossible. How did he have Rinnegan? What is his relationship to Sage of 6 Paths? The man was full of doubts and fears. Facing these eyes, can you really beat him on your own? That is the legendary fairy eye. Eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Advertisement. 93 Immortal dares to rebel against God. Advertisement. Regarding what happened today, Otsutsuki's Hailong said that he may never forget in this life. He was actually defeated by the natives of a backward planet. And it failed so miserably. In the eyes of Otsutsuki's Hailong, the world created by Sage of 6 Paths, it's just a corrupt and backward world. The ninjas in the ninja world are just a group of uncivilized natives. Their strength is weak, and they are not as noble as their lineage on the moon. But after fighting Senju Hashirama, all his self-confidence was shattered. He couldn't accept that he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of Senju Hashirama. There is no resistance. At the first moment when two people fought against each other, I did my best, but it was useless in front of Senju Hashirama. And now, Senju Hashirama used the legendary Rinnegan even more. These are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the eyes of their ancestor Atsutsuki Hamura's brother. For these very eyes, it's hard not to be in awe of Atsutsuki's Hailong, Land of Rain, Akatsuki organization. After seeing Senju Hashirama use Rinnegan's power on the screen, Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help clenching his fist. He can't believe Senju Hashirama got Rinnegan in such a short time. It's so easy to use Rinnegan's ability. This is a little too scary. When he got Rinnegan, except for the first time in a life and death situation, after inadvertently stimulating my own potential to use Rinnegan's ability. After years of practice, only then can I barely use the ability of Rinnegan. But after getting Rinnegan, Senju Hashirama, I have never seen him practice. He can actually use Rinnegan's ability directly. What a terrifying talent is this. Nagato is also very worried. After Senju Hashirama used the ability of Rinnegan directly on the screen, did the rest of the ninja world also know about his Rinnegan ability? Nagato suddenly has a little worry about whether he can successfully complete his plan in the future. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. The reason why he believes in his own strength, in addition to Rinnegan's natural ability, is very strong. Others are also unaware of his Rinnegan abilities. But now with the use of Senju Hashirama, will others gradually understand Rinnegan's ability traits? Continue like this. He was also able to carry out his plan smoothly. Invincible? Jiraiya, what happened just now was too fast. Did you all see what happened? Why did the first generation shoot the enemy away in an instant? Orochimaru, maybe this is Rinnegan's ability. I didn't see clearly what happened. Before the enemy approached the goal of first generation, he seemed to be knocked into the air by an indescribable force. Fourth Raikage, is this the more powerful talent of the first generation? After getting these eyes, he has never seen him use them, but he knew the ability of these eyes when he used them for the first time. Uchiha Madara, I want to see if the so-called immortal eye is stronger than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, according to the same process, doesn't that mean that Grandpa and Uchiha Madara can both activate Rinnegan? Song can just transplant each other's cells. Senju Tobirama, Kojuna, how can it be so simple? The human body is the most mysterious treasure in the world. If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. The blood of the Senju and Uchiha clans are extremely domineering, and both it is a good thing to merge together without conflicts. How can we live in peace? Orochimaru, Tsunade, do you think that no one in the ninja world has tried what you said? It just failed without any accident. Shimura Danzo, it seems that my previous deduction is indeed correct. The bloodlines of the Uchiha family and the Senju family are the two most powerful bloodlines. If they can be fused together, they can even evolve into the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths. Terumime, hateful. If it weren't for the policy implemented by the Land of Water, there would be quite a few bloodline limit ninjas in the Land of Water now. Atsutsuki's Hailong took a deep look at Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. The strength of the enemy in the ninja world in front of him is really beyond his expectations. He even regrets now. Why did I jump from Tensagen and choose to attack Senju Hashirama by myself? Wouldn't it be nice to directly activate Tensagen's ability on Tensagen to kill Senju Hashirama? Although Senju Hashirama is powerful, but Atsutsuki's Hailong didn't think he could withstand the power of this giant Tensagen either. After all, this giant Tensagen is the blood of countless Atsutsuki clans on their moon, bringing together the power of all tribes. And Senju Hashirama, who was standing opposite him, saw Atsutsuki's Hailong's wandering eyes. Just know what he is thinking. Senju Hashirama smiled to himself. Naturally he couldn't give Atsutsuki's Hailong such a chance. For the energy of the giant Tensagen, Senju Hashirama also felt terrified. If you are hit by the energy on this boulder, he didn't know what would happen, but it must have turned out badly. So he will definitely not give Atsutsuki's Hailong a chance to shoot. If Atsutsuki had just chosen to attack himself directly with the giant Tensagen, then I won't stand here foolishly and get beaten. And Hayagakigetsu, who was standing aside, saw Senju Hashirama's Rinnegan. She couldn't help but to breathe faster. It is actually the eye that the legendary Sage of Six Paths has. Senju Hashirama owns Rinnegan. If this news gets out, I don't know how many people in the ninja world want to startle their eyeballs. This man, what is his origin? Hayagakigetsu standing behind Senju Hashirama. Her beautiful eyes kept scanning him. Thoughts were running wild in my heart. She thinks she is not an info. After contact with Senju Hashirama, she found herself more and more attracted by the man in front of her. He has too many secrets. There is a desire to let people continue to explore him. Before, Hayagakigetsu was already shocked by Senju Hashirama's strength and demeanor, and seeing Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths appear in the eyes of Senju Hashirama at this moment, Hayagakigetsu couldn't help but a thought rose in her mind. Could it be that Senju Hashirama is really a god? As an atheist, this is the first time I have such an incredible idea. However, the stronger Senju Hashirama is definitely a good thing for her. This means that Senju Hashirama has a greater chance of unlocking the caged bird seal for himself. Even Rinnegan from Sage of Six Paths appeared on Senju Hashirama. Is there anything else he can't do? For the first time in Hayaga's life, she felt that she was favored by God. Looks like he made the right bet. She had a premonition. Choosing Senju Hashirama is probably the most correct thing she did in her life, bar none. Took a deep breath. Atsutsuki's Hailong also calmed down at this moment. I was too impulsive just now, so it was taken advantage of by the other party. However, after 2 encounters, although I look rather embarrassed, but in fact, there was no particularly serious injury. This shows that the other party has also exhausted their own strength. It's just that he deliberately released such a gesture to disturb my mind with this. Want to interfere with myself? For such a plot. It is not the first time that Atsutsuki's Hailong has met. So after figuring this out, advertisement, the fear in his heart was also much less, especially seeing that Senju Hashirama still did not choose to take the initiative to attack at the moment. He was even more convinced of his conjecture. Just now Senju Hashirama is inducing him to take the initiative to attack. Just figured out how to break it? Actually Senju Hashirama has no way to really beat himself. Otherwise, he would have already killed himself by now. Put away your angry expression. Atsutsuki's Hailong patted the dirt on his shoulder and said in a low voice, I apologize for my rudeness just now. A strong ninja, you are qualified to be my opponent. As my recognized opponent, I intend to tell you my name. I'm Shiryu Atsutsuki from the branch house of the Atsutsuki clan. As an opponent who will be killed by me in a while, you are qualified to leave your name. Senju Hashirama raised his eyebrows. He looked at Atsutsuki's Hailong with a speechless face. Who gave you such confidence? I beat you like a dead dog twice just now. How dare you have the face to say such a thing? He is at the moment for the thick-skinned Atsutsuki clan on the moon. Got a deeper understanding. Aren't these guys on the moon all lunatics immersed in their own world? Unfortunately, I'm not interested in dead people. Not to mention the impression of a dead man's name. Have you talked nonsense for so long? Haven't you said enough? Take out the courage you just had. Let me see the strength of the Atsutsuki clan. Finished speaking, Senju Hashirama raised his right palm. He stretched out his index finger and ticked it forward. Despicable. Don't think I'll fall for your tricks again. You scumbag. The face changes several times. Atsutsuki's Hailong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. If it was just a half guess, now he can still be 100% sure. Senju Hashirama must be only Grandmaster defensive ability. There are no powerful offensive moves. He is just inducing himself to take the initiative to attack at this moment. So find your own flaws to defeat yourself? This is just one of his strategies? And now, he is delusional in trying to make himself lose his mind by provoking himself. Then take the initiative to expose the flaws? Pity. Asking for flowers. Even if this enemy is cunning. But he was still spotted by his noble and intelligent Atsutsuki's Hailong. So now Atsutsuki's Hailong has made up his mind. If Senju Hashirama does not take the initiative to attack, then he will not take the initiative to attack. He will not. Don't be fooled like before. Listening to Atsutsuki's Hailong talking to himself, Senju Hashirama is full of doubts. Is the guy on the other side out of his mind? Pity. I also want to see what special abilities the Atsutsuki family has on the moon, but this guy in front of me, if you don't take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid he won't take the initiative to attack again. Jiraiya, I have to admire this person's brain circuit. I think if he can create another novel, he is definitely capable of co-creating it with me. Uchiha Madara, weak people are so ridiculous. They are obviously not as strong as others, but they can always make up so many inexplicable things. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato, if it were someone else, I'm afraid it's not much better than this person. I guess he is also a strong player on the moon, but facing Shode. In just an instant, self-confidence was shattered. Fourth Raikage, this is the charm of first Hokage. Not to mention the first Hokage we saw, his strength is much stronger than before. Hey take Kakashi, I just got a new pupil art, and I can use it so smoothly. I think any genius in the ninja world will be eclipsed in front of first Hokage. Just like ordinary people. Senju Tobirama, I hope that the world can take a different path in the hands of another big brother. Seeing you juniors, I know that the ideas and policies implemented by the big brother failed. 0. Orochimaru, interesting. Even in the second generation project, you admit that there are some problems with the concept of the first generation goal. Does that mean that you deny the correctness of fire as will in disguise? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, you abandoned the will of fire and became Konoha's rebellious ninja, so don't spread rumors to deny the will of fire. Orochimaru, Mr. Sarutobi, you have the intention to reprimand me for doing something wrong here. You should think about it carefully, how to deal with the resurrection and return of the fourth generation after the live broadcast is over. I am looking forward to the duel between the two of you. Seeing Chi-Chi standing aside, Atsutsuki's Hailong, who always refuses to attack himself again. Senju Hashirama also had an impatient look on his face. Since you don't have the guts to attack me anymore, then it's up to me to announce the official end of this game. Hearing Senju Hashirama say this, the expression on Atsutsuki's Hailong's face remained unchanged. He trusted his own judgment. This ninja enemy in front of me, there must be no strong offensive ninjutsu. He was just constantly inducing himself to show his flaws. Suddenly, Atsutsuki's Hailong felt as if there was an invisible giant hand in the air. Grab it hard towards your body. An irresistible force sucked his body. He involuntarily rushed towards Senju Hashirama. What frightened him the most was his inability to control his own body. He has no way to resist this force. An invisible giant hand gripped his body fiercely. He can't even move his fingers. Senju Hashirama opens his right hand. Aim at Atsutsuki's Hailong whose body is already above the sky. He clasps his fingers. It's as if that's how it controls Shiryu Atsutsuki's body. Hayagakugetsu, standing behind Senju Hashirama, saw this scene. She couldn't help covering her gaping mouth with her hands. Just at that moment, only between the light and the flint, she couldn't see at all how Atsutsuki Yulong was controlled by Senju Hashirama to go to the sky. From her point of view, Senju Hashirama just extended his right arm to Atsutsuki Shiryu. Atsutsuki's Hailong followed the direction of Senju Hashirama's arm sliding, slowly rising above the sky. Seeing the terrified look on Atsutsuki's Hailong's face, Hayagakugetsu knows. It's not what he wants. Instead, he was thrown into the sky by Senju Hashirama by some means. Seeing that the limbs are bound in the sky, the mouth is opened wide, and the eyeballs protrude desperately. Atsutsuki's Hailong like a dead dog. Seeing the five-finger grip on the ground again, Senju Hashirama with a calm face. A word appeared in Hayagakuge's mind involuntarily. A mortal, dare to say God? In her view now, Senju Hashirama is no different from a god already, while Atsutsuki's Hailong started to impress her very strongly. But once against Senju Hashirama, immediately crushed by Senju Hashirama, this gave Hayagakuge a deeper understanding of Senju Hashirama's strength at the moment. This kind of strength is as powerful as the gods. In the future of ninja world, can anyone stand in his way? Hayagakugetsu couldn't help feeling a moment of silence for Senju Hashirama's future enemies. On. Advertisement. 94 Atsutsuki Hamura, I hope you can forgive them. Advertisement. Atsutsuki Shiryu whose body is fixed in midair. At this moment, his body and mind were completely surrounded by fear. I will die. I will die. I will die. It was the only thought left in his mind. Until this moment. He just realized the huge gap between himself and Senju Hashirama. He originally thought that Senju Hashirama was incapable of launching an active attack on himself. But I didn't expect it to be just my own miscalculation. Turns out Senju Hashirama didn't see himself as his opponent from the very beginning. He was just playing with himself all the time. Now Satsuki's Hailong regrets it very much. Why didn't I just use Tensagen's power to attack Senju Hashirama in the first place? He now understands what a stupid mistake he made, and the price to pay for this stupid mistake could be your own life. Satsuki's Hailong heart remorse. But even remorse doesn't do anything. He doesn't even have the ability to call for help now. The Satsuki family on the moon is rare, although the size of the moon is small. But after so many years, the once sparsely populated Satsuki clan also became fewer in number. Within hundreds of kilometers, none of the other clansmen were around. Only he himself is still guarding here. Even if his current situation is discovered within the clan, it was discovered that someone from the ninja world had invaded the moon. I'm afraid he has already turned into a corpse. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Satsuki clan on the moon will not let you go, and your actions will cause a war between the ninja world and the moon. Don't you want to be a sinner in the ninja world? As long as you let me go, I can pretend that I didn't see you today. I can pretend that nothing happened today. There is no deep hatred between us. There is no need to fight to the death. In life and death situations, Satsuki's Hailong finally gave up the last pride in his heart. Tears and snot swarmed his face, make him look like a stray dog. Seeing here, Hayagakage frowned. What little respect she had for Satsuki's Hailong was gone. Even if Satsuki's Hailong and them are enemies, attack them first. Hayagakage didn't show much malice towards him either. After all, in ninja world, she has seen even the most bizarre things. Many ninjas can even fight for a small dispute, fighting to the death. Over the years, she has gotten used to it. Plus Satsuki's Hailong's white eyes are so brilliantly used. The attainment of Taijutsu is also far above their Hyuga clan on Earth, so Hayagakezuki recognized his strength very much. But it never occurred to her, when faced with threats to one's own life, Satsuki's Hailong's posture is so ugly. He has no demeanor of being a strong man at all. This made Hayagakegetsu look down on him very much. Advertisement. And Senju Hashirama saw his gesture. There was no surprise on his face. As early as when Satsuki's Hailong shot him, he had already discovered a huge problem with Satsuki's Hailong. Although Satsuki's Hailong's white eyes are very skillful, and physical attainments are not low, but it feels more like a flower in a greenhouse to him, and there is not much feeling of being honed between life and death. In ninja world, Senju Hashirama met many ninjas weaker than Satsuki's Hailong. Their actual combat experience is far above Satsuki's Hailong, but Satsuki's Hailong did not give him the feeling that his strength and actual combat experience matched. The opposite of. Satsuki Shiryo showed a very arrogant attitude at the beginning. I think I must be able to beat Senju Hashirama. That's why he was defeated by Senju Hashirama so easily. Senju Hashirama even believes that, if I am about the same strength as Satsuki's Hailong, then the winner will definitely be him. Even if his strength is weaker than him, then in the battle of life and death, the one who survives will definitely be himself. If Satsuki's Hailong hadn't underestimated him so much in the beginning, treated as an opponent of the same level from the beginning, I'm afraid I won't lose so miserably. Uchiha Madara. What an ugly posture. I thought he was a great opponent, but I didn't expect to show such an ugly posture when faced with my own defeat. Senju Tobirama, it seems that we still look highly on the Satsuki family on the moon. Although their strength is strong, their heart does not match their strength. Orochimaru, if I have the same strength as him, even if I am not the opponent of the first generation, I should not be caught by the first generation so easily. Hey, take Kakashi, although his physical skills just now are extremely superb, but when he makes a move, it feels very weird, as if he doesn't have much actual combat experience. Jiraiya, seeing the desolate appearance of the moon, we know that there are not many people on the moon. We have defeated them just because of the population. Fourth Raikage, when he just shot, although there seemed to be no problem, the moves were perfect, but he lacked a lot of flexibility. If he faced a really powerful enemy, he would definitely have a deadly attack. Defect, Oniki, all the moves are dead, but people are alive. And the battle scene should be ever-changing. Who can become famous in the ninja world? Which one doesn't have his own unique fighting style? Everyone in the studio. The most depressing one is probably Haiga Hayashi. He originally wanted to observe the use of white eyes by the Satsuki family on the moon. See if they can learn from it and integrate it into their own family's white eyes. Although it has always been known as Konoha's two-pupil family with the Uchiha family, but Haiga Hayashi knew they were far behind the Uchiha clan. Facing the ordinary 3-Tomo Sharinon of the Uchiha clan, their white eyes can also compete with each other. But once 3-Tomo Sharinon evolved to Mangekyo Sharinon, their Haiga family has some difficulties. The Uchiha clan appeared Uchiha Shisui. There have also been top powerhouses like Uchiha Itaki, but their Haiga clan has been short of such a ninja. So in these years, Haiga Hayashi is also doing everything possible to improve the power of their white eyes. I want the Haiga clan to also have a top powerhouse who can shake the name of the ninja world. Now such an opportunity is finally presented in front of us. But Satsuki's Hailong lost to Senju Hashirama so quickly. After 2 attacks, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. This makes Haiga Hayashi even a little disappointed. Didn't expect him to be such an idiot, with such great strength and background. But there is no matching heart. Once faced with a disadvantage, he immediately revealed his flaws, and Satsuki's Hailong looked at Senju Hashirama, whose face became more and more indifferent. He also gave up the last struggle at this moment. I saw him roaring loudly with a ferocious face. Ha ha ha, go ahead and kill me. As soon as you kill me, we at Satsuki will destroy your world immediately. Your weak and ignorant world shouldn't exist long ago. Advertisement. Obviously our blood is purer, but why are we on the moon, and you can live in such a beautiful world? We shouldn't be in such a barren and desolate world. Just wait, your world will soon be ours. Watching him chattering, full of ugly appearance, Senju Hashirama is finally determined. Satsuki's Hailong has played his last hole card. He no longer has any real chance to fight against himself. While Hayagakage saw this scene, there is a strong desire in my heart, even at Satsuki's Hailong, who is much stronger than her, all raped by the hands of Senju Hashirama like a dead dog, to make yourself possess such power. No one in the Haiga clan dares to say no to themselves. Her father, Haiga Sky Burial, did not dare to order her like a cargo, just at Senju Hashirama 5 fingers hard. When preparing to deal with Satsuki's Hailong, he found an extremely strong chakra wave suddenly appearing in the open space on the left, a man in a white coat with horns on his head. His face was 80% similar to that of Sage of Six Paths, and the phantom of an old man slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Young man, be forgiving and forgiving. You two don't have any deep hatred, just some small disputes. Why do you have to take each other's life? If you really kill him, then the moon and the ninja world will really be in an endless situation. You don't want this fierce war between the two worlds to break out, do you? So, young man, heed my advice. Spare his life, hand him over to me, and you two leave the moon as if nothing happened. The moon is the moon, and the ninja world is the ninja world. The two worlds do not interfere with each other. With a big wave of your hand, Senju Hashirama frowned and interrupted the old man's next words. Atsutsuki Hamura, your thinking is so naive. Didn't you hear what he just said? The Atsutsuki family on the moon has long been eyeing the ninja world. It's just a matter of time before we break out with them. Now you ask me to let go of an enemy who may endanger our world. What are you kidding? Atsutsuki Hamura, after listening to Senju Hashirama, his brows were deeply wrinkled together, and a displeasure appeared on his face. He didn't expect Senju Hashirama to disrespect him so much. He already recognized it. Senju Hashirama is the chakra reincarnation of his brother Atsutsuki Hagoromo's son Ashira. In terms of seniority, he is also his uncle, but Senju Hashirama actually called him by his first name. No respect for him at all. And from Senju Hashirama able to awaken Rinnegan, and know their origins, one can imagine. Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hagoromo has already met him, but even so, he actually has no respect for himself at all. Senju Hashirama certainly doesn't care what Atsutsuki Hamura thinks, even if Atsutsuki Hamura sees him as the reincarnation of Ashira, but Senju Hashirama himself never thought so. He is he. Ashira is Ashira. There is no real connection between the two, and Atsutsuki Hamura can appear at this time. This shows that at the very beginning of the battle, the two of them, Atsutsuki Hamura has noticed, it doesn't show up early, it doesn't show up late, it just happens to show up at this point. Senju Hashirama is naturally not impressed with him. If you fail this time, the person who may lose your life is yourself. Advertisement. Will Atsutsuki Hamura still appear? Facing the appearance of Atsutsuki Hamura, Senju Hashirama didn't think it was a surprise either. Even Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hagoromo is alive, as his younger brother. Naturally, Atsutsuki Hamura could not disappear into this world so easily. Just seeing Atsutsuki Hamura look old and weak, Senju Hashirama was still in disbelief. Compared with Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hagoromo, at this moment Atsutsuki Hamura really looks like an old man about to enter the coffin, as if a gust of wind blows by, can extinguish the fire of his soul. He didn't understand why Atsutsuki Hamura was so weak. Even if his strength is not as good as Sage of Six Paths, it can't be so different, can it? Senju Hashirama doesn't even think he was before Rinnegan. Both are better than Atsutsuki Hamura at the moment. Jiraiya: these old guys in the ninja world are really insidious. They all like to hide behind secretly to observe others. Senju Tobirama, it seems that the big brother's guess is correct. These powerful people in ancient times have their own methods to continue their own existence, although the lifespan of the body has come to an end. But can survive in another way. Orochimaru, but Atsutsuki Hamura's state looks very strange. It feels like he has been seriously injured, and may disappear into this world at any time. Even weaker than me with living corpse reincarnation. Uchiha Madara, these old guys from ancient times are nothing more than that. If I were given the same conditions and environment, I would surpass them. Fourth Reikage, but this Atsutsuki Hamura is really ridiculous. The conflict between the moon and the ninja world has intensified to such an extent that he can still open his eyes and talk nonsense. Because there is a possibility to resolve the conflict between the two. Oniki, people can understand each other. It's a joke. From ancient times to the present, only the winner can right everything. The loser is doomed to lose everything. Senju Hashirama, I think things may not be so pessimistic. This person has so much malice towards the ninja world, maybe it's just their misunderstanding of the ninja world. There is no relationship between the two parties. I have sat down and communicated on 5.9, and I can't conclude that there is no possibility of peaceful dialogue. On the moon, seeing no one around, Atsutsuki Hamura, left in ruins, fell silent. Back then he was the same as himself on the screen. I deeply believe that the moon can change the perception of the ninja world. I also believe that these descendants of myself are willing to obey their orders. It is because of this ignorant conviction that's what led to this result. The battle between the branch house of the Atsutsuki family and the main family on the moon lasted for hundreds of years. The end result is a lose-lose situation for both sides. None of the family members survived, and the branch house left only one child as their inheritance. The descendants of this branch house will carry the wish of the branch house of the Atsutsuki family on the moon. Completely destroy the entire ninja world, and now Atsutsuki Hamura has no power to stop him. He is weaker than his older brother Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hagoromo. When sealing their mother Atsutsuki Kagaiji, his body has already suffered a lot of damage. Since then his strength has been waning, and because of his own misjudgment, caused him to believe too much in his descendants. He has little strength left. In the end, it was also stolen by the Atsutsuki family who left on the moon. Now he can only linger on his last breath. Barely stay in this world. There is no extra power to change anything, and he now sees another Ashira reincarnated. The Atsutsuki family that exists on the moon has been discovered. He even hopes that Senju Hashirama can stop the conspiracy and plan of the Atsutsuki family on the moon, but he never thought of it. The other self is the biggest obstacle to realize his wish. Advertisement. 95 Atsutsuki Hamura, completely suppressed. Advertisement. At this moment, Atsutsuki's Hailong and Hayagakugetsu were silent, especially Atsutsuki's Hailong. Only then did he know. It turned out that their ancestors, Atsutsuki Hamura, is still alive. This was beyond Atsutsuki's imagination. He thought their ancestor Atsutsuki Hamura had disappeared many years ago. But what Atsutsuki's Hailong couldn't imagine the most was Atsutsuki Hamura's attitude towards Senju Hashirama. It seems that Atsutsuki Hamura does not seem to have any malice towards the ninja world. Doesn't he think the world created by Sage of Six Paths is a wrong world? This made Atsutsuki's Hailong shake his faith in himself. If this happens, isn't the idea that these descendants insist on wrong? And Hayagakugetsu didn't expect. Within a short period of time, I was actually able to see so many things that shocked me. First, Senju Hashirama suddenly came to the Hyaga clan. Tell yourself that behind the Hyagak clan there is a teleportation array leading to the moon. After coming to the moon, suddenly a person appeared and attacked them. Then Senju Hashirama actually has Rinnegan from Sage of Six Paths. After defeating this enemy with the Rinnegan, it's not over. Now even Sage of Six Paths' younger brother Atsutsuki Hamura has appeared, but after hearing what Atsutsuki Hamura said, Hayagakagetsu couldn't help frowning. She never thought. Own ancestors. Atsutsuki Hamura is so naive. Atsutsuki's Hailong has shown his attitude towards the ninja world, but Atsutsuki Hamura still thinks this is not a big deal. And it looks like Atsutsuki Hamura seems to be more partial to this vein on the moon, but Hayagakagetsu also understands. After all, it was he who brought these descendants to the moon, with love and reason. These descendants of the moon are his closest descendants, even in the Hayaga family inoculated in humans. In the eyes of Atsutsuki Hamura, I'm afraid it's no different from outsiders. Innocent. I didn't expect that you who have lived for so many years, your thinking is no different from that of a child. Do you think we're playing house? Attack each other a few times, and then forgive each other, will the matter pass? 14. Shaking his head, Senju Hashirama didn't give Atsutsuki Hamura any face. He didn't expect Atsutsuki Hamura can say such speechless words, and Atsutsuki Hamura listened. There was a stunned look on his face at first. Immediately afterwards, the face turned blue and white. He did not expect. Senju Hashirama is so unsympathetic to himself. But at the moment his strength is no longer what he was in his heyday. Otherwise, he also directly saved Atsutsuki Shiryo from Senju Hashirama, but now, he has no ability to do this by himself and the standard. He held back the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, I know that you are very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Atsutsuki family on the moon, but that's not the right way. The moon and the ninja world were originally from the same family. The Atsutsuki clan on the moon, after all, they are also part of the ninja world. Advertisement. If I hadn't brought them here back then, they should be staying well in the ninja world now. So the fight between you is a completely meaningless fight. Atsutsuki Hamura tried to make his expression as sincere as possible. He hopes to impress Senju Hashirama with his words. Let Senju Hashirama obey him. Spare Atsutsuki Shiryo's life. In his opinion, the moon and the ninja world are indistinguishable from each other. They are all working hard for world peace. He and his brother Sage of Six Paths work together to seal their mother Atsutsuki Kagayaji. Bring peace to this world. Now the moon and the earth should naturally be exactly the same as they were back then, with a common goal to build the world. Make the world a better place. Fourth Reikage, I have discovered that the older people are, the more they like to reason. Origimuro, I'm afraid it's not because he's old that he likes to be reasonable, it's just because his strength is not as good as that of the first generation, otherwise he would have directly rescued that Atsutsuki tribe by force. Jiraiya, it seems that the future of the ninja world is more complicated than I imagined. Just watching for a while, so many powerful enemies have emerged. Work. Oniki, the most terrifying thing is that these powerful enemies have been hiding behind the scenes for so many years, and no one knows what they want to do. Uchiha Madara, unexpectedly, the strength of the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths has weakened to such an extent. Now he is probably no match for Hashirama at all. Senju Tobirama, I feel. If it wasn't for another big brother who saw him working so hard to guard the moon for so many years, he couldn't help but do it directly and let him go. Hey, take Kakashi, hiss. If it wasn't for Nidame, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed it. It seems that Shodei's face is really getting more and more impatient now. Terumime, if Atsutsuki Hamura and First Hokage have a fight, what will be the result of their fight? Namikaze Minato, although Atsutsuki Hamura is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, I still believe in Shodei, and I think he must be the one who wins in the end. Shimura Danzo, if Atsutsuki Hamura could have won against first generation, he would have done it by now. The reason why he said so much is because he was not sure about saving Atsutsuki's Hailong from first generation, seeing that he still wants to continue to impress Senju Hashirama with words. Even Atsutsuki's Hailong had anxious look in his eyes. Ancestor, what are you doing? Hurry up and beat him, I'll save him. Up to now, he never thought that Atsutsuki Hamura was afraid of Senju Hashirama. Although I don't know why Atsutsuki Hamura is still alive in this world, but he never thought Atsutsuki Hamura may not be a match for Senju Hashirama. That's why I said so much. Hope to save Atsutsuki's Hailong through peaceful means. After frowning and listening to Atsutsuki Hamura say so much, Hayagakage also sensed something was wrong. This ancestor is a bit too wordy. After constantly observing Atsutsuki Hamura's words and deeds, Hayagakagetsu only found out. This ancestor of hers seems to be afraid of Senju Hashirama. So you haven't done anything yet? The first time this thought came to mind, Hayagakatsuki herself was taken aback. This is impossible, right? To know their ancestors. Atsutsuki Hamura is the rumored younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. This legendary figure. Are you afraid of Senju Hashirama? But, thinking of the eyes of Senju Hashirama, Hayagakagetsu understands her ancestors again. Senju Hashirama at this moment. He can no longer look at it with the eyes of ordinary people. There is no difference between him and the gods in the rumors. Since you inherited Yui's eyes, it means that he chose you. Then you shouldn't live up to his expectations. You should use a peaceful way. Listening to Atsutsuki Hamura's endless talk, Senju Hashirama is also growing impatient. He didn't expect Atsutsuki Hamura was able to talk so much. It's not like being able to seal Atsutsuki Kagaya with Sage of Six Paths at all. And his patience was completely exhausted by Atsutsuki Hamura at this time. I saw him give Atsutsuki's Hailong a firm grip on the sky. Advertisement. Sound. A massive red blood mist exploded directly from the sky. Hayagakagetsu also stared blankly from the side. Even if she thought Senju Hashirama might not compromise with Atsutsuki Hamura, but she never expected. Senju Hashirama is so decisive, straight away crushed Atsutsuki's Hailong to death. Uchiha Madara, ha 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 ha. Well done. There is absolutely no need to be merciful to this kind of bastard. Hashirama, this kind of you is the best you for me. Senju Tobirama, but this may anger Atsutsuki Hamura, the brother who once fought side by side with Sage of Six Paths. I don't know how strong he is. The guy who has lived from ancient times to the present is not a simple character. Fourth Reikage, not my race. his heart will be punished. Facing the enemy, there is no need to have any extra words. Unexpectedly, the brother of Sage of Six Paths is actually like this. It is really disappointing. Oniki, it's hard to imagine that this kind of character can save our world together with Sage of Six Paths. Terumi Mei, with such an indecisive personality, she doesn't seem like someone who can ruthlessly seal her mother. Orochimaru, hehe, the next thing is exciting. I don't know how much power is left on this brother of Sage of Six Paths, and whether he can make our Shode opponent. Tsunade, I guess it will be very difficult. Judging from his current weak appearance, I am afraid that his strength has long been exhausted. Akatsuki Organization. All members. Their eyes are also constantly moving from Pain's body, especially after Senjo Hashirama awakened Rinnegan. They are very curious. Who is stronger, your own leader or Senjo Hashirama? Although Rinnegan, the owner of Tiandeo Pain, but no one has seen him go all out, we have no way to intuitively know. How far has his strength reached? If we talk about the previous situation, they still have a shred of faith in their leader. Even though Senjo Hashirama is the one who ended the Sengoku era, he is known as the god of ninja, but their leader is the legendary Rinnegan. But now, First Hokage also owns Rinnegan. His strength may have already surpassed that of Heaven Pain, able to become a member of the Akatsuki organization. They are each other's proud people. No one likes to have someone on top of them suppressing them. The reason why he obeyed the order of Heavenly Deo Pain before, on the one hand, it's because they did find a weird sense of belonging in this organization. On the other hand is, because Tiandeo Pain's strength is far stronger than them. So they had to follow the orders of Heaven Pain. If you don't want to obey his orders, the fate that awaits them is probably death. Although people are not afraid of death, but no one is willing to lose their own life in such an aggrieved way. And at this moment after Senjo Hashirama awakened Rinnegan, can they watch the way Senjo Hashirama uses Rinnegan? How about trying to hack the Rinnegan's abilities? In vocabulary class, Tiandeo Pain is still far stronger than them, so they can only keep this thought in their hearts. Uchiha Itachi since the live broadcast screen appeared, his mind has never settled down, especially after Senjo Hashirama showed a completely different character from this world. Uchiha Itachi is even more curious. Can another First Hokage create a completely different ninja world? Can he find his own answer from the path of First Hokage? Uchiha Itachi's heart is always in pain. He hates this world full of war. He always hoped that the world could have real peace. But he knows, as long as the ninja village is in this world for a day, then this world is doomed to be difficult to be peaceful. The picture of mutual understanding between people is too difficult to realize. This left Uchiha Itachi completely at a loss as to what to do. And at this moment Senjo Hashirama, another First Hokage adult showing a completely different side. This made Uchiha Itachi very curious. Advertisement. Can he come out of a completely different world? You? How dare you kill him directly? Do you even know what you're doing? Ashira, you have fallen into darkness and evil. It seems that you have completely forgotten your original intention at the beginning of 22. Let me teach you how to be a human being. Hagio Romo saw the wrong person and passed Rinnegan to you. Let me help him erase this mistake. Atsutsuki Hamura also fully understood at this time. I want the reincarnation of Ashira in front of me to listen to him. It's impossible to just say that by yourself. So, he is ready to take the direct way of force? This Ashira's reincarnation is so murderous, and his current strength has not yet reached its peak. Once his strength continues to improve, who else in the entire Atsutsuki family on the moon can stop him? At that time, there must be blood flowing into rivers, and the lives of people will be burnt. So, Atsutsuki Hamura is going to kill Senjo Hashirama's Rinnegan here. To hear Atsutsuki Hamura say this, Senjo Hashirama is so angry and laughing. Only you, Atsutsuki Hamura, a trash who only knows how to rely on his brother. If it's not good, can you step into the Six Paths class? The world only knows Sage of Six Paths, who knows you Atsutsuki Hamura. You're just a poor wretch who has been favored by your brother. Senjo Hashirama got really angry at this time too. His eyes widened sharply. An incomparable repulsion rushes toward Atsutsuki Hamura. Along the way the sand and rocks cracked. The soil on the ground is like being scraped by a huge sickle. Even Atsutsuki Hamura can feel the power of it. At the same time, he even had a feeling of disbelief in his heart. At the moment he, facing Senjo Hashirama, there is even a sense of facing the Sage of Six Paths. His strength, actually much stronger than the original Ashira? How can this be? Atsutsuki Hamura felt that he had been severely suppressed. This power, even in his prime, I'm afraid I have to treat it with care. Not to mention the current self. The strength is not even half of what it was before. Boom. Between air bursts, Atsutsuki Hamura gritted his teeth. I still chose to meet the power of Senjo Hashirama head on. This is the pride of his heart. He can choose to escape, but he himself could not accept the result. If you avoid it yourself, doesn't that mean I'm afraid of Senjo Hashirama? This is not something Atsutsuki Hamura can accept. He chooses to confront Senjo Hashirama head on. He does not believe. Thousands of years of self-cultivation, even if the strength is not as strong as it was in its heyday, impossible to be defeated by an Ashira reincarnation. This is his inner pride and persistence, pulling out the very long knife on his back. There was a look of nostalgia in Atsutsuki Hamura's eyes. Old boy, let's face the enemy again together. Advertisement. 96 The shock of the Atsutsuki patriarch, the existence of the Holy Covenant. Advertisement. Atsutsuki Hamura trembled all over, exuding the same aura as Senjo Hashirama at the moment. At this time Atsutsuki Hamura, he felt that he had regained the feeling he had a long time ago. At that time, he was still able to be with his brother. When Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hagio Romo fought side by side. At this time, Senjo Hashirama frowned. Even though Atsutsuki Hamura is desperately trying to make himself stronger at this moment. Let yourself be close to your peak moment. But Senjo Hashirama is still not satisfied. He wishes he could fight Atsutsuki Hamura at his peak. Such Atsutsuki Hamura, his strength is too weak, even compared to before. It has recovered a lot. But this state for Senjo Hashirama, not enough. He doesn't want to see Atsutsuki Hamura like this. Atsutsuki Hamura of this condition is not his opponent at all. For this, Senjo Hashirama is still very confident. But now that Atsutsuki Hamura is ready to face himself with such a gesture, then Senjo Hashirama will not be afraid of him. But Senjo Hashirama is still very curious. Facing myself like this, how can Atsutsuki Hamura win? Facing the young and powerful Senjo Hashirama, Atsutsuki Hamura could only sigh slightly. He's making a move now. It's all beyond help. Senju Hashirama showed such a gesture. If you are shrinking, then there is no way back. Although Atsutsuki Hamura also wants to resolve all this peacefully, but Senju Hashirama has shown that he does not accept this way of himself. Atsutsuki Hamura is naturally impossible to compromise. After all, I saved the world once. The one who brings light and hope to this world. Atsutsuki Hamura doesn't think he has done anything wrong. He only knows. Go on like this. Only by making your own choice can you fully implement it. Jiraiya, what an old birthday star eats arsenic. I'm so tired of living. Even an outsider like me can see how weak Atsutsuki Hamura is now. He actually dares to trouble the first generation. Orochimaru, this is called the ignorant without fear. After all, this is the person who once fought side by side with Sage of Six Paths. Fourth Raikage, he may have lived in the last era for too long, so he forgot what he is now. If he is in the same state as when he fought side by side with Sage of Six Paths, I think he may still have, then there is a slight chance of winning, but in this situation, it is basically impossible to beat first Hokage. Oniki, I even think that after Atsutsuki Hamura came to this planet, he may not have practiced much, and he may not even have fought with others. Can such a him be the opponent of the first generation? Namikaze Minato, if you haven't fought with people for too long, even if your strength hasn't regressed, your combat awareness will definitely drop, and Atsutsuki Hamura hasn't fought with people himself for thousands of years, such a state. Uchiha Madara, whether it's him or the enemy who just attacked Hashirama, even if they are stronger than Hashirama, they can't be Hashirama's opponent? Uchiha Sasuke, isn't it true that the stronger the strength, the greater the chance of defeating the opponent? At their level of strength, even a little bit of strength should be enough to affect the outcome of the duel, right? Hey, take Kakashi, Sasuke, that's what you said, but it depends on who the regulations are based on. If it's a strong man similar to Shode, such as Uchiha Madara, then the set of things you said will work. But the Atsutsuki Hamura in front of you and the enemy who just appeared, although they are powerful, their combat experience is even inferior to the average Chunin. Atsutsuki Hamura slashed his face with his own sword. This one has carried out his will and pride. He believes that he will win the battle. Crack sound. He widened his eyes, looking at the immortal sword in his hand with disbelief. I saw his very sword full of the power of Six Paths. At this moment on the sword, numerous cracks appeared. It's like breaking glass. This is impossible. He said in his heart that he could not accept this fact. The weapon that has accompanied me for many years. Even the 10 tails back then couldn't damage this weapon of mine. But Senju Hashirama shattered his own sage sword with one blow. Advertisement. Before Atsutsuki Hamura fully recovered from the shock, I saw the fairy sword in his hand exploded suddenly. Boom. The dense fragments of the sword body blasted towards his body. His face suddenly changed. Oops. Received the bombardment of the immortal sword at such a close distance. I may not be able to bear it in my heyday, let alone now, but in such a short time. He can't react at all. After overwhelming shattered sword swept across Atsutsuki Hamura's body, he glanced at Senju Hashirama with resentment. Then the body slowly fades away, disappeared in place. The audience in the live room who saw this scene and Hayagakugetsu, they all had puzzled looks on their faces. This is the end? They even think that there will be an earth-shaking battle between Atsutsuki Hamura and Senju Hashirama? One is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. One is the reincarnation of Ashira who inherited the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. Who is the person standing at the top in this world? Then there must be these two people, even if they don't even like Atsutsuki Hagoromo for what he is. But I definitely appreciate his strength. But who would have thought? Atsutsuki Hagoromo couldn't even connect to Senju Hashirama's body. His entire weapon was blasted into pieces. And now, he didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Everyone in the live broadcast room was very puzzled about his whereabouts. After a while of silence, it was Hayagakugetsu who boldly stepped forward and asked, Atsutsuki Hamura, is she dead? She wasn't quite sure in her heart. After all, this is the younger brother of the rumored Sage of Six Paths. He has lived from ancient times to the present. So easily killed by Senju Hashirama? Senju Hashirama shook his head. How can an old guy who can live from ancient times to the present die so easily? He just saw the timing was wrong and knew he wasn't my match. If you stay here again, you will definitely die. So for his old life, he had no choice but to run away. If he leaves here by force, I really can't do anything now. Senju Hashirama isn't exactly telling the truth either. If he really wants to kill Atsutsuki Hamura, in fact, there is a way, but nothing more than that. He will pay a small price himself. This to him, the gain outweighs the loss, so there is no need to do such thankless things. Just give him enough time. If he can continue to grow, then people like Atsutsuki Hagoromo, it can be destroyed with a flick of a finger? Who the hell? Who killed Atsutsuki's Hailong? In a secret room, Atsutsuki Aoshi suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, he felt within the family the destruction of Atsutsuki's Hailong's soul imprint. Who moved the hand? Could it be the stubborn guys of the Zone family? Advertisement. No, it can't be them. They don't have the guts to do it. They are cowardly by nature. Now at a disadvantage. Once the face with the branch house is torn apart, they must be the first to be afraid. Without much thought, Atsutsuki Kingshi immediately left for the place guarded by Atsutsuki's Hailong. He has no fear at all. This is the confidence given to him by his great strength. He is now the strongest in the entire Atsutsuki clan, even their ancestors Atsutsuki Hamura. It doesn't have to be my opponent at the moment. After all, I got the power of Tensagen. This power, maybe even above Rinnegan. Before Senju Hashirama and Hayagakugetsu could say a few words, his ears move. A very strong sound of piercing the air came from his ear. I saw a man who looks very similar to Atsutsuki's Hailong rushing from the sky. See him. Senju Hashirama and Hayagakugetsu know. This is probably the Atsutsuki family on the moon. I feel the man's aura is completely different from that of Atsutsuki's Hailong. The expression on Senju Hashirama's face became serious, just when Atsutsuki Hagoromo appeared. He had never seen such an expression on his face, because this person gives him a much scarier feeling than Atsutsuki Hamura. He can feel this Atsutsuki who flew over. His strength is no less than his own, even on him. Senju Hashirama also felt a strong threat. This feeling even made him feel that his life was threatened. Shua quickly jumped down from the sky. Atsutsuki Kingshi's complexion is also extremely serious. In his perception, Senju Hashirama is also very scary. Standing there, just like the sun, people dare not look directly at it. This is the first time Atsutsuki Kingshi has this feeling. He immediately recognized Senjo Hashirama's and Hayagaku Getsu's different outfits. He knows. These two people are probably from the ninja world, and he was very shocked. Did not expect. I am the strongest of the Atsutsuki clan. Randomly meet people from the ninja world. There is actually someone who is as strong as him. This made Atsutsuki Kingshi waver in the plan of the clan. Are all ninjas this powerful? If this happens, the people of their Atsutsuki clan passed by. Isn't it a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Jiraiya, it seems that a big man has come. Look at the expression on the face of the first generation. Love, this character is very unusual. Orochimaru, even when Atsutsuki Hamura appeared just now, first Hokage didn't have such a serious expression on his face. It seems that this enemy must be very powerful. 1. Senju Tobirama, the population of the Atsutsuki clan on the moon is so small that 2 Atsutsuki clansmen can appear at the same time. This person must have felt the death of Atsutsuki's Hailong, so I made a special trip here to find his traces. 4th Reikage, I see that such a serious expression is rarely seen on the face of first generation. It seems that it is another battle between dragons and tigers. Oniki, I just don't know what position the person is in the Atsutsuki clan. It would be great if we could catch their high-level people and get some information out of their mouths. You can also understand the current situation of the Atsutsuki family on the moon. Knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. Advertisement. Terumime, I am very curious, who is stronger between the two of them? After all, this kind of duel between the strong is rare, so you can watch their battles more. It will also help us in our future cultivation. Hey, take Kakashi, how can this kind of battle help us in the future? You haven't seen that Shode always kills the enemy with one move, and rarely makes a second move. We didn't even have time to react, the fight was over. Might Guy, not all battles end instantly. The battle with that mysterious monk took a long time, but even if we saw it, it would be difficult for us to recover. To control that kind of battle, there are not many places to learn from. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama is a genius that is completely above me. This other Hashirama is even stronger and terrifying. All his fights are based on his own fighting instinct. Yes, there is nothing special about it. Ordinary people can't learn from it at all. When Atsutsuki Kingshi saw a mass of blood and flesh beside the stone pile, he couldn't help but his pupils trembled, in addition to the frightened expression on Atsutsuki's face. His twisted body up and down. How can I recognize his appearance at this moment? But what shocked Atsutsuki Aoshi the most was Senju Hashirama in front of him. Although Atsutsuki's Hailong is not as strong as him, but within the whole Atsutsuki clan, definitely a top performer. But even so, still died quietly at the hands of Senju Hashirama. Even Atsutsuki Aoshi himself. He thought he might not be able to do this. It seems that this person's strength is far more terrifying than what I imagined. But Atsutsuki Bluestone is not afraid either. I am the strongest of the Atsutsuki clan. From birth to now, he has never felt the taste of failure. Invaders of the ninja world. What do you mean? Could it be? Are you shaking your head to destroy the sacred covenant between the moon and the ninja world? Monozhao, we have already made an agreement with each other that well water will not violate river water, but your behavior this time can already be treated as an intruder. Taking a casual glance at Atsutsuki's Hailong's body, Atsutsuki Kingshi withdrew his gaze. A disgusted look appeared on his face, as if the ground was not the corpse of one's own partner, but a pile of garbage. And the expression on Atsutsuki Kingshi's face was also captured by everyone. Their ruthlessness towards the Atsutsuki clan. Colleagues also have a deeper understanding. Even the compatriots in his own clan are treated like this by him. One can imagine. What kind of attitude do they have towards the ninja world? Wen Yan. Senju Hashirama just chuckled. What holy covenant? I have never heard of it. And I didn't do it first. Your people rushed up like a mad dog when they saw me. I saw the dog biting me. Of course I couldn't help but shoot him to death. Could it be possible that I still have to watch the dog bite me? Senju Hashirama thought his words would irritate Atsutsuki Kingshi. Unexpectedly, there was a look of approval on Atsutsuki Kingshi's face. He nodded. So that's the case, then your excellency did nothing wrong. Facing the bite of a mad dog, of course it's the easiest way to kill him with one punch. He looked at Atsutsuki's Hailong without any fluctuation in his eyes. It was as if what died on the ground was really just a dog. And Atsutsuki Bluestone for the death of Atsutsuki's Hailong. There really wasn't much reaction. In his eyes it seemed. The loser should die. If Atsutsuki's Hailong kills Senju Hashirama, then he is the hero of the Atsutsuki clan. But Atsutsuki's Hailong failed. He was defeated by the whole Atsutsuki clan who looked down upon him. In the hand of the man behind the decaying world. This is a disgrace to the entire Atsutsuki clan. So, Atsutsuki Aoshi thinks that Atsutsuki Shiryu's death is nothing to be sympathetic to. Advertisement. 97 Shocking Resilience. Senju Hashirama's whole card. Advertisement. Inside the cave. Uchiha Obito who saw this scene. There was a suspicious look on his face too. Suddenly, he found that this familiar ninja world was beyond his control. It turns out that both Sage of Six Paths brothers are still alive. And there is another Atsutsuki family on the moon. They are always thinking about how to invade the ninja world. Destroy the ninja world? Only Black Zetsu. He just seen Atsutsuki Hamura on screen, senile and decrepit. I feel like this is retribution. Thousands of years have passed. Atsutsuki Hamura's strength has weakened to the point where he is about to drop to the Six Paths class. This made Black Zetsu feel even more ridiculous. If they hadn't chosen to betray their mother Atsutsuki Kagaya Haim, maybe it's not what it is now. In Black Zetsu's eyes, the reason why the two of them can have today's achievements is inseparable from the existence of Atsutsuki Kagaya-ji. If it wasn't for the blood of the mother Atsutsuki Kagaya, how could the two of them have stepped into the Six Paths class? The end of an ordinary ninja's life is the level of shadow. Black Zetsu even felt a little unfair. Among the mother's 3 children, I am the most respected and recognized mother's child. But my own strength is the weakest, just because I was born late. Otherwise, the name Sage of Six Paths would have been her own by now. Atsutsuki Bluestone feels the majestic and long-lasting breath of Senju Hashirama. I feel even more heartbroken. He had never felt this way about any of them. Are all ninja enemies this powerful? Where is Senju Hashirama in the ninja world? He is at the pinnacle of ninja world. Or is it just the vanguard sent by the ninja world to explore the moon? Could it be that the ninja world already has the idea of doing something on the moon? For a moment, Atsutsuki Aoshi's mind flashed all sorts of intrigues, and when Hayagaku Getsu saw the expression on Senju Hashirama's face, he knew that this Atsutsuki must not be an ordinary person. Among the many enemies I have faced before, Senju Hashirama has never shown such a gesture. It was the first time she saw a tense and serious look on Senju Hashirama's face. This fully demonstrates how powerful the Komer is, but what puzzled Hayagakigetsu was, even Sage of Six Paths' younger brother Atsutsuki Hamura was no match for Senju Hashirama. Does this man deserve Senju Hashirama's seriousness? Among Senju Hashirama's feelings, Atsutsuki Bluestone standing opposite him, 690 on his body, also has an aura as vast as the sea, and this kind of momentum is extremely aggressive and destructive. One can imagine what is the character of this person in front of him, and judging by how he treated Atsutsuki's Hailong just now, this person's character must be extremely cold and ruthless. But, a visitor from the ninja world. Even if Atsutsuki's Hailong is a dog, beating the dog depends on the owner. You killed my dog, how will we settle the score? Atsutsuki Kingshi grinned at the corner of his mouth. He showed a cold and crazy look. This is in sharp contrast to his polite and elegant appearance just now, as if the appearance at this moment is his own. Such a crazy dog looks ugly. Your own dog can't control it by itself, so of course you can't blame me. I helped you take care of your own dog, shouldn't you thank me? Seeing him like this, Senju Hashirama didn't show the slightest cowardice either. For him, at the moment of Atsutsuki Bluestone, although powerful, advertisement, to arouse his attention, but only by this, not enough to hold myself back. Atsutsuki Kingshi has never tasted failure since he was born. Has Senju Hashirama ever tasted failure? For Senju Hashirama, it is impossible for any enemy to make you feel afraid, because he believes that he is an invincible existence, even if the opponent is stronger than him, but the one who can survive to the end must be me. This is Senju Hashirama's confidence in himself. This is also the truth he has learned after so many years of life and death. He has great confidence in his own strength, because countless times the truth has been told to him. Only he himself is the winner who survives to the end. Hear him say that. Atsutsuki Kingshi also showed interest on his face. He can tell from the way Senju Hashirama speaks. Senju Hashirama and him are one of a kind. Senju Hashirama was also killed from countless corpses and blood. He may have basically never tasted any defeat along the way. This enemy is the same as myself. Never lost. A man with an invincible heart, but like Senju Hashirama, Atsutsuki Kingshi is also very confident in himself. He also believes that he is the strongest existence. This is the truth he told himself after countless life and death fights, and the people in the live broadcast room and Hayagakizuki who was standing by the side followed the conversation between the two of them. They all raised their hearts. They know a fierce battle will definitely break out next. The horror of this battle will definitely surpass the fight between Senju Hashirama and Atsutsuki Hamura just now. At this moment, Atsutsuki Kingshi let out a chuckle first. Immediately afterwards, his body whoosh disappeared in place. Hayagakigetsu has already rolled her eyes at this time, but she can't see clearly what Atsutsuki Aishi is doing. It's as if Atsutsuki Aishi disappeared here, and Senju Hashirama saw this scene. I couldn't help but shrink my pupils. He also didn't see how the Atsutsuki Bluestone disappeared here. Atsutsuki Aishi's speed is much faster than he imagined, and Atsutsuki Kingshi's body skills far surpassed that of Atsutsuki's Hailong just now. Even Senju Hashirama has to admit, at the moment of Atsutsuki Bluestone, his speed is even faster than his own. I'm afraid no one will be able to see his movements clearly. In Konoha's training ground, seeing this scene, Might Guy and Xiaoli even opened their mouths wide, as two people who have been studying gymnastics. Of course they know how amazing is the speed at which Atsutsuki Bluestone is bursting out at this moment. Especially Guy. He can even see how scary this scene is. Xiaoli was just shocked at how fast the Atsutsuki Bluestone could burst out. But Might Guy sees more. He knows, at that moment just now, Atsutsuki Bluestone is even faster than sound several times. This is what surprised Guy so much, but that's not what surprised him the most. What surprised him the most was Atsutsuki Aishi's body. If 8 inner gates is enabled, Might Guy thinks he can reach this speed too, but his body couldn't bear this speed. Because of this high-intensity use of your body, this can cause great damage to your body. So, advertisement. Might Guy doesn't think he can withstand such a big intensity. Once you use this pattern yourself, his body will start to crumble in no time. Might Guy also lost the laughing and joking look on his face. He said in a serious voice, Xiaoli, you must watch carefully the fight between the two of them. If you can, it's best not to blink. If you can comprehend 1/10 of their battle content, I'm afraid it will be of great help to you for the rest of your life. Although shocked by the words that came out of Might Guy's mouth, but Xiaoli still had a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Guy, is his physical skill so powerful? I think he seems to be using white eyes. I don't know how he compares with the Hyuga clan behind Niji. Hearing Xiaoli's speech, Might Guy patted the back of his apprentice's head angrily. You compare the Hyuga clan with them. Look carefully, the teacher will never lie to you. Might Guy stopped what he was about to say on the nick of time. There was a moment of fear. It's a good thing I didn't say it. I heard Xiaoli's words. The first reaction is, Hyuga clan? Compared with the person in front of them. Not even qualified to lift shoes. Swoosh, 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 boom, 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 beep. Senju Hashirama's ears only heard the sound of extremely fast movement and the sound of air blasting. He couldn't see the trace of Atsutsuki Bluestone at all, but from his point of view, he can feel. At this moment, there is an object that is moving at high speed, and it is attacking me quickly. Don't even think about it. This must be Atsutsuki Bluestone. Where? He kept looking around with his eyes. My own perception has also been opened to the maximum, but he still can't find any trace of Atsutsuki Bluestone, and at this moment seeing the scarlet windmill in the eyes of Senju Hashirama, Hyuga Kageki covered her mouth. She didn't know what kind of expression she could make at this moment. Why does Senju Hashirama even have Sharin on? This scene shocked her even more than the Rinnegan in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Boom. Senju Hashirama's body seemed to be hit hard by something. I saw his body bounced out like a cannonball. There was an earth-shattering sound. Hayagakigetsu couldn't help but cover her ears, but what shocked her most was the appearance of Senju Hashirama at the moment. Senju Hashirama didn't see the enemy clearly, just got shot right away. This is the first time she saw Senju Hashirama at a disadvantage in a fight with a human. In previous battles, when has Senju Hashirama not crushed directly with a strong and relaxed posture? When Senju Hashirama has suffered, hit Senju Hashirama's body. Atsutsuki Kingshi didn't look happy at all. At the moment when Senju Hashirama's body flew out, he also captured the expression on Senju Hashirama's face, without the slightest pain. No surprises either. As if for his own end, Senju Hashirama had already expected it. What is his whole card? Atsutsuki Bluestone looking at his fist, lost in thought. There was absolutely no mercy in that punch I just made, and actually hit Senju Hashirama's body. Even if he gets the same punch, he will definitely lose his fighting power in a short time, but he didn't see the slightest downcast expression on Senju Hashirama's face. Advertisement. The body hit countless boulders continuously. Senju Hashirama's body stopped. As for the people in the live broadcast room, their hearts were raised accordingly. Jiraiya, no way, first generation will lose this time. Uchiha Madara, impossible. Only I can defeat Hashirama. No one can defeat Hashirama except me. Hashirama is destined to be defeated by me. Orochimaru, it can be seen from the appearance of this Atsutsuki tribe. When did the former enemy, first generation, have such a serious expression on his face? Senju Tobirama, it's hard to imagine that someone's speed can be so fast. Can it be achieved just by relying on the body itself? Fourth Reikage, in theory, the human body can reach such a speed, but in practice it is impossible, because no human body can withstand such a powerful high-speed movement. I wonder how this Atsutsuki did it. Namikaze Minato, unless it is compared to a long distance, if at such a short distance, his speed far exceeds the limit of time and space ninjutsu like flying thunder god, I can't even see his movements clearly. It hurts. It's been a long time since I've felt this pain. Your punch really hurt me. It seems that you are indeed far ahead of me in terms of physical skills. Based on physical skills alone, I should not be your opponent. The stone pile exploded violently. Senju Hashirama's body appeared in front of Atsutsuki Kingshi. Seeing that Senju Hashirama's injuries are extremely serious at this moment, half of his body has been distorted, and there was a big hole in the chest. The difference is, with such a serious injury, he didn't shed a drop of blood. Cover your mouth. Hayagakage Shiki tried hard not to make a sound. Compared to Senju Hashirama's injuries, she was even more shocked by what happened to Senju Hashirama at the moment, and standing aside Atsutsuki Bluestone, the look on his face was not much better. This guy, he tried to calm down the expression on his face, but he knew in his heart, Senju Hashirama's performance at this time is too scary. I saw Senju Hashirama's shattered half-body is constantly healing, and the blood flowing out of his wound is constantly flowing back. Just in the blink of an eye, his injuries are recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Senju Hashirama who has fully recovered from his injuries in an instant, Atsutsuki Bluestone to know, what is Senju Hashirama's whole card? Such a terrible recovery speed. Unless he can destroy Senju Hashirama's body in an instant. Otherwise, what a serious injury Senju Hashirama was able to recover in no time. In the perception of Atsutsuki Bluestone, Senju Hashirama's breath is not weakened in the slightest. This shows that he did not rely on any secret technique. Pay the price to let yourself recover from the injury. Instead, relying on the powerful life energy in his body. Rehabilitate yourself? Trouble? Atsutsuki Kingshi's heart completely sank to the bottom of the valley. Senju Hashirama's ability at the moment makes him feel extremely tricky. If you are facing an enemy whose strength is much weaker than yourself, Atsutsuki Kingshi is naturally confident that he can completely crush the enemy. Let the enemy's self-healing ability lose its effect. In the face of Senju Hashirama, an enemy whose strength is similar to his own, Atsutsuki Ayashi does not have such confidence. I just caught Senju Hashirama by surprise, relying on his physical advantages. Make him unresponsive? Exploding at such a fast speed for a long time. Even if Atsutsuki Ayashi knew this, it would be impossible. Attacks of the same magnitude as just now, you can do it many times in a short period of time. But after a long time, it will definitely eat itself back. Harm your own body. Interesting. It seems that I was right. You are an opponent who is not inferior to me at all. I thought there was no one in the world who could make me feel this way anymore. This exciting feeling is really nostalgic. Atsutsuki Ayashi felt his blood that had been cooled down boil now. Advertisement. 98 Tensagen and Rinnegan's first collision? Advertisement. As Atsutsuki Ayashi thought, the first time he saw Senju Hashirama, he already knew. Senju Hashirama must be an opponent who is not inferior to myself. When just hitting Senju Hashirama's body, there was even a hint of disappointment in his heart, in his mind. Senju Hashirama at this moment. He shouldn't be like this now, at least. Enemies who can make themselves so solemn. He shouldn't be this weak, but now it seems that I was right in my thinking. Senju Hashirama is a man who can bring himself to do his best. See the speed of healing in Senju Hashirama. Everyone in the live broadcast room immediately fell silent. Yes, how did they not expect Senju Hashirama's recovery speed? Only, they never imagined Senju Hashirama's healing ability can be so scary. Jiraiya, unexpectedly, Shode's recovery speed has reached this level. I can't imagine what kind of person can cause real harm to Shode. Senju Hashirama, another body of me. I feel that it is very difficult for him to receive the so-called fatal injury. Even if his head is cut off, a new one will immediately grow. 1. Uchiha Madara, finally someone can experience the same pain as me. Hashirama's recovery ability. If you haven't fought him, you can't experience that pain. Orochimaru, compared with the survivability of the first generation, I am still far behind. If I can completely integrate wood style into my body, who else in the whole ninja world can kill me? The road to eternal life, it will not be so difficult to go. Tsunade, it seems that Grandpa's recovery ability is terrifying. I feel that even immortal Katsuyo can't compare to the current Grandpa. The cells in his body are dividing and healing all the time. Shimura Danzo, if you can analyze the wood style, the purpose of the first generation, maybe you can use it immediately. At that time, an extremely powerful army will appear in the entire ninja world. Who can stop us? Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, this terrifying recovery speed feels like it completely surpasses the 9 tails in my body. Even if 9 tails helps me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to do this. 9 tails, strictly speaking, my situation is different from his. To put it bluntly, I am just a collection of chakra consciousness, but Senju Hashirama recovers entirely by his own body. The possibility of killing, but such a Senju Hashirama, his recovery speed car has completely surpassed the tailed beast. In this case, let me see where the limit of your body is. I want to see if you are really immortal. Body jerks. The figure of Atsutsuki Kingshi disappeared in front of everyone again. Next, Senju Hashirama's newly recovered body. Immediately, dense depressions appeared. Boom, boom. There is like an invisible giant hammer in the air. It is constantly beating his body at this moment. Just not long after, Senju Hashirama's body is like a piece of rag. It looks so horrible, but the expression on Atsutsuki Kinshi's face was extremely gloomy. Issued so many attacks. Even the moon, being beaten with such full firepower by myself. At this moment, a quarter of its volume has already been destroyed by myself, but Senju Hashirama, the faster he destroys his body, the faster his body recovers, the faster it will be. After attacking him himself for so long, the breath of Senju Hashirama has not weakened in the slightest. Go on like this. I am afraid that my body will not be able to bear it and be consumed by him to death. And Senju Hashirama's eyes are really clear at the moment. Although Atsutsuki Ayashi's attack just now looked very intense, but in fact, it did not pose any real threat to itself. The speed with which he destroys his own body, it's not even as fast as my own body heals, the opposite of, in the constant attack of Atsutsuki Bluestone. On the contrary, I also learned a lot of his physical skills. I said, you bastard. It's been hitting me for so long. Advertisement. It's time to take a break, too. Shouldn't it be me next? In the constant fragmentation and healing of the body, the expression on Senju Hashirama's face did not change at all. It was as if the person whose body was being destroyed was not himself. And Atsutsuki Kinshi heard this sentence. The look on his face changed. He felt deeply humiliated. His own attack seemed to have no effect on Senju Hashirama. It's like tickling him. How can this make Atsutsuki Bluestone stand? Boom. Punch. Senju Hashirama also landed a hard punch on Atsutsuki Ayashi's fist. Seeing this moment, Atsutsuki Ayashi widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Senju Hashirama's fist. Senju Hashirama actually kept up with his attack rhythm, and judging from Senju Hashirama's punch, there is still a familiar smell in it. This seems to be his punching mode. Atsutsuki Ayashi said he was completely shocked. Is this guy's talent so terrifying? When confronting yourself, he actually stole his tricks, and it perfectly integrates it into its own attack rhythm. Atsutsuki Kinshi originally thought that he was the real evildoer, monster, but seeing the current Senju Hashirama, only then did he seem to understand what a real evildoer and a monster are. This talent is simply terrifying, seeing that Senju Hashirama actually fought back, and also seems to have secretly learned the tricks of Atsutsuki Kinshi. Everyone in the live broadcast room took a breath of cold air. Is this the talent of the ninja god? This gave all of them an accurate understanding of what a genius is. Might Guy, unexpectedly, Shodei learned the enemy's attack style after just watching it for a while. What scares me the most is not only this, he can actually integrate into his own tricks so quickly. Fourth Reikage, the physical combat between two people is the pinnacle. It is even more exciting than the fight with that mysterious monk last time. This is the battle that really makes people excited. A real man should punch like this 1 foot. Senju Tobirama, this is probably the real reason why the eldest brother has been so passively beaten. He knew from the beginning that the enemy could not pose any real threat to him, so he did not fight back just to learn the opponent's moves secretly. Uchiha Madara, judging from Hashirama's terrible recovery ability, unless the cells in his body are completely destroyed, it is difficult to say that he is really killed. The speed at which the enemy destroys his body may not be able to recover by himself. The speed of 10.5 is fast. Tsunade, judging from Grandpa's current body, the life energy of a cell in his body may be stronger than many of us. Clasped Atsutsuki Ayashi's wrist with his right hand. Senju Hashirama bent his right leg. His knee hit Atsutsuki Ayashi's belly hard. Atsutsuki Kinshi's body suddenly bent, just like a shrimp. Why sound? Atsutsuki Kinshi felt a piercing pain hit. I can't help myself. A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out directly. At the moment Atsutsuki Kinshi only know. Senju Hashirama wanted to learn his own moves from the beginning. That's why I didn't make a move. And as soon as he shot, let yourself feel a deadly threat. Whoosh. Atsutsuki Kinshi's body was kicked hard into the sky. The air on the moon is bursting with explosions. Atsutsuki Ayashi's body and air friction have sparkles. At the moment he looks like a huge burning fireball, and Senju Hashirama stared. The scarlet windmill turned into circles of purple ripples again. He opened his right hand, grabbing against the Atsutsuki Bluestone above the sky. Atsutsuki Ayashi's body suddenly came towards him again, when catching his body in midair. Senju Hashirama slightly curved body. The legs are like springs. Advertisement. His body also bounced up like a cannonball. Disappeared instantly. At this moment, Atsutsuki Kinshi also widened his eyes. He found that at this moment his body was actually stuck in the air and could not move. It was as if there was an invisible force controlling him. Boom. In the air, there are explosions from all directions. At this moment, Atsutsuki Kinshi feels like his body is being hit by some invisible hammer. Suddenly, his body was beaten from all directions. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. The body of Atsutsuki Kinshi was blasted down from the sky in a circle. Boom. Atsutsuki Kinshi's body knocked the ground out of a bottomless black hole. But there was no happy expression on his face. Just a moment ago, he punched and kicked countless times, but it did not cause any substantial damage to the body of Atsutsuki Kinshi. At every critical moment, Atsutsuki Bluestone can subtly move your body. Dodged his own deadly attack. Did not expect Atsutsuki Bluestone's mastery over his own body. Far beyond my imagination. As expected by Senju Hashirama. In the huge black hole on the ground, Atsutsuki Kinshi's body shoots up from the inside. Now his mouth is bloody. The originally meticulous hair has become extremely messy. At this moment, his body was shaking non-stop and panting heavily. Damn, I must kill you. He looked at Senju Hashirama viciously. When he was so embarrassed. This for him. Absolutely a shame. I didn't want to use this kind of power. Asking for flowers. But your presence made me change my mind. Even if you pay the price of serious injuries today, I will definitely not let you leave here alive. Thought just Senju Hashirama's performance. Atsutsuki Ayashi felt a burst of horror. What a terrible talent this is. You can learn it just by looking at your moves once. It also perfectly integrates into your own moves. If such a person is sent back to the ninja world, regarding their plans for the Atsutsuki clan in the future, it must have had a huge impact. So in public and private, Atsutsuki Ayashi thinks that he must do everything possible to kill Senju Hashirama here. After speaking, Atsutsuki Kinshi took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, a light blue pattern filled his eyes. It looks like a starry sky. Jiraiya, is this how the white eyes evolve again? Orochimaru, I didn't expect the white eyes to evolve again, and they can have such a magical change. It doesn't seem to be weaker than Rinnegan's eyes. Tsunade, but in the beginning, he had such an ability, why didn't he use it? Fourth Reikage, if you look at the strenuous expression on his face, you can tell that he hasn't fully mastered this ability, otherwise he wouldn't have used it until now. Hey, take Kakashi, the way he uses these eyes, it seems that when I use Mangekyo Sharinon, this situation is usually used as a whole card. Oniki, it seems that this enemy has been pushed to the limit by our first Hokage. He can only use this method at this moment to give himself hope of victory. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata, Hanabi, you two must watch carefully for the next battle. If you miss this opportunity, it may be difficult to see such a wonderful battle again. 0. Advertisement. Hyuga Hinata, yes. Father. Hanabi, yes. Father. See what Satsuki Bluestone looks like at the moment. Senjo Hashirama felt like his skin was getting goosebumps. That vague sense of threat. It's so clear now. He knew this was why Satsuki Ayashi threatened him so much. This guy really has a whole card in him. Just had a fantastic gymnastics. Not his true full strength. Now the appearance of these eyes. I'm afraid it is his greatest reliance and confidence. Senjo Hashirama is also very energetic and careful. Those eyes are no weaker than his Rinnegan. No one knows what kind of ability these eyes have. After all, they are the eyes of countless Satsuki bloodlines on the moon. Only, Senjo Hashirama also noticed. The current Satsuki Bluestone can't grasp the eyes very well. The grim expression on his face. It seems a bit strenuous. Senjo Hashirama guessed right. For these eyes, Satsuki Bluestone does not work well yet. It's just been turned on for a while. Caused a great burden on his body and spirit. If he hadn't faced Senjo Hashirama, he would have been helpless. He doesn't want to use those eyes either. Being able to die under these eyes, you are proud enough. This is the first time I use these eyes to fight. Hope you don't make me end this fight too soon. Raised his head high, Satsuki Kingshi said proudly. Finished speaking. The big tube is covered with a layer of thick green chakra. Set him off like a god. Senjo Hashirama's body is also covered with a layer of golden chakra energy. He also wants to see the eyes that condense the countless blood of the Satsuki clan. What kind of ability does it have? The two stared at the same time. An incomparably powerful air wave emerged from between the two. Separate heaven and earth completely. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the air between the two. The ground is collapsing. A deep ravine appeared in the ground between the two of them, and it is still expanding and deepening. When Hyuga Kageki saw this scene, scalp tingling, this scene, like a natural disaster. Is it really something that humans can do? At this moment, where the two of them just stood, all rocks and mounds disappeared without a trace. Only a huge blank space was left in place. It was as if someone had just scratched it with a scythe. The ground is so flat right now. Hyuga Katsuki is glad that she was able to run fast. Otherwise, once such natural disaster level power appears, if it affects yourself, she can't guarantee that she can survive this kind of attack. And this scene is only caused by the aftermath of the fight between the two. What would it be like if you were in the middle of a fight between two people? Just thought for a while. Hyuga Kagetsu shook her head coldly. Throwing this horrible thought out of my head. You. Advertisement. 99 Satsuki Bluestone Sphere? This man must be the old enemy of our Satsuki clan. Advertisement. This. How can this be? Satsuki Ayashi looked at Senjo Hashirama in shock. He found that he was still at a disadvantage. I thought I could have the absolute upper hand. Unexpectedly, in the first moment of fighting, immediately overwhelmed by Senjo Hashirama in front of me, he couldn't believe his situation at the moment. At this time, he was already fully fired. Even the Tenseigan within the Satsuki clan is turned on. But even so, facing Senjo Hashirama by himself, can't get the upper hand at all, and it looks like Senjo Hashirama seems to have spare power. He hasn't used his full strength yet? This is the point that makes Satsuki Ayashi completely incomprehensible? Could it be that Senjo Hashirama still has reservations in the confrontation with himself just now? And Senjo Hashirama saw the surprised face of Satsuki Ayashi. He just said with a smile, "Why, you don't think it was my best effort just now? I just want to see what kind of strength you have. After all, it is still very difficult to find an opponent who is similar to myself. If you only have this level of strength, it would be too disappointing." Senjo Hashirama smiled calmly. Although the earth begins to crack, there was a strong explosion in the air, but his surroundings seemed to have fallen into a strange vacuum. His surroundings were not affected in the slightest. Senjo Hashirama's clothing kakuzu is not messed up, and Satsuki Ayashi heard him say this. There is even a look of resignation on the face. He does not believe. I even used the power of Tenseigan. Not yet Senjo Hashirama's opponent. This is impossible. Silver wheel reincarnation explosion. A roar. In the palm of his right hand appeared many 790s of green chakra beads. The rosary began to spin rapidly. A huge tornado formed in it and rushed towards Senjo Hashirama. And Senjo Hashirama saw this scene. He just shook his head slightly. Then 5 black spheres slowly appeared behind him. He did not expect. At this moment, Satsuki Kingshi has not fully stepped into the 6 paths level. Do not enter 6 paths. Forever an ant. His strength has infinitely approached the 6 paths level. But there is such a slight difference. It is the difference between heaven and earth. His strength at the moment is similar to Senjo Hashirama who stepped into the 6 paths class without Rinnegan. But definitely not as good as my current self. And seeing the truth-seeking ball slowly appearing behind Senjo Hashirama, Satsuki Ayashi's eyes widened. The power of everything? How can this be? This person actually has this ability? After he awakened the Tenseigan, haven't mastered the power of 6 paths yet. At this time, Satsuki Kingshi had completely lost his confidence. He doesn't consider himself a match for Senjo Hashirama anymore. Of course he knows the power of the 6 paths. This is the realm I have been pursuing so hard, but the person in front of him has actually reached it. Satsuki Bluestone himself knows. If you don't have the power of 6 paths, and don't have the combat power to step into the 6 paths level, to inflict damage on 6 paths level powerhouses, that's basically impossible. Advertisement. And this is the realm he has been pursuing for countless years. Senjo Hashirama sighed. In his eyes, at the moment of Satsuki Bluestone, he even surpassed Satsuki Hago Romo. At least he has the basic courage and tolerance. Although Satsuki Hago Romo has 6 paths level strength, but probably the weakest 6 paths class. If Atsutsuki Bluestone and Atsutsuki Hagoromo are on the same level, according to Senju Hashirama, the winner will be Atsutsuki Bluestone? Pity. Just such a small difference. But stuck Atsutsuki Bluestone goes one step further. If it weren't for the appearance of Sage of 6 Paths, Senju Hashirama himself does not know. How long will it take for me to step into the 6 Paths level? I'm afraid the current him is the same as the Atsutsuki Kingshi in front of me. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Raise your arm slowly. Senju Hashirama snorted softly. Do not know why. The name of this Rinnegan pupil technique naturally appeared in his mind, as if he was born knowing it. In the horrors visible to the naked eye, a shockwave like a natural disaster spurted out in front of him. Tear. The tornado released by the Atsutsuki Bluestone was torn apart like a rag. At the same time, this force star was thrown towards his body without any sign of diminishing. His face suddenly changed. So fast, he didn't even have time to react. This force hit his body and he fell from the sky to the ground hard. Victory and defeat are often only in an instant. Senju Hashirama and Atsutsuki Aoshi are both fighting with the idea of killing each other, so they naturally didn't have any idea of testing each other. At first, they are fighting each other with all their might. Akatsuki Organization. Seeing Senju Hashirama perform Shinra Tenji, Uzumaki Nagato's breathing became more rapid. He stared. I didn't expect Senju Hashirama to be in such a short period of time. Can use Rinnegan so superbly? At first, when he got Rinnegan, can't even use the most basic ability, and now, after finally being able to use Rinnegan's ability. But I paid a heavy price, especially after seeing Senju Hashirama use Shinra Tenseki. The entire surface of the moon has become dilapidated, pitted. Nagato couldn't help but doubt himself a little. Compared with Senju Hashirama, the Shen Luo Tianzhang used by myself, just like a baby. The gap between two people is like an adult and a child. This is the legendary ninja. Senju Hashirama's talent? If Uzumaki Nagato remembers correctly, it's only a few days before Senju Hashirama awakens Rinnegan. And what Nagato couldn't understand the most was Senju Hashirama's way of doing nothing at the moment. This large scale is powerful. Ninjutsu comparable to forbidden technique. It uses out. It is no different from ordinary 3-body technique consumption. The amount of chakra and physical fitness of the tailed beast is no more than that, right? Thinking that I still think that I am the real god, Uzumaki Nagato felt a little shaken. Compared with Senju Hashirama, I am too weak. And Konan saw the expression on Nagato's face. It seemed that he had already guessed what was going on in Nagato's mind. She hurried forward, knelt down, and held Nagato's right hand and said softly, Nagato, that's not our world. It has nothing to do with us. Advertisement. This is our world, and this world needs you to save. You are the only god in this world. After hearing what Konan said, the look on Nagato's face softened a little. It's just whether he really thinks so. Only he knows that. Now Nagato knows. There are so many secrets in the ninja world. Take your own strength. I'm afraid I can't really solve all these enemies. Nagato was very worried, staring at the place where Atsutsuki Bluestone was blown away. Senju Hashirama's expression changed suddenly. He immediately used space-time ninjutsu to leave the place where he was standing. The moment he just left, I saw a terrifying. A huge pillar of green light that goes straight to the sky descends from the sky, where he just stood. All existence has vanished cleanly, disappeared without a trace. Senju Hashirama dodged the attack by pulling Hayagakage. At that very moment, goosebumps all over his body, and it is he who has been warning in his heart. That's why he dodged that attack. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama looked at everything that was destroyed in front of him. His heart skipped a beat. If you were hit by that attack just now, you will also be seriously injured. Absolutely can't reply in a short time. When he looked up again, he found that the beam of light just now seemed to gather energy again. Looks like it's going to shoot at him. Walk. First timing. He immediately pulled Hayagakage towards the teleportation array. Get out of here. For him, the situation is really too bad at the moment. If he himself is fine, but with Hayagakage, he will not be able to use his full strength to fight here. So, he wants to activate the teleportation array as soon as possible to leave here. The first time he left, whoosh appeared in the sky a few more figures. These people looked embarrassed, disgraced at Atsutsuki Bluestone. They all showed a look of disbelief. At this moment Atsutsuki Aoshi was seriously injured. Half of his body was stained red by the blood seeping out of his body. His face was full of fear. It was as if something extremely unbelievable had just happened. Almost died. It's only a little bit short, and he may have to give his life here today. Atsutsuki Kingshi kept roaring in his heart. If he hadn't just had an idea. Summons the power of a giant Tensagen to attack Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama continues to activate his abilities. Atsutsuki Aoshi doesn't know how long he can last. At this moment, his heart was shrouded in fear of death. I can't even speak for a while, and these Atsutsuki people who suddenly appeared. Only then did they notice Atsutsuki's Hailong with only one head left. Their pupils shrank. How is it possible? Atsutsuki's Hailong died here. What happened? They just saw the earth-shattering battle taking place here from an extremely distant place. I'm afraid all the Atsutsuki clans on the entire moon have noticed the movement here. So they rushed here immediately, wanting to see what happened here. When they came here, they discovered that Atsutsuki, who was invincible in their hearts, became the patriarch, and Atsutsuki Kingshi was severely injured. Advertisement. And Atsutsuki's Hailong has only one head left. Atsutsuki's Hailong in their Atsutsuki clan. Strength can be regarded as among the best. At least, except for Atsutsuki Kingshi in front of him, none of them is the opponent of Atsutsuki Shiryu. Jiraiya, did you just see what happened? Where did the beam of light come from? Orochimaru, I'm afraid this is the real trump card of the Atsutsuki family. The beam of light should have the ability to threaten the purpose of the first generation, otherwise he would not have chosen to leave the moon directly. Senju Tobirama, it should be the energy emanating from that giant stone. It seems to be a special weapon. The energy is the same as the pupil energy used by the person in front of you. Song Shi is even more powerful. Fourth Raikage, that attack is really terrifying. Even the power of the tailed beast is childish compared to it. If it falls on any of our villages, it may destroy the entire village immediately clean. Tsunade, the attack of that beam of light should have the power to directly destroy the cell level, otherwise Grandpa wouldn't turn around and leave immediately. There is no intention of fighting at all. Oniki, it seems that this is the weapon most relied on by the Atsutsuki family on the moon. That attack is really terrifying. I have never seen anything that can cause such destructive power. Uchiha Obito saw the earth-shattering beam of light on the screen. His face became more and more gloomy. At this moment, he no longer has any confidence in his Moon Eyes plan. The enemies that appear now are stronger than each other. At least every enemy is stronger than him. Continue like this. In addition to being able to escape with his own Mangekyo ability, how to implement the plan of the Eye of the Moon, especially the power of the Otsutsuki clan. It was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. Who knows when these invaders on the moon will come down from the moon and invade their ninja world? If these people invade their ninja world, how could this bunch of trash in the whole ninja world be able to resist now? Wouldn't the plan of my Moon Eye be in vain? Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's mood just got worse, and Black Zetsu, who saw this scene, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Lived for so many years. He's never been to the moon either, nor is it known about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Seeing the strength of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, he even had a trace of regret. I knew this earlier. Find your own way to the moon, bewitching these lunar Otsutsuki clans. Wouldn't it be more successful? But this idea just came up not long ago. He just threw it out of his mind. This Otsutsuki who appeared on the moon, with only the last trace of his strength, he can completely step into the 6 paths level, 4.4. Once you step into the 6 paths class, the strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, whether I can control this person smoothly is still a problem. And only the strength like Uchiha Obito is not particularly strong, and easily shaken. The descendants of Indra who are influenced by others are convenient to be controlled by themselves. Obito, don't you lose heart. After so many years, these Otsutsuki clans on the moon have not invaded the ninja world, which means that something must have happened to them. You just need to collect the 9-tailed beasts step by step, and complete the summoning of 10 tails, called Jinchuriki of 10 tails. To you, these people are just ants that you can crush to death at will, and they don't pose any threat at all. Speaking of which, a strange look appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Unknowingly, how can I act like Uchiha Obito's nanny? Still have to worry about him being hit all the time. Need to keep encouraging him? Took a deep breath. Otsutsuki Kingshi sees a few people chattering around. He couldn't help frowning, and snorted coldly. Enough. It's too disrespectful and embarrassing for you to look like this now. Following his opening, several people immediately closed their mouths. After all, Otsutsuki Bluestone is like a god in the hearts of these people. After calming down completely, Otsutsuki Kingshi told several people what had just happened. The world that Sage of 6 Paths created, they have people coming. And Otsutsuki's Hailong died at his hands. My injury was also caused by him. After listening to the words of Otsutsuki Aoshi, several people immediately turned pale with shock. Otsutsuki Kingshi is the strongest of their Otsutsuki clan, even with such a serious injury. Doesn't that mean that the people in the opposite world are stronger than them? Advertisement. 100 It's time for the Land of Fire to only have one voice. Advertisement. Shaking his head, Otsutsuki Kingshi opened his mouth to comfort them. You don't need to worry too much. Although that person is strong, he is not much stronger than me. Although I suffered a lot of injuries, he is not much better than me. And through this battle, I am confident that I can take the final step. This man must be the old enemy of our Otsutsuki clan. After this battle with Senjo Hashirama, Otsutsuki Kingshi has more insights in his heart, although he was seriously injured at the moment. But he feels that if he recovers from his injuries, one's own strength can definitely go further. After fighting Senjo Hashirama's Rinnegan, he was surprised to find that his control over Tenseigin has also increased a lot. Before for Tenseigin, in fact, he is not very proficient in mastering, but now it's completely different. Now the Otsutsuki Bluestone, he has confidence. When he goes back to retreat and continue to practice, you can definitely digest and absorb this sentiment completely, but when he faces Senjo Hashirama again, it will never be like this again. This is what Otsutsuki Kingshi is extremely confident about. He has absolute pride in himself. This made him very convinced. This time it was a blessing in disguise. It's all things that he didn't think of. Wait, then. The mysterious ninja visitor. Next time we meet, I will definitely surprise you. Otsutsuki Aoshi is confident that he can definitely do this. Maybe it won't be long before I go back this time. He can completely grasp the power of everything. Step into the 6 Paths class. Get the same power as Otsutsuki Hamura. Taking a deep look at the direction of the teleportation array, Otsutsuki Kingshi didn't say anything more. He left with these Otsutsuki people. After he left, after a while, the figure of Otsutsuki Hamura just appeared here. Looking at the direction of the teleportation array, I looked at the direction in which the Otsutsuki Bluestone disappeared. The sad look on Otsutsuki Hamura's face. 14. Now whether it is Otsutsuki Bluestone or Senjo Hashirama, this is no longer someone he can deal with. Unknowingly, he has been abandoned by this era. What will the moon and ninja world look like in the future? The current Otsutsuki Hamura doesn't know either. He sighed. He didn't say anything more. For him, this is not something he should worry about. Now it's not bad to be able to barely maintain your own existence. If you ran a little slower just now, I'm afraid I'm going to be left behind by Senjo Hashirama. 4th Reikage, it's a pity that Otsutsuki on the moon was not killed. He will definitely be a confidant of the ninja world in the future. Looking at his appearance just now, he seems to have a little feeling. If this continues, I'm afraid he will continue to grow stronger again. Jiraiya: I don't think it's necessarily true. There's no formal full-scale war with the ninja world on the moon yet. Maybe there's still a possibility of relaxation between the two. Regarding the attitude of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, after all, we are not very clear. Advertisement. Oniki, hehe. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the disciple you taught so naive? After all, he is also one of the Sunin. How can he say such a small thing? Senju Tobirama, Monkey's disciple actually looks like this? It's really beyond my expectation. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, can you stop being naive like this? Do you think there is still a chance to ease the attitude of these guys on the moon? It is only a matter of time before the ninja world fights with them. Besides, there is no other possibility. Uchiha Madara, are Konoha's future ninjas like this? If so, it's really ridiculous. Within the Hyuga clan, after a flash of light, Senjo Hashirama and Hyuga Kagetsu appeared in front of the teleportation formation. Hyuga Kageki at this moment, she still had the shocked look on her face. What just happened on the moon? It's so unbelievable. Who would have thought? Just on it for a short while, she almost saw Sage of 6 Paths' brother, their ancestor of the Hyuga clan Otsutsuki Hamura. Next, she actually saw the Otsutsuki clan fighting Senjo Hashirama on the moon again. Within a few hours, it has surpassed all her years of experience. But thinking of the terrifying beam of light that appeared at the end. Hayagakugetsu couldn't help shivering again. So terrible power. Who can stop it? If an enemy appears in Ninja World with this weapon, I am afraid that no one in the Ninja World can block this beam of light. Fortunately, they still have Senju Hashirama in the Ninja World. Just take a look at Senju Hashirama. Hayagakugetsu feels more at ease in her heart. Just now, this man faced 3 extremely powerful enemies, but he won both in the end. This world. As if no one can match Senju Hashirama anymore. Okay, don't say anything about today's matter. As for the caged bird on your forehead, I have some clues now. In a few days, I should be able to help you untie the seal of caged bird. After listening to Senju Hashirama, a look of ecstasy appeared on Hayagakugetsu's face. Did not expect. Senju Hashirama thought of a way to help himself out of the caged bird seal so quickly. Didn't think too much. Senju Hashirama muttered, frowning. Looks like it's time to step up my pace. I thought it would take more time. I didn't expect to need to do this now. The ninja world has been divided for too long. It is impossible to continue like this. If you face the enemy, this state may be difficult to deal with. Senju Hashirama never thought of using caged bird seal to keep suppressing Hayagakugetsu or something. For him, caged bird seal doesn't mean anything either. As long as he wants, he can take Hayagakatsuki's life anytime. This is something he is absolutely sure of. And now I just want Hayagakatsuki to obey his orders. And when Hayagakage heard what Senju Hashirama said, she had a shocked expression on her face. She heard what Senju Hashirama said. I am afraid. Senju Hashirama is ready to start his grand plan. Thinking of this, Hayagakatsuki's breathing became rapid. Advertisement. She was just for this moment. That's why I unswervingly choose to believe in Senju Hashirama. She thinks. Senju Hashirama is destined to change the whole ninja world. Orochimaru, hehe. It seems that the trip to the moon has completely made First Hokage not ready to endure any longer, and he is about to start his own big move. Senju Tobirama, Big Brother is also doing it for the good of the ninja world. The current ninja world is like a piece of loose sand, and everyone only considers their own interests. This kind of infighting will only make everyone weaker and weaker. Oniki, the course of this world, I am afraid, will be completely different from now on. Senju Hashirama, I remember that at this time, I seemed to be fighting non-stop, and the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan was getting more and more serious. Madara and I are almost in the process of fighting every day. Senju Hashirama sorted out his gains during this period. He has completely integrated the 3 major sage modes together, and it has also entered the 6 paths mode. Within a short time, I'm afraid I can't continue to break through my own strength. He should be unable to make a qualitative leap for the time being. Now the strength can only be gradually improved step by step. And, after a trip to the moon, he also does have some ideas about what's going on the moon. These Atsutsuki clans on the moon, although their population is small, but the strength of each member is very strong, especially the energy that Atsutsuki Kingshi finally tried. It made me feel a deadly threat. The current Senju Hashirama believes that his own strength has reached a peak, so I can also ask Senju Tobirama to plan with me how to merge the entire ninja world. Brother, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are here. They are waiting for you in the backyard now. Senju Tobirama's voice sounded outside the door. He tried not to sound so excited in his voice. For this moment today, Senju Tobirama has been waiting too long. He knows. My big brother Senju Hashirama finally has a big move. He is about to start preparing to unify the entire ninja world. Into the yard. At this moment, the 2 Uchiha Madara brothers are already waiting in the yard. Uchiha Madara is still the same pair of arms folded, the appearance of ignoring everything, and Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama stand in place and stare at each other. If Senju Tobirama is the person who hates Uchiha the most in the entire Senju clan, then Uchiha Izuna is the person who hates the Senju clan the most in the Uchiha clan. 2 people who hate each other's family the most get together at this moment. If not for the existence of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the 2 of them might start fighting right away. Uchiha Izuna thinks that the Senju family is extremely hypocritical, and Senju Tobirama thinks that the Uchiha clan is the most evil clan. The 2 have hated each other for a long time, before the 2 families had formally formed an alliance. Both of them fought countless life and death fights on the battlefield. Sometimes Senju Tobirama wins, sometimes Uchiha Izuna wins. The strength of the 2 people can be said to be equal, and both of them benefited from it, as the strongest geniuses in their respective families second only to their eldest brother. In the constant life and death struggle, the strength of the 2 is also growing rapidly. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna's face, even after so long, still looks so disgusting. Uchiha Madara, Senju Gate. In the meantime, are you impatient to live? If it weren't for Hashirama's face, you would have died at my hands long ago. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama. How many times have I said, don't look at the Uchiha clan with your own prejudices. Orochimaru, it's really exciting. The 2 strongest geniuses of the Uchiha clan and the 2 strongest geniuses of the Senju clan have combined together. To what extent? 4th Raikage, Uchiha Madara did not lose his younger brother, and he did not become black at this time, so there is no possibility of breaking the relationship between the Senju family and the Uchiha family. Advertisement. No one can imagine how much power the clans can produce if they help each other and completely integrate together. Oniki, fortunately, only First Hokage of the Senju family has wood style, otherwise everyone has Sharingan like the Uchiha family. I can't imagine how powerful this family is. Point 1. Jiraiya: Oniki, have you forgotten one thing? This First Hokage is completely different from our First Hokage. He does not shy away from human experiments. After so long of research, I'm afraid it won't be long before wood style will appear on a large scale. How is it, Izuna? How is the progress of your wood style transplant going? If there is anything wrong, you can tell me. I will let Tobirama fully cooperate with you. Senju Hashirama turned to Uchiha Izuna and asked him about the progress of his wood style transplant. In Uchiha Madara completely adapted to their own wood style. After awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he immediately planned to realize this experiment on his own brother again. After seeing that the speaker is Senju Hashirama, it was only then that Uchiha Izuna restrained the rebellious look on his face. For this person who is stronger than his elder brother Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna is hard not to take him seriously. The Uchiha family has always advocated strength. Not to mention that the current Senju Hashirama is recognized as the strongest ninja in the ninja world. When the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan formed a covenant at the beginning, Uchiha Izuna doesn't quite agree with this, but Uchiha Madara defied the odds. It turns out that Uchiha Madara is doing it right. Senju Hashirama taught the Uchiha clan a gentler way of opening the Sharingan. At least the Uchiha clan don't have to bear the loss of relatives and friends to open their eyes. No need to face the possibility of mental rampage at any time. My body can't fully adapt to wood-style cells at the moment. I'm afraid it will take a while to adapt and adjust to perfectly integrate the wood-style cells with myself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna also felt very amazing. Why did his elder brother Uchiha Madara transplant Senju Hashirama's wood style? Didn't have the slightest rejection reaction? The cell matching degree of the two people is very high. I'm afraid that even the two brothers can't do this, right? As far as he knows, even Senju Tobirama doesn't keep wood-style cells on himself now. Nodded. Senju Hashirama turned his head and asked Senju Tobirama, who was unhappy. Let him cooperate with Uchiha Izuna's research at any time. Madara, called you this time. I made a special trip to inform you. I am not going to wait any longer. Now the strength of the two of us has already surpassed that of the beginning, and I don't know how many times stronger than before. It's time for the Fire Nation to have only one voice, and that's my voice, Senju Hashirama. Hearing Senju Hashirama say this, a look of excitement appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Like Senju Tobirama, he has been waiting too long for today. As his own strength became stronger and stronger, there are fewer and fewer enemies in the ninja world worthy of his attack. Although practicing alone can also make oneself stronger, but Uchiha Madara's favorite way is to keep getting stronger in battle. But he is now the head of the Uchiha clan. Every move represents the meaning of the Uchiha clan. It is also impossible for him to randomly find someone to fight without reason. After Senju Hashirama said these words, it also represented that the war was about to start. Didn't you say it's not time yet? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Senju Hashirama shook his head and replied, can't wait too long. No matter how careful you are, you will definitely avoid a lot of bloodshed during the change process. Those backward and corrupt families, let them be destroyed along with this war. Their existence must do more harm than good to the future nation of fire. There is no benefit at all. No matter how many people are sacrificed, their sacrifices will definitely be meaningful. By the words of Senju Hashirama, they seem to see that the next kingdom of fire will be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Advertisement.